At the Mao hour, dawn had only just begun to pale the sky. The outer edge of Qingyun Market's outer city still lay shrouded in a sheath of grey mist. A damp wind swept in the musty stench from the shantytown shacks laced with a faint elusive briny tang from the sea. Qingzhou lay by the sea and that salty tang could be vaguely smelled even here on the city's fringes. The wind slipped through the gaps of Chen An's drafty, dilapidated hut, carrying with it a bone-piercing chill. The room was small, its four walls mottled and peeling. Damp still clung, not yet dried, along the base of the walls, which were plastered with yellowing talisman papers wherever there was space. Most of them were cleansing talismans, their lines uneven and corners rough. One glance showed they were the crude work of a novice, not worth much at all. Chen An sat before an ordinary wooden table. Though the tabletop was worn, it was still relatively flat. Between his fingertips he held a talisman brush, polished smooth from long use, its tip dipped in low-grade cinnabar, moved stroke by deliberate stroke across the talisman paper. He was 35 this year. Faint fine lines had formed at his temples and his features were unremarkable. There was none of a youth's sharp edge in his eyes, only a weariness and forbearance honed by long years of hardship. His cultivation was at the third layer of chi refinement, and he had been stuck at this realm for a full 8 years. With the mediocre aptitude of triple spiritual roots in fire, wood and earth, and without any decent cultivation art or resources, the so-called path of immortality for him resembled nothing so much as a long, hopeless struggle to keep drawing breath. Who? Chen An set his brush down and flicked his sore wrist. He looked at the two freshly drawn cleansing talismans on the table, and his brows knitted ever so slightly. The cinnabar's hue was too pale, and the spiritual fluctuation of the talisman script was weak. Talismans like these, when sent to the general store in the outer city, could fetch at most 5 spirit shards apiece. Even if he pushed himself to the limit and drew 20 a day, he would only scrape together 100 spirit shards, just enough to exchange for a single low-grade spirit stone. The spirit shards and spirit stones used throughout the cultivation world, everything in his possession had been pinched and saved bit by bit. In the clay jar at the corner of the table lay 2 low-grade spirit stones and a small heap of scattered shards. He counted them, exactly 32 spirit shards. This was all he had scraped together by skimping on food and daily needs. In 3 days' time the rent would be due. 3 low-grade spirit stones every month, already the lowest price at the fringes of the shantytown. By his reckoning he was short 68 spirit shards. That meant that for the next 3 days he would have to draw talismans without rest, and his luck would have to hold so that every single one could be sold just to barely make up the difference. He picked up one of the spirit stones and rubbed its icy surface between his fingers, a wave of helplessness rising within. A cultivator in the chi refinement stage had a lifespan of 80 to 120 years. He now had only 89 years of lifespan remaining. In another 50-odd years his allotted years would be spent, and he would crumble into a handful of yellow earth. Once he too had harbored bright hopes for cultivation. At 15 he had taken a wandering cultivator as his master, believing he would learn true skills. Yet within a few short years that master died in the jaws of a demonic beast, leaving behind only a yellowed basic talisman crafting manual and this drafty hovel that demanded rent each month. 20 years had passed. Relying solely on that manual, he had barely managed to master the cleansing talisman and scrape out a living at the very bottom of Qingyun Market. No backing, mediocre aptitude, no resources. All he could do was endure and shrink back, stir up no trouble, never flaunt himself, and live one more day if he could. The rickety wooden door creaked as it was gently pushed open, and soft footsteps sounded within. Without looking up, Chen An already knew who it was. Chen, big brother, drawing talismans again. A clear youthful voice rang out, tinged with greenness yet carrying a trace of a swordswoman's crisp decisiveness. Lu Qingyue stepped in, carrying a coarse porcelain bowl. She was 22 this year, dressed in a plain homespun dress washed so often it had turned whitish, her figure straight and upright. There was none of an ordinary girl's delicacy between her brows. Instead there was a certain stubborn strength, the bearing forged from years of practicing the sword. On her delicate face her eyes were clear and bright. Only at this moment a faint, easily overlooked worry shaded the depths of her eyes. She was Chen An's neighbor, living in an equally dilapidated hut next door with her father Lu Qingyue. Lu Qingyue was a wandering sword cultivator at the 5th layer of chi refinement who usually made his living by hunting low-level demonic beasts in the 10,000 mountains and reselling their materials. His temperament was hardy, and he had known Chen An for many years, occasionally gifting him low-level beast pelts to trade for spirit stones. Lu Qingyue often helped Chen An tidy his hut and dry talisman papers. They were not exactly close yet, there was a tacit understanding between neighbors. Still short a bit, just trying to gather enough for the rent. Chen An lifted his head, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment as he sensed that something was off. "What's wrong? You look so pale. Your father still hasn't come back." Lu Qingyue's eyes dimmed as she set the coarse porcelain bowl down on the table. Inside was half a bowl of warm wild vegetable porridge and 2 rough wheat cakes. My father has already been gone 3 days. In the past he would be back in at most 2. This time, there hasn't been a single word. Chen An took up a wheat cake and bit into it. Its dryness scraped painfully at his throat. Chewing slowly, he said, "Don't worry yet. Sometimes demonic beasts linger on the outskirts of the 10,000 mountains. He might have been delayed. He could very well be back today." Though he spoke thus, Chen An felt far from certain. Lu Qingye at the 5th layer of qi refinement was not weak, but the outer reaches of the 10,000 mountains were a chaotic mix of fish and dragons, not only low-level demonic beasts but also many ruthless wandering cultivators. A single misstep could cost him his life. In all the years Chen An had known him, he had seen Lu Qingye return injured more than once, each time having brushed past death. Lu Qingye nodded lightly, yet her worry could not be hidden. She walked to the wall and gazed at the talismans covering it, then said softly, "Chen, big brother, your talismans are getting better and better. It's just, they sell for too little. My father says that if you could learn to draw fireball talismans, each one could sell for a full low-grade spirit stone. That would be much more worthwhile than cleansing talismans." Chen An let out a bitter smile and shook his head. "It's nowhere near that simple. Fireball talismans are low-level talismans. They require better talisman paper and cinnabar, and you have to be truly adept at the talisman script. With my aptitude, being able to draw decent cleansing talismans is already not bad." It was not that he had never thought of learning higher-grade talismans. It was just that the basic talisman crafting manual only recorded the method for cleansing talismans. To learn the fireball talisman, he would have to either spend money on a technique or find someone knowledgeable to teach him. Either option was beyond his reach. Lu Qingye fell silent for a moment, then drew a short sword from her waist. The blade was not particularly sharp, forged from ordinary iron, yet it had been polished until it gleamed clean. "My father said that when he comes back this time he'll ask around for you, see if he can get the fireball talisman's method for you." "Oh right, Chen, big brother, let me show you a few moves from the new sword techniques I've been practicing. Maybe they'll help you ward off street thugs in the future." As she spoke, she began to practice within the cramped room. Without the support of spiritual energy, her swordsmanship could not be called powerful, yet each move was crisp, her motions agile. It was clear she had poured bitter effort into her practice. Setting down the wheat cake, Chen An simply watched her practice, a sigh stirring quietly in his heart. Lu Qingye was a 5th layer qi refinement sword cultivator with decent insight, and Qingye had clearly inherited his talent in the sword. The liveliness between her moves was in no way inferior to her father in his younger years. Yet she of all people was born without spiritual roots. Had she possessed even the faintest mixed spiritual root, with such perseverance she would not be reduced to practicing mortal sword arts alone, living in fear in the outer city without even the qualification to step onto the cultivation path. From childhood, Lu Qingye had followed her father in learning mortal swordsmanship, relying solely on human strength and day after day practice to hone her skill and barely protect herself. Sunlight slanted through the holes in the window, spilling over her figure and outlining her upright silhouette. The fine beads of sweat at her temples lent her a vivid living presence. Something in Chen An's heart stirred. He felt a faint affection for her, yet could only press it down. He could barely protect himself. How could he promise her anything? "That's enough, I've made a fool of myself," Lu Qingye said, sheathing her sword. She was slightly out of breath, a flush on her cheeks. "Very good, much smoother than last time," Chen An praised with genuine sincerity. "From now on you'll be able to protect yourself when you run into thugs." Lu Qingye smiled, some of the worry in her eyes easing. Picking up the coarse porcelain bowl from the table, she said, "Chen, big brother, the porridge will get cold soon. Hurry and drink it while it's warm. I'll go check again to see if my father has come back." "All right." Chen An nodded, watching her figure disappear through the doorway before letting out a soft sigh. He lifted the coarse bowl and took a sip of the wild vegetable porridge. The warm liquid slid down his throat, dispelling a measure of the cold within. He understood how anxious Lu Qingye was. Lu Qingye was her only family. If something truly happened to him, a mortal girl without spiritual roots would have no way to gain a foothold at the chaotic fringe of the outer city. After finishing the porridge, Chen An gathered his drifting thoughts, picked up the talisman brush once more and continued drawing. He had to gather the rent as quickly as possible and save a few more spirit stones besides. If Lu Qingye truly had met with misfortune, perhaps he could lend Lu Qingye a hand, not out of any romantic feeling but for the sake of their years as neighbors and a shred of compassion. The sun climbed higher and the gray mist dissipated. Out in the outer city streets things gradually grew lively. Cries and shouts of hawkers rose and fell. Every so often a cultivator strode past in haste, their aura steady and eyes arrogant, utterly out of place amid the ruin and squalor. Farther off in the direction of the inner city, ornate flying boats occasionally swept across the sky, their spiritual light Bearing high-level cultivators, the flying boats passed with astonishing speed, vanishing into the clouds in an instant. That was the world of Qingzhou's inner city, a splendor that the wandering cultivators at the fringes of the outer city hardly dared to even look up toward. Sitting in his hut, Chen An shut out the noise, not even lifting his head to glance at those flying boats that symbolized high-level cultivators. He poured all his attention into drawing the talisman brush, never pausing between his fingers. One cleansing talisman after another took shape in his hands, yet each one still carried a certain roughness. The splendor of the inner city and the radiance of the flying boats stood in stark, jarring contrast to the cramped, drafty hovel he lived in, and the cheap cleansing talismans in his hands rendering his present struggle all the more oppressive and humble. Without realizing it, afternoon had arrived. Chen An had already finished 15 cleansing talismans. His fingers ached intolerably and the cinnabar was nearly used up. He rubbed his wrist, just about to rest for a moment, when suddenly a swaggering tread sounded outside the door, accompanied by a harsh shout. "Chen An! Open up! Time to pay the rent." At the sound of that voice, Chen An's brows drew together at once. It was Wang Hu, the Zheng family's rent-collecting steward. He was a 6th-layer qi refinement cultivator who, relying on the Zheng family's influence on the outskirts of the outer city, the stewards ran rampant and overbearing. During rent collection, they would always make things difficult on purpose. They did not arbitrarily raise the price, yet they never once showed a pleasant face to these poor rogue cultivators. Chen An put away his talisman brush and stood up to open the door. Outside stood 3 cultivators. At their head was Wang Hu, a burly man with a knife scar across his face and a vicious glint in his eyes. Behind him followed 2 subordinates at the first level of qi refining, arms crossed over their chests, faces full of disdain. "Steward Wang, you are here, please come in, please come in." Chen An's face was piled with a humble smile, his voice lowered as far as it could go. He bent at the waist and hunched his back, full of obsequious flattery. He hurriedly stepped aside to let Wang Hu and the others enter, rubbing his hands together as he accompanied them with a smile. "There are still 3 days before the rent is due. You know my situation, I can only draw cleaning talismans to exchange for fragments of spirit stone. Right now I only have 2 spirit stones and 32 spirit fragments in hand. I'm short by 68 fragments. Please make an exception and give me 3 more days. I will definitely scrape together 3 full spirit stones. I wouldn't dare delay you in the slightest." Short by 68 fragments. Wang Hu let out a derisive snort and stepped over the threshold without even lifting his foot properly. His gaze swept over the cleaning talismans in the room and the scattered spirit fragments on the table, a mocking smile emerging on his face. "Chen An, you piece of trash, stuck at the 3rd level of qi refining for 8 years. Even as a cultivator, you're worse off than the rogue cultivators in the slums. Scraping by on these worthless talismans for a few fragments to survive. Do you think I don't know exactly how pitiful your abilities are?" Wang Hu knew full well that this entire area was filled with poor rogue cultivators who scarcely had any spirit stones, so he naturally would not randomly raise the rent. His tone, however, grew even heavier. "I won't make things difficult for you. I know it's not easy for you to gather money, but rules cannot be broken. 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. You must gather 3 spirit stones." Chen An hurriedly nodded and bowed, his face still plastered with a fawning expression. "Thank you, Steward Wang. Thank you, Steward Wang. I will definitely gather them. I will definitely gather them. I absolutely won't trouble you. Don't play that game with me." Wang Hu waved his hand impatiently, stepped forward and shoved Chen An hard. Chen An stumbled, staggering back 2 steps and crashing into the wooden table behind him. The talisman papers and scattered spirit fragments on the table spilled all over the floor. "Let me make the ugly words clear in advance. 3 days from now I'll come again. If you haven't gathered 3 spirit stones, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll throw you straight into the slums to feed the demonic beasts. When that time comes, don't you dare cry injustice." Chen An's face still wore the same humble smile, not even his gaze rippled in the slightest, as if the person being pushed around was not himself at all. Yet his mind was perfectly clear. Wang Hu was at the 6th level of qi refining, 3 whole realms above him, and he had 2 subordinates at the 1st level of qi refining. If it truly came to a fight, he would not even have the slightest room to resist and would only end up cast into the slums. Endure. He had to endure. Chen An drew in a deep breath and slowly unclenched his fist. He bent down in a hurry to pick up the scattered talisman papers and spirit fragments, carefully gathering them together. His tone grew even more sycophantic. "Steward Wang, rest assured I will remember your words clearly. In 3 days I will definitely gather 3 spirit stones. I would never dare make you come personally to urge me again, much less cause you any trouble." 3 days later. Wang Hu gave a cold laugh, looking down at him as he bent to pick up the fragments, his eyes full of scorn. "I don't care how you gather it, I only look at the result. If you can't gather it, even if you kneel and beg me, I will still throw you into the slums. Do you understand? Chen An nodded at once, his face still jammed with a smile, not daring even to breathe loudly. I understand. Steward Wang, I will definitely gather it, you may rest easy. His eyes lowered out of sight, flashed with a trace of killing intent, which he immediately suppressed until not a hint remained. For the moment he could only endure and fawn, not daring to reveal the slightest dissatisfaction. Wang, who watched him for a moment, perhaps seeing the forbearance in his eyes or perhaps simply believing that trash like Chen An could never stir up any waves. He released his hand and spat. Trash is trash. Remember what you said. I'll come again in 3 days. If you haven't paid in full, you'll bear the consequences yourself. With that he strode off with his 2 subordinates. On his way out he kicked over the clay jar by the door. The jar shattered on the ground and the 2 spirit stones and 32 spirit fragments inside rolled out covered in dust. Chen An bent down in a hurry, carefully picking up the 2 spirit stones and the scattered fragments. His fingertips trembled slightly, not from anger but from fear that a single fragment might be lost. His face was still that same timid and servile mask. Without even bothering to wipe off the dust, he stuffed them into his robe in a rush. Watching Wang, whose departing back his eyes remained calm and unruffled as though the humiliation just now had never occurred. Yet deep within his heart he had already carved Wang Hu's visage into memory. Like a heartless butcher, he was silently planning how to settle this debt in the future, how to make this bullying steward disappear without a sound. He wiped the spirit stones clean and tucked them back into his robe, then slowly picked up the scattered talisman papers and put them back in order. The earlier clash had made his already aching fingertips protest even more. But he did not rest. He sat down again, picked up the talisman brush and continued drawing. He had to gather the rent as soon as possible and save up more spirit stones. Not only to cling to life but to one day possess enough strength that he would no longer suffer such humiliation, no longer be trampled by others. Dusk slowly deepened. The streets of the outer city gradually fell silent. From the shantytown came a few howls of demonic beasts that sent chills down one's spine. At last Chen An finished 20 cleaning talismans, which calculated could be exchanged for exactly 100 spirit fragments. He put away the talisman brush and rubbed his sore wrist. Looking at the talisman papers on the table, he finally allowed himself a small breath of relief. At this rate, in another 2 days of drawing he could gather the missing 68 fragments. Just then a rush of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, accompanied by Lu Qingyue's tear-choked voice. Brother Chen. Brother Chen opened the door quickly. Chen An's heart tightened. He hurriedly rose to open the door. Lu Qingyue's face was as pale as paper, her hair disheveled, eyes red and tear tracks still streaking down her cheeks. The moment she saw Chen An, she could no longer hold back. She threw herself forward, choking out, Brother Chen, it's bad, my father, he. Chen An steadied her trembling shoulders, a bad premonition already rising in his heart, and spoke as gently as he could. Qingyue, don't panic. Tell me slowly, what happened to your father? Leaning against his shoulder, Lu Qingyue's tears fell without end as she stammered, just now, a rogue cultivator came back and said that on the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains my father encountered a late first-rank demonic beast and died in fierce battle. His body was gnawed by the demonic beast, only a broken sword remained. At that she could no longer speak and broke into loud wrenching sobs. That broken sword was Lu Qingyue's heirloom and also Lu Qingyue's most treasured possession. Now that the sword lay severed, it could only mean that Lu Qingyue was truly gone. Chen An's body stiffened, a wave of desolation surging up in his heart. He had known Lu Qingyue for many years, though they were not intimate friends. Lu Qingyue's boldness and righteousness had always remained in his memory. Now Lu Qingyue had died so miserably, leaving behind Lu Qingyue a mortal with no spiritual root. How was she to survive on these chaotic fringes of the outer city? He lightly patted Lu Qingyue's back, comforting her in a low voice. Qingyue, restrain your grief. The dead cannot return. You must still live on. Lu Qingyue cried for a long time before gradually calming down. She raised her head, eyes swollen and face streaked with tears. Her gaze was filled with despair and helplessness. Brother Chen, my father is gone. Alone, what am I to do? The outskirts of the outer city are so chaotic, the shantytown is often haunted by demonic beasts and there are thugs who oppress people. I simply cannot survive. She looked at Chen in her eyes full of entreaty. Brother Chen, I know life isn't easy for you either, but I truly have nowhere else to go. Could you take me in? I can help you manage the house, help you draw talismans and make deliveries. I also practice swordsmanship and can help you guard against thugs and demonic beasts. I won't be a burden to you, I beg you. Looking into her helpless eyes, Chen An felt a tangled mix of emotions.
He himself was barely surviving, forced to pay rent every month. Taking in Lu Qingyue would undoubtedly increase his burden.
Yet seeing how utterly alone and destitute she was, he truly could not harden his heart to refuse. Lu Qingyue had treated him well, and Lu Qingyue had always lent him a hand. Now that she had been driven to this desperate corner, if he turned his back on her, his conscience would never rest. Moreover, Lu Qingyue's mortal swordsmanship could indeed help him guard against local thugs and low-ranked demonic beasts. On ordinary days she could also help him handle chores and ease his load. Besides, he did harbor some affection for Lu Qingyue, merely kept buried all this time by his own impoverished circumstances. After a brief silence, Chen An nodded, his voice firm. "Qingyue, don't be afraid. From today on you will live here. With me here, I won't let anyone bully you. We will live on together." Hearing this, tears spilled from Lu Qingyue's eyes once more, but this time they were tears of gratitude. She nodded vigorously, choking out, "Thank you, brother Chen, thank you." Night deepened. The light of the broken-down house was weak, yet it illuminated two people who had no one else in the world. Looking at Lu Qingyue silently shedding tears beside him, Chen An made a resolution in his heart. He had to raise his strength as quickly as possible and earn more spirit stones. Not only to keep himself alive, but to protect Lu Qingyue as well, to keep her from suffering further humiliation and from ever again tasting such despair. He knew that the road ahead would only grow more difficult. The chaos of the outer city, the oppression of the three great families, the perils of the 10,000 great mountains, and his own bottleneck and aptitude all lay waiting for him. But this time he was no longer alone. There was now someone beside him who needed protection. He had to become stronger, to stop merely scraping by or enduring in silence, to carve out a path of survival with his own two hands. The cleaning talismans on the table lay quietly. Though cheap, they carried the hope of survival for the two of them. Chen An picked up one talisman paper, his fingertips brushing over the runes. His eyes no longer held the earlier weariness and despair. In their place was a trace of firmness and grim resolve. He did not know that at the very moment he took Lu Qingyue and the gears of fate had already begun to turn in silence. A counterattack belonging to him was about to slowly unfold on this desolate fringe of the outer city. And the golden cheat hidden deep within his soul was waiting for an opportunity to awaken and pull him completely out of his desperate straits. The night was as dark as ink, the sea breeze wrapped in coolness repeatedly slapping against the broken wooden door of the shabby house, producing a faint creaking sound. In the distance the howls of monsters echoed from the slums, making the edges of this outer city feel even more desolate and perilous. Chen An found a clean piece of burlap and spread it on the corner of the floor, then took out the only thin blanket he had and gently placed it down. "Qingyue, you can rest here tonight. I will draw talismans by the table to keep watch. No one will disturb us." Lu Qingyue looked at the faded blanket and then at the exhaustion in Chen An's eyes. A wave of sorrow surged in her heart. "Big brother Chen, I'm not tired. Let me stay and keep you company." Lu Qingyue wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, her tone filled with stubbornness. "Although I can't make talismans, I can help you cut the talisman paper and grind the cinnabar, which will save you some effort and help gather the rent sooner." Chen An did not refuse. He currently held 2 low-grade spirit stones and 32 spirit fragments. The monthly rent required 3 low-grade spirit stones equivalent to 300 spirit fragments, and he was still short 68 spirit fragments. With Lu Qingyue helping out, the efficiency would improve significantly, allowing him to fill the gap while also saving some money to give Lu Qingyue a simple funeral. "That's fine, be careful when cutting the paper, don't hurt yourself." Chen An handed over a stack of coarse talisman paper and a paper cutter, reminding her a few times before picking up his brush again to continue drawing the cleansing talismans. In the dim little room the flickering light swayed. One person was bent over the table drawing talismans, each stroke steady and restrained. The other sat quietly cutting paper, her movements gentle and silent. One was trapped by a bottleneck in cultivation for 8 years, struggling to survive at the bottom. The other suddenly lost her father and was left all alone. 2 individuals ground down by the world, finding companionship in the cold night, a rare warmth blossoming in their shabby dwelling. "Big brother Chen, my father." After a long silence, Lu Qingyue's voice was hoarse, filled with desolation. "He spent his life hunting monsters on the fringes, living on the edge of a knife, risking everything just to ensure my safety. No one expected that in the end he would be left with no trace, only a broken sword remained." Chen An paused, slightly soothing her in a gentle tone. "Your father was a man of deep loyalty and righteousness, living a life of integrity. Once a person dies, they cannot be brought back. You must live well so as not to disappoint his hard-earned efforts." In the past, Lu Qingyue often looked after the neighbors and treated him kindly. Now that he was gone, leaving his daughter all alone, it would be hard for him to stand by and do nothing. Lu Qingyue silently nodded, suppressing the surging sadness, burying her head in her work, saying no more. Sitting silently together tonight, their hearts felt calm and steady. As Chen An drew talismans, he vaguely sensed something unusual. The spiritual energy circulating at his fingertips was particularly lively, and with each cleansing talisman he completed, a faint white glow would sweep over the talisman surface, the spiritual energy's foundation far superior to those rough inferior products he usually made. He inspected it carefully several times but could not find the reason, attributing it to exhaustion and distraction from the days of hard work, and temporarily set aside his doubts. The most pressing matter was to fill the rent gap and ensure a stable life. As time passed, the night deepened into the later hours.
The sorrow, coupled with several days of tension, finally overwhelmed Lu Qingyue, her eyelids heavy and weary.
Don't push yourself, go lie down and rest. Chen An stopped writing, his tone gentle.
Your body is weak, staying up any longer will only harm you. The room is safe, I will keep watch, nothing will happen.
Lu Qingyue no longer declined, lying down on the burlap in the corner, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Even with her brows slightly furrowed, her expression lacked the despair and fear of the daytime, replaced by a sense of peace. Chen An got up and secured the wooden door, blocking out the cold wind and noise, then took a piece of worn coarse cloth and gently covered the girl. After finishing everything, he returned to his seat and continued to write through the night. In just half a night, the two of them managed to draw over 30 cleansing talismans. Each talisman was worth 5 spirit fragments, totaling over 150 spirit fragments, and the 68 spirit fragments he had been lacking for rent were now completely filled. The rent crisis had been resolved. Yet he did not stop. In the lower levels of the outer city, only when one had enough provisions could they avoid being manipulated by the world. With another mouth to feed and the need to arrange Lu Chengye's funeral, every expense was significant, so he needed to save more spirit stones and fragments. Just as he completed the 40th talisman, an unexpected change suddenly emerged. The spiritual energy at the tip of his brush surged violently, and the cinnabar runes seemed to come alive, swirling and twisting, creating a weak vortex of spiritual energy on the entire talisman paper, whose aura was warm and prolonged. Such quality was far beyond what a low-grade cleansing talisman should possess. Chen An's heart trembled as his fingertip lightly touched the talisman surface. A gentle flow of spiritual energy coursed through his meridians to every limb. The aches from years of drawing talismans vanished instantly, and the barrier of the third layer of chi refinement that had trapped him for 8 years showed faint signs of loosening. He deliberately repeated the drawing to replicate the anomaly, but there was no further movement, as if everything had just been an illusion. Profound and unfathomable, yet distinctly perceptible. Chen An's expression turned solemn as he forcibly suppressed the surging emotions within him. Without sufficient strength, all opportunities must remain concealed. He understood better than anyone the dangers of possessing a treasure. As dawn broke, the east began to lighten. Only then did Chen An stop writing, the table neatly stacked with 50 high-quality cleansing talismans. 50 talismans, each worth 5 spirit fragments, totaling 250 spirit fragments. His previous savings included 2 low-grade spirit stones and 32 spirit fragments, totaling 232 spirit fragments. When everything was added up, his finances were abundant. After paying the full 300 spirit fragments for rent, he still had a surplus enough to buy a coffin, incense, and paper money for Lu Chengye's simple yet respectable funeral. With the heavy burden lifted, he felt a rare sense of lightness. Moments later, Lu Qingyue slowly awakened. Seeing Chen An's bloodshot eyes after a sleepless night, and then looking at the thick stack of talismans, her nose tinged with sourness, filled with guilt. "Big brother Chen, you didn't rest all night." "It's nothing, I'm already used to it." Chen An shook his head lightly, his tone calm. "I will sell these talismans in the city today, first settling the rent, and the remaining spirit fragments will all be used for your father's funeral arrangements." "Thank you." Lu Qingyue lowered her head, her voice choked. "There's no need to worry about it," Chen An replied. "You should stay in the house and recuperate. There's no need to push yourself. You've just experienced the pain of losing your father, both physically and mentally exhausted. Just rest well inside. The market is crowded and chaotic. Leave everything to me to handle." Lu Qingyue understood that her current state was very poor and she was unable to go out and run around. She nodded gently. "Then I'll trouble big brother Chen. I will take care of the house and wait for your return." Chen An took a moment to adjust his breath, steadied his spirit, and packed up all the talismans. By the time the sun was fully bright, the outer city market was slowly becoming lively, with street vendors and shops opening for business. He shouldered his bag alone and pushed the door open to step out. Walking alone into the mixed streets of the outer city. The road ahead remained fraught with challenges, oppression, danger, and scarcity of resources never far away. But from the moment he collaborated on the talismans last night and the hidden opportunity arose, Chen An's life had quietly begun to change. The streets of the outer city were still damp with the morning dew. Chen An carried a cloth bag, avoiding the local ruffians wandering along the street, and walked straight to the corner where Zhou Laosan's talisman shop was located. The shop had just lifted its doorboard and Zhou Laosan was squatting at the entrance wiping the table. He looked up at Chen An without raising his eyelids, his tone filled with habitual impatience. "It's you again. Are you still selling cleaning talismans?" Just to be clear, we've been overstocked lately, so I can only give you 4 spirit fragments for each piece. Take it or leave it. Chen An said nothing, still wearing the same submissive smile that reflected years of being bullied. He approached the counter and spread out 50 cleaning talismans neatly from his cloth bag. In the next moment, Zhou Laosan's hand, which was wiping the table, suddenly froze. He jumped up, leaning over the counter, his eyes wide and bright as copper bells. On the table, the talisman papers displayed straight and smooth lines with a uniform and bright vermilion color. The surface of the talismans even shimmered with a faint layer of warm spiritual energy. Let alone the inferior products drawn by casual cultivators in the outer city, even the standard cleaning talismans drawn by apprentices of the Qingyun sect in the inner city were not as good as these. Did you draw all of these? Zhou Laosan reached out to pick one up, feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy above it, his tone filled with disbelief. After doing business for over 10 years, he could tell at a glance that this batch of talismans could be resold for 8 spirit fragments, guaranteeing a profit. Chen An nodded slightly, his tone calm. Shopkeeper Zhou, considering the quality, is it still worth 5 spirit fragments each? Zhou Laosan's face turned a mix of green and white. He initially intended to take advantage of this submissive person, but he couldn't bear to let this business slip away. He gritted his teeth, counted out 250 spirit fragments from the drawer and slapped them on the counter. Fine. If it's 5 spirit fragments, then it's 5 spirit fragments. In the future, just bring any talismans of this quality to me. Chen An carefully tucked the spirit fragments away, then turned to leave the shop. After exiting the market, he went directly to the most secluded funeral home, spending 50 spirit fragments to buy a simple gravestone and incense paper. He also specifically retrieved an old jade pendant that Lu Qingye had accidentally left with him, carrying the items alone toward the chaotic burial ground outside the city. He did not plan to bring Lu Qingye along. That girl was already deeply saddened, and if she were to see the horrific sight of crows pecking at rotten corpses in the chaotic burial ground, she would likely completely collapse. The chaotic burial ground was filled with chilling winds. Chen An found a sheltered spot, dug a pit, buried the broken sword and the jade pendant, erected the gravestone and lit the incense. The flames licked the paper money as Chen An gazed at the gravestone, his expression calm and cold. Old brother Lu, rest assured I will protect Qingyue. As for the beast that caused your death and the possible hidden truths behind it, as long as I, Chen An, am alive, I will eventually uncover the truth. After doing all this, he turned and returned to the dilapidated house. Pushing open the wooden door, Lu Qingyue was sitting at the table in a daze. Hearing the noise, she suddenly looked up and saw Chen An's empty cloth bag. A hint of frantic hope flashed in her eyes. Brother Chen, my father. Everything has been arranged. Chen An walked over, his tone gentle yet firm. I found a clean place at the chaotic burial ground outside the city and erected a burial mound. Your broken sword and your old brother's jade pendant are buried there. We will visit to pay our respects on festivals. Lu Qingye's body trembled, her lips biting down hard, but tears streamed down her face like pearls falling from a broken string. In this outer city where human life is as cheap as grass, a 35-year-old lowly casual cultivator who could barely pay rent was willing to exchange the spirit fragments earned through hard work from drawing talismans, risking everything to go to the chaotic burial ground just to give her father, whose bones were turned to dust, a burial mound. This kindness in this cold and brutal world of cultivation weighed so heavily that it made her soul tremble. Lu Qingyue looked at Chen An and suddenly knelt down with a thud. Qingyue, what are you doing? Chen An instinctively reached out to help her. Brother Chen, please let me finish. Lu Qingyue stubbornly refused to get up, raising her head, her delicate face filled with determination. Even with tear stains, the inherent resilience of a sword cultivator was evident. My father is dead and I have no spiritual roots. I can't survive more than 3 days in this outer city. You took me in and helped my father find peace. I cannot repay this kindness. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. I am willing to marry you. Even if it's as a concubine without a name, I will wash your clothes and cook for you, serving you for a lifetime. I just ask that you don't drive me away, don't leave me alone. Chen An froze in his actions. He looked at the girl kneeling before him, her skin fair and her posture as erect as a green bamboo. He was an average man living at the bottom for 35 years, never daring to hope for a partner. Now a vibrant and loyal girl was willingly entrusting her entire life to him, igniting the suppressed desires and fervor deep within him. He pulled Lu Qingyue into his embrace, his broad palm cradling her face, his gaze shedding the submissiveness, revealing the wildness and dominance unique to those living at the bottom. All right. Chen An's voice was hoarse. Chen An may not have great skills, but as long as I have a course meal to eat, I will never let you go hungry. From this day on, you are my woman. There was no elaborate bridal procession, no crowd of guests. 2 strips of red cloth torn from old garments were tied around their arms. On the table were 2 bowls of clear water, and they bowed 3 times to the heavens and earth outside the door, which was the most crude and genuine form of ritual for casual cultivators in the outer city. The night was deep and the sea breeze howled. In the dim, dilapidated house, the oil lamp was gently blown out. In the darkness, Lu Qingyue was so tense that her whole body stiffened, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes tightly. "Don't be afraid." Chen An's deep voice rang in her ears, carrying a soothing power. His warm fingertips brushed against her cool cheek, dissolving her last defenses. When their breaths completely intertwined, a thin layer of sweat broke out. Lu Qingyue let out a soft grunt, a mix of pain and determination, tightly clutching Chen An's broad back. At the moment, their skin touched, a warm current 10 times stronger than the night before exploded within Chen An's body. This warm stream violently surged into his sluggish meridians, crazily washing through his limbs. Just as Lu Qingyue fell into a deep sleep from exhaustion in the moment when Chen An was still calming his breath. In the depths of his mind there was no sudden sound, only an ancient faintly blue translucent panel, as if peeling off from the depths of his soul, quietly unfolding before his eyes. Host Chen An, lifespan 3589, cultivation chi, training level 3, 298,300, spiritual roots, firewood earth, dual cultivation points 100. First contract derivative can be used to enhance cultivation techniques and skills. Spell fireball technique 56100, beginner skill cleaning talisman 70100, beginner Dao partner Lu Qingyue, current status life and death together. Chen An stared intently at the panel before him, even his breathing stopped. He did not panic or shout. 35 years of living at the bottom had given him a strong mental defense. He stood stiffly, his gaze sweeping over the faint golden text line by line, finally locking onto the words behind Lu Qingyue's name. Favorability, life and death together. Chen An's pupils constricted sharply, a flash of last night's vision coursing through his mind. No wonder that just being in the same room last night made the quality of the talismans he drew soar, and even the barriers of his cultivation seemed to loosen. It turned out that it was not some special constitution or opportunity, but because this ordinary girl with no cultivation was so wholeheartedly devoted to him. It was precisely this unwavering devotion that allowed the mysterious panel to be in a semi-activated state when they established their bond last night, and the invisible energies converging made his talisman drawing seem divinely assisted. And now, through the true union of yin and yang, he had completely activated this opportunity hidden within his soul. His gaze continued to move down, landing on the cultivation progress of 298,300, causing his heart to uncontrollably race. The bottleneck of chi, training level 3, that had troubled him for 8 years after being washed by the warm current just now, was only 2 tiny amounts of spiritual energy away from breaking through. And at the bottom of the panel, the 100 dual cultivation points clearly marked can be used to enhance cultivation. There were no rules explaining how to use it, and no one was there to teach him, but Chen An's instinct from years of calculating spirit fragments had already made him instantly realize the value of this thing. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surging joy and madness in his heart, and tentatively focused his consciousness on the cultivation section, silently murmuring in his heart, "Increase points cultivation." The words on the panel silently twisted for a moment. Dual cultivation points 98, cultivation chi, training level 40400. There were no extra words, no signs. Boom! A surge of pure power suddenly exploded in Chen An's dantian. His bones emitted a dull cracking sound, and the originally clogged meridians were instantaneously widened by more than double. Night lay heavy. The outer city's wind leaked through the door crack, setting the dim oil lamp to tremble. Chen An sat on the edge of the bed, his mind sinking into that faintly azure panel lodged in his head. Host Chen An. Cultivation chi, refining layer 40400. Dual cultivation points 98. Spell fireball, spell 56,100, beginner. Skill cleansing talisman 70,100, beginner. Although the chi refining at layer 4 had bolstered his confidence, one who was after all chi refining layer 6. Having scraped by in the outer city for 20 years, Chen An understood well that cultivation was substance and methods were the face one showed to the world. His gaze fixed on the fireball spell entry. I've practiced the fireball spell 7 or 8 years. Its casting is slow, its power barely enough to light kindling. If only it could be instant cast. Chen An vowed in his heart. He focused on the little plus sign and silently commanded, "Add points fireball spell." The numbers on the panel leapt at once. Consumed 44 dual cultivation points, fireball spell proficiency 44. Current spell fireball spell 0400, proficient. In an instant, a profusion of intricate insights on flame condensation and the compression of spiritual energy seared themselves into his mind as if branded. It felt as though he had privately drilled the technique for decades. He raised his right hand and lightly rubbed his fingertips together. With a sharp hiss, a fist-sized fireball, its heart glowing a faint bluish green, snapped into existence. There were no long incantations, no fatal 3-second pause. It was instant cast, and its heat was several times greater than before. Chen An closed his fingers and quickly extinguished the flame. He glanced at the remaining 54 dual cultivation points, and his expression flickered indecisively.
Adding points is fast, but I must know how these dual cultivation points are obtained and how many I can get each day.
This was the foundation for surviving in this world. He had to figure it out.
He turned and looked at Lu Qingyue asleep beside him from exhaustion.
Though the girl had no cultivation, her unreserved fondness for him seemed to be the axis around which the panel turned.
Chen An drew close and slipped an arm about her waist.
Lu Qingyue murmured and woke, sensing the familiar presence in the dark. She offered no resistance, nestling into him like a fledgling, finding shelter, obedient and trusting.
After nearly half an hour, Chen An did not sleep. He immediately sank his spirit back into the panel. Dual Cultivation Point 64.
Watching the 10-point increase blink into place, the old ledger of spirit fragments he had tallied over 20 years began to crackle in his mind.
The first bond gave 100 points, that last time gave 10.
Previously sharing a room and drawing talismans only raised their quality, not the points, so true gain must come from genuine dual cultivation. The base should be 5 points, the extra 5 matched the panel's note bound in life and death yielded maximum. When a partner bond reaches its pinnacle, the yield doubles. He scanned the panel carefully and found no mention of a daily usage limit. That meant if he wished he might gather dozens or even hundreds of points in a single night.
Heat surged through Chen An's head.
He was about to roll over and continue when a sudden intense soreness struck his lower back and both legs felt leaden. He forced a bitter smile and leaned back against the headboard. At 35, a lowly itinerant cultivator who had long eaten chaff and thin gruel, his chi and blood were already grievously depleted.
Though chi refining at layer 4 added a layer of spiritual power, his physical body was not forged of iron.
The system set no ceiling, but his kidneys had reached theirs. It seems until I can get pills to nourish my chi and blood once a day is all this body can manage. Having learned the rules, Chen An was about to keep calculating when his gaze fell back on Lu Qingyue. The girl curled in the quilt like a desiccated fish, her temple hair damp with sweat. The furrow between her brows still held traces of pain and fatigue, and the wrist that peeked from the blanket bore pale red marks where his grip had left impressions.
Chen An's heart clenched.
A fierce guilt rose like a tide. Moments ago, in the rush to probe the system's mechanics, his mind had been all calculus and urgency. His movements had been inevitably clumsy. He had entirely forgotten that the girl in his arms had just lost her father and had given him her most precious purity only last night. After 20 years of scraping by in this cold world of cultivation, his heart had grown hard and cold. In that instant, he had nearly treated her unreserved kindness as a cold experimental tool.
I have cultivated until even my conscience is nearly eaten by dogs.
He cursed himself inwardly. He breathed out and moved with extreme gentleness, carefully drawing the girl nearer and tucking the quilt around her. This time he did not look at the faint azure panel. He only patted her back softly, his eyes carrying a genuine pity and a sense of responsibility. For the next 3 days, Chen An was eerily quiet. He kept a modest early-stage chi refining aura and drew 20 talismans each day. Although the system placed no limit on dual cultivation owing to his bodily limit, and out of pity for Qingyu's first repayment of kindness, his nocturnal actions became as gentle as could be, unfailingly yielding only those 10 dual cultivation points each night. After 3 days, his dual cultivation points had stably accumulated to 54. With that asset, he went to Zhou Lao San and secured enough to pay the rent, and he bought 2 jin of slightly spiritual beast meat and a bag of fine rice. When the porridge's fragrance filled the broken room, Lu Qingyu's eyes reddened. She knew how hard Chen An struggled to earn a living in this outer city. A single bowl of porridge represented too many sacrifices.
Eat. As long as I have a bite, I won't let you starve.
But these next few days, no matter what noises you hear, do not go outside.
Chen An said the warning with solemn care. The 3 days passed in an instant.
On the 4th day at noon, the already shabby wooden door was kicked open.
Chen An. Get out.
Have you scraped together the rent? Wang Hu swaggered in with 2 layer 1 chi refining henchmen beside him. Chen An dropped his talisman pen and almost by reflex put on that ingratiating smile that sat in his bones. He hurried forward on hands and knees to greet them.
Manager Wang.
It's been gathered, it's been gathered. Chen An cupped 3 low-grade spirit stones in both hands, bowed his back and handed them to Wang Hu humbly. Wang Hu weighed the stones in his palm, about to sneer, but his gaze slid past Chen An and landed on Lu Qingyue, who was rinsing clothes. Her coarse linen could not hide the symmetry of her frame, and these past few days her complexion had brightened noticeably. On the gray edge of the outer city she looked conspicuously radiant.
Oh. Chen An, you poor wretch, have some luck. Lu Qingyue's short-lived daughter's bound to you. Wang Hu's eyes betrayed his lechery without shame.
Chen An shifted his body just enough to block the view and replied meekly, Manager Wang, please excuse me. Qingyue has no one to rely on, I merely took her in for the time being.
Get away.
Wang Hu shoved Chen An aside, his gaze greedy. Since she lives here, she must abide by the Zhang family's rules. Chen An, you paid rent, yes, but an extra person appeared out of nowhere. How do you plan to settle this head tax?
Chen An went white and trembled.
Manager Wang, there's no such rule. I truly don't have a single spirit fragment left.
No money.
Wang Hu kicked over a nearby stool and leaned close, hateful and coarse.
No money is easy.
You let that wench come with me to serve me for a few days, this debt is cleared. Otherwise I'll toss you both onto the mass burial mound for the beasts.
Lu Qingyu's face went pale.
Her fingers clenched the hem of her dress until it whitened in her eyes. There was already a deathly resignation.
Chen An's glance settled on Wang Hu's carotid for a half heartbeat.
To kill Wang Hu now would require only that instant cast blue-green flame. Yet reason suppressed the murderous impulse. Wang Hu was the Zhang family's face. If he died in the room, the family could make both him and Qingyue disappear by morning. Now was not the time for bloodshed. He needed greater strength and a flawless escape plan. Manager Wang, please spare us. Chen An bit his tongue and, wearing an expression of searing distress, fished the last low-grade spirit stone from his inner pocket and raised it above his head with both hands. This is the life-saving money I saved to buy Cinnabar, take it all. Consider it payment for Qingyu's head tax. I beg you to be generous. Wang Hu snatched the stone and rubbed it between his fingers. Seeing Chen An crouched on the floor like a beaten dog, Wang Hu's lecherous urge cooled somewhat. After all, in the outer city, rules were also reputation, and taking money then seizing a person would be difficult to explain to the family elders.
You're a sensible boy.
Wang Hu sneered and kicked Chen An aside, spitting contempt. Remember this: if next month you can't come up with 4 spirit stones, you too will be shoved into the slums. With that he swaggered away with his 2 lackeys, proud and triumphant.
The room fell into a stifling silence.
Lu Qingyue rushed over with reddened eyes and helped Chen An to his feet, her voice choked. Husband,
I'm sorry. It's my fault you suffered this humiliation and we lost a spirit stone.
You're not wronged. Chen An brushed dust from his knees and slowly straightened. The sycophantic smile he had worn at the door vanished. In its place was a calm so strange it made Qingyue shiver. 1 spirit stone bought him a few days of a dog's life, worth every coin.
Chen An murmured.
A faint blue-green spark flitted across his fingertip and vanished. It was so cool that it did not disturb the air. 3 more days and he'd have 30 dual cultivation points, enough to raise the cleansing talisman to proficiency and draw 40 talismans a day to earn double spirit fragments. Then when the fireball spell reached mastery, killing Wang Hu would take but a single finger.
Chen An kept his accounts. He never delayed a month's reckoning.
The dark blue flame at Chen An's fingertips flickered and vanished, its temperature so low that it did not disturb the air in the slightest. Chen An kept his accounts without skipping a month. However, he also understood that the difference between the 4th layer of qi refinement and the 6th layer was a full 2 small realms. Wang Hu had been managing affairs for the Zhang family for over a decade, and he had blood on his hands not less than Chen An's. If it came to a direct confrontation, even with a momentarily cast proficient fireball technique, he might not be able to escape unscathed.
Moreover, behind Wang Hu was the Zhang family. If a dog was killed, its owner would inevitably come looking for retribution. Until he had sufficient strength to protect himself and Qingyue, any impulse would be a death sentence.
First earn money, build strength, Chen An silently recited to himself as he withdrew his gaze. He looked down at the sleeping Lu Qingyue in his arms, tucked her blanket in, and then concentrated his mind, diving back into the panel.
Host Chen An. Cultivation Qi Refinement 4th Layer 0400. Double Cultivation Point 64.
Spell Fireball Technique 100,400 Proficient.
Skill Cleaning Talisman 70,100 Beginner.
With 64 points in Double Cultivation, it was enough to raise the Cleaning Talisman to proficiency, leaving quite a bit remaining. Without any hesitation, Chen An focused his consciousness on the Cleaning Talisman section. Allocate points to Cleaning Talisman.
Consuming 30 Double Cultivation Points. Cleaning Talisman Proficiency 30. Current Skill Cleaning Talisman 0400 Proficient. A wave of new understanding surged into his mind.
The thickness of the talisman paper, the ratio of cinnabar, and the timing of infusing spiritual energy, all the countless details became crystal clear in an instant. It used to take him a quarter of an hour to draw a cleaning talisman, now it only took half a stick of incense, and the quality of the talisman paper was even better.
Chen An nodded in satisfaction, looking at the remaining 34 double cultivation points without making any further moves.
It wasn't that he couldn't upgrade the fireball technique, but rather that he shouldn't.
The upper limit of spiritual power at the 4th layer of qi refinement was too low.
Although the proficient fireball technique was powerful, casting it would drain all his spiritual energy. If he were to encounter Wang Hu with 2 subordinates after one cast, he would be left vulnerable. Instead of gambling on a one-hit kill, it was better to maximize his earning ability, gather enough resources to improve his cultivation and physique, and then think about revenge. He needed to save these for emergencies. In case Wang Hu initiated trouble early or if any unexpected situation arose, these would be his last trump cards. In the days that followed, Chen An continued to maintain his submissive demeanor. Every day he woke up before dawn to draw talismans. With the proficiency of the cleaning talisman, he could now draw a full 40 talismans in one day, and each talisman paper was rich in spiritual energy, even better than the top-grade ones from before. When Zhou Laosan first saw this batch of talismans, he was so astonished that he nearly popped his eyes out. Without further ado, he directly raised the purchase price to 6 spirit fragments per talisman, thumping his chest to guarantee that he would buy as many as Chen An could produce without haggling.
Brother Chen, your craftsmanship is simply divine. Zhou Laosan rubbed his hands together, a beaming smile on his face.
If you can draw fireball talismans, wind control talismans, and the like in the future, I'll buy all of them at absolutely fair prices. Chen An still maintained his humble demeanor, responding with a few words of acknowledgement, then turned to leave with 240 spirit fragments.
Earning 240 spirit fragments in a day equated to 2 low-grade spirit stones.
This was an income he could hardly earn even after working himself to the bone for half a month in the past.
With money, Chen An's life became considerably easier.
He bought a pound of monster meat and a bag of fine rice every day to nourish Lu Qingyue. Watching the girl's face gradually regain its rosy hue and her eyes fill with vitality, Chen An felt a warm sensation in his heart. Lu Qingyue remained quiet, merely helping him cut talisman paper, grind cinnabar, and tidy up the house. She noticed that Chen An had something on his mind but never asked too much. When he was tired from drawing talismans, she would hand him a cup of warm water. During his late-night contemplation, she quietly accompanied him.
Between the two there were no excessive sweet words, yet an unspoken understanding lingered.
One evening, after selling his talismans, Chen An did not go straight home but instead turned towards an old bookstore deep in the market. The shop was filled with yellowed ancient texts, the air thick with a musty odor.
The owner was a thin old man dozing behind the counter. "Boss, do you have any low-level talisman illustrations?" Chen An asked softly.
The old man raised his eyelids and pointed to a wooden rack in the corner. "They're all over there, pick one yourself. 15 low-grade spirit stones, no bargaining."
Chen An approached the rack and began to search carefully.
Most of the books on the rack were incomplete manuals on techniques and talismans, many of which were already indistinct. After flipping through for quite some time, he finally found a relatively complete beginner's talisman illustration. It recorded the drawing methods for over a dozen basic low-level talismans, including the Fireball Talisman, Wind Control Talisman, Earth Shield Talisman, and Calming Heart Talisman. Although there were no profound techniques, it was already sufficient for Chen An at this stage. He picked up the beginner's talisman illustration and walked to the counter, placing down 15 low-grade spirit stones. The old man took the spirit stones, glanced at him, and said slowly, "Young man, drawing talismans requires talent and patience.
If you can master the cleaning talisman, you might not be unable to make a living. Don't aim too high and bite off more than you can chew. Thank you for your guidance, boss."
Chen An nodded slightly, took the beginner's talisman illustration, and turned to leave. He certainly understood the principle of not biting off more than he could chew. But he was even clearer that relying solely on the cleaning talisman would forever confine him to the bottom. He needed more means, greater strength to protect himself and Qingyue, to take revenge for the blood feud.
Upon returning home, Lu Qingyue had already prepared dinner.
A pot of fragrant monster meat porridge and 2 wheat cakes awaited him. "Husband, you're back," Lu Qingyue smiled as she came up to him, taking the cloth bag from his hands.
Chen An nodded, placing the beginner's talisman illustration on the table.
"I bought a book on the beginner's talisman illustration. I'll learn to draw some other talismans in the future." Lu Qingyue leaned over to take a look, her eyes lighting up.
"That's great.
In the future, husband will be able to earn more spirit stones and our lives will improve." Chen An looked at her happy expression, a faint smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Just then footsteps and the laughter of several men came from outside.
Lu Qingyue's face instantly drained of color and she instinctively hid behind Chen An. Chen An's expression turned cold as he walked to the door and peered through the crack.
He saw Wang Hu's 2 lackeys leaning against the opposite wall, their eyes fixed on his home's entrance, spouting foul language and occasionally breaking into lewd laughter. "Brother Hu said this little girl will eventually be his. When that miserly Chen An can't pay the rent in a few days, they'll just take her away. Hell, when the time comes, if Brother Hu gets bored, maybe he'll let us brothers have our fun too."
Chen An's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white.
He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the murderous intent in his heart.
It wasn't time yet. Just wait 7 days.
After 7 days he would have accumulated 104 double cultivation points. That would be enough to raise the fireball technique to proficiency and learn the Earth Shield Talisman and Fireball Talisman. By them, let alone Wang, who even if he brought 2 subordinates he could easily handle them while still having strength left over to deal with subsequent troubles. Chen An turned around, gently patted Lu Qingyu's shoulder and spoke in a warm but firm tone, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. They want dare to come in." Lu Qingyu looked up, meeting Chen An's gaze, and nodded. Although she still felt scared inside, as long as Chen An was there she felt an immense sense of security. As night deepened, Chen An sat at the table carefully examining the beginner's talisman illustration by the light of the oil lamp. Lu Qingyu sat beside him, quietly grinding the cinnabar. The glow of the oil lamp cast 2 intertwined shadows on them. Outside, the 2 lackeys were still guarding, occasionally bursting into sharp laughter. Inside the room, Chen An's gaze grew colder. "Wang Hu, you better pray that you can live a few more days. The day I am ready will be your death day." Dawn had barely broken when Chen An was already seated at the table. The talisman brush danced nimbly between his fingers, a pale golden sheet trailing its tip as it slowly seeped into the spread talisman paper. The vermilion was evenly lustrous, the sigils flowed with crisp precision. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, a cleansing talisman brimming with spiritual energy took shape. With a few panel enhancements, the cleansing talisman had reached a proficient grade. He could now reliably produce 40 a day, each costing 6 spirit fragments, equivalent to 2 for low-grade spirit stones. But the spirit stones he had earned these days were all spent on high-quality talisman paper, vermilion, and that volume elementary talisman diagrams, leaving his coffers depleted once more. Lu Qingyu brought over a bowl of warm beast meat porridge and set it gently at the table, her voice soft. "Husband, rest for a while. Eat something before you go back to drawing." There was a touch of concern in her eyes. Chen An had risen before dawn these past days. Besides drawing cleansing talismans, he spent nights puzzling over the new diagrams in elementary talisman diagrams, hardly resting at all, the faint shadow of fatigue darkening the rims of his eyes. He set the brush down, accepted the porridge, and meeting the girl's worried gaze, let a faint smile curve his lips. "Soon. Once I finish this batch of cleansing talismans, he'll have time to draw something truly useful for defense." He bowed his head and drank the porridge. The warm broth slid into his belly, dispelling the morning chill and loosening the tautness in his nerves. After breakfast, he retrieved the elementary talisman diagrams from his bosom and spread it on the table for careful study. Lately at night, without fail, he and Lu Qingyu had cultivated together to accumulate dual cultivation points. After 5 days added to the 34 points he had banked earlier, the panel now showed 84 points. He had not touched that reserve, he clutched it tightly, waiting for the most opportune moment. He inhaled deeply, condensed a wisp of spiritual force at his fingertip, dipped it into ample vermilion, and following the diagram for the fireball talisman, began to trace its pattern on the paper with utmost care. But as he reached the core sigil, the chi stuttered, the vermilion bled across the paper, and an expensive sheet of fine talisman paper was ruined in an instant. "No panel enhancements, this fireball talisman is indeed difficult to draw." Chen An frowned, crumpled the ruined paper, and tossed it aside. Although his fireball technique had reached instantaneous mastery, it consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. His Dantian Chi refinement 4th layer could at best sustain 3 consecutive mastery level azure flames. Once his spiritual energy was exhausted, he would be as defenseless as a fish on a chopping block. "My spiritual capacity is my weakness. A fireball talisman, while not as potent as my instantaneous azure flame, costs very little chi. It can serve as a routine weapon and as suppressive fire, perfectly compensating for my shortcoming." Chen An weighed the matter calmly, without a trace of impatience. He did not give up. He fetched another sheet of fine talisman paper and stubbornly continued to practice. After spoiling 7 or 8 sheets, his fingertips raw and aching, the final stroke landed and a faint red gleam shimmered across the paper. A whisper of flame rose. A first poor quality fireball talisman had at last succeeded. At the exact moment the talisman formed, a quiet line of text surfaced in Chen An's mind from the pale blue panel. Technique unlocked, fireball talisman 1100 beginner. A smile tugged at his lips. Once the panel had recorded the technique, the remaining improvement in proficiency was merely a matter of dual cultivation points. Over the next 2 days he repeated the method by sacrificing a dozen more sheets of paper. He forcibly inscribed the Earth Shield talisman into the panel as well. That afternoon, when Chen An went to the shop to deliver cleansing talismans, he deliberately brought the poor quality fireball talisman to test the waters. The moment Zhou Lao-san saw the fireball talisman, his eyes brightened. He reached for the paper, fingertips brushing to sense its chi undulation, and declared at once, "Brother Chen, though this fireball talisman's quality is meager, it is a legitimate beginner's piece. I'll give you half a low-grade spirit stone for this one. If you ever manage to craft high-grade ones, I'll pay 1 spirit stone apiece." Despite the offer, Chen An's mood did not lighten. These past days, Wang Hu's 2 chi refinement 1st layer henchman had been loitering about his shantytown plot from time to time. Though they had not dared to kick the door in, they prowled outside each day, loudly spreading their filthy targeted slanders about Lu Qingyue. Chen An heard every obscene word from indoors, and more than once his azure flame under his sleeve nearly burst free. He understood clearly this was not mere provocation. Wang, who was applying pressure and reconnoitering, waiting for rent to expire so he could seize both Lu Qingyue and him in one fell swoop. At home, night deepened. Lu Qingyue was already asleep, fatigue still etched faintly across her brow. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye it was the 7th night. As usual, after Lu Qingyue had fallen into a deep sleep, Chen An quietly summoned the panel. Dual cultivation points 104, the time has come. His gaze steadied without hesitation, he focused his mind. Consume 40 dual cultivation points. Fireball talisman proficiency 40. Current technique fireball talisman 41,100 beginner. Consume 30 dual cultivation points. Earth shield talisman proficiency 30. Current technique earth shield talisman 31,100 beginner. Instantly, countless insights into the crafting of the fireball and earth shield talismans were burned into his mind like branded impressions. He took up his talisman brush, flooded its tip with vermilion, flicked his wrist, and in a single motion a superior fireball talisman pulsed with potent chi and bore flawless sigil lines. With his current proficiency, producing an entry-level fireball talisman was effortless, a matter of routine. Remaining dual cultivation points 34 kept in reserve as a last resort for combat and emergency recovery, strictly off limits. Chen An surveyed the neat stack of fireball and earth shield talismans on the table and nodded in satisfaction. Now he had offense in both instantaneous azure flame and fireball talismans, defense in earth shield talismans, and 34 dual cultivation points as a fallback, finally the confidence to face Wang Hu. Late at night, Chen An rose quietly, intending to pack away the talisman papers and brush. But as he glanced back, he saw Lu Qingyue sitting on the bedside, clutching the rusted iron short sword left by Lu Qingyue, her gaze fixed on him with steely resolve and not a trace of sleep in her eyes. Husband. Lu Qingyue stood and hurried to him, pressing the short sword into Chen An's hand. Her voice trembled barely perceptibly, yet carried unshakable firmness. "This sword was my father's. Though mere common iron, it can protect. Take it with you, come back safe." Chen An read the mixture of resolve and worry in the girl's eyes. Warmth spread through his chest and his nose prickled with emotion. He knew, of course, that in a battle among cultivators a strip of common iron could not pierce the protective light of even a first-layer chi refinement. Yet within that scrap of metal resided the unreserved intention of a mortal girl. He accepted the short sword with solemn hands, slipped it into his sleeve, and then drew Lu Qingyue into his arms, stroking her back gently. His tone was tender but carried an unassailable conviction. "Rest easy. From tomorrow the outside will be quiet, no one will dare bully us again. Stay home and guard the door. No matter who knocks or what they shout, do not open it, wait for my return." Leaning against him, Lu Qingyue nodded fiercely. Tears slid silently down, soaking his garment, but she bit her lip hard and made not a sound. The night was heavy and the broken house lay in a deep hush. Only the wick of the oil lamp flickered softly. Chen An sat at the table and condensed a slender dark azure flame at his fingertip. The fire leapt and painted his gaze with a blade-like chill. There was none of his old timidity left. Not far outside, in a corner by the wall, Wang Hu's 2 henchmen were leaning and relieving themselves. Their voices were kept very low, but what they said drifted clearly into the room. "Brother Hu said he'll come himself tomorrow night to close the net. If Chen An can't produce 4 spirit stones, well, chop him up to feed the beasts and haul that wench away, then we brothers can share in the spoils." Chen An heard their words with perfect clarity inside the room. The azure flame at his fingertip snuffed out in an instant and the aura about him plummeted to an icy 0. "Tomorrow night," he murmured, a smile like the sight of a corpse curling coldly at the corner of his mouth. "I am not patient enough to wait until tomorrow." A damp sea-scented night wind swept through the shantytown, rattling the warped, splintered door panels with a brittle groaning creak. Chen An stood before a mirror, a fractured spirit reflecting shards salvaged from a scrap heap, blurred yet sufficient to render a rough outline of his face. He scooped a handful of wood ash from the stove and deftly smeared it across his face and neck. His ordinary complexion darkened instantly into a sallow ashen pallor, the visage of a frail, terminally ill scavenger decades past his prime. He concealed the mundane iron short sword within the voluminous folds of his sleeve, then patted his back with 2 ragged cloth scraps, hunching his spine until his posture collapsed inward like weathered timber. In that instant he ceased to be Chen An, the timid ink-stained talisman scribe, and became instead a grain of dust, invisible and unremarkable, lodged in the forgotten corner of the market town. Creak. He pushed open the door. Night swallowed him whole, ink-black and absolute. The 2 lackeys who had been lurking by the wall were gone. No doubt they dismissed Chen An as harmless, slipping off to some clandestine brothel to indulge in cheap revelry. Chen An moved with feline grace, low, silent and swift, as he slipped through narrow alleys choked with shadow. He did not head straight for the Zhang family's estate. Instead he veered eastward toward the Wankalai gambling den on the outer city's fringes. Old Zhou San had mentioned it. Wang, who had been losing heavily there of late.
Half an hour later, the gambling den's rear door burst open with a thunderous bang.
Wang, who staggered out belching sour wine fumes, his coarse features twisted into a knot of fury. Tonight's luck had been abysmal.
What rotten fortune! 3 nights running.
He spat viciously into a puddle at his feet.
Tomorrow night I'll sell that little wench Chen An keeps around straight to the Spring Breeze Pavilion, should recoup half my losses.
Reeling, he turned down a secluded deadened alley. It was his shortcut back to the estate. With his cultivation realm of Qi condensation level 6, he'd never feared walking these outer city streets alone. Midway down the alley where light bled away into suffocating gloom, he froze. At the far end, a stooped old man crouched on the ground, clutching a heavy bulging bundle to his chest and shoving it furtively into a fissure among the rubble.
A faint unmistakable trace of first-rank demonic beast pelt seeped from the bundle.
Wang, whose drunken stupor evaporated greed, flared hot and sharp in his eyes.
Old wretch, halt! Wang Hu roared.
His Qi condensation level 6 spiritual energy erupted like a predator, lunging, feral, brutal, unstoppable. The old man shrieked terror, cracking his voice, and scrambled backward into the alley's deepest blind corner, clutching the bundle tighter. No, don't steal my treasure.
Treasure. Once it's in my hands, it becomes my lifeblood.
Wang Hu snarled, closing the distance in 3 strides. A massive fist wreathed in savage palm force shot forward, aimed straight for the old man's throat. Yet just as his fingertips grazed the hunched silhouette, the terrified elder slowly raised his head. Beneath the ash-caked mask, his eyes were still 2 bottomless desiccated wells, cold and empty as the gaze one bestows upon the dead.
Wang Hu's heart lurched violently. Instinct screamed for him to ignite his protective spirit light.
But it was already too late.
FSSSH. A slender ghostly azure flame, needle thin and utterly silent, leapt from Chen An's fingertip.
Wang Hu's vaunted defensive aura shattered like parchment held to a candle, consumed in less than half a breath beneath the mastery of a perfected instantaneous fireball technique. The flame pierced his forehead and exited cleanly through the base of his skull. His mouth gaped wide, but no sound escaped. His body stiffened, hollowed in an instant like charred timber, then crashed to the ground, rigid and lifeless.
Chen An did not pause.
His fingers flicked thrice, 3 more azure fireballs bloomed midair, descending with lethal precision upon Wang Hu's corpse. Within 10 heartbeats, flesh, blood, even the embroidered steward's uniform, melted into nothingness under searing heat. With a wooden stick, Chen An sifted through the ashes, retrieving a crude storage pouch and a plain waste token. Then with 2 practiced swipes, he activated 2 proficient tier cleansing talismans.
Hoo-oo!
A soft wind spiraled through the alley, erasing every trace, ash, residual spiritual resonance, even the lingering scent of burnt flesh. Yet he did not return home.
Wang Hu's disappearance would raise questions.
Those 2 lackeys weren't just witnesses, they were loose ends. If a debt is recorded, it must be settled in full. Chen An lowered his straw hat deeper, dissolving his silhouette into the night, and drifted toward the outer city's cheapest, most squalid brothel lane. True to expectation, he found them loitering by a stinking ditch at the lane's entrance, arms slung over each other's shoulders, trousers hastily buckled. Once brother who secures that little wench tomorrow night, maybe we'll get a taste of the spoils too. His words died midair, cut short by a sudden unnatural chill. They looked up. A stooped, withered elder blocked their path. Blind old fool, get out of the way, one snarled. The elder did not yield. Between his desiccated fingers gleamed 2 talismans, vibrant crimson, freshly inscribed in cinnabar. Go! Without wind or incantation, the 2 fireball talismans ignited, bursting into twin orbs of white-hot flame that streaked downward like falling stars, striking each man square in the face. Boom! Boom! Though weaker than Chen An's masterful azure flame, the talisman's blast was more than sufficient against mere Qi condensation level 1 cultivators. Fire engulfed them whole, screams extinguished before they could fully form. Chen An watched the 2 blackened husks without flinching, his gaze as still water. Using talismans to eliminate such petty thugs conserved his precious spiritual energy, efficient, precise, economical. 2 more cleansing talismans dispelled the last traces of ash and residue. The final thread of evidence vanished, severed, erased, dissolved. Back in the dilapidated hut, Lu Qingyue sat rigid on the edge of the bed, her knuckles white around the mundane iron shortsword. Only when she recognized Chen An did her taut frame collapse inward. Eyes blazing with unshed tears, she threw herself at him. Husband, you're back, I was so afraid. Chen An shut the door firmly behind him, washed the ash from his hands, and spoke with his usual quiet warmth. The wind was fierce outside, I reinforced the fence. And picked up a fortunate windfall. He placed the heavy storage pouch on the table. In the lamplight, the gentle resonant chime of spirit stones spilled forth, clear, bright, and rich. Wang Hu's debt has been settled, Chen An murmured, gently stroking her hair, his voice calm as still water. Even his 2 yapping dogs have been silenced.
From tomorrow onward the world outside will be quiet. Sleep now.
Lu Qingyue gazed into Chen An's deep unfathomable eyes, and her heart hammered wildly. She asked no questions. Instead she buried her face deeper into his waist, arms locking tight, tears spilling freely, tears of long-suppressed terror finally released into relief.
Chen An blew out the oil lamp.
In the sudden darkness a translucent interface shimmered, silent, flawless. First kill.
Witness elimination. Looting. Scene clearance. 1 death account erased complete. The night was heavy with only a single oil lamp flickering in the dilapidated house.
Chen An sat on the edge of the bed while Lu Qingyue quietly nestled beside him. In his palm lay a brownish low-grade storage bag. In the outer city slums most wandering cultivators sewed spirit fragments into their pants, and those who could afford storage bags were at least local toughs managing affairs. Chen An took a deep breath, extending his divine sense from the 4th layer of qi refinement, probing the opening of the storage bag. Wang Hu was dead and the divine sense imprint left behind had become a sourceless water. With a soft pop the faint barrier shattered. As his divine sense entered the roughly 3-foot square space, Chen An's breathing became heavier. This Wang Hui often picked bones and sucked marrow. In the corner of the storage bag 35 low-grade spirit stones were neatly stacked along with a small pile of scattered spirit fragments. This amount of money was comparable to Chen An's total earnings over the past 5 to 6 years. Besides the spirit stones there were a few communication talismans engraved with the Zhang family's emblem, a low-grade weapon in the shape of a willow leaf knife, and 2 white porcelain medicine bottles.
Chen An did not touch the willow leaf knife.
It was a Zhang family weapon and selling it would be tantamount to courting death. He turned around and pulled out the communication talisman, igniting it with a wisp of azure flame, reducing it to ashes without leaving any trace that could be tracked. Then his gaze fell on the 2 white porcelain medicine bottles. As he pulled off the cork a fragrant aroma wafted out. 1 bottle contains 5 low-grade qi-gathering pills. The other bottle is... Chen An poured out a dark red pill, sniffing it at his nose, his eyes brightening. Revitalizing pill. The revitalizing pill is not exactly an elixir for cultivation. It is mainly used by wealthy old men in the inner city who have depleted their vitality but still crave the pleasures of the bed to regain their vigor. But to Chen An this item was even more precious than the qi-gathering pill. At 35 years old, as a low-level wandering cultivator, he had long suffered from depleted vitality. This worn-out body allowed him to only endure dual cultivation once a day, hardening the benefits brought by his partner's connection to a deadlock at 10 o'clock every day. With the revitalizing pill nourishing his roots, the efficiency of obtaining dual cultivation points would surely undergo a qualitative change. Chen An suppressed the fiery excitement in his heart, transferring the spirit stones and pills to a hidden compartment beneath the dilapidated house, burying the conspicuous storage bag deep along with them. At noon the next day the tranquility of the slum was shattered by a violent kick at the door. Bang! The already shaky wooden door of Chen An's home was shattered into pieces. "Whoever is inside, come out." A boisterous shout exploded in the courtyard. Chen An's hand trembled with the talisman brush immediately switching to a terrified expression, rolling and crawling out from the inner room. In the courtyard stood 3 cultivators in Zhang family attire. The leader, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose, exuded the pressure of the 7th layer of qi refinement, his gaze fixated on the prostrate Chen An.
"Zhang. Master Zhang. I, Chen An, pay my respects."
Chen An trembled all over his head, banging against the muddy ground, embodying the humility of a low-level wandering cultivator. The hook-nosed man looked down at him. "Wang, who went missing last night along with 2 of his underlings."
"I ask you, did you see them last night?" Chen An's face turned pale as he stammered, "No. Master Wang said he would come to collect the rent today, and I
have been shut in for the past few days, desperately drawing talismans to gather the rent. I didn't even dare step out." Trembling, he pulled out 4 low-grade spirit stones from his pocket, holding them above his head. "Master, see for yourself. I've gathered enough for the rent and head tax, just waiting for Master Wang to collect." The hook-nosed man squinted, not accepting the spirit stones but instead pulling out a hairless large-nosed rat from the spirit beast bag. The blood-seeking rat. Chen An's heart jumped, but the body that knelt on the ground remained trembling with fear. Even his breathing rate was unaffected. The blood-seeking rat is extremely sensitive to the scent of blood and residual spiritual energy from battles. Even after a night as long as someone had died here, it could not escape its nose. The hook-nosed man released the rat, which darted rapidly through the courtyard and the dilapidated house. After a stick of incense, the blood-seeking rat returned to the hook-nosed man's feet, making a couple of uninterested calls without any signs of abnormality. The hook-nosed man frowned, his divine sense sweeping around Chen An. The spiritual energy in the slums was murky and the divine sense probing was already vague. Moreover, Chen An hunched over, his face waxen, exuding an air of despair as if he had been drained by poverty.
At first glance he resembled the lowly trash found all over the streets. The hook-nosed man even couldn't be bothered to scrutinize whether he was at the third or fourth layer of chi refinement. It was all the same as ants. A waste like him who had depleted his vitality to such an extent could never have killed Wang who was at the sixth layer of chi refinement. Enough, stop playing dead here. The hook-nosed man kicked Chen An, impatiently taking away the 4 low-grade spirit stones he was holding. Since Wang who was missing the spirit stones that came to his door would naturally not be refused. If you see Wang who, go report to the Zhang family immediately. With a harsh remark, the law enforcement team turned to kick down the next door. It was only after their footsteps had completely faded that Chen An, drenched in cold sweat, crawled up from the ground. No matter how well he acted, facing the pressure of a late chi refinement practitioner was akin to walking through the gates of hell. Even more perilous was that if the divine sense had probed a little more seriously, his 4th layer of chi refinement cultivation could not have been concealed. Husband. Lu Qingyue ran out from the corner, gripping him tightly, her face pale. It's okay now. Chen An took a deep breath, his gaze regaining its calm. The storm has temporarily passed. That night Chen An poured out a dark red revitalizing pill and swallowed it whole. As the pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into a scorching flow, wildly nourishing his withered vitality and meridians like a long-awaited rain after a drought. His long-depleted body seemed to be reborn at that moment. He turned his head to look at Lu Qingyue, whose complexion had turned rosy. Qingyue, tonight might be a bit tough. The girl bit her lip, her eyes filled with devoted affection and shyness as she shed her outer garment. The night wind howled and the wooden bed in the dilapidated house rocked for most of the night. When the morning light grew faint, Chen An, invigorated, summoned his panel. Dual cultivation points 33 times. And not only did he not feel sore, but he felt completely refreshed. Seizing the momentum, Chen An used the remaining energy from last night to sit in meditation, swallowing another chi-gathering pill. The medicinal power exploded in his dantian and the progress bar of his cultivation began to surge. Cultivation level chi refinement 4th layer 180,400. In a single night it equaled the hard training of the past 6 months. Chen An opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He did not feel complacent due to the crisis being lifted and the significant progress in his cultivation. Instead, he gazed through the broken window towards the towering spire in the center of the market. The outer city slums are chaotic and have thin spiritual energy. There will always be local bullies like Wang who coming to extort. Having avoided a calamity today does not guarantee that tomorrow there won't be Li Hu or Zhao Hu. What's more, I have too many secrets. Drawing dozens of exquisite talismans a day while my cultivation rises sharply will eventually draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. I can only hold on for another 2 months at most, Chen An calculated in his heart. Once he uses the revitalizing pill to accumulate enough dual cultivation points and pushes his cultivation to the 5th or even 6th layer of chi refinement with a considerable amount of spirit stones in hand, he will take Qingyue and leave this predatory slum. He would go to the inner city where the spiritual energy is richer, protected by formations, and more orderly. Until then he only needed to do one thing: quietly amass wealth. The autumn wind whipped through the cold rain pouring down in the outer city slums for a full half-month. In the dilapidated house, Chen An's days were exceptionally regular. In the early morning he drew talismans, during the day he meditated, and at night he took the rejuvenation pill, steadfastly earning dual cultivation points with Lu Qingyue. After Wang Hu's death, the Zhang family indeed sent people to turn the area upside down but found nothing. In the end, the case was classified as the local tyrants fighting over the spoils, fleeing with the money after the conflict, and was hastily concluded. No one cared about a useless talisman master at the 3rd layer of chi training. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Late at night Chen An sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, exhaling a puff of white vapor. The stream of chi coalesced without dissipating, piercing the earthen wall 3 feet away, leaving a shallow dent. He opened his eyes and summoned the panel in his mind. Host Chen An. Lifespan 3591. Cultivation chi training 5th layer 80,600. Dual cultivation points 950. Spells Fireball technique 121,000 mastered. Skills Cleanliness Talisman 250400 proficient, Fireball Talisman 236400 proficient, Earth Shield Talisman 236,400 proficient. Over the past 2 months he steadily earned 30 dual cultivation points daily from the effects of the rejuvenation pill, accumulating more than 1,800 points in total. With a stable foundation, Chen An no longer pinched his pennies. He spent over 800 points to upgrade the Fireball Talisman and Earth Shield Talisman to proficient and pushed the progress bar forward significantly. The remaining 950 points were kept in his hand, ready to deal with any sudden situations.
As for his cultivation with daily dual cultivation and the bombardment of dozens of chi-gathering pills, he broke through the bottleneck and steadily entered the 5th layer of chi training. Chen An clenched his fist, feeling the surging spiritual power in his meridians. Now when he cast the instant casting mastered level Azure Flame, he could release it at least 5 times in a row without exhausting his spiritual power.
That's about it.
Chen An stored away the panel and glanced at the sleeping Lu Qingyue beside him. During these 2 months of nurturing, the girl's originally thin cheeks had gained some flesh, radiating a healthy flush, and combined with the unique resilience of a sword cultivator, she appeared increasingly vibrant.
This had become a problem. Bang!
Suddenly a muffled sound came from outside the courtyard, someone stepping on a broken tree branch.
Chen An's eyes narrowed and he rolled off the bed.
Barefoot, he silently approached the door. Outside the crack of the door, 3 shadows stood in the rainy night.
Boss, it's this house. I've been watching for several days.
This kid goes to Joe's talisman shop every day to sell talismans, he must have goods.
And that little girl in his house looks exceptionally charming,
said a voice with an excited duck-like tone.
Less talk, break the door. Kill the man, take the woman.
Another deep voice gave the order.
Chen An's gaze grew cold.
After Wang Hu's death, the slums lost their management and suppression, becoming a lawless land.
The surrounding gangs and bandits fought for territory, almost spilling blood every night.
These 3 blind, scattered cultivators clearly saw him as a fat sheep.
Click.
The bolt of the broken wooden door was being slowly pried open from the outside with a thin blade. The wooden door opened a crack and the 3 shadows holding blood-stained magical tools and smelling of rain crept inside. The leader, who was the first to step in, had not yet had a chance to see the furnishings in the room.
In the darkness, a hand suddenly gripped his neck.
The leader's eyes bulged and the spiritual power of the 4th layer of chi training surged wildly as he tried to resist, but that hand was immensely strong, locking his power completely. 5th layer of chi training.
Just as this desperate thought flashed through his mind, Chen An's fingertip expelled a highly compressed inch-long dark azure flame, piercing into his throat.
Without making a sound, the leader's organs were carbonized by the high temperature, collapsing weakly.
Boss.
The 2 lackeys behind sensed something was wrong and were about to speak. Chen An had already discarded the corpse, flipping his hand. 2 proficient-level fireball talismans transformed into 2 red beams, accurately sticking to the faces of the 2.
Boom!
The flames flickered and vanished. The proficient-level fireball talismans had immense power, instantly blasting the heads of the 2 apart. Chen An, expressionless, stepped over the threshold and rummaged through the 3 bodies, retrieving 43 low-grade spirit stones, several spirit shards, and 3 low-grade magical tools.
Not bad.
He stored away the spirit stones and then used 3 cleanliness talismans to sweep the corpse's blood and rainwater out of the courtyard, tossing them into a distant stinking ditch. Closing the door, he washed his hands. In the inner room, Lu Qingyue was tightly gripping a short iron sword, nervously watching him.
A few blind thieves were dispatched,
Chen An said while drying his hands as he walked over. Did I wake you? No. Lu Qingyue shook her head, her tense body relaxing slightly, though her eyes still reflected unease. This slum can't be stayed in any longer. Chen An looked out at the pitch-black rainy night, his tone calm. During this time, the spirit stones he earned from drawing talismans after buying pills and cinnabar had accumulated to over 150 low-grade spirit stones. Adding the 43 stones just obtained from the bodies, there were nearly 200 in his storage bag.
This amount could trigger a bloodbath in the outer city.
In impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, one finds scoundrels.
Without rules to suppress them, he couldn't keep killing at midnight every day. Qingyue, pack your things, Chen An turned around and said decisively. Now. Lu Qingyue was taken aback.
Yes, we leave at first light.
Get out of this quagmire.
In the early morning, the rain had stopped and the air was filled with a bone-chilling cold. Chen An wore a somewhat old gray robe and Lu Qingyue, wearing a bamboo hat, followed closely behind.
The 2 of them didn't carry much, with all valuable items stuffed into Chen An's personal storage bag.
Instead of heading out of the city, they went straight to the most prosperous street corner of the outer city market, Zhou's talisman shop. The shop had just opened and Zhou Laosan was yawning while fiddling with an abacus.
Good morning, storekeeper Zhou. Chen An walked in, wearing his customary friendly smile. Oh, brother Chen. So early today. Have the talismans been drawn?
Zhou Laosan immediately put on a smiling face. For the past 2 months, Chen An had been his biggest cash cow, bringing in dozens of top-grade cleanliness talismans every day, occasionally accompanied by a few fireball talismans. Without wasting words, Chen An pulled out a thick stack of talisman paper from his sleeve and slapped it on the counter.
Zhou Laosan looked closely and gasped.
A full 30 fireball talismans. Each one sparkled with spiritual light. The cinnabar patterns perfectly formed the quality so high that it surpassed even those drawn by veteran talisman masters in the inner city. This is all proficient level fireball talismans. Brother Chen, has your skill reached this level already? Zhou Laosan's voice trembled. These 30 talismans when sold would yield a profit of dozens of spirit stones. Chen An smiled slightly and lowered his voice. Brother Zhou, let's not beat around the bush. What I can achieve in 2 months you know well in your heart. Zhou Laosan's expression grew serious. He certainly understood that this meant Chen An was not only exceptionally talented but that his cultivation was likely far beyond the superficial third layer of qi training. Brother, if you have any requests just say it. Zhou Laosan put away his commercial demeanor, his attitude becoming solemn. The slum is too chaotic, I prefer quiet. Chen An's fingers tapped on the counter. I want to move to the central district. But as a scattered cultivator I have no connections and no guarantor. The central district of the outer city is close to the inner city, shrouded in formations rich in spiritual energy, and has dedicated patrols that prevent street fighting at all costs. However, renting a house there requires not only a large sum of spirit stones but also a shop or family as a guarantor. Chen An looked at Zhou Laosan, his tone calm but firm. Brother, please help me with a guarantee and arrange a small independent courtyard in the central district. These 30 fireball talismans I will sell to you at 70% of the market price. In the future all the talismans I draw will be supplied solely to you. Zhou Laosan's eyes spun rapidly. Being a guarantor is risky but the profit is too large. A talisman master who can steadily produce proficient-level fireball talismans is absolutely worth the investment. Deal. Zhou Laosan gritted his teeth and made the decision, quickly gathering the 30 fireball talismans into his arms. Brother Chen, please wait here, I will go find a guarantor right away. I guarantee to find you a spiritual energy-rich and peaceful independent courtyard. Chen An nodded and turned to look at the gray sky outside the shop. Passing through the dilapidated archway of the outer city, the muddy dirt road beneath my feet transformed into smooth bluestone slabs. The persistent sour stench of the sewers that had lingered in the air vanished, replaced by a faint elusive fragrance of grass and wood. What made Chen An's pores relax the most was the noticeably richer spiritual energy here, doubled in intensity. Central Ring District. It was the dreamland for wandering cultivators in King's Market and the first threshold for class transcendence. Brother Chen, what do you think of this place? Zhou Laosan led Chen An and Lu Qingyue to a secluded alley. He pushed open 2 heavy red-painted wooden doors, revealing a spacious courtyard. In the courtyard stood a green-skinned osmanthus tree, a well, and all the necessary rooms, the main house, side rooms, and kitchen. The buildings were made of sturdy blue rock bricks, and even the window paper exuded a clean and crisp vibe. The greatest advantage of this courtyard is that it comes with a miniature spirit gathering array and a warning array. Zhou Laosan pointed at the faintly visible array patterns around the courtyard, his face beaming with a smile. As long as spirit stones are embedded in the array plate, even a latest-stage qi refining cultivator would have to exert considerable effort to breach it, and once someone touches the array it will immediately attract the attention of the market's patrol team. Chen An surveyed the surroundings, his eyes subtly shifting. Safety and seclusion were exactly what he needed. How much is the rent? Chen An inquired. This is a prime location, normally it would be 12 low-grade spirit stones per month. Zhou Laosan rubbed his hands together and lowered his voice, but I can vouch for you, the pawnshop is offering a solid deal, 10 low-grade spirit stones. However, the rule is 1 month's deposit and 6 months rent upfront, totaling 70 stones. 70 low-grade spirit stones was an astronomical sum for wandering cultivators in the outer city's shantytown. Without hesitation, Chen An pulled out a heavy cloth bag from his sleeve, actually from his storage bag, and handed it over directly. Here are 130 low-grade spirit stones. 1 month's deposit and 12 stones for rent. I'll rent it for a year. Zhou Laosan was taken aback, his hand shaking as he accepted the money. He had thought Chen An merely had some extra cash from drawing high-level talismans, but he never expected this young man to be able to produce such a substantial amount in cash all at once. Brother Chen Yu. Chen An forced a bitter smile, deliberately displaying a pained expression, and quietly said, to be honest, I pawned an ancestral artifact left by my late wife, plus I've been drawing talismans day and night for the past 2 months, nearly exhausting all my savings. In that shantytown where people die every day, I was genuinely scared. I'd rather go bankrupt than risk my life. Zhou Laosan suddenly understood, and the little doubts in his heart dissipated. Going bankrupt for the sake of life was far too normal in the outer city. You're a wise man. Leave this matter to me, I'll get the land deed and array key sorted for you right away. Zhou Laosan, grinning, went to handle the paperwork with the spirit stones. The courtyard door closed, isolating them from the outside world. Lu Qingyue stood in the center of the courtyard, gazing at the spacious and clean main house, and suddenly her eyes turned red. She hurried to the osmanthus tree, gently touching its rough trunk, then ran to the kitchen to inspect the intact iron pot. Finally she turned and leaped into Chen An's arms, tightly hugging his waist, her shoulders shaking violently. "Husband. From now on we really won't have to fear someone kicking down the door at midnight, right?" The girl's voice was muffled against Chen An's chest, carrying the weight of long-suppressed grievances and overwhelming joy. Chen An gently patted her back, his gaze deep and gentle. "You don't have to be afraid anymore. Whoever dares to kick our door down will have to pay with their life." Night fell. On the soft new cotton quilt spread over the bed in the main room, this was the most restful and relaxed sleep they had enjoyed in months. Lu Qingyue seemed to want to melt all her unease and gratitude into tonight's entanglement, expressing utmost tenderness and compliance. Chen An swallowed a rejuvenation pill, maximizing the benefits of their dual cultivation with the abundant spiritual energy gathered by the array. As the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, Qingyue fell into a deep sleep, her eyes still holding a hint of a reassuring smile. Chen An sat up, donning his robe and inserting a low-grade spirit stone into the groove of the array plate. A faint light barrier silently rose, enveloping the entire courtyard in absolute safety. He summoned the panel. After buying pills and daily consumables, he originally held 950 dual cultivation points. Adding tonight's 3 exceptional harvests, 30 points. Dual cultivation points 980. The rent cost 130 stones, and the windfall from Wang Hu and the over 150 stones he saved over the past 2 months had nearly run out, leaving a pitiful 20 or so low-grade spirit stones in his storage bag. Instead of panicking, Chen An felt an unprecedented sense of security. Spirit stones could be earned again, but life was singular. Now that I've moved into the central ring, although it's safe, the people I come into contact with are also more powerful. Calmly analyzing his current situation, Chen An was now at the 5th level of qi refinement. If he were to encounter a later-stage qi refining cultivator, they would definitely see through his true cultivation level, which would lead to enormous trouble. An unassuming wandering cultivator who had jumped from the 3rd level to the 5th in just a few months must possess some great treasure. In the cultivation world, wealth stirs the heart and anomalies can be fatal symbols. I need a spell that can conceal my cultivation. Ideally it should lock my aura firmly at the 3rd level of qi refinement, making me appear as nothing more than a harmless waste to anyone who observes me. That's the true essence of survival. Resolving his intention, Chen An set out early the next morning. The market in the central ring district was more than 10 times more prosperous than the outer city's shantytown. Shops lined both sides of the street, including pill pavilions, artifact shops, and even a Wanshang tower dedicated to selling martial arts manuals. Chen An walked straight into the Wanshang tower. "Clerk, do you have any techniques for concealing aura or hidden cultivation?" Chen An asked in a lowered voice. The clerk glanced at him and pointed casually to a nearby counter. "Breath concealment technique. A common item can hide 1 or 2 minor realms. 10 low-grade spirit stones." "Is there anything better?" Chen An frowned slightly. If he encountered a foundation establishment stage cultivator, this common item would still reveal him. The clerk chuckled, pulling out a dusty jade slip from under the counter. "This is a fragment of the turtle breath technique. It is said that when practiced to a high level, it can even deceive the divine sense of a foundation establishment master. 50 low-grade spirit stones. However, sir, I advise you not to buy it. This item is a fragment, and cultivating it consumes an immense amount of mental energy. Many later-stage qi refinement cultivators have bought it to ponder over for years, yet they haven't grasped even the basics, merely spending money for frustration." "I'll take it." Without a second thought, Chen An emptied his pockets of the remaining 20 spirit stones and pulled out 30 freshly drawn cleaning talismans and 5 fireball talismans as a trade, managing to gather enough value for the 50 low-grade spirit stones. What he feared the least was something being obscure and difficult to understand. Back at the courtyard with the jade slip, Chen An promptly locked the door behind him. Pressing the jade slip to his forehead, a vast and intricate route of meridians surged into his mind, its complexity far exceeding that of ordinary elemental spells. Following the route, Chen An forcefully circulated his qi for a full cycle, feeling a piercing pain in his meridians, but the panel immediately responded. Technique unlocked. Turtle breath technique, fragment 1100, entry level. Chen An looked at the massive amount of 980 dual cultivation points on the panel without any hesitation. His will cut like a knife, decisively slashing down. Add points. Consumed 99 dual cultivation points. Turtle breath technique proficiency 99. Current technique. Turtle breath technique, fragment 0400, proficient. Consumed 400 dual cultivation points. Turtle breath technique proficiency 400. Current technique. Turtle breath technique, fragment 01000, mastered. In an instant, countless profound insights regarding closing pores, suppressing spiritual energy, and disguising vital blood crashed into Chen An's mind like a revelation. His body emitted faint sounds of skeletal dislocation, and the vital blood that had been full due to his breakthrough to the 5th level of qi refinement began to rapidly retract and hibernate. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the sharp waves of spiritual energy around him completely vanish. If a latest-stage chi refinement cultivator were to scan him with their divine sense now, they would only find Chen An's vital blood to be weak and his spiritual power modeled and utterly standard bottom-tier cultivator at the third level of chi refinement. Chen An slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air as he glanced at the final panel data. Host Chen An lifespan 3591 cultivation chi refinement level 5 80,600 dual cultivation points 481 technique turtle breath technique fragment 01000 mastered spell fireball technique 121000 mastered skills cleaning talismans 250400 proficient fireball talismans 236400 proficient earth shield talismans 236,400 proficient. With 481 points remaining, not too many nor too few, just enough to deal with unexpected situations. The morning in the courtyard of the central ring was much quieter than in the outer city. Chen An stood in the yard gazing at the dull-glass spirit stone on the formation array in the corner, silently calculating in his mind. With the gathering spirit formation and the warning formation both running for 12 hours a day, nearly half a low-grade spirit stone would be consumed. The tranquility of this central ring area was indeed bought with money. I need to deliver the goods now. Chen An turned back to the main room and carefully tucked away the 30 proficient level fireball talismans and 20 earth shield talismans he had drawn over the past 2 days into his sleeves. Just before stepping out, he focused his thoughts and the turtle breathing technique began to operate slowly within him. The chi that had been firmly locked at the third level of chi refinement was deliberately released in a slight manner. In a place like the central ring area, being at the third level of chi refinement was the lowest of the low, too conspicuous, and it would be hard to explain why he could draw so many high-quality talismans. In a place like the central ring area, being at the third level of chi refinement was the lowest of the low, too conspicuous, and it would be hard to explain why he could draw so many high-quality talismans. The fourth level of chi refinement, mid-chi refinement, was just right. It could prove he was a valuable craftsman while also appearing drained of potential and completely harmless. After instructing Lu Qingyue to lock the courtyard door, Chen An made his way to the largest commercial building in the central ring, Wanbao Tower. This was a connection set up by Zhou Laosan. After instructing Lu Qingyue to lock the courtyard door, Chen An made his way to the largest commercial building in the central ring, Wanbao Tower. This was a connection set up by Zhou Laosan. The grand lobby of Wanbao Tower was luxurious, filled with the fragrant scent of spiritual incense. The one receiving Chen An was a middle-aged manager with a belly like Mithraea, surnamed Qian. Master Chen, I've long admired you, Manager Qian said with a smile, bowing slightly while discreetly scanning Chen An with his eyes. The divine sense of someone at the 7th level of chi refinement brushed past him like a gentle breeze. Manager Qian instantly grasped the situation. 4th level of chi refinement, unstable aura. It seems he forcefully took pills to break through to mid-chi refinement, ruining his foundation. His life is pretty much over now. Chen An noticed the barely perceptible disdain in Manager Qian's eyes but felt quite satisfied inside. This was precisely the effect he desired. You're too polite, Manager Qian. Here are the goods for this batch. Chen An maintained a slightly reserved smile as he pushed a stack of talismans forward. Manager Qian picked up the talismans and his previously indifferent gaze instantly brightened. Excellent talismans. The spiritual energy is well contained and the vermilion ink flows without a hint of stagnation, all of top quality. Manager Qian exclaimed in admiration. The slight disdain he felt just moments ago had completely transformed into respect. A 4th level chi refinement loose cultivator who forcefully broke through and severed his prospects was easy to handle. However, a loose cultivator with such superb talisman crafting skills was exactly the type of cash cow that the business loved. Your skills, Brother Chen, are quite commendable even in our central ring. No wonder you chose to move here. You truly need a stable place to craft talismans. Manager Qian's tone of address changed instantly. He quickly had someone fetch spirit stones. For 30 fireball talismans and 20 earth shield talismans, according to our agreement, it will be 40 low-grade spirit stones at 80% of the market price. Chen An accepted the spirit stones and smiled ingratiatingly. Brother Qian, I have one more request. Do you have any gentle spiritual items in the tower that can nourish the physical bodies of mortals and extend their lifespans? Manager Qian was taken aback for a moment before revealing a knowing smile. Brother, are you hiding a beauty in a golden house? In the world of cultivation, there was a clear distinction between immortals and mortals. Mortals were often too weak to withstand the surging spiritual energy during dual cultivation. Many lustful low-level cultivators would buy spiritual herbs to help their mortal concubines strengthen their bodies. Forgive me for laughing. The only bloodline left by my deceased wife is unfortunately born without roots, completely devoid of spiritual affinity. As her elder, I must find a way to protect her for life. Chen An calmly fabricated a lie while slightly concealing Lu Qingyu's identity. A man of deep feelings and loyalty. Brother Chen is someone who values principles. Manager Chen stroked his beard and smiled, then turned to instruct a servant, go fetch 2 low-grade Baiyu ginseng and 2 boxes of blood coagulation ointment. I'll give you a discount of 20%. With the purchase spiritual herbs and 2 pounds of beast meat in hand, Chen An returned to the small courtyard along the bluestone path. The rich aroma of meat soup soon wafted from the kitchen. Chen An mixed the chopped Baiyu ginseng and blood coagulation ointment into the soup and personally served it to Lu Qingyue. Husband, this is. Lu Qingyue was stunned by the enticing medicinal aroma. Drink it while it's hot. You should have a bowl every day from now on. Chen An took her hand gently, his gaze warm. Your father always felt he owed you for not giving you spiritual roots. However, in my eyes, mortals have their own blessings. Even without spiritual roots, I can still use these spiritual herbs to ensure you suffer from no ailments and live a long life. Lu Qingyu's nose, tinged with sadness and tears, fell into the bowl. She knew she was a useless mortal without spiritual roots, a burden in this world of cultivation. She had even feared that as Chen An's cultivation continued to rise, she would soon become old and unwanted. But Chen An's words completely dispelled all her fears. I won't cry. I will drink. Lu Qingyue hastily wiped her tears and took the bowl to drink heartily. The Baiyu ginseng had a very gentle medicinal property, perfect for mortals. After the medicinal effect took hold, the pallor on Lu Qingyu's face quickly took on a healthy flush, and even her breathing became long and powerful. Night fell. The warning formation in the small courtyard emitted a faint glow, isolating everything from prying eyes. On the bed, Chen An held the feverishly warm Lu Qingyue and began dual cultivation once more. This time Chen An felt distinctly different. The mortal body, nourished by the spiritual herbs, had greatly improved in flexibility and endurance. He no longer had to be as cautious as before, fearing he might hurt her. As the extreme affinity level operated, the numbers on the panel began to stabilize and pulse. Dual cultivation points 10, dual cultivation points 10. Until the early hours of the morning, Qingyue fell into a deep sleep, her breathing steady, devoid of the usual fatigue, and instead radiating with vitality from the absorption of the spiritual herbs and the faint spiritual energy during dual cultivation. Chen An sat up, draped in a robe, and glanced at the panel in his mind. Dual cultivation points 511, gained 30 points today. The crisis was averted, his cover was stable, and he had found a way to nourish his mortal wife. Chen An let out a long breath, his heart as calm as still water. In the days to come, it would be about maximizing the liver technique in this central ring courtyard. The heavy snow in Qingjia's market fell with a sinister intensity. Initially it was just a few scattered snowflakes, but within half a month it transformed into a flurry of goosefeather snow. The temperature plummeted, and even the well in the central district, said to be a living spring, had a thick layer of white frost around its edges. Chen An sat under the corridor holding a bowl of steaming beast meat soup. This array of spiritual gathering in the small courtyard truly lived up to its value. When activated, it not only effectively gathered spiritual energy but also blocked out 70 to 80% of the wind and snow, along with the biting cold. Although it was cold in the courtyard, it was far from lethal. Drink, ha! Under the central greenskin osmanthus tree in the courtyard, Lu Qingyue was practicing a mundane martial art in her neat black outfit, stepping gingerly on the thin layer of snow. Chen An had spent 5 low-grade spirit stones to have the flying swallow technique acquired from the mundane escort bureau through the steward. Over the past 3 months, Lu Qingyue had been consuming low-grade white jade ginseng every day in her soup, and with Chen An's nightly nurturing through dual cultivation, her previously emaciated body had become plump as if inflated. Not only did her complexion glow with vitality, but her qi and blood were also astonishingly vigorous. Despite the fine sweat covering her forehead as she practiced the mundane flying swallow technique, her breath remained steady, radiating a vibrant life force. Chen An took a sip of the soup, placed the empty bowl on the stone table, and casually pulled out the low-grade magic weapon, the willow leaf knife, which he had previously found in Wang He's storage bag. In these months he not only made talismans daily but also maximized his horizontal development. He stood up, walked to the other end of the courtyard, and mimicked the stances of those rogue cultivators he remembered, aimlessly swinging the willow leaf knife. The sound of the air being cut was chaotic and lacked any form. Husband, that's not how you swing it. Lu Qingyue, having finished her practice, walked to the well to wash her face, took a dry towel to wipe the sweat from her neck, and approached Chen An. She glanced at the slightly peculiar short knife in Chen An's hand, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Father used to say that in close combat one must avoid wide swings. Especially for us low-tier rogue cultivators, a missed strike could cost us our lives." Chen An paused his movements and turned to look at her. "Has Lu Shu taught you?" No. Lu Qingyue shook her head, a hint of sorrow flashing in her eyes. "I don't have a spiritual root, so father said it would be futile to practice. But he practiced that water-dividing sword technique in the courtyard every day for years, and after watching for over a decade I can draw the moves with my eyes closed." Water-dividing sword technique. Chen An pondered the name.
Yes, father said this sword technique is too constrained, it doesn't kill, only defends.
The sword's momentum flows like water, focusing on unloading force and finding weaknesses.
He said that for rogue cultivators, returning alive is more important than anything else. Chen An wholeheartedly agreed.
Lu Qingye was a wise man, but unfortunately even wise men could fall in the filth of the outer city.
Qingyue, take a branch and show me. Chen An became interested. Lu Qingyue blushed, broke a branch from the osmanthus tree and stood in the snow.
Husband, watch closely. The first move is dividing waves. The force comes not from the wrist but from the waist. She stepped slightly, her body half turned, and the branch in her hand seemed slow yet carried an unyielding resilience, tracing a semicircle in the air. Chen An narrowed his eyes, his divine sense honed to the 5th level of chi refinement, focused intently on every point of her force application. He mimicked her movements, turning the willow leaf knife in his hand.
It felt somewhat awkward, and the flow of spiritual energy was not smooth.
Lu Qingyue stepped closer, unabashedly pressing against Chen An, her slightly warm palm resting on his waist. Husband, here the chi should settle here and the tip of the knife should press down 3 inches further. The girl, just finished practicing martial arts, carried a faint scent of medicine and sweat. Chen An suppressed the ripples in his heart and adjusted his posture according to her guidance.
Once, twice, 10 times.
Until dusk fell, the willow leaf knife in Chen An's hand finally produced a dull hum sound in the air as the breeze generated by the blade swept the snow on the ground to both sides.
A line of deep blue characters finally emerged in his mind.
Skill unlocked, water dividing sword technique 1100 beginner. Chen An's lips curled into a smile. As long as it was on the panel, the rest would be simple. He didn't immediately allocate points, but instead put away the knife and led Lu Qingyue back to the house. That night, after the dual cultivation ended, Lu Qingyue fell into a deep sleep, her breathing long and steady. The combination of mundane martial arts and spiritual medicine made her physique even more resilient than some cultivators who had just begun to draw in chi.
Chen An no longer needed to be as cautious as he once was.
He put on his clothes, leaned against the headboard, and summoned the panel. Over the past 3 months he had engaged in extreme dual cultivation 3 times a day, which totaled 30 points, and on good days he could even earn 40 points.
After deducting the previous small expenditures, he now held a total of 3,180 dual cultivation points.
This was a sum that would drive any low-tier rogue cultivator mad. Yet he did not advance his cultivation level. The progress for Chi Refinement Level 5 210,600 solely relied on consuming Chi gathering pills daily, grinding forward slowly. For those who walk the path of survival, being unmatched at the same tier is the true way.
A high realm with too few means makes one a flimsy target. Allocate points. Chen An's eyes glinted fiercely.
Consumption of 400 dual cultivation points. Water dividing sword technique proficiency 400. Current spell water dividing sword technique 01000 mastery. Besides the sword technique, he hadn't been idle these past 3 months. The escape technique light wind technique and the life-saving talisman wind control talisman recorded in the elementary talisman illustration had also been put on the panel.
Today he decided to tackle everything at once.
Consumption of 1000 dual cultivation points light wind technique proficiency 1000 current spell light wind technique 01000 mastery consumption of 400 dual cultivation points wind control talisman proficiency 400 current skill wind control talisman 0400 proficient nearly 2000 dual cultivation points evaporated in an instant. What followed was a tsunami of insights bursting forth in his mind. Every block and unloading of the water dividing sword technique, how the light wind technique operated in the meridians to conserve spiritual energy, and how the vermilion patterns of the wind control talisman should be drawn.
Everything felt as if he had trained relentlessly for decades.
Chen An closed his eyes, digesting his newfound knowledge for a full hour. When he opened his eyes again, his entire aura had become deeper and more restrained. With the mastery level light wind technique and water dividing sword technique combined with the instant cast fireball technique, he was now confident that even a Chi refinement level 6 cultivator would be reduced to ashes within 3 breaths if they got too close. He kept the remaining 1380 dual cultivation points as a reserve. The next morning Chen An wrapped himself in a thick fur coat and pushed open the courtyard door. The streets of the central district were sparsely populated, with everyone hurrying along, their faces showing unmistakable fatigue and gloom. In the lobby on the first floor of the Wanbao building, dozens of injured cultivators were queuing to buy healing potions. Some had broken arms and others had half their bodies torn apart, all relying on spiritual energy to keep breathing. The steward of Wanbao building, standing behind the counter, had bloodshot eyes and was anxiously fiddling with an abacus.
"Brother Qian, what happened?" Chen An walked over and asked in a low voice. When the steward looked up and saw Chen An, his eyes brightened and he quickly pulled him into a side room. "Little brother, you finally came. Do you have any goods ready? What happened?" Chen An did not rush to pull out his talismans.
The steward sighed, lowering his voice. The heavy snow has blocked the mountains and a small beast tide has erupted in the Qingshan Mountains outside the market. Dozens of first-tier mid to late-stage snow wolves and a few second-tier beasts broke through the northern barricade of the outer city slums last night. Chen An's heart skipped a beat. The northern side of the slum was where he used to live. The outer city has suffered heavy casualties. The patrol teams don't care about the outer city's fate and are only focused on defending the array in the central district. Now the rogue cultivators outside are crazily rushing into the central district, fighting like mad just to grab a life-saving defensive talisman. The steward stared at Chen An's sleeves, rubbing his hands together. Little brother, the Earthshield talisman is now a hard currency. Previously it was valued at 80 of the market price, but today I'll tell you outside an Earthshield talisman has already skyrocketed to 3 low-grade spirit stones. As long as you have goods, Wanbao building will buy at 2.5 spirit stones each. In chaotic times, human lives are worth less than dogs, while talismans have become priceless treasures. Chen An's expression remained calm. He did not inquire about how many people had died in the outer city, as it was not his concern. He reached into his sleeve storage bag and pulled out a thick stack of talismans, slamming them directly on the table. 50 proficient level Earth Shield talismans, 30 Fireball talismans and 10 just drawn Wind Control talismans. Chen An's voice was cool. Earth Shield talismans at 2.5, Fireball talismans at 2. Wind Control talismans can save lives, so they count as 3. The steward gasped in shock. He had thought Chen An would be able to produce a dozen or 20 at most, but unexpectedly this kid directly pulled out a mini treasury. Little brother, your talisman-making skills have impressed me. Without hesitation, the steward directly counted out over 100 low-grade spirit stones and pushed them in front of Chen An. Chen An accepted the spirit stones and took out a small portion to have the steward exchange for a large quantity of vermilion talisman paper and enough fine rice and high-grade beast meat to last for several months. Brother, this snow may last a while. I don't lack spirit stones, but I need stability. For the next 3 months I will be shut in to draw talismans, so don't come knocking on my door unless it's urgent. With that, Chen An shouldered his bags, braving the wind and snow out of the Wanbao building. Back in the small courtyard, the heavy red-painted wooden door slammed shut, setting the array to its maximum. In the courtyard, Lu Qingyue was cooking a large pot of beast meat porridge in the kitchen, the fire blazing fiercely and steam rising warmly. Chen An shook off the snowflakes on his clothes and removed his fur coat. While the outer city struggled in a sea of corpses and blood in his courtyard, there was only the aroma of porridge and the steady hum of the array. He walked to the corridor and laid out a stack of premium talisman paper he had just purchased. Having earned enough spirit stones and gathered his trump cards, what remained was to outlast everyone in this wind and snow and gradually grind up his cultivation. Icicles under the eaves began to melt, droplets falling onto the bluestone slab, producing a monotonous pat sound. The long 3-month snowfall finally ceased. In the deep of night within the main room of the courtyard, Chen An sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, introspecting his dantian. There a thick ball of spiritual power was thrashing about like a caged beast, yet it could not surpass an invisible barrier. Cultivation level Qi refinement 5th layer 600600. The progress bar was overflowing. The bottleneck remained steadfast like a solid iron wall, blocking the path between the 5th and 6th layers of Qi refinement. Common knowledge in the cultivation world, the Qi refinement stage faces significant hurdles at the 3rd and 6th layers. Ordinary loose cultivators here either spend 200 to 300 low-grade spirit stones to buy inferior breakthrough pills, risking damage to their meridians, or remain stagnant for life, making no further progress. But Chen An never needed to gamble with his life, nor did he need to resort to harmful drugs. He gazed at the panel in his mind. After 3 months of seclusion drawing talismans, diligently engaging in dual cultivation, he had accumulated 2,700 dual cultivation points. Allocate points, break through the bottleneck. Chen An silently recited in his heart without a shred of hesitation. Consuming 1 dual cultivation point, breaking through the cultivation bottleneck, there were no life-threatening dangers, no anomalies of spiritual energy running rampant, not even the slightest pain in his meridians. A faint sound resonated within him that only he could hear as the bottleneck shattered under the overwhelming force of the panel. The lake of spiritual power within the dantian surged, becoming increasingly thick and pure, and his aura steadily climbed. Qi refinement 6th layer. Peak of the mid-Qi refinement stage. Chen An opened his eyes, his gaze resting on the newly appeared numbers on the panel. Cultivation level Qi refinement 6th layer 0800. The upper limit was 200 points more than the 5th layer. The further one progresses, the harder each step becomes. In the outer city and the central district, such cultivation level was sufficient to establish a small sect or secure a position as a steward in a commercial house akin to the former Wine. But Chen An did not raise his eyelids as the turtle breathing technique operated instinctively. The formidable spiritual pressure that was about to overflow was locked deep within his dantian. He subtly adjusted his chi and blood, releasing his aura to remain at the 5th layer of chi refinement while deliberately making this aura appear disordered and hollow like a foundation in ruins. A perfect disguise, a loose talisman cultivator who forcibly broke through due to pills draining his potential, inconspicuous, non-threatening, not worth remembering. Chen An exhaled a breath of turbid air, got out of bed and pushed the door open. In the early spring morning the air was still biting cold. In the center of the yard Lu Qingyue was dressed in tight-fitting clothes practicing the flying swallow technique on the melting snow-covered bluestone. Though she lacked spiritual power, the nourishment from the 3 months of demon beast meat and white jade ginseng had already made her chi and blood vigorous as a furnace, each movement steady and forceful, accompanied by a whisper of wind. Upon hearing the door open, Lu Qingyue paused her movements, a light sheen of sweat on her forehead, turning to smile. "Husband, you're awake. I'll go heat the meat porridge." Looking at his wife's vibrant demeanor, a hint of warmth flickered in Chen An's eyes. How could mortals be anything less? As long as he moved forward steadily, there would surely come a day to seek out longevity-enhancing treasures. Bang! 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 The urgent and piercing sound of a gong suddenly echoed through the central district, followed by a loud shout carrying the pressure of the late chi refinement stage by decree of the 3 families united. The beast tide has retreated, but the protective city formation has sustained severe damage. All residents in the central district shall pay 20 low-grade spirit stones per household as a reconstruction tax by noon today. Those who refuse to pay or are unable to pay will be conscripted into the Clear Wilderness Death Squad, tasked with exterminating the remaining demon beasts outside the city. Those who disobey will be executed without mercy. As the voice faded, the street that had just awakened fell into instant silence. 20 low-grade spirit stones. For loose cultivators in the central district, it felt like a severe blow. Most mid-chi refinement cultivators, after a year of hard work and expenses, had saved only 20 to 30 stones. This tax alone was enough to deplete most of their savings. Chen An's expression remained calm as he turned to the kitchen and instructed, "Lock the door, don't come out." He then donned a worn gray robe and stepped outside. The street corner was already crowded with people. The enforcers from the 3 families blocked the street, led by a bald man at the 8th layer of chi refinement, his face covered in muscle radiating a terrifying, killing intent. 20 stones. You're robbing us outright. After 3 months of snow sealing the doors, I can't even afford rice. Where would I get spirit stones? I'm leaving the central district. I'm going back to the outer city. A chi refinement 5th layer loose cultivator's eyes widened with despair as he screamed and turned to flee. Trying to escape. The bald man sneered, his iron flying knife instantly drawn. Puff. The loose cultivator hadn't even summoned his magical tool before his head flew off his headless body, collapsing into the slushy snow, blood mixing with the remaining snow, a horrifying sight. The protective city formation shielded you for 3 months, now it's time for you to pay. The bald man retracted his flying knife, his cold gaze sweeping over the trembling crowd. If you don't pay, you'll pay with your lives to fill the demon beast lair. Amidst the crowd, muffled sobs began to arise. Some were selling pots and pans, others were pawning family members, all to gather the 20 stones to buy their lives. Soon it was Chen An's turn. He did not break down and cry like the few before him, but his face was equally pale and grim. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a tattered cloth pouch, his fingers stiff as he unfastened it. Inside were neatly stacked 20 low-grade spirit stones. "Sir, this is all I have." Chen An's voice was dry, carrying a numbness from being completely drained as he pushed the spirit stones forward. The registrar's divine sense swept over, noting his aura was stagnant at the 5th layer of chi refinement and his spiritual power was weak and unsteady. Looking at his deadened expression as if all hope had been extinguished, such a person who had been completely cut off from the path due to taxes today, there were at least 800 like him. A flicker of disdain crossed the registrar's eyes as he waved his hand to record the spirit stones in the ledger, drawing a circle next to his name. "Keep the receipt, pay the rent on time next month, or you'll still be expelled from the central district. Get lost." Chen An lowered his head, took the receipt, hunched his shoulders and left the street like a walking corpse. It wasn't until he turned into a deserted alley that the deliberately feigned desolation around him completely dissipated. His originally hunched back straightened and the darkened eyes regained a deathless calm. Were 20 low-grade spirit stones a lot? After 3 months of snow sealing the city, he had made a fortune using the Earth Shield talisman at the Wanbao Tower. Now lying in his storage bag were over 1,300 low-grade spirit stones. These 20 stones were merely a drop in the bucket. If he could use spirit stones to avert disaster, it would be the most cost-effective deal. Chen An stepped through the melting snow and ice water, confidently returning to the small courtyard. The 3 great families displayed a greedy demeanor, yet it also made him recognize a truth: to survive and seek longevity in the cultivation world, one could not do without a continuous influx of wealth. Now that he was at the 6th layer of chi refinement, the subsequent purchases of spiritual items to cover his tracks and seeking higher-tier nourishing herbs for Lu Qingyue would require a vast amount of spirit stones. Relying solely on low-tier talismans was not only slow in generating income but also easily aroused suspicion. How could a lowly talisman master have so much energy to draw countless low-tier talismans? Pushing open the door to the small courtyard, the aroma of meat porridge wafted over. Chen An had already formulated a plan in his heart. After a few days, when the situation calmed down, he would head to Wanbao Tower to ask the finance steward for a few intermediate talisman diagrams. Once he mastered the intermediate talisman techniques, his value as a mid-level talisman master would change entirely, and in this central district no one would be able to easily touch him. 5 days had passed since the storm. The snow on the streets of the central ring district had melted, leaving behind traces of dark red blood that had not been washed away in the crevices of the bluestone slabs. Those were left by the rogue cultivators who could not pay the reconstruction tax and were executed in the streets by the enforcement team. Chen An stepped onto the damp street and walked into the Wanbao building. The business in the lobby on the first floor had significantly cooled down, with Manager Chen leaning back against the counter dozing off. Upon hearing footsteps, he lazily lifted his eyelids. "Oh, Chen, my dear brother." Manager Chen straightened up, his gaze sweeping over Chen An. "I heard that you emptied your entire savings during the tax collection a few days ago. Are you here to sell charms for rice money today?" Nothing can escape from my older brother's eyes. Chen An forced a smile and walked to the counter, untying the heavy cloth bag from his sleeve and pushing it forward with a clatter. Manager Chen took a closer look, seeing a total of 200 cleaning charms, 50 fireball charms and 30 earth shield charms. All were of the proficient grade with retracted spiritual light. "Your charm-making rate is indeed impressive. With so many proficient grade charms, you must have put in a lot of effort, right?" Manager Chen said while instructing his assistant to count them, a smirk playing on his lips. "I apologize for making you laugh. These have been accumulated little by little over the past year, originally intended for self-defense. I only just paid that life-threatening reconstruction tax a few days ago, and my savings have been completely depleted. My wife is weak and cannot go without the nurturing of first-tier spirit herbs, so I have no choice but to exchange all these stocks for rice money." This explanation was reasonable. The slight doubt in Manager Chen's eyes vanished instantly. Rogue cultivators, after all had some hidden stock, and it was entirely normal for them to cash it out when pressed. Chen An lowered his voice. "Brother Chen, I don't wish to exchange all these charms for spirit stones. I want to find a few intermediate charm diagrams in the building." Manager Chen paused his calculations, abruptly lifting his head with a raised eyebrow. "You want to learn intermediate charms?" Although in our cultivation world one can draw intermediate charms at the mid-stage of chi refinement and advanced charms at the late stage, intermediate charms consume a lot of vermilion charm paper and divine sense. You're currently at the 5th layer of chi refinement, which meets the threshold, but your aura is so unstable that even if I give you the diagrams, forcibly drawing charms could damage your foundation. "I understand." Chen An's gaze dimmed, revealing a sense of resignation from the harsh realities. "But in this life, due to taking the wrong medicine, my foundation was damaged and I am stuck at the 5th layer of chi refinement. No matter how well the low-tier charms sell, they are still hard-earned money. I want to buy a few intermediate diagrams to study rigorously. Even if 9 out of 10 fail, as long as I succeed in one, the profit will be higher than what I have now. No matter how well the low-tier charms sell, they are still hard-earned money. I want to buy a few intermediate diagrams to study rigorously. Even if 9 out of 10 fail, as long as I succeed in one, the..." Manager Chen fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of shrewdness appearing in his eyes. "Very well, since you have such determination, I won't stop you." Manager Chen turned and walked into the back room, soon returning with an old wooden box which he pushed in front of Chen An. A fragment of the 3 talismans record. Inside were recorded the 3 most practical intermediate charms: the defensive golden light charm, the offensive golden needle charm, and the healing rejuvenation charm. Knowledge is priceless. Manager Chen tapped the box. "The diagrams are not like artifacts and are not subject to discounts. 250 low-grade spirit stones. 250. Chen An gasped, his face contorting with pain as his muscles twitched. He gritted his teeth, pointing at the low-tier charms. "Brother, these stocks will cover it all. If there's a shortfall, I will make up for it." In the end, these charms covered 150 spirit stones, and Chen An, like he was cutting flesh, painstakingly extracted 100 spirit stones from his pocket. He hugged the wooden box tightly, walking unsteadily out of the Wanbao building like a gambler who had lost everything and could only cling to the last hope of turning things around. Returning to the small courtyard, he locked the main door, fully activating the formation. The pained expression on Chen An's face instantly disappeared. He let out a long breath, took out the jade slips from the wooden box and pressed them to his forehead. A vast and complex circuit of runes surged into his mind. The structure of intermediate charms was more than 10 times more complex than that of beginner charms. Not only did it require precise control of spiritual power, but it also needed to be executed in one breath. Even slight depletion of spiritual power midway would cause the charm paper to explode. In his mind, the cold panel text surfaced as expected: skill golden light charm 1100, entry skill golden needle charm 1100, entry skill rejuvenation charm 1100, entry level up. Chen An looked at the more than 2,000 dual cultivation points remaining on the panel, showing no hesitation. Knowledge and trump cards can only become muscle memory to be truly one's own. Consumed 297 dual cultivation points. Proficiency in golden light charm, golden needle charm and rejuvenation charm, each 99. Current skill golden light charm 0400, proficient golden needle charm 0400, proficient rejuvenation charm 0400, proficient. A fierce enlightenment slammed into his mind like a heavy hammer. Chen An closed his eyes, his fingers instinctively sketching in the air. The heaviness of the golden light charm, the sharpness of the golden needle charm, and the vitality of the rejuvenation charm, these three completely different routes of spiritual power, were deeply etched into his bones in just a few breaths. He opened his eyes and walked to his desk. On the table lay the first tier superior charm paper and the special vermilion mixed with the blood of demon beasts that he had bought at a high price a few days ago. He picked up the brush and dipped it in ink. Gathering his disguise, the massive spiritual power of the sixth layer of chi refinement surged through his meridians into the charm brush without reservation. Buzz! The moment the brush tip touched the charm paper, Chen An's gaze sharpened like a knife and his wrist was as steady as a rock. The complex patterns of the golden needle charm quickly took shape under his brush. The violent energy of the intermediate charm attempted to backfire but was firmly suppressed by his proficient turtle breathing technique, smoothly guiding it into the vermilion. With the final stroke he finished. The charm paper on the desk erupted with a blinding golden light which quickly retracted. On the originally bright yellow charm paper appeared a small golden sword totem that seemed tangible, exuding a chillingly sharp aura. It worked! Chen An set down the brush, a layer of fine sweat forming on his forehead. Merely drawing this intermediate charm had drained nearly 1/10 of his internal spiritual power. If it had been an ordinary cultivator at the 5th layer of chi refinement, the moment the first stroke was made, their spiritual power would have likely been exhausted. Holding this golden needle charm, feeling the terrifying power within, he then looked towards the diagrams of the other two charms, with the golden needle for attack, the golden light for defense, and rejuvenation for healing. The 250 spirit stones not only bought the diagrams but also became his true moat in this central ring district. The green-skinned osmanthus tree in the courtyard has sprouted its second batch of new buds this year. It has been exactly 4 months since Chen An purchased the fragment of the 3 talismans record. Inside the main room, Chen An sat cross-legged on a mat, his fingertips pinching a freshly drawn bright yellow talisman. The talisman paper bore no intricate vermilion lines, only a subtle glimmer of golden light that flickered in and out of visibility. This is the golden needle talisman. Over the past 4 months, Chen An has not stepped outside his door. Aside from diligently obtaining dual cultivation points with Lu Qingyue every night, the rest of his time has been spent on these 3 intermediate talismans. He summoned the interface in his mind and glanced at the pleasing complete data. Host Chen An lifespan 3695, cultivation breakthrough, slight increase in lifespan, spiritual roots, low grade fire, wood and earth, spiritual roots, cultivation chi refinement 6th layer 150600, dual cultivation points 320, technique fragment of turtle breathing method 01000, proficient spells, fireball technique 121,000, proficient gentle wind technique 01000, proficient water sword technique 01000. Proficient skills, cleaning talisman 350,400, skilled fireball talisman 286,400, skilled earth shield talisman 266,400, skilled wind control talisman 0400, skilled golden light talisman 01000, proficient golden needle talisman 01000, proficient rejuvenation talisman 01000, proficient. 3 months ago he used dual cultivation points to forcibly push these 3 intermediate talismans to the skilled level, ensuring a very high success rate. Just yesterday he decided to go all out, spending the considerable dual cultivation points he had accumulated to upgrade all 3 of these trump cards to proficient. Let's test the power. Chen An walked into the courtyard, flicked his fingers, and a proficient level golden light talisman ignited spontaneously without the need for wind. A tangible dark golden bell-shaped light shield instantly rose, enclosing him entirely in a 360-degree protective barrier. This light shield did not have the glaring brightness of a beginner's shield, instead it exuded a weighty and steady aura. Chen An assessed it quietly. This layer of golden light shield, if standing still while being bombarded by ordinary magical artifacts from a cultivator of the same level chi refinement 6th layer, could last for at least the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Even when facing an enraged strike from a chi refinement 7th layer late stage great cultivator, it could undoubtedly withstand a moment without breaking. A moment may sound brief, but in the life and death struggle of magic, combined with his proficient level gentle wind technique, it is enough for him to retreat 100 feet away or to mount a counterattack with ease.
With defense secured, he turned his attention to his offensive move.
Chen An flicked his fingertip, transforming a golden needle talisman into a nearly imperceptible beam of golden light shooting silently toward a chunk of 1,000-pound green rock in the corner of the courtyard.
Sizzle, a faint muffled sound echoed. The surface of the incredibly hard green rock only left behind a needle-sized black hole. Yet under Chen An's divine sense exploration, the rock's interior had already been pulverized by the violent metallic energy.
Concealed, soundless, and specifically designed to break through protective spiritual light.
This is the terrifying aspect of the proficient-level golden needle talisman. A satisfied cold smile crept onto Chen An's lips.
At this moment he was truly unrestrained in the midstage of chi refinement.
This is the terrifying aspect of the proficient-level golden needle talisman. A satisfied cold smile crept onto Chen An's lips.
With his trump cards perfected, it was time to earn big money.
At noon at Wanbao Tower.
The manager Chen was flipping through the account books when he looked up to see Chen An walk in, his brow furrowing slightly. Today Chen An's eyes were deep-set and his complexion displayed a pale hue indicative of excessive blood loss. His already faint chi refinement fifth layer aura seemed even more like a nearly exhausted dry well flickering intermittently. However, Chen An's gaze remained calm without a hint of the humility typical of a fallen cultivator. He walked to the counter, pulled out a chair for himself, took a sip of the cold tea on the table, then pulled out 2 talismans from his sleeve and pushed them in front of manager Chen.
"Brother Chen, please verify the goods." Chen An's voice was hoarse, tinged with deep fatigue.
Manager Chen lazily glanced over, but when his gaze landed on the naturally formed spiritual patterns on the talisman paper, he suddenly sprang up from his chair.
This is the golden light talisman and the golden needle talisman."
Manager Chen inhaled sharply, carefully pinching the talismans. The spiritual light was contained and the runes seemed as if they had taken root in the talisman paper. These were definitely top tier among intermediate talismans.
"Chen, my dear brother, did you really draw these?" Manager Chen looked at Chen An as if he were a monster.
To forcibly draw intermediate talismans at chi refinement 5th layer without dying and succeed.
In response to Manager Qian's shock, Chen An simply smiled faintly, his tone calm as if discussing someone else's affairs. "It was merely luck.
Over these 4 months I wasted nearly 200 sheets of low-grade talisman paper, consumed 3 bottles of monster blood, and even spat out my heart's blood twice.
And I ended up with just these 2 sheets." He tapped the counter, his gaze steady on Manager Chen. "This transaction is not worthwhile.
The spirit stones earned are not enough to replenish my depleted essence. This was merely to save face. Having tried, I have also given up." Manager Chen fixed his divine sense on Chen An, sensing the nearly overdrawn aura of decay within him. After a while, the astonishment and a hint of hidden vigilance in Manager Chen's eyes dissipated, replaced by deep admiration. "Brother, you are truly ruthless." Manager Chen gave a thumbs up. "You gambled your life for a success rate among the transient cultivators coming and going at Wanbao Tower. I only respect you. However, your physique is better off avoiding intermediate talismans in the future." This was exactly the effect Chen An wanted. He didn't need to feign pity, he only needed to display the exhaustion and resignation of a rational gambler who realized the sunk cost was too high.
"Will you take these 2 talismans, brother?" Chen An asked.
"Of course.
The golden light talisman is for survival and the golden needle talisman is for killing. Both are hard currency."
A low-grade talisman only costs 1 spirit stone, but this intermediate talisman can defend against latest-stage chi refinement attacks. "I won't let you suffer. I'll give you 15 low-grade spirit stones for each, 30 for both." Manager Chen readily took out the spirit stones. Chen An accepted them and casually said, "In the future, if I have some extra, I might occasionally draw a couple more.
When that time comes, I'll still have to rely on you, brother." "No problem. As long as you dare to draw Wanbao Tower, we'll take them all."
This planted a reasonable logistics logic in Manager Qian's mind. In the future, if Chen An produced 3 to 5 intermediate talismans each month, he could secure a stable income of 70 to 80 low-grade spirit stones.
Wanbao Tower would only think he was occasionally lucky or had a whim. They would never suspect he was wholesaling intermediate talismans.
After the transaction was complete, Chen An did not rush to leave, but instead quietly asked, "Brother Chen, I would like to inquire about something."
"In the tower, are there any spiritual items that can delay the aging of mortals or slightly increase their lifespan?"
Manager Chen paused for a moment, then understood and smiled helplessly. "Brother, are you still thinking about your mortal wife at home? Once married, I cannot just watch her turn to dust 100 years later while I live on alone in this world," Chen An replied, his tone still calm but revealing an undeniable determination. "Being sentimental is admirable, but in the realm of cultivation, the separation between immortals and mortals is a chasm." Manager Chen shook his head, lowering his voice. "Brother, to be frank, you won't find such things even in the outer city, let alone here in the central area. The mortal body is like a sieve. Ordinary spiritual herbs cannot retain their medicinal properties. To extend life and maintain beauty, one must have specific top-tier spiritual items of first-grade quality or higher.
Chen An's gaze sharpened. Then where can I buy them? Inner city.
Manager Chen pointed to the area shrouded in thick mist and formations at the center of the market. The inner city holds the heavenly treasure auction every 3 years, and there's also an underground black market that requires specific tokens for entry. Although our Qingzhou market is merely controlled by a few foundation establishment families, such major auctions may occasionally feature rare goods brought by large merchant teams from the outside world. For instance, the first-grade top-tier beauty preservation pill that can maintain a mortal's appearance for 20 to 30 years, or the no-leak fruit that can forcibly extend a mortal's life by 10 years. At this point, Manager Chen looked at Chen An meaningfully. However, brother, anything related to longevity or beauty preservation is exorbitantly priced regardless of whether it is first-grade or second-grade. In the high-end circles of the inner city, admission tickets are calculated in medium-grade spirit stones.
One medium-grade spirit stone is worth 100 low-grade spirit stones.
Without a wealth of several thousand low-grade spirit stones, one wouldn't even pass the threshold of the auction. As for higher-tier second-grade longevity treasures, even if they truly appeared, they would be the grand finale items fiercely fought over by foundation establishment ancestors. We wouldn't even have the qualification to see them.
Thank you for your guidance, brother.
Chen An nodded slightly, not saying another word as he turned and walked out of Wanbao Tower. Returning to the courtyard, the sky had darkened. In the yard, Lu Qingyue was washing clothes by the well. The young girl had a graceful figure, her complexion radiant. The nourishment from the low-grade white jade ginseng made her appear even more vibrant than a true noble lady. However, standing in the corridor, Chen An, with his peak chi refinement, sixth-layer divine sense, could clearly detect the trace of irreversible mortal decay within her. The effects of the white jade ginseng had peaked. The mortal limit is a century. In another 20 to 30 years' time will still etch wrinkles on her face, leading her toward aging and death.
Yet he, if he remained steady, could effortlessly live to 150.
Currently in this Qingzhou market, the best he could do was to help Qingyue acquire those so-called beauty preservation pills and no-leak fruits, at least to ensure her a few more decades of stable years. As for true longevity or defying fate, that would have to wait until he attained foundation establishment or even higher cultivation, thus gaining access to a larger cultivation map. One must take life one bite at a time and walk the road step by step.
Husband, you're back. Are you hungry?
Lu Qingyue looked up, wiped the water off her hands and smiled brightly.
Not hungry.
Chen An walked over and gently ruffled her hair.
He gazed at the towering shadows of buildings in the direction of the inner city.
Several thousand to tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Chen An returned to the main room, spread out a large stack of low-grade talisman paper on the table, and his eyes gradually turned cold. In the stillness of the night within the small courtyard of the central district, the spirit-gathering formation on the desk emitted a faint glow as Chen An set down the talisman brush in his hand and rubbed his throbbing temples. On the table, 5 golden light talismans and 5 golden needle talismans were neatly arranged. This was merely the result of his 3 days of frantic work. With the enhancement of his mastery-level proficiency, his talisman creation rate was astonishingly high, nearly reaching 80%. Yet as Chen An looked at these intermediate talismans that could be exchanged for a substantial number of spirit stones, his brows furrowed deeper.
There's an oversupply. Chen An calculated in his heart.
An intermediate talisman costs 15 low-grade spirit stones, and the entry threshold for the inner city auction starts at no less than 3 to 5,000 spirit stones.
This meant he needed to sell at least 200 to 300 intermediate talismans.
If he were to submit dozens of intermediate talismans to Wanbao Tower every month, no matter how much the finance officer valued him, suspicions would inevitably arise. How could a 5th-layer chi practitioner with a damaged foundation possess a production rate more terrifying than a second-tier talisman master? At that point, what would come would not be spirit stones, but rather the pursuit of the higher-ups from Wanbao Tower. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. One cannot put all their eggs in one basket with Wanbao Tower. I must open up new sales channels.
Chen An's gaze turned towards the pitch-black night outside the window.
On the outskirts of Qingzhou market, aside from the visible shops, there was also a lawless area on the fringes of the 3 great families' jurisdiction, the underground black market. There a mix of people resided, including rogue cultivators committing murder and theft, robbers selling stolen goods, and even stewards from the great families of the inner city seeking to earn extra income. The rule of the black market is singular. It only recognizes spirit stones and does not inquire about their origins.
This is precisely what Chen An currently needed.
He stood up, not hurrying to leave, but instead began to channel the mastery-level turtle breath technique. Once this technique is mastered, it not only perfectly disguises one's aura but also touches upon the deeper methods of physical adjustment. A subtle cracking sound emanated from his bones as Chen An's originally slender and proportionate frame forcibly increased by an inch and his shoulders became broad and robust. He then mobilized his chi and blood, causing his facial muscles to slightly distort, transforming his originally delicate and plain face into one that appeared stern and infused with a sense of menace. Finally, he released his aura without restraint, no longer suppressing it at the 5th layer of chi practicing but instead unleashing the peak pressure of the 6th layer, even intentionally blending a touch of violent metal energy into this spiritual pressure. Draped in a wide black hooded robe and donning a cast iron mask to block any divine sense probing, Chen An at this moment had completely transformed into a lone veteran cultivator who had licked blood on the edge of a knife for many years, fearsome and not to be trifled with. This nearly invincible disguise beneath the late stage of chi practicing was most effective at deterring those oblivious low-level fish in the black market. Half an hour later, in front of an abandoned mine on the boundary between the outer city and the central district. This was the largest entrance to the underground black market in Qingzhou. 2 6th-layer chi practitioners with brutish faces guarded the cave entrance, their gazes scrutinizing every approaching individual like venomous snakes. Chen An walked forward with steady steps, casually tossing 2 low-grade spirit stones as an entrance fee. The guard scanned Chen An with his divine sense, sensing the peak oppressive force of 6th-layer chi practicing, and immediately withdrew his condescending gaze, slightly bowing his head to make way. Entering the mine, a whole new world unfolded inside. The spacious underground cavern was dimly lit with a yellowish glow from luminous pearls. There was no clamoring of street vendors, all the stall owners and buyers were cloaked in black robes or masks, transactions relying solely on sound transmission or hand signals, creating an atmosphere of extreme oppression. Chen An did not approach the stalls displaying broken magical artifacts and unknown spiritual herbs, but instead walked straight toward a black market stall deep within the cavern that had no sign. Typically, stalls like this had the shadow of a powerful inner city force behind them, capable of handling large volumes without stooping to black market practices for a few hundred spirit stones. Behind the stall sat an old man wearing a ghost mask, a 7th-layer chi practitioner. Chen An approached, skipping any pleasantries, and directly shook out a heavy cloth bag from his sleeve, slamming it onto the counter. As the bag opened, it revealed 50 fireball talismans, 50 cleaning talismans, 20 earth shield talismans, and the most impressive, 3 golden light talismans and 2 golden needle talismans. The old man behind the ghost mask initially appeared indifferent, but when he saw the 5 intermediate talismans with restrained spiritual light, his pupils suddenly contracted. These are all intermediate talismans, and they even faintly touch upon the threshold of high-grade talismans. The old man's hoarse voice came from behind the mask, tinged with an undeniable surprise. You have quite the skill, esteemed guest. How would you like to exchange for this batch of goods? Chen An deliberately lowered his voice, his tone grating like sandpaper against iron. According to the rules of the black market, not inquiring about origins, how much can you offer? The lower-tier talismans are worth 80 stones each. As for these 5 intermediate talismans, they are hard currency. You'll give you 16 stones each, totaling 160 low-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? This price was slightly higher than Wanbao Tower. After all, the black market did not have to pay the heavy taxes of the market. Deal. The old man quickly counted out 160 spirit stones, placing them into a low-quality storage bag and handing it over. Chen An took the spirit stones but did not rush to leave. In a hoarse voice he asked, by the way, I'd like to inquire about a piece of information. Is there a way to obtain an entry ticket for the Tianbao auction in the inner city 3 months from now? The old man looked deeply at him. The tickets for the Tianbao auction are always issued only to those with wealth. If you wish to attend, you must prepare 500 low-grade spirit stones for verification and an additional 50 spirit stones for running errands. I can secure you a bronze seat token in the outer area. Alright, I'll bring the spirit stones in 3 days. Chen An took note of the rules and turned, blending seamlessly into the flow of the black market. Leaving the mine and returning to the cold, damp alley of the outer city, Chen An's steps appeared leisurely, yet his mastery-level divine sense had already spread out like a large net. One is a 5th-layer chi practitioner and the other is a 6th-layer early-stage practitioner. Chen An sneered internally. The black market was ultimately not lacking in desperate individuals. Even if he displayed the peak of 6th-layer chi practicing, there would still be those who wanted to test whether he was just a bloated sheep. If it were in the past or in a remote area, he would surely find a blind spot and use the mastery-level golden needle talismans to send these 2 tails on their way while also looting their corpses. But here at the edge of the central district, any fight would attract the law enforcement team, and even if he killed robbers, it would expose his hidden strength and identity. The essence of survival lies in concealment, not in slaughter. Since you want to follow, let's see how long you can keep up. Chen An turned into a narrow alley that resembled a maze. In the moment he stepped into the shadows, he suddenly exerted force with his feet, activating the mastery-level light wind technique to its fullest. Without stirring a single sound, Chen An seemed to lose weight entirely, like a ghostly shadow swiftly gliding up to the Tuazhanghai eaves. His movements were so light that not even a single snowflake was disturbed.
Moments later, the two pursuing cultivators holding magical artifacts rushed into the deadened alley with murderous intent.
Before them lay an empty space with only a few startled wild cats on the walls letting out their mournful cries.
Where is he?
The sixth-layer Chi practitioner's face changed dramatically as he frantically scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, yet not even a corner of Chen An's clothing could be detected. Big brother, this agility is definitely not something a mid-stage Chi practitioner can possess.
We've targeted a tough nut, let's retreat.
The other practitioner broke out in a cold sweat and the two fled the alley in a panic as if they had seen a ghost. Meanwhile, from a rooftop 100 paces away, Chen An coldly watched the fleeing figures firmly committing their appearances and auras to memory before vanishing into the night. The second sales channel of the cunning rabbit was finally firmly established. For the next 3 months he only needed to shuttle back and forth between Wanbao Tower and the black market, allowing the money printer at home to operate at full power without reservations. Time flowed swiftly and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye.
During these 3 months Chen An combined discretion and efficiency to perfection. He transformed into a relentless talisman-making machine, crafting talismans by day and accumulating dual cultivation points by night.
He was especially cautious during transactions. Every month without fail he sold 2 or 3 intermediate talismans at Wanbao Tower to maintain his middle-aged talisman master persona. Meanwhile, the real profits were discreetly funneled into the underground black market, disguised in a black cloak and using different batches and locations. Although the black market took a harsh cut and he encountered a few reckless cultivators tailing him, Chen An effortlessly resolved these threats with his elusive movement techniques and adept counter-tracking methods. In the small courtyard of the central district in the main room, Chen An sat at the table and poured out the contents of his storage bag. With a clang, a pile of spirit stones rose on the table, accompanied by an intoxicating wave of spiritual energy. However, this was not a heap of low-grade spirit stones emitting a mixed glow, but the total value of 4,800 low-grade spirit stones. Such a fortune, if placed in the outer city, could incite a bloody storm among hundreds of scattered cultivators. Even in the central district it could deplete the resources of a small cultivation family. The efficiency is indeed remarkable, Chen An sighed in relief, meticulously sorting the spirit stones into 2 discrete storage bags. In addition to the spirit stones, the unwavering dual cultivation over the past 3 months had also amassed him a substantial amount of points. 30 points each day added up to nearly 3,000 points over 3 months. To ensure he had absolute self-defense power in the black market and inner city, he decisively spent 2,000 points recently to elevate his core skills of stealth and escape to their highest levels. He summoned the panel in his mind and glanced at the pleasing complete data. Host Chen An lifespan 3695, spiritual root low-grade fire, wood and earth cultivation level, Chi refinement 6th layer 420800, dual cultivation points 1050, technique complete, version of turtle breathing technique, spells proficient in fireball technique 121,000, complete in gentle wind technique, proficient in water sword technique 01000, skills proficient in cleanse talisman 151,000, proficient in fireball talisman 395,400, proficient in earth shield talisman 360,400, proficient in wind control talisman 0400, proficient in golden light talisman 185,1000, proficient in golden needle talisman 180,1000, proficient in rejuvenation talisman 201000. Both the complete turtle breathing technique and gentle wind technique not only allowed him to disguise his aura across great realms but also enabled his speed to reach levels incomprehensible to mid-stage Chi refinement cultivators. Chen An collected his thoughts as his bones and muscles subtly shifted. Under the influence of the perfected turtle breathing technique, he transformed once more into a burly, menacing old cultivator in a black cloak. He released his cultivation aura to the peak of the Chi refinement 6th layer, even realistically mimicking a hint of the unique metal aura of intermediate talismans. Tucking a palm-sized bronze token into his pocket, he pushed open the door and slipped into the night. At the entrance of Qingzhou Market in the inner city, a wide passage opened today in the misty formation that had long enveloped this area. 2 rows of heavily armored guards, each wielding second-tier magical weapons, flanked either side. Leading them was a commander exuding the pressure of an 8th-layer Chi refinement cultivator. Such a level of cultivator could be a local tyrant in the outer city, yet here they could only stand guard, reflecting the depth of the inner city. Chen An lowered his hat's brim and moved forward among the crowd, presenting the bronze seat token he had acquired for 550 spirit stones, including proof of funds. The commander scanned with his divine sense, confirming its authenticity before waving his hand. You may enter. Tianbao Pavilion is in the center of the main street. Do not cause trouble in the inner city or the law enforcement team will act without mercy. Chen An silently retrieved the token and stepped into the formation passage. As he passed through the mist, a wave of pure spiritual energy at least 3 times denser than in the central district rushed over him. Chen An even felt the perfected version of the turtle breathing technique operating automatically within him, greedily and stealthily inhaling the spiritual energy. The streets were wide and tidy, paved with azure steel stone that contained a faint spiritual energy. The shops on either side were ornate with signs reading either second-tier pill specialty or premium magical weapon customization. The cultivators walking the streets had a minimum cultivation level of mid-stage chi refinement, with later-stage cultivators being quite common. This was the true core of Qingzhou market. Chen An did not look around, adhering to the scattered cultivator principle of wealth should not be shown and avoid trouble, and directly made his way to the Grand Tianbao Pavilion. The auction venue of Tianbao was vast, arranged in a circular tiered format. The top tier featured a suspended VIP box isolated by formations to prevent probing, meant for foundation establishment masters or core elders of the three prominent families. Below were the silver seats occupied by wealthy merchants and formidable characters. At the peak of chi refinement, the outermost and densest circle was where Chen An and other holders of bronze tokens sat. Chen An found a corner near the edge convenient for observing the exits and closed his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, accompanied by the melodious sound of a jade bell, the clamor of the entire venue was instantly subdued. A beautiful female cultivator dressed in palace attire at the 9th layer of chi refinement gracefully walked onto the auction stage, a professional and enchanting smile on her face. Thanks to all of you for your support. The triannual Tianbao auction officially begins. Without further ado, let's present the first auction item, a first-tier premium magical weapon, the Red Flame Mysterious Iron Shield. Starting bid 300 low-grade spirit stones with a minimum increment of 10 stones. The opening item was a first-tier premium defensive magical weapon. Instantly a wave of gasps erupted from the bronze seats, with bidding voices rising one after another. Yet Chen An did not even blink. With his proficiency in the golden light talisman for self-defense, such a cumbersome magical weapon offered too low a cost-performance ratio for him. In the next hour, a stream of rare and precious materials seldom seen in daily life was presented on stage. From second-tier low-grade barrier-breaking pills to ores for crafting premium magical weapons, there was even a fragment of a foundation establishment technique. As prices soared, with transactions often exceeding 1,000 spirit stones, Chen An profoundly recognized the terrifying wealth gap within the cultivation world. Those in the silver seats and VIP boxes spent spirit stones without batting an eye. Fortunately, I managed to gather enough confidence over the past 3 months, or I wouldn't even qualify to be a spectator today. Chen An pondered silently. Just then, the palace-attired female cultivator's expression turned serious as a maid brought forth a white jade tray sealed with 2 restraining talismans. Esteemed guests, the next auction item is quite special. The female cultivator waved her slender hand, unveiling a red cloth revealing a fruit resembling an infant, radiating a soft white glow. A refreshing fragrance instantly filled the venue. Just a whiff made one feel invigorated and their blood circulation improved. Chen An, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them at the sight of the fruit, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk. A first-tier premium spirit fruit, the leakless fruit. The voice of the palace-attired female cultivator echoed in the hall. Though this fruit does not improve cultivation, it possesses a heavenly effect. When consumed by mortals, it can wash the marrow, replenish the innate chi of the body, ward off illness and disaster, and extend life by a decade, 60 years. Even cultivators at the early stage of chi refinement can eliminate internal pill toxins and strengthen their foundation. The entire venue fell silent for a moment before erupting in suppressed commotion. Few cultivators sever their ties with the mundane who does not have mortal parents, spouses, or children. A decade of life for mortals is equivalent to a second chance at living. Starting bid 800 low-grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 50 stones. The bidding begins. 900. 1,000. 1,002. The price skyrocketed like madness, reaching 2,000 low-grade spirit stones within mere moments. Sitting in a shadowy corner, Chen An clasped his hands within his sleeves, fingers intertwined, his expression calm as water, with no signs of raising a bidding paddle. What is this little competition? The real big buyers, those cultivation clans seeking to extend the lives of their mortal families, have yet to make their move. Inside the circular auction hall of Tianbao Pavilion, the atmosphere had frozen to an unbearable intensity. 3,100 spirit stones. 3,200. Esteemed sirs, grant Jin Yuan Guild a courtesy. This fruit of imperishable vitality belongs to our chief steward. A portly middle-aged man seated in the silver tier section rose to his feet, bowing with palms clasped while beads of greasy sweat glistened on his brow. What is Jin Yuan Guild but dust? 3,500, mine. An arrogant young voice echoed from a VIP box on the second floor, instantly raising the bid by 300. A hush fell over the entire hall. 3,500 low-grade spirit stones far exceeded the fruit of imperishable vitality's intrinsic worth. Many cultivators who had intended to purchase it for extending the lives of mortal elders now lowered their heads in silent resignation. The carved wooden window of the second floor box stood half ajar. A youth clad in opulent ritual robes and bearing a sinister countenance sneered coldly. His resolve to claim the fruit was absolute.
He was Wang Tang, legitimate heir of the inner city's Wang clan, long stalled at the peak of Qi refinement level 6. Beyond longevity, the fruit could purge accumulated pill toxins from his body, vital for breaking through to the later stages of Qi refinement. Just as the imperial-robed female cultivator prepared to declare second call for 3,500, a hoarse gravelly voice emerged slowly from the dimmest corner of the outermost bronze-tier seats. 3,550. Hundreds of gazes snapped toward that shadowed corner in unison. There stood a towering elder cultivator swathed entirely in a loose black robe and masked by a crude iron visage. Wang Tang's expression darkened. He slammed the window open and fixed Chen An with serpentine eyes, coward hiding behind mask and veil. Dare you contend with me? 3,800. 3,850. Chen An did not even lift his head, his voice remained utterly devoid of inflection. 4,000. Wang Tang ground his teeth, the sum nearly exhausted all liquid capital he'd brought. 4,050, Chen An replied without pause, as though reciting numbers stripped of all meaning. This unnerving rhythm, calm, unyielding, incrementing always by precisely 50, was like a dull blade sawing relentlessly at Wang Tang's fraying composure. No matter how much he raised the bid, his opponent would answer with 50 more, an abyssal display of financial dominance that drained the last vestige of color from Wang Tang's face. Very well. Excellent. Since you desire it so fiercely, I yield it to you, though I pray you live long enough to swallow it. Wang Tang snorted coldly, then slammed the window shut, refusing further bids. 4,050, sold. Congratulations, senior fellow. Half an incense stick later, in the rear chamber of Tianbao Pavilion, Chen An paid the full sum without hesitation. As the white jade casket, sealed with 2 spirit-sealing talismans, settled into his palm, he felt within it a vitality so dense it verged on palpable. He secured it close to his chest and strode out the gates of Tianbao Pavilion. No sooner had he stepped onto the street than he sensed 3 murderous divine senses lock onto him with chilling precision. 1 at the peak of Qi refinement level 6, 2 at Qi refinement level 6, Wang Tang himself and his 2 armed attendants emerging from the second floor box. Beneath his iron mask, Chen An's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not seek refuge in the inner city nor vanish into the crowded chaos of the black market. Instead, he turned decisively and walked with steady, unhurried steps toward a desolate woodland straddling the border between the inner city and Middle Ring. If hunted as prey, then let the hunters be buried where no witness remains. Half an hour later, night wind wailed through the barren groves edging the market district. Chen An halted and turned. From the shadows behind him, Wang Tang advanced with his 2 attendants, each wielding enchanted artifacts, completely sealing off every path of retreat. Run, why don't you run? Wang Tang's gaze dripped venom. In his hand gleamed a grade 2 inferior flying sword pulsing with formidable spiritual energy. A mere outsider dares humiliate me, a scion of the inner city. Surrender your storage pouch and the fruit of imperishable vitality. Perhaps I'll grant you the mercy of an intact corpse. Chen An watched him in silence, as one might observe a cadaver. No rhetoric. No villainous monologue. No wasted breath. Chen An flicked his finger. Hum. A proficient rank golden light talisman ignited instantly, a heavy mountainous aureole of dark gold erupted from the earth, encasing him in flawless defense. Attack! Slay him! Wang Tang roared. His grade 2 flying sword shot forth like a streak of light, aimed straight at Chen An's face. His 2 attendants simultaneously unleashed supreme grade artifacts. 3 devastating blows from Qi refinement level 6 struck the golden dome in unison. Boom! Spiritual energy detonated. Shockwaves uprooted withered trees around them. Yet when the light subsided, Wang Tang stared in horror. The dark gold dome shimmered violently, but bore not a single fissure. Impossible. What grade of defensive talisman withstands the combined assault of 3 cultivators? In that split second of stunned disbelief, Chen An moved. The perfected rank light breeze art surged forth. Chen An's massive frame seemed to shed all mass, vanishing into a phantom blur too swift for even divine sense to track, as he slipped past the attendants and pierced the heart of their formation. Too fast. Such mastery of movement defied the very limits of mid-stage Qi refinement. Fall back. Wang Tang's scalp prickled, terror seized him as he scrambled backward. But it was already too late. Chen An's hands rose like phantoms, 3 proficient rank golden needle talismans already poised between his fingertips, launched in utter silence. No whistle of passage, only 3 infinitesimal glints of gold vanishing into the night. Shoo! 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 Pure gunmetal chi, designed to shatter protective auras, ripped through their spirit-light shields as if they were parchment. Neither attendant uttered a cry. Twin pinprick wounds bloomed in their foreheads. They collapsed rigidly, brains and meridians pulverized by the metallic force.
A protective jade pendant on Wang Tang's chest shattered violently, barely deflecting the fatal strike, but the needle's residual force still pierced his shoulder, pinning him upright against a dead tree trunk.
You, who are you? I am of the Wang clan of the inner city.
Wang Tang spat blood, his arrogance utterly devoured by raw animal fear.
Chen An remained silent.
Villains relished hearing their victims confess final truths. Chen An cared only for outcomes. A flash of spiritual light flared in his palm. The proficient rank water-parting sword art coalesced into a seamless silken blade, cutting across Wang Tang's widening pupils in the blink of an eye. A severed head rolled onto the soil, arterial blood geysered from the stump.
3 breaths. From first clash to final death, nearly 3 breaths elapsed.
Chen An approached impassively, methodically stripping the storage pouches from all 3 corpses, and claiming Wang Tang's grade 2 inferior flying sword as well. This counterstrike not only erased the cost of the fruit of imperishable vitality, it yielded a substantial profit.
Once looting concluded, Chen An's fingers flickered again. Several proficient rank fireball arts struck true, pure searing flame reduced the corpse's bloodstains and all traces of combat to ash in an instant. Then 2 competent rank cleansing talismans flared outward. Night wind stirred, tiny vortices swept the ash across the vast empty woodland, leaving no remnant, no echo, no trace.
Having completed all this, Chen An activated the perfected rank turtle breath art. A grating bone-compressing sound accompanied his transformation back into an unremarkable mid-ring talisman scribe, clad in threadbare gray robes, his chi faint, his vitality visibly frail. He suppressed his true cultivation to chi refinement level 5, pressed the jade casket containing the fruit of imperishable vitality against his chest, and melted seamlessly into the stream of returning cultivators, steady-footed, indistinct, utterly forgettable. The night was deep, enveloping the small courtyard in darkness. Chen An gently knocked on the wooden gate while carrying 2 bags of spirit rice. Moments later, a warm yellow light flickered from within, and Lu Qingyue, draped in a light garment, hurriedly approached to open the door. "Husband, why are you back so late today?" Lu Qingyue asked, taking the spirit rice with a worried expression. "The rice shop was crowded and I had to wait in line for a while, then I listened to some casual conversations among loose cultivators at the tea stall." Chen An spoke at a slow pace, locking the courtyard door while casually activating the warning formations around the yard.
Returning to the main room, Chen An didn't sit down for tea as usual.
Instead, he took out a white jade box adorned with a forbidden spirit talisman from his bosom and placed it on the table. "What is this?" Lu Qingyue froze, sensing the immense vitality emanating from the jade box. "It's a woolo fruit, a top-tier spirit herb of the 1st grade." Chen An removed the talisman and took out the fruit, which resembled an infant and exuded a unique fragrance. "Today I was fortunate to encounter an old cultivator in need of spirit stones in the inner city and managed to buy it at a bargain." He told a benevolent lie. There was no need for an ordinary woman to bear the psychological burden of murder and the extravagant expenditure of 4,500 spirit stones.
"Husband, this fruit must be very expensive, right?"
Lu Qingyue hesitated, gazing at the luminous spirit fruit. "Spirit stones are earned to be used." Chen An grasped her hand, his gaze gentle yet firm. "Since we tied the knot, I've sought longevity, and I do not wish to see you grow old.
Consuming this will replenish the innate deficiencies in your body, extending your life by a decade and preserving your youthful beauty."
Lu Qingyu's eyes reddened slightly. She understood well what a longevity spirit fruit meant in the cultivation world. Without refusing pretentiously, she obediently accepted the fruit and placed it in her mouth. The spirit fruit dissolved instantly, transforming into a refreshing yet powerful vitality that surged through her limbs. Chen An sat cross-legged behind her, casting a proficient rejuvenation spell on her back, carefully guiding the turbulent vitality with wood-based spiritual energy. An hour later, a layer of thick black impurities was expelled from Lu Qingyu's body, remnants of ailments accumulated over the years in her mortal form. As the impurities were expelled, her skin became translucent and the faint hint of mortality between her brows was completely replaced by abundant vitality. 60 years of lifespan secured. After settling his wife, who had fallen into a deep sleep, Chen An returned to the study next door, setting up a soundproof barrier, his expression turning stern. He retrieved 3 storage bags confiscated from Wang Tang and his guards. With a series of crisp sounds, the 3 damaged storage seals were violently erased under the impact of his peak 6th layer spiritual sense. Chen An turned the bags upside down and shook them vigorously. Clatter, a multitude of spirit stones rolled out, forming a miniature mountain on the table. 2,600 low-grade spirit stones, he counted, feeling a slight tremor in his heart. Wang Tang truly deserved to be a direct descendant of a prominent family in the inner city. Combined with the remnants from Tianbao Pavilion and his 2 guards, he had recovered more than half of his expenditures in one go. In addition to the spirit stones, the table was also piled with spoils of 1st-grade upper-tier flying sword radiating chilling energy, several bottles of upper-grade spirit gathering pills, and a dark green jade slip inscribed with profound runes. Chen An picked up the jade slip, probing with his spiritual sense, and after a moment a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Essentials of basic formation arrays. It recorded the arrangement methods of 5 first-grade defensive and concealment formations and even included insights on fine-tuning spirit-gathering formations. This was precisely what Chen An lacked the most. Armed with this knowledge, he could personally transform the small courtyard into a true fortress without leaving traces in the formation shop. This counterattack not only resolved his wife's lifespan crisis but also unexpectedly opened the door to formation techniques. He calmed his mind and summoned the panel in his mind. Host Chen An lifespan 3695 spiritual root low-grade firewood earth cultivation 6th layer of chi refinement 420800 dual cultivation points 1080 cultivation method incomplete turtle breathing technique perfected spells fireball technique 121000 proficient gentle wind technique perfected waterblade technique 151000 proficient skills cleansing talisman 151000 proficient fireball talisman 395400 skilled earth shield talisman 360400 skilled wind control talisman 0400 skilled golden light talisman 185100 proficient golden needle talisman 195100 proficient rejuvenation talisman 351000 proficient. Looking at the dual cultivation points exceeding 1000, Chen An's gaze fell upon the cultivation section. The Wang family in the inner city had lost a direct descendant and would undoubtedly go mad searching for him in the short term. Although there were soul-searching and divination techniques, the only true guarantee of safety was absolute power. It's time to advance to the late stage of chi refinement. Chen An closed his eyes and silently recited, "System, fill my cultivation to the brim and breakthrough." In the stillness of the deep night, the main room of the small courtyard in the central ring. System, fill my cultivation and breakthrough. With Chen An's silent incantation in his heart, the 1080 dual cultivation points accumulated on the panel began to deplete. Consumed 380 dual cultivation points. Cultivation progress 380. Cultivation level chi refining 6th layer 800800. The progress bar overflowed and the bottleneck stood before him like an iron wall. But in front of the panel, this iron wall was merely a number. Consumed 1 dual cultivation point. Breakthrough of cultivation bottleneck. Boom. A pure and immense heat flow exploded within his dantian. The turtle breathing technique operated at an unprecedented speed. The gaseous spiritual energy in the dantian became extremely dense under the compression of this force. The originally thin and formless spiritual energy continuously compressed and transformed into a substantial grayish-white spiritual mist, heavily settling in the center of the dantian. Then this highly refined spiritual mist surged forth like a great river, breaking its dam, forcibly expanding and cleansing all of his meridians. A crisp buzzing sound emanated from the ancestral acupoint in Chen An's brow, and his divine sense burst forth like a runaway wild horse, spreading in all directions. 3 zhang, 5 zhang, 10 zhang. Until it covered the entire courtyard, even allowing him to distinctly hear the faint sound of a mouse nibbling at the edge of the rice jar in the next door courtyard. His divine sense finally came to a halt. Chi refining 7th layer, late stage of chi refining. This was a significant watershed in the cultivation world. If the spiritual energy of the mid-chi refining stage was like thin smoke, then the late stage was as heavy as a dense fog. Not only had the total amount of spiritual energy multiplied several times, but the qualitative change in divine sense also elevated the cultivator's control over spells and the surrounding environment to a new height. Chen An exhaled a breath of turbid air. Even without deliberate disguise, this turbid air struck the ground's blue bricks, creating a shallow pit. He summoned the panel. Host Chen An lifespan 36120 spiritual root low-grade firewood earth cultivation level chi refining 7th layer 01000 dual cultivation point 699 technique turtle breathing technique fragmented perfected spells fireball technique 121000 mastered gentle wind technique perfected water splitting sword technique 151000 mastered skills cleaning talisman 151000 mastered fireball talisman 395400 proficient earth shield talisman 360400 proficient wind control talisman 0400 proficient golden light talisman 185100 mastered golden needle talisman 195100 mastered rejuvenation talisman 351,000 mastered. My confidence has thickened again. Chen An did not indulge in the joy of his breakthrough. His divine sense swept across and landed on the first-grade upper-tier flying sword confiscated from Wang Tang on the table. After breaking through to the late stage of chi refining, his keen divine sense immediately detected that the sword's hilt contained an extremely subtle microarray pattern emitting fluctuations that were hard for ordinary people to perceive. The bloodline tracking mark of a large family. Chen An's gaze turned cold. This thing was a ticking time bomb, and it must not be kept, let alone sold, at the Wanbao building. Chen An flicked his fingers, and the surging spiritual energy from his chi refining 7th layer transformed into a mastered level fireball technique. But this time the flame was no longer a violent orangerd, it was forcibly compressed by his fire spiritual root into a deep high temperature dark fire.
Go! The dark fire enveloped the first-grade upper-tier flying sword. The flying sword was originally crafted from excellent mysterious iron essence, but under the dense spiritual energy of the late stage of chi refining and the continuous forging of the mastered spell, the tracking mark inside the hilt made no sound at all before being burned into nothingness. Chen An did not stop there. He decided to go all out. He increased the output of spiritual energy utilizing his innate perception of mineral materials with his earth spiritual root and spent 2 hours melting the entire first-grade upper-tier flying sword into a pool of mysterious iron juice glimmering faintly. Next, let's see how you perform. Chen An picked up the jade slip of essentials of first-grade basic arrays and contemplated it carefully for a while. Then he held the pool of mysterious iron juice and stepped into the courtyard under the night sky. The formation of an array emphasizes adapting to the environment and harnessing the power of heaven and earth. This is also the reason why array masters often require expensive array flags to set up formations. However, Chen An was financially constrained and did not want to expose himself at the array shop. He decided to utilize his unique advantages and gather materials on the spot. I possess both wood and earth dual spiritual roots. The greatest geographical advantage in this courtyard is this green-skinned osmanthus tree and the abundant soil. Chen An brought his sword fingers together, dipped them in the mysterious iron juice and swiftly inscribed profound earth array patterns around the 8 positions of soil along the courtyard walls. The mysterious iron juice, after cooling, transformed into indestructible miniature metal array pillars deeply embedded in the ground, perfectly merging with the earth's aura. Finally, he approached the green-skinned osmanthus tree in the center of the courtyard. Chen An circulated his wood spiritual energy, silently injecting the last bit of mysterious iron juice into the tree trunk's texture. The branches and leaves of the osmanthus tree rustled without wind. Rise! Chen An formed a somewhat awkward yet precise array formula with his hands, infusing the ground beneath him with the spiritual energy of his chi refining 7th layer. Buzz! A layer of undetectable microwaves enveloped the entire central ring courtyard with the green-skinned osmanthus tree as the array focal point. From the outside, the small courtyard remained the same dilapidated central ring residence, showing no abnormalities. Even the casual spying divine sense of neighboring cultivators would inexplicably slide past it as if it were merely an ordinary empty space. First-grade basic array minor concealment array complete. Having completely severed the clues the Wang family was tracking and placed an absolute secure lock on the old nest, Chen An finally dusted off the dirt from his hands. Setting up an array is more challenging than I imagined. If it weren't for the materials from the flying sword and my firewood and earth 3 spiritual roots as a foundation, even with the jade slip I wouldn't have been able to set up this array that utilizes the aura of grass and trees. Chen An stood beneath the osmanthus tree, looking up towards the direction of the inner city. Wang Tang was dead and the Wang family would surely go mad and bite at everyone in sight. During this time, the outside would surely be the most tumultuous. But for Chen An, in this small courtyard where even fully realized chi refining cultivators could not see through, accompanied by his rejuvenated wife who would live another 60 years peacefully crafting talismans, studying arrays and steadily solidifying his latest stage chi refining realm, was the perfect farming routine. Let the storm outside blow for a while. At dawn, a thin mist still clung to the central ring district. Bang! 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 Brutal thunderous pounding shattered the narrow alleyway, metal scabbards hissing open as the crisp ring of drawn artifacts violently tore through the morning stillness. At dawn, a thin mist still clung to the central ring district. Bang! 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 Brutal thunderous pounding shattered the narrow alleyway, metal scabbards hissing open as the crisp ring of drawn artifacts violently tore through them. The freelance cultivators who normally set up stalls and hawked wares at first light now kept their gates tightly shut. A few daring souls peered out through cracks in their doors, faces pale as ash. A major incident had erupted within the inner city. Wang Tang, heir apparent of the Wang clan, along with 2 bodyguards at Cultivation Base Establishment Level 6, had been beheaded last night in the desolate woods beyond the city walls. The site had been reduced to barren ash by searing flames, bones crushed remains scattered to the wind. Even Wang Tang's personal Grade 1 superior flying sword had vanished without a trace. Furious, the patriarch of the Wang clan issued a staggering bounty of 2,000 low-grade spirit stones for the capture of a tall black-robed elder cultivator wearing an iron mask. At first light, Wang clan cultivators joined forces with the market enforcement squad, sweeping like wolves from the inner city into the black market, and now directly into the central ring district, searching house by house, digging 3 feet deep into every courtyard. At the alley's entrance, 2 Wang clan stewards, both radiating the oppressive aura of Cultivation Base Establishment Level 7, stood coldly scanning surrounding compounds, each gripping a divination compass. Oldley from next door trembled violently, then scrambled headlong to wrench open his gate, submitting passively as 2 overwhelming divine senses swept ruthlessly across his body. Beyond the wall, however, Chen An's modest courtyard exuded an eerie, unnatural calm. Inside the main hall, the fragrant steam of spirit rice porridge curled gently through the air.
Lu Qingyue moved quietly about the table, tidying bowls and chopsticks with delicate care. After consuming the flawless fruit, all latent impurities and chronic ailments had been purged from her mortal body. Her once rough hands had become porcelain smooth, and luminous fine lines around her eyes dissolved entirely. Her entire being now shimmered with the unspoiled vitality of youthful bloom. Chen An sat perfectly still at his writing desk. The deafening crashes outside did not so much as tremble his steady hand as it guided the brush. "Husband, something seems amiss outdoors." Lu Qingyue paused mid-motion, glancing apprehensively toward the window. "No cause for concern, merely a noble clan hunting a thief within the inner city. They won't cast their gaze upon us." Chen An spoke with unruffled calm. Holding a vermilion brush dipped in demonic beast blood, he traced elegant flowing characters across a pale yellow talisman paper. At that moment his consciousness had already split in two. One thread sank deep into his dantian, where the supreme tier turtle breath art stirred silently, locking away the dense mercury-like gray-white spiritual fog, allowing only the outward illusion of a cultivation base establishment level 5 cultivator with feeble chi and frail constitution. The other thread slipped unseen toward the green-barked osmanthus tree at the courtyard's center, its wood essence masking the array's subtle resonance as the minor maze concealment array activated fully. Creak. Heavy footsteps halted before the courtyard gate. "Whose residence is this?" one steward demanded coldly, the soul-seeking disc in his palm flickering with faint luminescence. Our respected sir, it belongs to Master Chen, a talismanist at mid-cultivation base establishment level. He rarely leaves home, always unwell, frail of constitution. Oldly stammered the reply from next door. The steward snorted, a divine sense of cultivation base establishment level 7 lanced forward like an invisible blade, piercing the courtyard wall with brutal force. Not a single tremor disturbed Chen An's brushstroke as the divine sense swept past. To the steward's perception, the courtyard was shrouded in a chaotic natural melange of vegetal spiritual energy, the osmanthus tree's own gentle aura flawlessly veiling the array's faintest ripple. Their divine senses filtered through the wood essence detected only a male cultivator at cultivation base establishment level 5, his spiritual energy uneven and wan, as he sat weakly sketching talismans at his desk, accompanied by an ordinary woman bearing no cultivation whatsoever. No hidden array fluctuations. No telltale resonance of latest-stage cultivation. No sharp metallic aura of flying swords. Just a sickly talismanist dragging along a mundane wife. On to the next. The steward retracted his divine sense without even bothering to push open the gate, turning instead toward the next courtyard. Listening to their footsteps recede into the distance, Chen An lowered his gaze slightly. So long as your perceived value fails to warrant their effort, even with a blade at your throat, they won't bother to strike. He focused all his attention on the tip of his brush. Completed. With the final stroke sealed, the radiant glow subsided inward. Upon the paper rested a golden needle talisman pulsing with dense heavy metallic of the gung metal affinity. Chen An set down his brush and exhaled deeply. Advancing to late cultivation base establishment had transmuted his spiritual energy into mist, and his divine sense had surged accordingly, granting him a quantum leap in talismanic mastery. Where once crafting intermediate-level talismans demanded exhaustive concentration and a single misstep risked catastrophic failure, those intricate patterns now unfolded before him with crystalline clarity as if etched onto the palm of his hand. He murmured a silent invocation, summoning his complete status panel. Host Chen An. Lifespan 36,120. Spirit roots inferior fire wood earth. Cultivation realm cultivation base establishment level 701000. Dual cultivation points 230. Arts turtle breath art fragmentary supreme tier. Techniques fireball art 121,000 mastery, light wind art supreme tier, parting water sword art 151,000 mastery. Crafts cleansing talisman 151000 mastery, fireball talisman 395400 proficiency, earth shield talisman 360400 proficiency, wind writing talisman 0400 proficiency, golden light talisman 188100 mastery, golden needle talisman 1991000 mastery, restorative talisman 351,000 mastery. Success rate stabilized above 90%, and the spiritual energy and mental exertion required to complete an intermediate talisman now falls below 1/3 of what it once demanded. Chen An observed the slight increase in his golden needle talisman proficiency, calculating silently. At this pace, dedicating just 2 hours daily to talisman crafting would effortlessly yield 3 or 4 intermediate talismans. The remaining time could be devoted entirely to consolidating his realm and refining his understanding of formation arrays. This manhunt and bounty will stir chaos for at least half a month. The black market and Wanbao pavilion are off limits, for now. Chen An lifted the warm spirit rice porridge from the table and gently blew across its surface. Let the world outside convulse, what did it matter to him? Time flows like water and 2 months pass quietly in the friction between the pen tip and vermilion. During these 2 months the Wang family in the inner city turned the market upside down like mad dogs, yet ultimately gained nothing in the face of overwhelming darkness. As time went by, the intense crackdown throughout the city gradually subsided and the loose cultivators in the market returned to their previous lives, scrambling for a few low-grade spirit stones. Meanwhile, during these 2 months Chen An perfectly embodied the phrase, "No matter the winds from east, west, south or north, I remain unmoved." He rarely went out peacefully drawing talismans under the cover of the little mystique concealment array during the day, while at night he indulged with the radiant Lu Qing US, solidifying his cultivation at the 7th layer while crazily accumulating dual cultivation points. For a full 60 days with a consistent influx of 30 points each day, he amassed a substantial fortune. In the main room, Chen An sat cross-legged on the mat, taking a deep breath, silently murmuring, "System add points." Buzz, almost 2,000 dual cultivation points evaporated in an instant. Consume 988 points. Fireball technique perfected. Consume 985 points. Water split sword technique perfected. In Chen An's mind it felt as if 2 storms were surging. One storm was an endless blaze. He tirelessly spun the fireball within the illusion of divine sense, continuously compressing and purifying the originally violent orange flames until they transformed into a quiet yet terrifyingly destructive dark blue fire. The other was a continuous stream of sword energy. He didn't need to wield a physical flying sword, as the water and metal energies within him perfectly fused, forming countless fine rain-like invisible water blades capable of cutting through iron like mud. Moments later Chen An opened his eyes, a glimmer of dark blue fire and sharp sword light flashing in his gaze. With a thought he didn't need to form any hand seals. Hiss! A flame the size of a soybean, entirely dark blue, ignited out of thin air at his fingertip. This flame emitted no heat, but when Chen An flicked it toward a piece of discarded first-grade medium-grade mysterious iron, or the hard or couldn't withstand even a breath, and was instantly melted into iron liquid, even burning a deep hole into the blue brick floor. This is the perfected fireball technique and water split sword technique. Chen An clenched his fist in satisfaction. With all 3 spells perfected, coupled with the substantial spiritual power supporting his latest foundation establishment, his actual combat ability had reached an extremely terrifying level. He summoned the panel in his mind, scanning the pleasing data. Host Chen An lifespan 36120, spiritual root low-grade firewood earth cultivation foundation establishment 7th layer 601000, dual cultivation points 357, technique turtle breathing secret perfected spells, fireball technique perfected, light wind technique perfected, water split sword technique perfected, skills cleanse, talisman 151,000 proficient, fireball talisman 395,400, skilled earth shield talisman 360,400. Skilled Wind Control Talisman 0400, Skilled Golden Light Talisman 380-1000, Proficient Golden Needle Talisman 390-1000, Proficient Rejuvenation Talisman 351,000, Proficient. My combat power has reached its peak at this stage. It's time to test that fragment. Chen An walked to the desk and fished out an old jade slip, its surface covered in cracks, from the depths of his storage bag. This was something he had occasionally disguised as an old man to procure spirit rice from loose cultivator stalls during the intense crackdown period, bought at a low price from a destitute robbery cultivator. That robbery cultivator didn't recognize its value and thought it was an ordinary intermediate talisman manuscript. However, Chen An, using his latest foundation establishment divine sense to probe, immediately recognized it as a fragment of a first-grade superior talisman. Although severely damaged, it barely retained the complete drawings of 2 types of superior talismans, lightning attracting talisman and first-grade superior wind control talisman. This was precisely the trump card he needed most. Chen An put away the jade slip and took out 10 pieces of first-grade superior wind spirit paper, faintly glowing with a weak blue light, as well as a bottle of ordinary first-grade demon beast's essence blood. The spiritual power circuitry of superior talismans is extremely complex. A slight misstep can cause them to explode. Although he didn't have a mutated lightning spiritual root to draw the violent lightning attracting talisman, he had a wood spiritual root and had just perfected the light wind technique. The comprehension of a perfected spell allowed him to grasp the subtle flow of wind spiritual power with ease. Chen An held his breath and concentrated, dipping the first-grade talisman brush into the demon beast's essence blood, his wrist sinking sharply. Thick mercury-like spiritual mist surged through his veins into the pen tip. Bang! The first piece with unstable spiritual power infusion instantly ignited and turned to ashes. The consecutive failures did not cause the slightest ripple in Chen An's state of mind. The threshold for superior talismans far exceeded his expectations, especially with the ordinary first-grade talisman brush and low-grade demon beast's essence blood in his hand, which could hardly bear the massive and violent spiritual power output of latest foundation establishment. The hardware limitations had to be compensated for with his refined control of the perfected spells. Until he reached the 10th piece. Fall. The vermilion ink dangerously flowed like clouds and water across the last piece of wind spirit paper. Under the pressure of his divine sense, which was akin to cheating, the complex spiritual power circuitry finally closed with great difficulty.
Buzz, the talisman paper erupted with a dazzling blue light, quickly retracting thereafter.
A first-grade superior wind control talisman inscribed with profound wind patterns quietly lay on the desk. Just resting there, the surrounding air faintly swirled with micro-whirlwinds.
It worked!
Chen An wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, looking at the pile of ashes on the table, shaking his head helplessly. After wasting 9 expensive pieces of superior talisman paper, Chen An finally succeeded in drawing this superior wind control talisman. Superior materials are too expensive and my proficiency is 0. Coupled with the ordinary talisman brush and the poor bearing capacity of the demon beast's essence blood, the success rate was a pitiful 10%.
But this is enough to open up new financial avenues. Chen An put away this hard-earned wind control talisman.
Though he still had over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones from the Wang family's inheritance in his storage bag, living off past fortunes was not his style. Maintaining stable income was the long-term plan.
Moreover, superior wind control talismans, such precious escape tools, are always scarce in the black market.
Half an hour later, Chen An operated the perfected turtle breathing secret and his bones cracked again.
He did not become the brawny black-robed old cultivator wanted by the entire city.
His figure became hunched and emaciated, his facial muscles sunk and his complexion turned a waxy yellow from years of not seeing sunlight. He changed into a grey worn-out Taoist robe, steadily controlling his cultivation at the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment's 6th layer, and deliberately infused a faint scent of decay and herbal essence into his body. At this moment he completely resembled an old sick-loose cultivator who had struggled at the bottom of the cultivation world for years with little lifespan left and feeling dejected. In the Qingzhou market, at a remote entrance to the underground black market, Chen An hunched over, paid the entrance fee and walked into the dimly lit passage. The intense crackdown had just passed. Although the stalls in the black market were fewer, the oppressive trading atmosphere had become even more intense. He found a grocery store that hung a sign reading "Only accepting quality goods," which seemed to have backing from an inner-city family. The shopkeeper was a shrewd fat man with a cultivation level of Foundation Establishment's 7th layer. Chen An stepped forward, clearing his throat hoarsely like a leaky bellows, and then pulled out the first-grade superior wind control talisman that emitted an astonishing wave of wind spiritual power, gently pushing it forward. First-grade superior wind control talisman.
Chen An's voice was aged and weak. "I urgently need low-grade spirit stones to buy life-saving medicinal pills. Please make an offer, shopkeeper." The fat shopkeeper's originally indifferent gaze lit up as it swept over the talisman.
Superior talismans are definitely hot commodities in the black market, especially this kind that can double the speed of Foundation Establishment cultivators, which is even more scarce. The fat shopkeeper examined it carefully, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He looked up at the old cultivator with a waxy face and tentatively said, "This talisman, its spiritual light is restrained. Its activation speed is probably 3 times faster than ordinary superior talismans."
"Is it crafted by you?"
Chen An, clutching the newly acquired 90 spirit stones, did not rush to leave the black market. Since he had already donned the guise of an old sickly loose cultivator, he decided to gather all the materials in one go. He was well aware that the less than 30% success rate of his talisman making was largely hindered by the ordinary first-tier talisman brush and the inferior quality blood essence. Navigating through the intricate stalls of the black market, he deliberately avoided the general goods store where he had just completed a transaction, stopping instead at an old shop deep in an alley that specialized in materials. 20 sheets of first-tier high-grade wind spirit paper, please. Additionally, I need a bottle of the finest latest-stage wind-type beast's blood essence. It must be heart blood. Chen An suppressed his voice and coughed weakly twice. The shopkeeper was a cold old man with one eye blind. He rubbed the corner of his eye and pulled out a sealed ceramic bottle and a stack of talisman papers glowing with a faint azure light from beneath the counter. Each sheet of wind spirit paper costs 3 spirit stones. 20 sheets amount to 60. This bottle of first-tier perfect green wind eagle blood essence will be 40 spirit stones.
In total, that's 100 low-grade spirit stones. Chen An's eyelids did not even twitch at this price, which was indeed exorbitant, but he did not wish to draw attention at this moment at the Wanbao Pavilion.
He took out the 90 spirit stones he had just earned, added 10 old ones and pushed them forward.
"By the way, do you have any methods to conceal one's aura or change one's appearance?"
"No need to bring out something as common as the turtle breathing technique?"
Chen An inquired tentatively.
The blind old man chuckled, pinching a yellow damaged book from a corner of the shelf. "The concealment and illusion technique. It can subtly adjust one's bones and form a layer of qi membrane on the surface of the body using spiritual energy, isolating the sense of smell and faint spiritual perception of qi, refining stage cultivators. A fixed price of 300 spirit stones." Chen An's divine sense swept over the damaged book, indeed more profound than the simple turtle breathing technique, capable of compensating for certain shortcomings in his disguise, particularly the qi membrane technique, which could thwart some insidious tracking methods.
That's too expensive. 200 spirit stones and I'll take it.
After some back and forth, Chen An finally acquired the damaged volume for 220 spirit stones. Though this left his storage bag considerably lighter, he felt a sense of relief. After securing his items, Chen An hunched over and slowly exited the black market. On the outskirts of Qingzhou Market, a cold dark alley leading to the central district. The array here had long been neglected, and the dim light made it a favorite harvesting ground for rogue cultivators.
Chen An walked leisurely, seemingly unaware.
But within his powerful divine sense, 3 malicious auras, 3 zhang behind him, were tightly locked onto his presence. One was at the 6th layer of qi refinement and 2 at the 5th layer. Clearly these 3 rogues viewed him with his short lifespan and just sold high-grade talismans appearance as an easy target.
Old man, if you know what's good for you, leave behind your storage bag and we'll grant you a dignified death. 3 shadows leaped down from the walls, instantly surrounding Chen An in a triangular formation.
The leader, a scar-faced man, grinned menacingly, wielding a large knife emanating a strong aura of blood.
Chen An halted, not turning around. Inside in this world, why is it so difficult to buy something in peace? Stop talking nonsense. Die. The 2 rogues at the 5th layer of qi refinement took the lead, their long spears slicing through the air as they thrust towards Chen An's back.
Chen An's gaze turned cold as the perfected light wind technique erupted in an instant. Instead of rushing forward or retreating, his figure mysteriously shifted sideways like a wisp of smoke. The 2 spears missed his afterimage, and before the rogues could change their tactics, Chen An brought his fingers together and waved casually.
Perfected water-splitting sword technique. There was no dazzling sword light, only 2 invisible water blades torn from the air.
The blades were as thin as a cicada's wing but moved with incredible speed. The 2 rogues felt a chill at their throats, and before they realized what had happened, their massive heads flew neatly into the air. Hot blood sprayed 3 feet high from their necks. Their bodies instinctively stumbled forward 2 steps before crashing heavily to the ground.
Instant kill.
What? The scar-faced man was horrified, his entire body covered in sweat. How could this be a frail old loose cultivator? The power and speed of such instantaneous spellcasting were feats even latest-age qi refinement experts could hardly achieve effortlessly.
Senior, spare me. I didn't recognize you.
The scar-faced man reacted quickly, pleading for mercy while frantically crushing a teleportation talisman in his hand, retreating in haste.
Now you want to run. It's too late.
Chen An turned expressionlessly and pointed with his fingertip.
Perfected fireball technique.
A pea-sized azure flame silently streaked through the void, accurately landing on the scar-faced man's back.
Boom.
There was no violent explosion, only a heart-stopping high temperature bursting forth in an instant. The scar-faced man only managed a half-scream before being completely engulfed by the azure flame as he ran. In just 2 breaths, all that remained at the scene was a pile of ashes blown away by the wind. The alley returned to silence. From the appearance of the 3 rogues to their annihilation, merely 5 breaths had passed. Chen An stepped forward, skillfully picking up the storage bags of the 2 rogues and flicked a spark to incinerate the blood and bodies on the ground completely. With a pat on the proficient level cleansing talisman attached to his body, a gentle breeze swept by, erasing even the last trace of blood in the air. Chen An hunched his back and continued walking forward. The night concealed his calm and deep eyes as if he had merely swatted 3 flies earlier. Upon returning to the small courtyard in the central district, the isolation array closed, and only then did Chen An remove his Dao robe, restoring his original appearance. Sitting at the table, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. With the 7th layer of qi refinement combined with 3 perfected level techniques, his combat power had indeed undergone a qualitative change, making it almost a one-sided obliteration against mid-stage loose cultivators. He summoned his panel, gazing at the complete data, feeling increasingly tranquil. Host Chen An, lifespan 36120, spiritual roots, low-grade firewood, earth cultivation, qi refinement, 7th layer, 601000, dual cultivation points, 30 cultivation techniques, turtle breathing technique damaged, perfected concealment and illusion technique damaged, 01000, beginner spells, fireball technique perfected, light wind technique perfected, water splitting sword technique perfected, skills cleansing talisman 151,000, proficient fireball talisman 395,400, proficient earth shield talisman 360,400, proficient wind control talisman 11,000, proficient golden light talisman 380,1000, proficient golden needle talisman 390,1000, proficient rejuvenation talisman 351,000, proficient. Although I spent some spirit stones with the addition of this concealment and illusion technique, my safety factor has increased another layer in the future. Looking at the 20 sheets of high-grade wind spirit paper and the pure blood essence on the table, a glimmer of expectation flashed in his eyes. Next, I will thoroughly hone the proficiency of this high-grade wind control talisman right here in this small courtyard. He glanced up at the lit inner room where Lu Qingyue was waiting for him with warm tea. The night breeze was slightly cool in the central courtyard of the small house. Chen An sat at his desk gazing at the ashes of the fine wind spirit paper scattered across the table, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. Without panel points forcibly pushing the foundation, relying solely on oneself to stubbornly tackle techniques beyond one's level is akin to listening for the sound of spirit stones. He turned his inner gaze to his spiritual platform, summoned the panel, and his eyes fell on the column marked Dual Cultivation Points 0, helplessly rubbing his brow. Having previously broken through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement and perfected the 3 major spells, he had exhausted over 2 months' worth of savings. The newly acquired breath concealment illusory technique was still a fragment with no foundation, and the success rate for the fine wind control talisman was dismal. He was in urgent need of a substantial amount of dual cultivation points to complete this transformation of combat power. Chen An turned his head toward the inner room. On the bed, Lu Qingyue was soundly asleep, wrapped in her blanket. After taking the non-leak fruit to cleanse her marrow, her once mortal body shed its ailments, her skin glowed with a delicate rosy hue, and her breathing was long and steady. Chen An instinctively reached for his lower back, forcibly cutting off the dangerous thought of waking his wife. He had already grasped the rules of the panel. When his wife's affection for him reached a maximum of 100 every time they united in yin and yang, they could secure 10 dual cultivation points. 30 points a day seemed like a trickle, but in reality this was already the unbreakable limit. Even though Lu Qingyu's constitution had undergone a significant transformation and she brimmed with vitality, and even though he himself was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement 3 times a day, was already the fine line of their physical strength and essence. If he were to forcibly extract more, even with the revitalization talisman sustaining her vitality, Lu Qingyu's mortal body could not bear it, and he himself, being at the late stage of Qi refinement, would suffer a drain, injuring his foundation. Desire is like a steel blade scraping the bone. The ancients did not deceive me. These dual cultivation points are truly bought with my life's blood and sweat. Chen An let out a bitter smile, completely dispelling the futile thought of recklessly grinding for points in the short term. However, looking at his sleeping wife, a glint of sharp light flashed in his deep eyes. Since the output of points on the panel is directly linked to the physical capacity for dual cultivation, it indicates that this 30 points a day limit is not unbreakable. Chen An contemplated inwardly, if in the future I can find a superior body refinement technique refining my physical essence to be as vigorous as a dragon, or acquire a legitimate dual cultivation secret technique understanding the methods of supplementing and harmonizing, I can surely increase the daily intake further. Although the path to expansion was long, it had already pointed the way. After secretly committing the body refinement and dual cultivation secret method to memory, Chen An focused his mind, took a blank piece of rice paper, and began to outline his current plans. The daily limit is 30 points, which amounts to 900 points a month. Given the current turmoil caused by the Wang family, I should remain secluded. I will only allocate 1 hour each day to draw 3 intermediate talismans, 1 for daily expenses and the other to maintain a facade. The remaining time will be devoted to studying the basics of formations and nurturing my meridians in the late stage of Qi refinement. The points I have painstakingly accumulated must not be squandered. The breath concealment illusory technique pertains to concealing my true appearance and surviving in the outside world, and it must be prioritized. This will likely take about a month. Once I master the illusory technique, I will then focus on improving the proficiency of the fine wind control talisman to ensure I possess a life-saving trump card. With each stroke, Chen An meticulously arranged his cultivation plans for the next 2 months. In this cannibalistic realm of cultivation, no one can achieve success overnight. Even with a golden finger by one's side to seek a stable and long life, one must tread step by step, enduring through the years. In the days that followed, the small courtyard fell into complete tranquility. Chen An resembled a steadfast practitioner, diligently and rigorously executing his plans. During the day, he utilized the cover of the greenskin osmanthus tree in the courtyard, carving formation patterns in the soil with discarded black iron, forcefully gnawing at the obscure and complex formation mechanisms. At night, he unwaveringly united with his wife 3 times, earning that fixed and precious 30 dual cultivation points without greed for a single extra. Time passes in the monotony of cultivation, and the days roll on. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. One morning, Chen An stood with his hands behind his back in front of the copper mirror in the main room, without using any talismans or magical tools, merely turning his inner gaze to the spiritual platform, and with a thought. On the panel, the 900 dual cultivation points he had just accumulated instantly cleared, transforming into a torrent that poured entirely into the breath concealment illusory technique. Buzz! Chen An's entire body suddenly emitted a series of subtle dislocation sounds from his bones, sending chills down one's spine. His originally tall and straight figure seemed to hunch slightly at a visible speed, and the muscle fibers on his shoulders and back quietly altered their directional pattern, revealing a somewhat lax appearance from years of unfulfilled aspirations. Even more mysteriously, the water and earth elemental spiritual energies within him flowed through an abnormal and esoteric meridian, ultimately seeping out through the pores of his skin, forming a thin, almost imperceptible Qi membrane. This membrane lacked any defensive capability, yet it acted like a deadlock, perfectly sealing off his aura, fluctuations of spiritual energy and even body temperature, causing divine senses that passed over to experience subtle distortions and slippages. In just a few breaths, the handsome and composed Chen An in the copper mirror had vanished without a trace. In his place was a middle-aged loose cultivator with fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, slightly sunken eye sockets, and an aura of perpetual frustration emanating from him.
Breath concealment illusory technique fragment 12,000 mastery.
It worked! The middle-aged cultivator in the copper mirror grinned, and even his voice, due to subtle adjustments of the throat muscles, became deep and slightly hoarse. Chen An satisfactorily dispersed the operation of his spiritual energy, and with a crackle of bones he returned to his original appearance. The trump card of his new identity had been established. Next, he needed to accumulate points to tackle the fine wind control talisman. Once the fine talisman was crafted, he would truly possess some foundation for survival in the central area of King's marketplace, even having the confidence to overturn the table in times of crisis.
A month passed in a fleeting manner.
In the small courtyard of the central ring, Chen An's days flowed like a stagnant pool, yet concealed sharpness within. He was well aware of the principle that wealth in the cultivation world should not be revealed. Until he had accumulated enough dual cultivation points, he would never waste even half a sheet of high-grade talisman paper worth 3 low-grade spirit stones to test the waters. Every day, apart from drawing 3 intermediate talismans to mislead others and exchanging them for a bit of spirit rice and spirit meat to sustain his livelihood, all his remaining energy was devoted to the deduction of the fragmented formation scrolls and the unwavering intersection of yin and yang with Lu Qingyue at night.
Until one morning,
Chen An sat cross-legged on the tatami in the main room, turned his gaze inward to the spiritual platform, and summoned the system panel.
Host Chen An. Lifespan 36,120.
Spiritual roots low-grade fire wood earth. Cultivation level Qi refinement level 7120-1000.
Dual cultivation points 930.
Cultivation technique fragment of turtle breathing method complete. Concealment and illusion technique fragment 12,000 mastery. Spells fireball technique complete. Gentle wind technique complete. Water splitting sword technique complete. Skills cleaning talisman 151000 mastery. Fireball talisman 395400 proficient. Earth shield talisman 360400 proficient. Wind control talisman 11,000 proficient. Golden light talisman 380100 mastery. Golden needle talisman 3901000 mastery. Revitalization talisman 351,000 mastery.
930 points. Finally enough. Chen An's thoughts stirred, silently reciting to allocate points.
In an instant, the 900 points accumulated were suddenly cleared. The nuances of the brush's pressure, the refined breathing of spiritual energy, and even the texture direction of the high-grade wind spirit paper seemed to be instinctively known, deeply imprinted in his divine sense. Looking back at the panel, the wind control talisman had already broken through its constraints, transforming into wind control talisman 12,000 mastery. He rose to his feet, walked to the desk, spread out 10 sheets of first-grade superior wind spirit paper that shimmered with azure light, and uncorked the vial containing the refined blood of a first-grade complete azure wind eagle. With brush in hand, dipping it in blood, focusing his mind, he put pen to paper. Sizzle! As the wolf hair brush touched the paper, Chen An frowned slightly. The robust spiritual energy of the late Qi refinement stage surged through the meridians into the brush tip, causing the first-grade talisman brush to emit a subtle tremor of being overwhelmed, leading to a slight stagnation in the flow of spiritual energy.
Bang!
The first talisman paper ignited spontaneously into a ball of mundane fire at the moment the formation pattern closed.
Chen An's heart was as calm as ice, his expression unperturbed.
Mundane items ultimately struggle to bear the weight of the Tao, which was within his expectations. The only thing he could do was rely on his proficiency and the pinnacle finesse of complete-level spells to forcibly tame this inferior brush.
Holding his breath, he drew again.
The study filled with wisps of blue smoke and spiritual light flickered. Until the last sheet of wind spirit paper was completed, Chen An set down the talisman brush, whose tip was already slightly frayed, exhaling a breath of turbid air. On the desk among the embers lay 3 first-grade superior wind control talismans, quietly resting with their spiritual light reined in and azure patterns swirling.
7 destroyed, 3 completed.
Chen An gazed at these 3 talismans, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Given the inferior quality of the talisman brush and relying solely on a first-grade refined blood to withstand the backlash and stabilize the success rate of superior talismans at 30%, this skill, if transmitted to the inner city, would certainly draw the attention of those lofty talisman masters. Moreover, this was a highly profitable venture. With a capital of 40 low-grade spirit stones, he had exchanged it for assets worth over 200 spirit stones.
High-level skills in the lower realms of the cultivation world are indeed terrifying. It's a pity that both Wanbao Tower and the black market are currently off limits. Chen An tucked the 3 superior wind control talismans close, his thoughts swirling. Wanbao Tower is crowded and chaotic, making it easy to be thoroughly investigated. The black market is currently turbulent with undercurrents, making it uncertain to encounter ruthless characters who kill for profit. He silently activated the concealment and illusion technique. A series of faint sounds of bone dislocation rang out. His upright figure slightly hunched and the handsome features of his face were marked with a few traces of hardship, his gaze becoming murky and profound. In just a moment he transformed into a middle-aged wandering cultivator who had weathered many hardships, his aura stabilizing at the most inconspicuous chi refinement level 6. Half an hour later, Chen An avoided the bustling sections of Kingjas Market, meandering about and stepping into the most outer scattered cultivator market. This place was muddy and difficult to navigate, the spiritual energy chaotic, with crude cloth stalls lining the streets filled with low-grade spiritual herbs stained with blood and broken magical artifacts. The passing people were mostly mid-level chi refinement demon hunters, each bearing a fierce expression. Chen An found an empty spot in the corner, tossing down half a broken spirit stone as stall fees. He casually spread out a ragged cloth displaying a dozen fireball and earth shield talismans he had drawn in the past, then sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, resembling a solitary and downtrodden talisman craftsman. After a long while, 2 chi refinement level 5 cultivators reeking of demon beasts stopped in front of the stall. "This friend, how much for this earth shield talisman?" The lead scar-faced man inquired in a rough voice, his gaze repeatedly scrutinizing the talisman's spiritual patterns. 10 low-grade spirit stones, no bargaining." Chen An's eyes lowered slightly, his voice husky like sandpaper rubbing together. 10. Even the shops in the inner city only sell for 11. You dare to ask for such a high price for this rough merchandise at a street stall? The big man frowned, revealing a hint of displeasure. This old man's talisman has tightly sealed spiritual energy, not leaking a bit. In life and death battles it can buy you extra breath. Chen An's tone was calm as a deep well. Your life is your own. If you find it too expensive, just go elsewhere. The 2 scattered cultivators exchanged glances. Having wandered on the edge of life and death for years, they could naturally see that this talisman was solidly made, far from the shoddy products. "Fine, I'll take 2 earth shields and 1 fireball." The scar-faced man gritted his teeth and pulled out 30 spirit stones, handing them over. Chen An accepted the spirit stones and pushed the talismans towards them. Just as the 2 were putting away the talismans and turning to leave, Chen An suddenly lifted his eyelids, his murky gaze sweeping over the surroundings without a sound, then lowered his coarse voice. "You 2 have been living off the deep mountains and swamps for years. If you're unlucky enough to encounter a second-tier demon beast, ordinary talismans might not protect your lives. Old man here has a few life-saving items, but I wonder if you 2 can handle them." The 2 scattered cultivators paused, their eyes instantly filling with 7 parts vigilance and 3 parts greed. However, sensing the solid chi refinement level 6 spiritual pressure emanating from Chen An, the greedy thoughts were forcibly suppressed deep within. "Friend, do you have any rare sharp goods?" The scar-faced man cautiously inquired, secretly clutching the magical artifact at his waist. Chen An's wide gray robe sleeve slightly swayed. He didn't take anything out, only pinching a sheet of talisman paper glowing with azure light between his fingers, revealing half an inch in the shadows. A pure and terrifying wind-type spiritual energy brushed past the 2's noses, then was tightly covered by Chen An. The scar-faced man's pupils suddenly contracted, gasping coldly. "First grade, superior." In the narrow alleyway the air seemed to congeal. The scar-faced man stared fixedly at the sliver of azure light peeking from between Chen An's 2 fingers, his Adam's apple bobbed violently as he swallowed hard. Glug. His companion beside him breathed even more heavily, eyes blazing crimson. Having long skirted the fangs and claws of monstrous beasts, they understood better than anyone what this pure contained gust of wind-based spiritual energy truly signified. In the perilous Great Marsh, this was no mere talisman, it was an extra life, plain and simple. "Ilder," the scar-faced man's gruff voice dropped 8 octaves in an instant, his spine bent instinctively as he bowed low. "How much would you ask for this talisman?" Chen An's cheek twitched faintly, just enough to betray a subtle mix of sorrow and impatience, as he rasped hoarsely, "This is a last resort lifeline I've kept solely for self-preservation. Yet my old ailment has flared anew and I urgently need spirit stones to procure life-sustaining elixirs at Wanbao Pavilion. 90 lower-grade spirit stones, not a single fragment less." The scar-faced man hesitated, exchanged a glance with his comrade, then hastily unfastened their storage pouches and upended every last possession onto the ground. Shards and lower-grade spirit stones were gathered together and counted twice. Elder, the scar-faced man gritted his teeth, then reached deep into his storage pouch and drew forth a length of black wood as thick as an infant's forearm, jet black and lustrous. "A few days ago we slew a latest-stage Tier 1 mudscale serpent in a toxic miasma pond, and retrieved this piece of ancient ironwood from its lair. This is a peerless cold spirit material, ideal for forging supreme-grade artifacts or array foundations. It's worth 30 lower-grade spirit stones, no less." Chen An's cloudy gaze fell upon the obsidian log and his heart gave the faintest imperceptible lurch. Ancient ironwood.
A rare treasure indeed. Not only was it harder than iron but it naturally repelled divine sense with its innate cold resonance. He had been fretting over lacking suitable materials for array foundations, now fortune had delivered precisely what he needed like a pillow arriving just as one drifted off to sleep. Acceptable, I suppose. Chen An snatched the spirit stones and the ironwood, swept them into his storage pouch with a flick of his wide sleeve and simultaneously flicked his finger, sending the superior tier wind-dispelling talisman drifting gently into the scar-faced man's arms.
Transaction complete.
Without granting the two men time to utter another word, Chen An folded his ragged cloth, hunched his shoulders and vanished into the bustling tide of roaming cultivators. He wound through the muddy labyrinthine alleys on the periphery for 3 full circuits, his formidable latest chi cultivation divine sense fully extended, confirming not a single soul trail behind.
Then he slipped into a deadened alley and silently activated the spirit-concealing illusion technique. A faint ripple shimmered across the invisible aura clinging to his skin, erasing every trace of the acrid stench lingering from the cultivator bazaar. With a crackle of shifting bone, his shrunken muscles and features rapidly reformed. When he emerged from the alley, he was once again Chen An, youthful of countenance, serene of bearing, his aura utterly unremarkable. Night lay deep and still. In the main chamber of the modest courtyard residence, spring's warmth had just subsided. Lu Qingyue rested her head upon Chen An's arm, her raven tresses tousled. Thanks to the foundational purification granted by the willow fruit and further refined by spiritual energy, her face bloomed like peach blossoms, her breath sweet and tranquil as she slept soundly. Chen An gently withdrew his arm, tucked the quilt snugly around her, draped a loose gray robe over himself and stepped into the study. Lighting the oil lamp, he summoned his interface with practiced ease. Cultivator Chen An. Lifespan 36,120. Spirit roots inferior, fire wood earth. Cultivation realm chi cultivation 7th layer 120-1000. Dao Union points 30.
Cultivation techniques fragmentary version of tortoise breath art perfected, spirit concealing illusion technique fragment 12,000 proficient. Spells fireball art perfected, zephyr art perfected, parting water sword art perfected. Craftsmanship cleansing talisman 151,000, proficient fireball talisman 395,400, skilled earthshield talisman 360,400, skilled wind dispelling talisman 12,000, proficient golden light talisman 380,1000, proficient golden needle talisman 390,1000, proficient revitalizing talisman 351,000, proficient. Gazing at the freshly credited 30 Dao Union points still warm on his ledger, Chen An felt profoundly reassured. Though 30 points per day was an immutable law, it was precisely this thrice-daily cultivation that formed his most unshakable foundation in the ruthless world of immortality cultivation. It's time to prioritize array studies. Chen An withdrew the worn jade slip Essentials of Tier 1 Foundational Arrays purchased from the black market and pressed it against his brow. Array cultivation differed fundamentally from spellcraft. It demanded exhaustive calculations involving earth veins, spiritual energy nodes and bagua orientations. Even gifted cultivators poring over such slips for half a year often suffered self-inflicted injuries from clashing energies during actual array formation. Chen An scanned the jade slip with his divine sense. After half an incensestick's time, the tangled web of spiritual energy pathways within appeared as chaotic as knotted hemp. His temples throbbed with dull pain. He set the slip aside without hesitation. System allocate points to Essentials of Tier 1 Foundational Arrays. A resonant hum vibrated through his consciousness, and the 30 Dao Union points vanished instantly from his ledger. In the next heartbeat, his mind erupted. An overwhelming force seized the arcane array patterns and energy node configurations, previously indecipherable as celestial script, shattered them, kneaded them, and seared them relentlessly into the very core of his divine sense. There was no epiphany, no graceful enlightenment, only brute force neural imprinting. After a long silence, Chen An opened his eyes, gasping for breath, sweat beading his forehead, but his gaze burned with startling brilliance. When his eyes fell once more upon the ancient ironwood resting on the table, he no longer saw mere timber. Instinctively he perceived the precise nodes where spiritual energy stagnated within its grain, and his mind spontaneously visualized exactly where to carve the first array sigil. His gaze swept the interface, the final line had already updated. Craftsmanship, Tier 1 Foundational Arrays 30,100, Novice. 30 points, barely enough to cross the threshold into array mastery. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chen An allowed himself a quiet, knowing smile. So long as it appeared on the interface, the most grueling phase of initiation was finally behind him. So long as he restrained himself, so long as he spent those points wisely, he needed only endure a few more days advancing this art to skilled before he could begin embedding array foundations throughout his humble courtyard. In this merciless immortal cultivation realm, if his own den remained anything less than an impregnable fortress, he dared not close his eyes fully, even in sleep. In the dead of night, the oil lamp in the study burst into a blossom of light, casting a dim golden halo that swayed slightly. Chen An rubbed his throbbing forehead, finally sorting out the tangled knowledge of formations in his mind. The 30 points invested in dual cultivation were not wasted. Although the panel only displayed entry level, he now surveyed the furnishings in the room and could roughly outline the obstructions and smooth pathways of spiritual energy flow in his mind. This is the tyranny of the system's point allocation, bypassing the ethereal understanding and directly implanting muscle memory and instinct into his brain. While my hands are warm, I should carve out a formation base to practice. Chen An's gaze landed on the newly replaced Chen ironwood on the table. This material grows year-round in toxic swamps, cold and extremely hard. If a Minstich Chi practicing artifact were to strike it heat, it would most leave a white mark. For other low-level formation masters in the marketplace, carving a pattern on this wretched wood would require spending a fortune to rent a refining room with ground fire in the inner city, wasting time. Chen An did not want to waste spirit stones. He had a simpler and more direct method. With a gentle rub of his right index finger, a fireball the size of a soybean sprang into existence. This was a perfected level of fireball technique. Lacking the violent momentum of raging flames, all fire-type spiritual energy was tightly compressed within, not even a hint of heat escaping, leaving only an incredibly high temperature. The flame flicked against the dark brown surface of the iron wood. Accompanied by a hiss, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and the layer of wood, which could hardly be cut even by a flying sword, rapidly softened into a gel-like substance. Immediately, Chen An's left hand formed a sword-like gesture, and the perfected waterblade technique transformed into a transparent waterblade as thin as a cicada's wing. Taking advantage of the softened wood, the waterblade sliced diagonally along the natural grain of the ironwood, causing clusters of black wood shavings to fall. With one hand controlling the fire to soften and the other controlling the water to cut, using lethal spell techniques as a carpenter's chisel, it was likely that only he, a freak with maxed out proficiency, could accomplish such a feat in the outskirts of Qingzhou marketplace. As he carved just when the waterblade was about to cut into the very center of the wood, Chen An suddenly halted. The sensation of the blade felt wrong. Following the reduced resistance from the waterblade, a faint hollow thumping sound echoed from deep within the wood. The density of the Chen ironwood was as great as iron. If thrown into water, it sank straight to the bottom. How could it possibly be hollow? Chen An's eyelid twitched. The waterblade in his left hand instantly dispersed into a puddle. Without even a thought to look back at the table, he exerted force with his legs, and his entire being slid back quietly like a startled old cat, crashing directly into the farthest corner of the study. While still retreating, his hands had already slapped 5 times on the storage bag at his waist and on his chest. 3 earth shield talismans and 2 golden light talismans. As the spiritual light of the talismans burned out, thick earth climbed up his ankles, forming 3 layers of hard earthen armor. Outside, 2 golden spiritual copper bells were inverted over him. Once he had thoroughly wrapped himself up like a glowing iron turtle, Chen An held his breath and fixed his gaze on the wood on the table. In this world of cultivation, those who are overly curious and slow to act often end up as mere fodder. From 2 zhang away, Chen An curled his fingers and flicked a highly compressed water blade into the air. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the water blade precisely penetrated the gap he had just cut, splitting the ironwood cleanly in 2. Sizzle! At the moment the wood split apart, a thick pungent stream of scarlet blood essence sprayed from the hollow core of the wood. The moment the blood essence landed on the solid wood table, the originally hard surface sizzled like fatty meat splashed with boiling oil, corroding into a large charred foul-smelling pit in the blink of an eye. Without even glancing at what it was, Chen An thrust his right hand forward forcefully. A fireball the size of a basin whistled through the air. Boom! The high temperature swept through the narrow study. That strange blood essence had no chance to disperse, instantly being burned to nothing, leaving only a wisp of foul black smoke. Confirming that no living creature had emerged, Chen An waved his large sleeve, summoning a gust of wind to blow the black smoke out the window before turning his gaze back to the wreckage of charred wood shavings, where lay an object the length of a pinky finger. With his divine sense sweeping from a distance, Chen An realized that it was not a jade slip commonly used in the cultivation world, but rather a polished fragment of human bone. The bone was completely pale, its surface covered in crooked small symbols drawn with some dark blood. Using human bone as a vessel, drawing talismans with vital blood, this is undoubtedly the method of demonic cultivators. Chen An levitated the bone fragment in midair with his spiritual power, his brow furrowing deeply. Others went through so much effort to seal something within the core of the Chen ironwood, it was hard to believe there wasn't something valuable inside. Fortune had presented itself right before him, and if he dared not even take a look, why bother cultivating? He did not remove the 5 layers of shields around him, instead sending out a strand of divine sense as thin as a hair, cautiously probing forward like a mine detection probe. He was very clear in his mind: as long as the bone dared to emit even a hint of a fierce soul or a curse, he would immediately launch a fireball to blast this broken bone into dust regardless of the damage to his divine sense. Fortunately, nothing happened. The outer layer of blood-colored seal had long since decayed under 100 years of erosion. As soon as his divine sense penetrated the surface of the bone, a surge of chilling blood-tinged text smoothly flowed into his mind. Heavenly Seizing Spiritual Transformation Technique. This was a fragment of a demonic path secret technique. There were no lengthy cultivation mantras. The opening summary consisted of just a few terse phrases, yet it exuded a ruthless severity that disregarded human life. Seize creation, extract celestial bones, strip the Tao foundation, using a cultivator with spiritual roots as a furnace, forcibly extracting spiritual roots as seeds, transferring them to mortal bodies. It could allow mortals to generate celestial veins, defying fate. Chen An stood frozen in the corner. His eyes, usually calm and focused on how to escape, now widened in shock, his mind buzzing as it repeated those few words. Allowing mortals to generate celestial veins. Chen An's neck turned stiffly as he glanced through the half-open wooden door of the study towards the inner chamber. Through the bed curtain he could vaguely see the outline of Lu Qingyue sleeping. His wife had consumed the no-leak fruit which could cure illnesses and prolong life, but she was still just a mortal. After 100 years she would ultimately turn to a mound of yellow earth. This was a knot Chen An had long buried in his heart, one he did not dare to touch. And now the key to unraveling this knot lay abruptly before him. Though it was dripping with blood, tainted with endless karma and slaughter. A wave of unprecedented terror surged up Chen An's spine, rushing straight to his brain. It was like a wicked fire suddenly igniting deep within his originally self-preserving heart. Chen An stood in the corner for a full cup of tea's time. The bloody remnants of a secret technique lingered in his mind and he mulled over it repeatedly. Only after confirming that he had not missed a single word did he cautiously sever the thread of his divine sense. Without the support of his divine sense, the pale bone tablet fell with a thud onto the desk. Chen An stared at it, the rising and falling of his chest gradually calming. He forcibly suppressed the fervor that nearly burned away his reason. He understood the essence of the heavenly transformation technique. In the ideology of demon cultivators, the spiritual root was not an ethereal talent but a root intertwined with the cultivator's flesh, blood, and divine soul. This secret method involves using a highly malevolent formation and alchemical fire to forcibly brew a cultivator's Tao foundation, extracting their spiritual root to condense into a tangible spiritual seed. Then this spiritual seed is planted into the dantian of a mortal. A mortal can only endure the planting of a spiritual root once in their lifetime. The quality of the planted spiritual root determines the resulting aptitude. However, there is a stringent requirement that douses Chen An's impulsive desires like a bucket of ice water. The technique states clearly to successfully peel off a complete spiritual seed, the cultivator serving as the furnace must be at least at the foundation establishment stage. Because the spiritual energy of chi refinement stage cultivators is gaseous, their spiritual roots are too weak. Only upon stepping into foundation establishment with true essence liquefying and nourishing the physical body will the spiritual roots truly stabilize. Forcibly extracting the spiritual root of a chi refinement cultivator would only yield a pile of shattered remnants. Foundation establishment. Chen An mulled over these three words, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. In the Qingzhou market, what does it mean to be at the foundation establishment stage? It means being a high-ranking manager in the inner city, an esteemed ancestor of prominent cultivation families, or an elder wielding life and death authority within sects. As of now, he barely counts as a 7th-layer chi refinement cultivator. Relying on perfected spells and top-tier talismans, he could manage to ambush and kill a later-stage chi refinement cultivator. But facing a foundation establishment cultivator with a single outburst of liquid true essence, they could crush both him and the formation into a fine paste. Chen An slowly walked back to the desk, pinching his fingers. Bang, bang, bang. The earth armor and golden shield on his body shattered in succession, transforming into dots of spiritual light that dissipated. He looked up towards the inner room. Lu Qingyue lay sleeping on her side, her breathing even and lengthy. After taking the imperishable fruit, her foundation was restored. Living to 100 without illness or disaster was not a difficult task. No rush, just take your time, Chen An told himself. He had a dual cultivation system and a long lifespan. If a few years weren't enough, then 10 years, and if that wasn't enough, 30 years. As long as he took steady steps and perfected his skills, there would come a day when he could quietly pass the threshold of foundation establishment. Yet Chen An's mindset underwent a monumental transformation that very night. Before this, he had cultivated merely to survive, not wanting to be trampled like a bug, wishing only to live a peaceful life with his wife amidst the chaos of the world. But now he had a clear and bloody goal. He would never resort to senseless slaughter of innocent foundation establishment cultivators just to procure a spiritual root for his wife. The karmic repercussions of such acts were too grave. If word got out, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of king's righteous sects. Yet what the cultivation world lacked the least was troubles that came knocking. From this day forth I shall not seek trouble, but I will not fear it either. Chen An grasped the bone tablet on the table, his gaze as cold as a block of ice. As long as any high-tier cultivator dares to cross my bottom line seeking my life, then they shall not merely be enemies. That is Qingyu's backup spiritual root repository. He pulled out a blank intermediate talisman paper from his storage bag, dipped his fingertip in ordinary cinnabar, and quickly drew the most basic sealing talisman. After tightly wrapping the bone tablet, he found an empty jade box typically used for spiritual herbs, stuffed the item inside, and sealed it with wax. Chen An walked to the corner of the study and lifted a blue brick. The water blade silently drilled into the soil, creating a 3-foot deep pit. He tossed in the jade box, filled the pit with soil, compacted it, and placed the blue brick back in place. This secret would be buried deep within him. Until he possessed absolute strength to turn the tables, none would uncover even the slightest hint of his intentions. After completing all of this, Chen An returned to the desk and picked up the remaining half of the ominous ironwood. His distractions had been severed and life must go on. The eerie blue flames ignited once more and the water blade hovered in midair. This time Chen An's hand was steady without the slightest tremor. The spiritual energy nodes of the thick earth formation were accurately inscribed into the black wood grain. Half an hour later, a palm-sized formation base radiating a faint earthy yellow spiritual light lay quietly on the desk. Chen An let out a long breath, put away his tools, and went to the courtyard to wash his hands. Pushing open the door to the inner room, he removed his robe and slipped into bed. Lu Qingyue seemed to sense the warmth beside her and instinctively turned over, curling into his embrace like a gentle cat, mumbling a dreamlike phrase. Chen An wrapped his hand around her delicate shoulder, resting his chin on her silky hair. In the pitch-black darkness his eyes shone with an unsettling brightness. As spring gave way to autumn, the green-skinned osmanthus tree in the small courtyard shed a carpet of withered yellow leaves. It had been over 4 months since that fateful night when the shadowy ironwood was split open and the demonic bone tablet was buried. In the early morning, the thin mist in the alley had yet to dissipate, carrying a damp chill unique to late autumn. Chen An, dressed in a rough cloth robe that had faded and frayed at the hem, was squatting in the muddy ground at the southeast corner of the courtyard. He held a water blade as thin as a cicada's wing, concentrating intently as he carved at a black array foundation made from remnants of discarded magical tools and scraps of shadowy ironwood. Suddenly Chen An drew a sharp breath. With a quick flick of his wrist, the unmatched sharpness of the water blade nearly sliced off his thumb. This was not due to a miscalculation in his spell control, but rather a sudden pang of pain that shot up from deep within his lower back. The pain surged up his spine and struck at the back of his head, causing his calves to feel light and almost making him fall onto the dew-laden muddy ground. Chen An dispelled the water blade and pounded his lower back with force, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Over these 4 months he had thoroughly grasped what it meant to exchange life for proficiency. In order to quickly raise his proficiency in the essentials of first-tier basic formation and set up the protective array for the small courtyard, he tirelessly dragged Lu Qingyue to bed every day to earn those 30 dual cultivation points. Not a single day could be missed, not a single time could be skipped. With the foundation of the flawless fruit supporting her, the intensity of their bedchamber encounters not only failed to exhaust Lu Qingyue, but under the subtle nourishment of spiritual energy she appeared even more radiant and alluring, her eyes full of a charm that seemed to glisten. But Chen An was not so fortunate. Although he was a chi practitioner at the 7th layer, he usually used spiritual energy to nourish his meridians, yet this physical body remained that of an ordinary mortal. Cultivators rely on a single breath, and the strength of their physical bodies is only marginally stronger than that of ordinary people. Pushing his blood essence to the limit every day without restraint, even the toughest of kidneys would eventually fail. The foundation of his physical body was still too weak. Chen An took a deep breath, circulating his wood-type spiritual power around his lower back to suppress the ache, thinking, I must find a way to acquire a physical cultivation method for refining the body. He was very clear in his calculations. If he could refine his physical bodhi's vitality to the level of those high-ranking demonic beasts, not only would his ability to withstand blows increase dramatically, but the daily upper limit on these dual cultivation points would also surely rise significantly. 30 points a day was too slow. In this chaotic world, to amass enough points for foundation establishment and even to set up a killing scheme for seizing spiritual roots in the future, this level of output was simply insufficient. Lost in thought, his hands did not cease their movements. Half an hour later, as the last wood shavings fell away, the 5th and final composite array foundation was finally completed under the meticulous work of the water blade. Chen An dusted off the mud and stood up. A thought crossed his mind. A translucent light curtain visible only to him appeared before his eyes. Host Chen An. Lifespan 36,120.
Spiritual roots low-grade fire wood earth. Cultivation level chi practitioner 7th layer 990-1000. Dual cultivation points 0. Cultivation methods turtle breathing technique fragment complete breath concealing illusion technique fragment proficient. Spells fireball technique complete light wind technique complete water splitting sword technique complete. Skills cleansing talisman proficient fireball talisman skilled earth shield talisman skilled wind control talisman proficient golden light talisman proficient golden needle talisman proficient rejuvenation talisman proficient first tier basic formation essentials 12,000 proficient. Looking at the fresh line at the bottom of the panel, Chen An felt that all his backaches and pains over the past few months had been worth it. By spending 3,600 dual cultivation points, he forcefully pushed a formation skill that required years of surveying the earth veins and deducing star positions to the level of proficiency. Now the complex patterns of the earth veins and spiritual energy nodes in his mind were as clear as the lines in the palm of his hand. This first-tier supreme thick earth hidden array soon to be set up in the courtyard was tailor-made for his own nest. To gather the few expensive auxiliary materials needed for the ultimate array, he had also put in considerable effort recently. He could never dare to sell the high-quality wind control talisman he designed in the inner city. Once that kind of high-value strategic material was released in excess, it would undoubtedly attract attention and lead to investigations. His method was to produce defective products. Chen An used his proficient knowledge of formations to deliberately tamper with a few of the most ordinary low-grade earth shield array discs. On the edges of the formations he mistakenly added or altered 2 unimportant spiritual circuits. This caused the array discs to activate slower by half a breath when facing an attack, and the protective light shield they produced appeared dull and chaotic. Such visibly flawed products would not even attract a glance from the head manager of the Wandering Treasures Pavilion in the inner city, who would treat them as waste. But Chen An, donning the guise of a weathered middle-aged man, took these array discs to the muddy stalls at the outermost part of the market, selling them at 70% of the market price, turning them into hot commodities coveted by those bottom-tier loose cultivators. For those who risked their lives daily in the deep mountains battling demonic beasts, losing half a breath was merely a minor inconvenience. As long as it was cheap and could block a life-saving blow at a critical moment, it was considered a good item. By occasionally selling 1 or 2 of these defective array discs, Chen An not only stealthily exchanged them for the auxiliary materials needed to set up the large array in the courtyard, but also saw the low-grade spirit stones in his storage bag steadily surpass 300. He played the game of accumulating wealth without revealing it to the outside world to perfection. Everything is ready. Chen An tucked away the panel and walked to the center of the courtyard. As the earth-type spiritual power surged in his palm, the soil beneath his feet produced a faint muffled sound. 5 small pits 3 feet deep silently opened up at the 5 positions of the courtyard. With a wave of his large sleeves, 5 array foundations transformed into 5 streaks of dark light steadily descending into the pits. Seal. With a flick of his fingertip, the swirling earth seemed to come alive, filling and compressing the pits seamlessly. As the last array foundation was buried, Chen An sharply sensed a momentary stasis in the spiritual energy of the entire courtyard. Immediately afterward, the 5 array foundations underground connected seamlessly, forming a vast spiritual energy vortex invisible to the naked eye. Chen An retreated to the steps of the main house, his hands moving like shadows as he formed intricate spell gestures. Finally, with his fingers pointing like a sword, he heavily struck towards the center of the courtyard and shouted, "Rise!" A low humming sound inaudible to ordinary ears. A layer of faint yellowish light rose along the courtyard walls, gathering in midair like an inverted giant bowl, then swiftly vanished into the morning air like ripples on water. From the outside, the small courtyard at No. 67 Central Ring showed no changes. The peeling walls, moss-covered stone steps, and half-closed dilapidated wooden door all appeared so shabby and vulnerable. But in Chen An's perception, this place had already transformed into an iron barrel that could devour lives at any moment. On the outside was a layer of bewildering illusion. Even if a latest-stage chi practitioner swept their divine sense over, they would only be misled into thinking it was an empty courtyard devoid of life. Within, however, lay the hidden danger of the supreme thick earth trap. If someone foolishly attempted to force their way in, as long as Chen An willed it, the array foundations underground would instantaneously drain all earth-type spiritual energy within 10 zhang, transforming it into a mud pit with immense pressure and indestructible earthen walls, crushing the intruder into a puddle of flesh. With this grand array protecting his nest and wife, the heart that had been hanging in his throat finally settled back into his stomach. He sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard and poured himself a cup of overnight cold tea. The cold tea flowed down his throat into his stomach, invigorating his somewhat fatigued spirit from the array formation. He closed his eyes, habitually began to circulate his spiritual power, and prepared for his daily morning exercises. However, just as the spiritual energy followed the fragmented route of the turtle breathing technique for a small circulation, Chen An's face suddenly changed. Hiss. Within his dantian, the massive spiritual energy that had thickened to the point of being on the verge of liquefaction surged into the main meridian, bringing with it a tearing pain that felt as though it would burst his blood vessels. Chen An clenched his teeth tightly, beads of cold sweat instantly appearing on his forehead. He decisively cut off the circulation of spiritual energy and forcefully pushed the turbulent energy back into his dantian. Only once the intense pain gradually subsided did he lean against the stone table, gasping heavily. "I've reached my limit." Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his gaze appeared somewhat unsettled in the morning light. His cultivation had already reached the peak of Chi Practitioner 7th layer 990-1000, just 10 points of proficiency away from stepping into the 8th layer. The foundation of spiritual energy within him, bolstered by the mindless accumulation of dual cultivation points, was even thicker than that of an ordinary Chi Practitioner at the 8th layer. Yet this had instead become a death sentence. The turtle breathing technique was simply too inferior, and it was merely a fragment. Its crude and narrow meridian routes resembled a long-neglected rural ditch, utterly incapable of accommodating the vast tide of spiritual energy that surged like a mighty river. If he recklessly continued to add points and forcefully broke through to the 8th layer, the only outcome would be a shattered meridian, leading to immediate cultivation deviation and becoming a useless person. The key to breaking this deadlock lay entirely in the hardware. Without a subsequent main cultivation method leading to foundation establishment, his cultivation was completely stuck. Without body refinement techniques to temper his vitality, his physical energy for earning dual cultivation points was also thoroughly blocked. And both of these items were the lifeblood tightly held by those immortal families and major trading shops in the Qingzhou market. For loose cultivators to acquire them was akin to climbing to the sky. Even if they had spirit stones, they would not sell to lowly ants without backgrounds. Breaking through class barriers to obtain such strategic resources was clearly not possible through conventional means. "I can only go to that place and try my luck." Chen An lightly tapped on the stone table. A term that he had accidentally heard from a few old swordsmen while setting up stalls at the periphery floated in his mind: black market. That was a lawless land built in an abandoned spiritual mine pit on the outskirts of the Qingzhou market. There were no rules, no shops, and everyone who went there concealed their faces. Inside, what was sold were mostly illicit goods obtained through murder and smuggling, or contraband strictly prohibited by major factions. As long as there were enough spirit stones, any cultivation methods, secret techniques, or poisonous elixirs could be obtained there. Of course, the risks were immense. A slight slip could reveal oneself, and once out of the black market, one would be devoured alive by a group of desperate rogues. Fortunately, I have plenty of disguises and am not short of patience. Chen An stood up and brushed the dust off his robe. It seemed that the peaceful days were coming to an end. To achieve longer-lasting stability, he had to take the initiative and kick away the obstacles ahead. He turned to look towards the inner room. The sun was already high and Lu Qingyue should be waking up soon. After having breakfast, he would change into that disguise and seek a way into the black market. After having breakfast, Chen An practiced a mundane boxing routine in the courtyard to loosen his muscles and bones. When Lu Qingyue carried a wooden basin to the backyard to wash clothes, he turned and entered the study. When heading to the ghost market, the middle-aged formation master could not use his disguise. That layer of skin had already been registered on the outskirts of the market, relying on selling flawed formation plates to trade materials daily. No matter how low-key he tried to be, he was easily targeted as a fat sheep by those who perceived him as wealthy. He needed a brand new, less conspicuous disguise. Chen An mobilized the spiritual power within him, pushing the breath concealment and illusion technique to its limits. His bones emitted a series of subtle dislocation sounds once again. His originally upright back, completely hunched over, and the flesh on his cheeks became dry and saggy, with brown age spots crawling across his eyelids and forehead. Most astonishingly, he deliberately reversed a trace of wood-type spiritual energy, making his vitality appear lifeless, as if he were an old man with 1 foot already in the grave, his lifespan on the verge of exhaustion. His cultivation was also suppressed at the 6th level of Qi refinement. The cultivation world was rife with old madmen who, in desperation to live a few more years, would go bankrupt seeking longevity remedies or breakthrough opportunities in the black market. Such people are both poor and ruthless. Not only do they have nothing to offer, but when pushed to their limits, they might even self-destruct, dragging others down with them. Even those who specialize in Norrisk dealings outside the black market generally avoid biting into such hard bones that could cost them dearly. Dressed in a moldy, tattered gray-black Taoist robe, Chen An took out a copper mirror to check his appearance, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth disguised with spiritual energy. Safe enough. 30 miles north of Qingzhou Market, there lies an abandoned lower-grade spirit mine that has been deserted for over 100 years. Here several cultivation families once hollowed out the mountain's belly, but after the spiritual vein was completely depleted, the mine became a den for snakes, rats, insects, and the fugitive robbers. It is said that for as long as anyone can remember, on the 15th of every month, an underground ghost market spontaneously forms here. As night falls, a mottled moon hangs above the treetops.
With a makeshift wooden cane he had picked up, Chen An carefully navigated the rocky path outside the mine, arriving at the cave's entrance. At the entrance there were no guards, only a heavy rusted iron door.
In front of the door stood two Qi refinement 8th level cultivators wearing menacing ghost masks. Do you understand the rules?
The ghost-faced man on the left scrutinized Chen An from head to toe, his eyes revealing unabashed disdain.
The decaying old man smell emanating from Chen An was simply unbearable.
Chen An remained silent, trembling as he fumbled out 50 lower-grade spirit stones from his sleeve along with a guiding wooden token purchased at a high price from a thug outside and handed them over.
50 lower-grade spirit stones were merely a one-time entry fee.
This amount practically barred those who were impoverished and merely seeking a thrill from entering. The ghost-faced man shook the spirit stone pouch, confirming the quantity was correct before tossing Chen An a black iron token inscribed with GUE 47.
You must exit before dawn.
Do not wander into areas marked with red ropes deep within the mine. If you die inside, no one will collect your body.
Chen An hunched over, nodded wordlessly, tucking the token into his robe before plunging into the pitch-black mine.
After passing through a narrow damp passageway, his vision suddenly opened up. At the bottom of the vast underground pit, dozens of ghostly green luminous stones flickered here and there. There were no vendors' shouts or the clamor of haggling. Hundreds of cultivators, some wearing straw hats and others cloaked in black robes, silently passed by various stalls like wandering souls. The air was thick with the burnt smell of low-quality pills, the stench of beast blood and flesh, and an unmistakable aura of imminent danger.
Chen An adjusted the tattered straw hat on his head and blended into the crowd.
He did not rush to search for techniques, but instead moved along the mine's edge, using his cane to inspect each stall, aiming to gauge the prices and depths here.
There were indeed many good things in the ghost market.
He even spotted a bottle of second-tier beast blood that could increase the chances of foundation establishment at a stall radiating a bloody light. Although the malevolent aura in that beast blood was enough to drive a person mad, requiring a high-grade purification formation to use, the vendor still arrogantly marked it at the exorbitant price of 800 lower-grade spirit stones.
However, there were far more deceptive fakes.
Items like spirit tools hiding internal cracks with illusions, waste pills mixed with unknown poisonous herbs, and even broken copper mirrors dug up from commoners' graves were all priced high here, specifically to deceive those with poor eyesight. As Chen An browsed, his mind raced with calculations. To acquire a wood and fire dual attributed technique that directly pointed to foundation establishment, or even a body cultivation secret technique, 300 lower-grade spirit stones in his storage bag would hardly make a splash. Such high-level strategic resources, even if they appeared in the ghost market, would certainly be at the most central dark auction or require rare resources for barter. Just as Chen An was pondering whether to find someone in charge to inquire about the auction's thresholds and rules, his footsteps suddenly halted. His gaze pierced through the thick crowd, abruptly snagged by a small stall in the corner ahead. The vendor was entirely wrapped in a loose black robe, making it impossible to discern gender, and even the edge of the straw hat was sewn with a circle of black gauze. Most strikingly, this person emitted a nauseating stench of poisonous gas that seeped from the corners of their clothing, corroding the bluish stone floor surrounding the stall into a fizzing white foam. This approach, which made it clear that no one should come near, led the surrounding cultivators to cover their noses and detour, with no one daring to approach. Yet on the tattered cloth in front of the black-robed figure lay a half-scroll of an old jade slip with some burn marks. Next to the jade slip stood a wooden sign with a crooked line written in dark red blood: fragment of the Qingmu Yanju can be cultivated to early foundation establishment. No spirit stones in exchange, only an antidote that can suppress second-tier bone poison. Chen An's eyes under the straw hat instantly narrowed. It was truly a case of finding something hard to come by. What he urgently needed to break through the 7th level of Qi refinement was precisely the follow-up techniques of wood and fire dual attributes. Although it was merely a fragment, the name itself sounded like a high-quality item. As long as it made it to the systems panel, he could grind that fragment into something extraordinary. Chen An tightened his grip on the cane just as he intended to step forward to probe further. At that moment, 3 mid-level Qi refinement cultivators who had been lurking near the stall suddenly exchanged glances. The 3 formed a triangular formation, sneering as they pushed through the crowd with ill intentions surrounding the stall that exuded poisonous gas. Chen An paused his steps, choosing not to stand out but instead shrinking into the shadow of a stall selling waste, or observing coldly like an inconspicuous stone. In a shadowed corner of the mine, a few spent glowstones, their spiritual energy nearly exhausted, cast a wan mournful green light. 3 mid-stage Qi refinement bandits formed a triangular cordon hemming in the stall that exhaled a fetid poisonous miasma. Their leader was a scarred man missing one ear, his eyes greedy as they fixed on the half-rolled tattered jade slip on the rag. A second-rank detoxifying pill. One ear sneered, his voice cutting through the cavern: old witch, has the poison cloud addled your mind? Those life-saving pills are the reserve of inner-city cultivation houses and alchemy pavilions. Don't speak of your dubious scrap, an entire manual might still not be gifted to a dying unaffiliated cultivator like you. He produced a cheap white porcelain vial and tossed it onto the stall. Inside are 3 high-grade first-rank Qingxin purging detox pills and 50 lower-rank spirit stones. This scrap belongs to me. One Ear paid no heed to the stall owner's consent. A grayish spiritual glow shivered over his hand as he reached to snatch the jade slip. On the black market's edge, might makes right. Before his hand closed on the slip, a dense black poison miasma erupted from the man in the black robe. One Ear's protective spiritual light did not hold for even half a breath and dissolved. The poison hissed like oil on a flame. In an instant it ate through the flesh of his hand until stark white bone showed through. Ah! Filthy bitch, you're asking for death! One Ear cried, jerking his hand back in agony. The 2 companions behind him drew gleaming enchanted long blades. Their chi refinement level 5 surged outward. Blood seemed imminent at the stall. The man in the black robe slowly raised his head. The black veil beneath his straw hat hid his face, but a freezing killing intent tinged with deathly chi fixed unflinchingly on the 3. The man in the black robe slowly raised his head. 2 patrolling guards wearing demonic masks turned. One slammed his sword sheath onto an iron or chunk, his gaze sweeping over them as if looking at corpses. Rules of the black market: forcible buyers or sellers get their hands cut off. Anyone who dares use spiritual power to duel here will have their soul plucked and their heavenly lantern snuffed. The guard exuded a tangible chi refinement level 8 pressure and a blood-soaked ferocity as though rolled out from a pile of corpses. One Ear's face went pale. He clenched against the stabbing pain and forced the emitted spiritual energy back into his dantian. Fixing the black-robed man with a stare, he spat blood and hissed, "Fine. You've got guts. This black market may shelter you for a moment, not a lifetime. You'll see whether you can carry the deadly poison and still walk back to the trading quarter alive." Having thrown the threat, One Ear and his 2 henchmen melted back into a shadow some dozen paces away, their eyes like vipers locked onto the stall. Chen An, hidden in the gloom of a spoil heap farther off, took it all in. He did not step forward. The moment he read the exchange conditions on the wooden placard, he knew he could not obtain the Qingmu flame technique Qingmu Yanjue through honest trade. A second-rank detoxifying pill is a treasure only Foundation establishment cultivators can afford. He had never even seen one. Even if he somehow carried such a pill now, he would not dare to show it. His disguise was that of a decrepit chi refinement level 6 elder. To pull a second-rank elixir in a den of wolves like the black market would mean the ravenous unaffiliated cultivators would strip him to the bone. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet to possess treasure invites blame. Chen An drew back his gaze, supported himself on a battered wooden cane, hunched his shoulders and slowly made for the dim auction platform at the mine center. If the sale failed, he would wait until they left the black market and then try a trade with no capital. At that moment the opening gong on the platform sounded. A steward in a red robe wearing a smiling mask climbed the stage and produced from his storage pouch a radiant spirit jade brocade box. A complete fire specialization manual Liang Jinjue capable of carrying 1 to mid-foundation establishment. Opening bid 800 lower-rank spirit stones. Each increase must be no less than 50. A chorus of heavy suppressed breaths rose from the crowd of unaffiliated cultivators. A manual that leads straight to foundation establishment. It was the ladder to the heavens that countless lowly unaffiliated cultivators dreamed of, that some would trade their lives for. Chen An halted and looked up at the platform. Even through his clouded disguise his eyes flashed with a bright edge. 850. A masked cultivator gritted out. 900. 1,000. Bids climbed feverishly, soon surging past 1,200. As a burly swordsman with a greatsword bellowed 1,300 with reddened eyes, a lazy young voice echoed from a VIP stone chamber carved into the mine's second tier. 2,000. The word fell and the crowd fell silent. 2,000 lower-rank spirit stones. 99% of those present sold bare and soul deep still could not muster such a sum. The young voice paused, then continued with undisguised contempt, "My young master's villa happens to lack a gatekeeper. This technique, though crude, will pass as a reward for a servant." The remark landed like a sharp slap across the faces of everyone below, yet no one dared speak. The hulking swordsman, clearly resentful, clenched his fist and forced out 2,050. Before his tone finished, the VIP chamber erupted without warning in 2 terrifying waves of spiritual sense pressure. They were warnings emanated by 2 path guardians at the pinnacle of chi refinement level 9 with 1 foot already in foundation establishment. Insignificant ants, you dare contend with the young lord for the Tao. The 2 spiritual blows struck like material hammers through the void, smashing into the swordsman. He gurgled, his face gone ashen, blood seeping from his mouth, his knees buckled and he nearly fell, no longer daring to breathe another word. The steward in the smiling mask, accustomed to such scenes, tapped the gong with a smile. 2,000 sold. Chen An remained in the outer shadow, watching the lofty VIP chamber in silence and lowering his hat further. Such was the iron law of the cultivation world. The path to the heavens had long been cut off by the united hands of sects and noble clans. Advanced manuals, foundation establishment pills, rarities that bridge mortal and immortal were all clutched tightly by them. When a manual trickled into the black market, if it had even a hint of value, those scions would immediately hammer it back with a flood of spirit stones. To them, unaffiliated cultivators were like grass, unworthy even of fighting for a bowl of broth. Cultivation in the end becomes nothing but predatory schemes and monopolies. Chen An's heart gave a mirthless snort. He had once aimed only to survive, thinking to hide at the city's edge drawing talismans would be enough for longevity. Now he saw clearly the struggle for the Tao never affords peaceful days. To achieve foundation establishment, to reverse fate for his wife, he must thrust his hand into the jaws of these tigers and wolves and snatch. If the normal channels could not provide, then he would take with his water blades and supreme talismans. An hour remained before dawn and the black market's dealings were winding down. Chen An's peripheral glance caught the black-robed stall owner who sold the fragment. She had folded her rag and pressed the jade slip close to her body. Her steps faltered. She was clearly at the limit of suppressing the poison within and hurried toward the mine's exit. One Ear and his two companions quickly snuffed out their pipe bowls and followed at a measured distance like three carrion hounds scenting. Chen An did not move. He waited in the cave's shadow for half an incense stick until he confirmed the four had vanished to the tunnel's end. Then he rose leisurely on his cane, blended among a few early leaving cultivators, and stepped through the rusted iron gate. Outside the ruined pit, night wind laced with late autumn dead leaves struck his face with a killing chill. Chen An glanced up at the moon, more than half veiled by heavy black clouds. Dark moon and high wind, a fine night for killing, he muttered, and casually tossed away his battered wooden cane. The previously listless wood element's spiritual energy in his body stirred instantly. The peak of Qi refinement level 7 began to flow silently through his meridians. He quietly dispelled the conceal breath morph technique. With a faint crack of bone, his stooped back straightened, age spots and wrinkles receded like a tide, restoring the face of a handsome youth. A slender strand of wind element appeared and wound about his legs. He manifested the consummate Yufeng talisman, wind-riding talisman, through his flesh and blood. With a light point of his toe, not even a whisper of fabric in the air, Chen An melted into the night like a ghost and drifted up to the treetop. As the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. Since the rules of the cultivation world left him no road to live by, tonight he would become the oriole, untethered by those rules. Night wind slipped through the dense forest, encircling the black market, stirring the leaves into a faint rustling whisper. Chen An drifted like a weightless withered leaf, his toes barely brushing the interlaced canopy as he glided soundlessly through the air, guided by the consummateer wind command talisman. He kept his distance precisely at 200 zhang, just beyond the perceptual limit of a foundation establishment's 7th layer cultivator's spiritual sense, close enough to monitor the movements of those ahead, yet far enough to remain undetected. Ahead in the muddy earth of the forest, a figure swathed head toto in black robes staggered forward in desperate flight. Even from afar, Chen An caught the acrid metallic stench carried on the wind. It was toxic qi leaking uncontrollably from the robed figure's body, a consequence of forcibly overexerting spiritual energy to accelerate. Trailing less than 50 zhang behind, 3 figures lurked in the underbrush, closing in like feral hounds drawn to blood. At their head, One Ear cradled a palm-sized scent-hunting mouse. Its twitching nose locked unerringly onto the trail of poisonous miasma, leading the 3 marauders along a shortcut through the labyrinthine woods. She won't get far, the toxin inside her is already breaking through. One Ear sneered, watching the rodent's frantic tremors. Keep your eyes sharp, brothers. Take her alive. Though her face is ruined, her figure remains fine. Once I've wrung the cultivation technique from her, I'll let you have your fun. His 2 accomplices answered with coarse leering chuckles, and quickened their pace. Perched silently among the treetops, Chen An watched impassively. He had no intention of playing savior. In the immortal cultivation world, hundreds of rogue cultivators perished each night in remote wildernesses. Those who meddled too often found their graves crowned with the tallest grass. He had come tonight for only one thing: half a scroll of the azure wood flame art. The fleeing figure in black clearly sensed her pursuers drawing nearer. Escape was impossible. She halted abruptly and spun around, pressing her back against the massive trunk of an ancient tree, broad enough for 3 men to embrace. Gasping raggedly, her frame trembled violently beneath the black robes, as if wrestling agony from poison corroding her meridians. Why stop running? One Ear emerged from the thicket with his 2 companions fanning out to trap the robed figure beneath the tree. He tucked the scent-hunting mouse into his robe and raised a mid-grade spirit artifact, the bone-cleaving saber, its edge gleaming with cold lethal light. The robed figure said nothing. A gust lifted the edge of her veil, revealing a jawline riddled with livid necrotic sores, purple-black and oozing. Strike now, shatter her limbs. One Ear knew well the peril of delay. Years spent in the black market had taught him that protracted affairs breed catastrophe. Without further preamble, he signaled sharply, and his 2 fellow Foundation Establishment 5th layer cultivators roared low, lunging left and right with blades drawn. Faced with the pincer assault, the robed figure's eyes, hidden deep within shadow, blazed with a fierce death-bound resolve. She did not retreat. Instead, she lunged forward, her emaciated fingers crushing two obsidian spheres concealed within her sleeve. Boo! Boo! Not thunderous detonations, but two muffled, brittle cracks. Two plumes of ink-green poison mist erupted, instantly swallowing the two attackers whole. My eyes. My face. A shriek tore through the night. The two Foundation Establishment fifth-layer cultivators dropped their weapons, clawing wildly at their own faces. The mist possessed terrifying corrosive power. Within 2 or 3 breaths, their spiritual light barriers dissolved like paper, their flesh melting into foul bubbling black sludge, bones crumbling into perforated ruin before collapsing into viscous heaps upon the ground. One Ear's scalp prickled, he froze mid-lunge. Reacting with lightning instinct, he yanked a low-grade refined iron shield from his storage pouch and slammed it before him even as he hurled himself backward. Yet even so, a wisp of dispersing mist grazed his left shoulder. With a searing hiss, his flesh blackened in charred pain, contorting his features into a mask of agony. "You wretched whore, do you take me for clay?" Gazing upon his slaughtered subordinates, One Ear's eyes flooded crimson. Ignoring the searing torment in his shoulder, he channeled every ounce of spiritual energy into his bone-cleaving saber. A 3-foot-long blade, aura, ashen and stark, flared violently from the weapon. He drove both feet into the earth and launched himself forward like a rampaging boar, man and saber merging into a single lethal blur aimed straight at the robed figure's face. The robed figure, having exhausted herself forcing the poison spheres, could no longer suppress her internal injuries. A torrent of black blood gushed from her mouth as she staggered. Against that crushing blow, she managed only a desperate twist of her torso. SHHHRRR. The blade aura sliced past her shoulder, shredding the left half of her black robe. Amidst the spray of crimson, a small gray cloth pouch, concealed within her inner lining, was flung free by the impact. It burst open midair, spilling forth the scorched half-scroll jade slip. One Ear snatched the jade slip in his left hand with practiced speed. The robed figure's gaze flickered, despair flashing across her eyes. She knew full well her current state rendered her powerless against a mid-stage Foundation Establishment marauder linger any longer, and the toxin would flood her heart, death inevitable. She bit down hard on her tongue, expelling a jet of vital blood. Her fingers darted across the air, tracing a grotesque crimson sigil in haste. Blood escape. A guttural rasping cry escaped her lips, and instantly her form vanished beneath a blinding surge of scarlet light. That crimson bolt shot forth like an arrow loosed from a celestial bow, its velocity utterly beyond the reach of any Foundation Establishment cultivator, hurtling toward the central district of the nearby cultivation town before vanishing into the velvet night. One Ear stood frozen, saber still raised. He had never imagined this seemingly cornered woman still harbored such a forbidden blood escape art. Lucky escape, you little rat. Spitting a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, he glanced at the jade slip. A single sweep of his spiritual sense sent ecstasy blazing across his face. The azure wood flame art. A high-tiered dual-element cultivation technique, wood and fire. Fortune is mine, this trip has made me rich. He didn't even spare a glance for the 2 dissolving corpses at his feet. Dropping heavily against the tree trunk, he prepared to purge the residual toxin from his left shoulder and flee before dawn. Just as One Ear closed his eyes and began circulating spiritual energy toward his wounded shoulder, a faint night breeze stirred. No killing intent. No spiritual fluctuation. Not even a whisper of sound. From the canopy directly above him, a water blade descended, so thin, so perfectly compressed it was nearly invisible, a reaper's scythe slipping silently through the dark. It slipped past the blind spot in his next defense, vanishing in a single seamless flash. One Ear's ecstatic expression froze, then slackened. A cool feather-light sensation brushed his throat. Instinctively he tried to lower his gaze, but his vision began to whirl violently, unmoored from reality. Girl! His head rolled from his shoulders onto the mud, and only then did a geyser of steaming crimson erupt from the stump, soaring nearly 2 chi high. Until his final breath, this veteran of the black market failed to utter a single cry or glimpse the face of his killer. High above, Chen An descended like a silent, weightless feather, landing noiselessly beside One Ear's headless corpse. He did not look after the fleeing robed figure. Nor did he pause to reflect upon the cruelty of the immortal cultivation world. His movements were swift, precise, and chillingly devoid of emotion. With a flick of his right hand, the jade slip of the azure wood flame art, still clutched tightly in One Ear's dead grip, flew into his palm along with the marauder's storage pouch. Next he approached the 2 pools of black sludge where the other marauders had fallen. Gagging at the stench, he used a branch to retrieve 2 low-grade storage pouches, pitted and scarred by corrosion yet still functional. With spoils secured, he turned to erasing all traces. A snap of his fingers sent 2 pea-sized azure fireballs arcing downward, striking the corpses and sludge with perfect accuracy. The consummate flames erupted with unbearable heat, no smoke, no odor, reducing flesh, bone and muck alike to the finest, most imperceptible ash and a soft crackling sigh. Then Chen An thrust 2 fingers skyward like a sword, and commanded earth. Soil surged and rolled like ocean waves, burying the ashes, and the blood-soaked earth surrounding them, 3 chi deep beneath the forest floor. Finally he activated a cleansing talisman. A gentle breeze swept through, scouring the air of lingering poison, iron-rich blood and the acrid tang of burning, leaving nothing behind but pristine silence. When he finished, the grove bore no sign of violence, only the wind sighing softly through the leaves. Chen An dusted off his hands, lifted the jade slip and extended his spiritual sense inward. Ancient characters bloomed in his mind. Azurewood flame art, wood begets fire, fire flourishes endlessly. Indeed, a core cultivation technique guiding directly toward foundation establishment. A faint satisfied curve touched Chen An's lips. Though only the upper half remained, capable of advancing him only to foundation establishment 8th layer, it solved his most urgent dilemma. With his current peak foundation establishment 7th layer foundation, switching to this art would allow him to break through naturally, within 10 to 15 days at most. As for the missing half, Chen An lifted his gaze toward the direction of the robed figure's blood escape. That path led unmistakably to the central district of the cultivation town. He stowed the jade slip carefully into his storage pouch, lingered not a moment longer and melted into the night, heading home. He was a man of principle. He scavenged only the dead, not hunted the living. The technique was now his. Whether the toxin-ridden woman survived the night held not a single spirit stone's worth of relevance to him. On the 3rd day after returning from the black market in the underground quiet room of the main house at No. 67 Central Ring, which was specially excavated by Chen An and lined with soundproof talismans, only a night pearl the size of a fingernail emitted a faint light. Chen An sat cross-legged on a mat, bare-chested. His eyes were tightly closed and his brows were furrowed into a deep knot. His skin was tinged with an unusual flush and wisps of white vapor continuously rose from the top of his head, his jaws clenched in grinding. This was the pain of changing chi, a necessary suffering when transitioning to a new cultivation method. What lay atop his knees was the half-scroll of the Qingmu Yanju that he had intercepted from Er. This main cultivation method, directly aimed at foundation establishment, was vastly superior to the fragmented Gui Shi Ju he had practiced before. Wood generates fire and fire borrows the power of wood. This technique perfectly mobilized the dual wood and fire spiritual roots within him. The spiritual energy which had been as stagnant as dead water in his dantian now surged like a lit log, aggressively carving out new pathways along the meridian routes recorded in the Qingmu Yanju. Break! Chen An silently urged in his heart. Accompanied by a faint muffled sound from within his body, the previously blocked main meridian was forcefully opened by this domineering woodfire spiritual power. The piercing pain that felt like needles instantly dissipated, replaced by a delightful sensation of expanded meridians, as if spiritual energy flowed freely like rivers merging into the sea. Chen An exhaled a breath of foul air tinged with the scent of dry wood, opening his eyes. He looked down to see a layer of blackish-gray greasy impurities seeping out from the surface of his skin. This was the filth expelled by the body after the purification of spiritual power. With a thought he summoned the panel. Host Chen An lifespan 37120, spiritual roots, low-grade fire wood earth cultivation chi refining 8th layer 152000 dual cultivation points 0 technique Qingmu Yanju upper half 40500 proficient Gui Shi Ju fragment perfect Lian Shi Huan Xing technique fragment 12,000 mastered spells fireball technique perfect wind technique perfect water sword technique perfect skills cleansing talisman mastered fireball talisman proficient earth shield talisman proficient wind control talisman mastered golden light talisman mastered golden needle talisman mastered rejuvenation talisman mastered first level basic array essentials mastered. Finally I have crossed this hurdle. Chen An clenched his fist, feeling the spiritual power within him had increased in strength by at least 30% and had become exceedingly pure and domineering. The nerves that had been tense for months finally relaxed a bit. With the foundation provided by this upper half of the technique, his cultivation at the 8th layer of chi refining was thoroughly stabilized. However, a fragment was still just a fragment. This upper half could at most support him to reach the peak of the 8th layer of chi refining. To continue ascending, even to touch the threshold of foundation establishment, he must obtain the lower half. Then there was the physical shackles that troubled him. Even with his cultivation raised to the 8th layer, the maximum dual cultivation points his mortal body could endure remained stubbornly capped at around 30. The lower half of the technique and the body refinement secret art are both not easy to obtain. Chen An stood up casually, used a cleansing talisman to rid himself of the impurities on his body, changed into a clean coarse cloth robe and climbed the wooden stairs out of the underground quiet room. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the sound of light autumn rain falling outside. A gust of wind blew through, causing Chen An's nose to twitch and his previously relaxed expression suddenly froze. He turned his head, glancing over the wall of his own courtyard towards the neighboring courtyard at No. 68. The yard had previously housed an old man who painted low-grade talismans, but after he passed away 6 months ago it had remained vacant. However, at this moment, through the rain curtain, Chen An's exceptionally sharp divine sense detected a faint breath of a living person in the neighboring yard. More crucially, there was a faint scent of herbs mixed in with the wind. This scent had been deliberately masked by dozens of pungent low-quality fragrances, and an ordinary scattered cultivator would only perceive it as some sort of low-grade spirit fragrance for pest control. But Chen An, possessing a wood spiritual root and being a talisman master who often painted rejuvenation talismans, had a sensitivity to the vitality of plants and poisonous miasma far beyond that of ordinary people. Beneath the cover of low-quality fragrances lay a stench of poisonous gas. It was identical to the odor emanating from the black-robed vendor in the black market woods. The blood escape technique consumes lifespan. How could she manage to escape back to Central Ring in such a state and coincidentally rent the courtyard next to mine? Chen An stood under the eaves, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the cuff of his sleeve. This was not some cliché destined connection, it was an inevitable choice for a low-level scattered cultivator fleeing for their life. The inner city had law enforcement teams, and rogue cultivators dared not conduct searches while in the mixed and chaotic slums of the Central Ring. As long as one could pay the rent, no one would care about your background. The most dangerous places are often the safest. Chen An could even guess the woman's predicament. A severely injured and near-death woman poisoned by a strange toxin mustered her last breath to escape back to the market. Randomly found an unscrupulous person smashed open the door of an unoccupied, dilapidated courtyard with a few spirit stones and dove in to hide. The lower half of the Qingmu Yanju is likely still with her. Chen An's heart surged with excitement, but just as quickly he forcefully suppressed this thought. He did not release his divine sense to probe the neighbor. A cultivator capable of killing 2 mid-stage chi refiners and forcing back ER even if severely injured and near death would definitely have some hidden trump cards. At this moment, who would dare to provoke her? It would surely provoke the most frenzied counterattack. Chen An was someone who would not act without certainty. He had plenty of patience. Turning back into the inner room, Lu Qingyue was sitting at the edge of the bed mending a winter garment. Upon seeing Chen An enter, she smiled gently out of seclusion. "The meat porridge is warming in the pot, I'll serve it to you." "No hurry." Chen An sat down beside his wife, took her slightly cool hand and lowered his voice to remind her a new tenant moved into No. 68 next door. It sounds like a sickly person. Things outside the market have not been peaceful lately, so you should stay in the courtyard and absolutely do not visit next door to avoid any bad luck. Lu Qingyue had always listened to Chen An's advice. Knowing her husband was a principled talisman master who feared trouble the most, she nodded seriously. "Understood, I won't even step outside the courtyard." "Good, that's great." Chen An patted the back of her hand with satisfaction. For the next half-month, Chen An completely became an invisible man. Every day he followed a routine of eating, sleeping, and earning those 30 dual cultivation points. Occasionally he would don the disguise of a middle-aged array master, setting up a stall in the muddy outer areas for a couple of hours, selling a flawed array plate to exchange for some rice and meat. He acted like an ordinary low-level artisan, completely ignoring the peculiar scent emanating from the new neighbor next door. Although they were separated by just a wall, they tacitly maintained a state of mutual avoidance. Until one evening a half-month later. Just as Chen An returned from closing his stall in the outer area and walked to the alley entrance, he keenly sensed something was off with the surrounding air. The fire and wood spiritual energy drifting in the air was converging towards the direction of No. 68. Is it alchemy? Chen An halted his steps, his gaze flickering. Alchemy, like array formation, would cause violent fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy. If one did not set up a formation to conceal the aura, such fluctuations would be as obvious as a torch in the night to those who were observant. Moreover, that woman was harboring a deadly toxin within her body. Sure enough, the fluctuation of spiritual energy lasted less than half a stick of incense before a dull explosion sounded from the neighboring courtyard, followed by a muffled groan. The spiritual energy instantly dissipated and a cloud of toxic gas tinged with a burnt smell wafted over the wall. Chen An made no delay, expressionless as he pushed open his courtyard door and stepped inside. He turned back to secure the door, the grand formation silently activated. He knew that the fish was about to be unable to hold on any longer. With a dull explosion, the sound reverberated within the main room of the 68th courtyard. The shoddy black ceramic alchemy furnace shattered into pieces, scalding remnants of herbs mixed with the stench of toxic smoke splattered everywhere. Wei Zissa collapsed onto the mat, abruptly turning her head and violently vomiting a large mouthful of dark purple blood. The blood splattered onto the blue bricks, instantly corroding several sizzling pits. She lifted her thin poison-stained hand, pressing it firmly against her painfully aching chest, her pale cheeks revealing a hint of morbid pallor. "No.
This mid-grade furnace simply cannot withstand the spiritual pressure when the second-tier spiritual medicine takes form. Wei Zisu gasped heavily, a glimmer of unwillingness and determination flashing in her cold eyes. Refining a second-tier detox pill creates a significant disturbance. Without a concealing formation to contain the scent and spiritual pressure, she had to devote most of her focus to suppressing the escaping toxic smoke and fluctuations of spiritual energy to avoid attracting enemies. With the toxic gas already attacking her mind, multitasking was a challenge. Even a slight deviation in controlling the fire could directly lead to an explosion. That earlier sound definitely did not go unnoticed by the surrounding neighbors. The bone-corroding poison within her had already invaded her heart veins. If she couldn't obtain a set of formation discs tonight to contain the noise and allow her to focus entirely on refining pills, she would turn into a puddle of pus before dawn. She didn't seek out the seemingly honest formation master next door. One must always guard against others. Asking for help was akin to handing one's life over to someone else, and it could also lead to being robbed. Tonight was an overcast night, coinciding with the opening of the underground market at the edge of the square. Wei Zisu struggled to stand up, leaning against the wall, wrapping her poison-marked face tightly with cloth and donning a large black robe before disappearing into the night. At midnight in the underground market at the square's periphery. This place was much smaller than the ghost market by the minds, a mix of all sorts of people with rotten straw mats on the ground serving as stalls. Chen An, cloaked in the weariness of middle age, huddled in the most secluded corner. On the tattered cloth lay 2 pieces of subpar soil shield formation discs, modified and with uneven spiritual light. He came tonight hoping for luck to see if he could find herbs for body refinement. As the hour approached for the second shift, the number of people in the market gradually decreased. A figure wrapped in a black robe and stooped in posture wandered aimlessly among the stalls before finally stopping in front of Chen An's booth. A gust of cold wind from the underground river blew past. Chen An's nose twitched slightly. The pungent toxic gas concealed by inferior incense instantly invaded his nostrils. It was identical to the scent from that night by the mines and the one in the neighboring 68th courtyard. Chen An's eyelids drooped slightly as if an old monk in meditation, his breathing rhythm unchanged. The black-robed figure squatted down, thin fingers picking up the soil shield formation disc from the ground and inspecting the formation patterns on the bottom. The return route of the Kuan position has an extra mark, while the Kan position's node is deliberately misaligned by half a point. It will be half a beat slower upon activation, and the spiritual light is also uneven. A deliberately lowered hoarse voice came from beneath the black robe, revealing a tone of expertise. The craftsmanship is extremely solid, but this is intentionally aged substandard merchandise. Substandard goods are cheap as long as they can save my life, Chen An replied hoarsely. To obtain flawless genuine goods, one must go to the Wanbao building in the inner city. I won't go to the inner city, I only seek knowledgeable individuals. The black-robed figure leaned forward slightly, lowering their voice to a whisper. I want a standard set of high-quality concealment formation discs capable of locking in spiritual pressure and scent. I know you have them. Chen An observed the trembling fingers of the other party forced to suppress the toxins, his expression unreadable. I do. But genuine items are expensive. I don't accept shattered spirit stones. The black-robed figure wasted no time. A finger slipped into the sleeve and a half-piece jade slip, faintly smelling of blood and herbal fragrance, was quietly pushed beside the substandard formation disc. The lower half of the Qingmu flame art. It directly points to Foundation Establishment. Upon seeing the jade slip, Chen An's pupils dilated sharply under the shadow of his hat. He gazed deeply at the black-robed figure before him. The two were less than 2 feet apart, one disguised as a downcast middle-aged man, a formidable mage, while the other was a noble lady, poisoned and left with only half a life. In this dim underground market, 2 experienced old foxes exchanged brief glances in the air. Wei Zisu was secretly sweating in her heart. She didn't know if the other party was knowledgeable, and she feared they might be tempted by wealth. In her sleeve, 2 poison beads were already sealed with spiritual energy, ready to explode at any moment. Chen An remained silent for 2 breaths. If the other party had asked for a top-grade formation disc, he would have turned and left immediately, as that would expose his true capabilities. However, this woman wanted a high-quality set sufficient to conceal the fluctuations of pill refining and fitting for his identity as an outer formation master. Understanding the situation and knowing when to advance or retreat, Chen An calmly retrieved a dusty cloth bag from deep within his storage pouch and tossed it over. The formation patterns were solid yet unremarkable, genuine, ordinary, high-quality goods. 4 base discs and 1 main disc. Activate the Kan position and bury it in soil, and the Gen position will trigger. Chen An spoke in a stiff tone. Wei Zisu took the cloth bag, her fingertips probing with spiritual energy. The formation patterns appeared somewhat crude, the carving not smooth enough, but the spiritual energy circuit was quite solid without any hidden doors or tracking marks. The guillotine that had been hanging over her head finally moved away. Wei Zissa said nothing more, stowed the formation discs and swiftly left, disappearing into the crowd of the underground market.
Chen An, on the other hand, leisurely folded the half-jade slip into his sleeve.
This straightforward transaction was clean and efficient. Half an hour later, Chen An returned to the 67th courtyard in the central ring.
He sat in the shadows of his study, wrapping his hand in a layer of water membrane before picking up the jade slip.
His divine sense scanned over it.
Fire borrows the wood's momentum, condensing liquid into pills.
The lower half of the Qingmu flame art is now complete.
Chen An set down the jade slip and took a sip of the now cold tea on the table.
With a soft hum, an extremely subtle resonance of the formation unexpectedly echoed from the 68th courtyard just a wall away.
Immediately, the faint herbal smell and the uncomfortable toxic miasma vanished completely, as if the neighboring courtyard had turned into a deserted house. The high-quality concealment formation had taken effect.
Chen An extinguished the oil lamp on the table and turned back into the inner room.
He had obtained the path to the 9th level of qi refinement, while she had exchanged her continued existence for a mere shell. As for what future intersections they might have in this chaotic world, that would depend on their respective fates. Having obtained the second half of the Qingmu Yanju, Chen An completely entered a life of seclusion. Aside from occasionally going to the outskirts to buy some spirit rice and monster meat, he devoted all his time to the underground quiet chamber and the babu bed. Every day without fail he invested 30 dual cultivation points into mastering the technique.
20 days later, in the underground quiet chamber, the glow of the night pearl fell upon Chen An's bare upper body. His skin shimmered with a warm jade-like hue.
With each breath, the spiritual energy he exhaled from his mouth and nose carried a hint of scorching heat, causing the dust on the meditation cushion before him to curl slightly. With a deep breath, Chen An slowly opened his eyes and a tangible blue flame flickered in the depths of his profound gaze. Cultivation level 8th layer of Qi refinement 750-2000 technique Qingmu Yanju 101000 mastery. Indeed, the complete technique is formidable.
Chen An felt the viscous dual element energy of wood and fire within his dantian, akin to magma, and couldn't help but clench his fists.
The over 400 dual cultivation points he had invested over the past half-month had forcibly pushed the technique to mastery level, doubling the depth of his spiritual energy compared to before. Once his foundation was stable, Chen An took out the broken jade slip that contained the second half of the technique from his storage bag. During the hurried transaction in the black market, he had only focused on the contents of the technique. Now, when he calmed his mind and meticulously probed with his divine sense, his expression suddenly changed.
Deep within the jade slip lingered an extremely faint yet terrifyingly condensed imprint of divine sense.
Although this divine sense had been nearly extinguished by poison and weakness, its essence was not the ephemeral gaseous form typical of the qi refinement stage, but rather a weighty liquid pressure akin to mercury.
True essence liquefaction, divine sense crystallization.
Chen An gasped, a cold sweat breaking out on his back.
Foundation establishment.
He stared intently in the direction of the neighboring courtyard number 68. The woman who had been selling fragments in the black market covered in poisonous sores and chased by several qi refinement stage cultivators was far from an ordinary low-level loose cultivator. She was a genuine foundation establishment cultivator. It was only due to her severe injuries and poison that her cultivation had fallen, making her a tiger that had fallen to the plains. This also explained why she could casually produce techniques aimed at foundation establishment and why she was so insistent on refining a second-tier detoxification pill. Chen An leaned against the stone wall, his gaze flickering uncertainly. According to his usual practice, discovering that his neighbor was a potential source of great trouble, a foundation establishment old monster would have prompted an immediate decision to move in the dead of night. But he did not move now. He was stuck in the shackles of his physical body and urgently needed body refining techniques. In the future, breaking through to foundation establishment would require the aid of high-grade pills. And just a wall away there lived a fallen foundation establishment cultivator who was proficient in alchemy. Helping others in their time of need is always more valuable than mere gifts. Chen An quickly calculated in his heart, she is currently wounded and isolated. If I can offer a bit of goodwill at this moment, it would forge a bond of kindness. In the future, when I seek her guidance on alchemy or wish to trade for body refining techniques, it would be quite natural. With this thought, Chen An stood up and walked out of the underground quiet chamber. On the crisp morning of late autumn, the green-skinned osmanthus tree in the courtyard was adorned with a layer of glistening dew. The green-skinned osmanthus tree is a low-tier spirit plant. The dew of this morning, rich with the essence of flora, is too bland even for high-level cultivators to quench their thirst, but for someone whose meridians had been scorched by toxic fire, it offers a refreshing and soothing effect. Chen An extended his fingers like a sword and executed the perfected water separation sword technique. However, this time it was not for the purpose of killing. His exquisite control over water transformed into a gentle pulling force, drawing the purest drops of spirit dew from the osmanthus tree, gathering them into a small water sphere and storing it in a clean white porcelain bottle. After that he walked to the wall separating the two neighboring courtyards. The high-grade concealment formation next door was still operating smoothly, completely locking away any sounds from within. Chen An did not release his divine sense to spy. He simply placed the white porcelain bottle on the green bricks of the wall and pressed a note beneath it. Having completed all this, Chen An turned and returned to the main room, acting as if nothing had happened, helping the recently risen Lu Qingyue to start the fire and prepare food. Just a wall away in the main room of courtyard number 68. Wei Zisu sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion. At this moment the terrifying purple-black poison patterns on her face had faded significantly. Though her complexion remained as pale as paper, the aura emanating from her was infinitely deeper and more terrifying than it had been half a month ago. The second-tier detoxification pill had been successfully refined. Although the toxins had not been entirely purged, she had managed to stabilize her crumbling foundation, restoring her cultivation to the threshold of full qi refinement. Suddenly her tightly shut eyes slightly opened and her gaze pierced through the window lattice, landing on the courtyard wall. Now that she had regained her foundation establishment divine sense, even if Chen An acted discreetly, he could not escape her notice. A test. A hint of vigilance flickered in Wei Zisu's cold eyes. The tragedy of her family's downfall had made her like a frightened bird. Her figure flashed, appearing at the base of the wall as if she had teleported, raising her hand to retrieve the white porcelain bottle and note from the wall. Unfolding the note, she saw a line of casual handwriting. If the formation disk feels stiff and hot after being newly formed, you can drip this spirit dew into the formation base to lubricate it. Left by the seller of the formation. Wei Zisu frowned slightly as she uncorked the porcelain bottle. A fragrance of osmanthus wafted out. As an alchemist, she could tell from just a whiff that this was not a material for lubricating the formation base, but rather a green-skinned osmanthus dew that contained a faint essence of florist specifically used to soothe burns from fire toxins. Looking at the note in her hand, Wei Zisu paused for a moment, then an unusual softness crept onto her lips. This formation master next door had clearly guessed that she had been injured by fire toxins. Yet he did not expose it, nor did he recklessly come to curry favor or probe into her background. Instead, he cautiously offered a piece of inexpensive yet just right kindness under the guise of after-sales service. He maintained boundaries, did not entangle, and understood the measure. He is quite an interesting person. Wei Zisu held the bottle of spirit dew in her palm, feeling a trace of mundane warmth from the cold porcelain. In the past half-year she had experienced family betrayal, enemy pursuit, and black market plundering. Accustomed to the cruelty of the cultivation world, where people would extract souls and refine bodies for just a few spirit stones, the seemingly insignificant spirit dew surprisingly made her long-frozen Dao heart feel a hint of long-lost warmth from human kindness. Wei Zisu lifted her head and glanced at the neighboring roof where the smoke was rising. After thinking for a moment, she took out a blank jade slip from her storage ring, pressed it against her smooth forehead to inscribe a message, and then gently tossed it back onto the green bricks of the wall along with the empty white porcelain bottle. On the third day after returning from the black market, in the underground quiet room of the main house at No. 67 Central Ring, which was specially excavated by Chen An and lined with soundproof talismans, only a night pearl the size of a fingernail. In the early morning the thin mist had yet to disperse. Chen An arranged Lu Qingyue comfortably and as usual walked over to the courtyard wall. Chen An discreetly tucked it into his sleeve and turned to enter the underground quiet room. The note bore elegant and Chile handwriting. The spiritual dew has been received. Observing that the Taoist friend's spiritual energy is well contained, it seems you have reached the late stage of qi refinement. This consolidation pill will slightly benefit your cultivation, serving as a token for the array in spiritual dew. He uncorked the bottle and a pure medicinal fragrance filled the quiet room. At the bottom of the bottle lay 3 milky white pills adorned with cloud patterns. Consolidation pill. Chen An's pupils contracted slightly, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. The spiritual dew from the greenskin cinnamon tree can be collected daily wherever there are trees and is not even worth a ranking. However, the consolidation pill is indeed a genuine cultivation pill for the late stage of qi refinement. It requires a true alchemist to expend great effort and use several rare spiritual herbs to refine it. In King's market, such a pill, which can save cultivators months of arduous training, easily costs dozens of low-grade spirit stones each. A bottle of dew in exchange for a bottle of consolidation pills, the senior in foundation establishment, is indeed quite generous. Chen An did not hesitate, pouring one out and swallowing it, immediately closing his eyes to circulate the Qingmu flame secret art. Upon entering his abdomen, the pill felt like swallowing a warm fire. The vast and pure spiritual energy erupted violently, flowing rapidly through his meridians. Cultivation level Qi refinement level 8850-2000. Cultivation level Qi refinement level 8900-2000. The progress bar on the panel surged sharply before finally stabilizing, increasing by a full 50 points. Chen An slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air but did not continue to consume the second pill. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly.
Looking inward at his dantian, he clearly saw that after absorbing the massive medicinal power, a layer of faint gray-black impurities clung to the walls of his meridians. Pill toxicity. Chen An felt a chill in his heart. All medicines have some toxicity, although elixirs in the cultivation world can enhance one's abilities. If the accumulated pill toxicity is not timely resolved with spiritual power, it will completely block the meridians and ruin the foundation. It seems that wanting to consume pills like candy and break through realms overnight is simply courting death. At my current refining speed, it will take at least 10 to 15 days to expel the toxicity from this one pill. Stowing away the remaining 2 pills, Chen An left the quiet room. That night the candlelight flickered in the bedroom. After the rain had stopped, Chen An leaned against the head of the bed, looking at the unchanging dual cultivation points 30 on the panel, rubbing his slightly sore lower back. Without any body refining techniques, the shackles of his physical form still held him tightly. Lu Qingyue lay on his chest like a gentle cat, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of the blanket. She remained silent for a long time before suddenly lifting her head slightly, her eyes slightly red. Husband. What's wrong? Chen An adjusted the brocade quilt on her shoulder. We have been married for quite some time, yet my belly remains unchanged. Lu Qingyue bit her lip, her voice filled with deep self-reproach and fear. The market says that ordinary women without spiritual roots find it extremely difficult to conceive a cultivator's offspring. Am I delaying my husband's bloodline inheritance? She said bravely, her eyes glistening with tears. The talisman masterly on the front street just took in 2 ordinary courtesans last month. If my husband does not mind, Qingyue can use the spirit stone she has saved to find 2 suitable women outside the market for you. Nonsense. Chen An interrupted her, his tone slightly heavier, but he reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Cultivation is fundamentally a struggle against fate. Matters of offspring depend on destiny, not merely on the number of concubines. Those scattered cultivators fixated on alchemical furnaces and reproduction will spend their entire lives stuck at the early stage of qi refinement. Chen An looked into Lu Qingyue's eyes, his tone serious yet calm. In my pursuit of longevity, having you as my partner is enough. Do not take ordinary gossip to heart, lest it disrupt your own state of mind. Lu Qingyue stared blankly at Chen An, her tears finally spilling over, but she nodded firmly, burying her face deeper into his chest and holding him tighter. In the following half-month, the alley welcomed a brief period of tranquility. The adjacent courtyard number 68 remained silent. Wei Zissou was evidently using the array to hide and was fully refining the residual toxicity within her body. Chen An lived a highly disciplined life, earning 30 dual cultivation points each night and spending his days gradually expelling the pill toxicity from his body. Until one evening, Chen An, donning a vest, returned to the alley with 2 pounds of spirit rice. As soon as he stepped into the central area, his keen divine sense suddenly jolted. In the air there was an inexplicable cold and sinister energy. Chen An paused slightly, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of an unfamiliar vendor at the alley's entrance. The vendor was dressed in tattered shorts, displaying several low-tier withered herbs before him. However, the man's palms were calloused and his eyes lacked the numbness typical of low-level scattered cultivators, instead exuding an air of indifference towards human life. What was even more alarming was that Chen An detected a faint sound of insects emanating from the vendor's wide sleeves. Chen An expressionlessly withdrew his gaze, slightly hunched his back and walked heavily into the alley, pushing open the door to his own courtyard. The moment he secured the door latch, Chen An's murky gaze instantly transformed into a sharp edge akin to a blade. Goo worm. Chen An stepped into the center of the courtyard, lightly tapping his toes on the muddy ground. The array's foundation beneath emitted a barely perceptible buzzing sound, the killing array poised to strike. As night fell, the autumn rain drizzled down. The cold rainwater cascaded off the blue tiles, thoroughly washing away the stench and mud from the alley. In the courtyard number 67, Chen An leaned against the door, his murky gaze suddenly sharpening like a blade. Goo worm. Chen An's heartbeat quickened slightly. In this chaotic outskirts, how could a spy carrying goo worms suddenly appear? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Was it that he had exposed his wealth by selling formation plates? Or had someone seen through the secrets of his talismans? Or perhaps was it the trace left during his black market dealings that had drawn attention? Regardless of their intentions, this alley has already become a place of trouble. Chen An never gambled on the goodwill of others, nor did he wager whether the enemy's target was himself. As long as danger appeared at his doorstep, the only thought in his mind was run. Change places immediately. He quickly walked into the inner room. Lu Qingyue was sitting under the lamp mending clothes. Seeing Chen An enter with an aura of coldness and a serious expression, she quickly stood up. Husband, what's wrong? Don't ask, pack your things immediately. Chen An's tone was decisive, carrying an undeniable severity. Only bring spirit stones, elixirs, and spare clothes. Throw away all the miscellaneous jars and containers. In half a stick of incense we will move.
Lu Qingyu's face turned pale, but she displayed none of the hesitation typical of a woman. She knew her husband was an extremely cautious talisman master, and if he wanted to move at night it must be due to great peril. All right. She immediately turned around, her hands and feet nimble as she rummaged from the hidden compartment for the storage bag, quickly packing their most valuable belongings. While Lu Qingyu was busy packing, Chen An walked to the copper mirror. He took a deep breath, and the flow of spiritual power from the breath concealment illusion technique within him suddenly changed, accompanied by a slight cracking sound from his bones. His originally hunched back straightened, and the waxy yellow complexion wrinkles and age spots on his face receded like the tide. In just a few breaths, the downtrodden middle-aged man who had been meekly lingering in the outskirts faded away, replaced by a young cultivator with a handsome face and deep, steady eyes. At the same time, the suppressed aura of his cultivation began to rise steadily. Foundation Establishment Stage 4, Foundation Establishment Stage 5, Foundation Establishment Stage 6. Finally it stabilized at Foundation Establishment Stage 7. Since he had decided to leave, he could no longer roll around in the muddy pits of the outskirts. In Qingzhou Market, aside from a few major cultivation families guarded by Foundation Establishment Stage Masters, Foundation Establishment Stage Late was already considered a formidable force. Now, with the strength of Foundation Establishment Stage 7 revealed, coupled with his identity as a talisman master, he was fully qualified to move with his wife into the inner city of the market, where security was extremely strict and private battles were forbidden. Even if there were truly enemies, they would have to weigh the rules of the enforcement team before acting in the inner city. "Husband, I'm ready." Lu Qingyu walked over with a small bundle on her back, looking at Chen An, who had restored his true appearance and radiated a powerful spiritual pressure with a hint of admiration and reassurance in her eyes. "Let's go." Chen An took Lu Qingyu's hand and walked into the courtyard. Before pushing open the courtyard door, he paused for a moment and glanced at the yard number 68 just a wall away. Since he had taken 3 precious qi condensing pills from them that night, he remembered this favor. Regardless of whether those carrying goo worms were after him or after the neighbors, it was wise to leave a warning. With a flick of his fingertip, Chen An swiftly drew a few strokes on a blank sound transmission talisman, then with a shake of his wrist the talisman transformed into a concealed spiritual light, silently crossing the courtyard wall and landing in the yard number 68. Having completed this, Chen An unhesitatingly opened the courtyard door, taking Lu Qingyu's hand, and strode into the pouring autumn rain. At the alley entrance, the peddler, dressed in tattered short sleeves, was still crouching under the eaves, a straw hat covering most of his face. In the shadows, 2 concealed auras lay in wait by the puddles. As Chen An led Lu Qingyu out of the alley, the peddler slightly raised his head. Within the wide sleeves, the previously quiet goo worm suddenly emitted a faint rustling sound. The peddler's eyes narrowed, his hand already quietly resting on the magical tool at his waist, while the 2 hidden individuals instantly tensed up. However, when the peddler's divine sense swept across Chen An, his body froze suddenly. Foundation Establishment Stage 7. The peddler's eyelids twitched. The intel hadn't mentioned that this shabby alley could actually conceal a late Foundation Establishment cultivator. Chen An's expression was indifferent, glancing at the peddler as if he were an ant. The spiritual pressure of Foundation Establishment Stage 7 was unapologetically released. An invisible wave of spiritual light repelled the falling rain, enclosing both him and Lu Qingyu within. The peddler's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he immediately lowered his head, loosening his grip on the magical tool. Although the goo worm in his sleeve was restless, it did not lock onto the young man, indicating that he was not the target. To expose their whereabouts for an unrelated late Foundation Establishment cultivator and ruin the sect's plans to capture the remnants of the Foundation Establishment, he would be held responsible for any consequences. Seeing the other party retreat, Chen An did not provoke any further trouble. He held Lu Qingyu's hand, walking steadily past the peddler, heading straight towards the brightly lit inner city. Only after Chen An's figure completely vanished into the rain did the peddler exhale a long breath, staring intently at the direction of the alley. The target is not on that young man, it must be inside. Surround them. Meanwhile, in the courtyard number 68, just a wall away, Wei Zissa sat cross-legged on a mat, her expression icy. A strand of spiritual light pierced through the rain curtain, landing in front of her, transforming into a sound transmission talisman. The talisman ignited spontaneously without fire, emanating Chen An's calm yet icy voice. "There are spies at the alley entrance carrying seeking goo worms. The enemy's intentions are unclear. I will retreat with my family to the inner city. If you encounter difficulties, you may seek refuge in the inner city. Take care." After hearing this, a hint of astonishment flashed in Wei Zissa's cold eyes, and she couldn't help but shake her head slightly. He really runs fast. Over the past half-month, she had been secretly observing with her Foundation Establishment divine sense, and had long seen that this formation master next door was far more than merely a mid-Foundation Establishment cultivator. She had not expected him to have already reached Foundation Establishment Stage 7. Moreover, his level of alertness and decisiveness was simply appalling. Upon sensing the slightest disturbance, he had no intention of understanding the reason and directly fled to the inner city for shelter. However, it was precisely this almost cruel rationality that elevated Wei Zis's evaluation of Chen An even further. "Forget it, since you have left I no longer need to hide." Wei Zisa stood up and a series of explosive sounds erupted from her bones like beans popping in a pan. Although her cultivation was tightly suppressed at the peak of Foundation Establishment, her divine sense belonging to a Foundation Establishment cultivator had already unfurled like a storm within this small courtyard. "Not a single spy from the Hahuan sect shall return alive tonight." In the central ring at No. 68 courtyard, the cold autumn rain pounded against the muddy blue stone slabs. Chen An had left for barely half a stick of incense when three shadowy figures silently scaled the courtyard wall and landed in the puddles. All three were at the 5th level of Qi refinement, dressed in the grey short attire of the outer disciples of the Hahuan sect. The leading lean man had slightly bulging sleeves where a dark red tracking worm was hissing towards the main house, restless and agitated. He escaped from a latest-stage Qi refinement talisman master. He must be quite lucky. The lean man pulled out a black ceramic bottle adorned with a skull. According to the plan, release the soul smoke, kill him and dissolve the corpse into water. No matter who was inside, grab the items and retreat. The other two drew out their poisoned short blades, approaching the main house in a triangular formation. The lean man had just raised his hand to shatter the wooden door when a palpable cold pressure descended from the void. The raindrops falling throughout the courtyard abruptly froze midair. The three miscellaneous disciples halted, their movements frozen like clay sculptures. This was the vast divine sense of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The divine sense transformed into invisible spikes, effortlessly piercing through their thin layer of protective spiritual power, directly targeting the sea of consciousness. The lean man's eyes bulged, his fingertips inches away from the warning jade slip at his waist, but he could no longer suppress it. Creak! The wooden door of the main house swung open and Wei Zisa, clad in a black robe, stepped over the threshold without sparing a glance at the three men. She flicked her fingers lightly and three strands of ghostly blue poison fire floated out, embedding themselves into the foreheads of the three. There were no screams, no sounds. The three bodies ignited upon contact with the flames, along with their deflated storage bags and hidden weapons, instantly turning to ashes. A tracking worm fell from the ashes, just flapping its wings to fly, when Wei Zisa stomped it into a puddle of green water. They even borrowed bugs from the Wangu sect. The outer disciples really can't be kept around. These mid-stage Qi refinement paupers had nothing but a few broken spirit stones and some foul items in their storage bags. Naturally, she, a dignified Foundation Establishment cultivator, looked down upon searching through them. She turned back into the house, collecting a first-tier high-grade alchemy furnace and several jade boxes containing spiritual herbs, then donned her gauzy veil hat once more. The heavy rain poured down, washing away the ashes in the courtyard. Wei Zisa's figure swayed and merged into the rain curtain, heading straight towards the inner city of Qingzhou. In the Qingzhou market at the inner city checkpoint, the inner city walls rose up to 10 zhang, constructed entirely of black obsidian with the severe radiance of a third-tier defense formation shimmering across its surface. Under the city gate, 2 rows of law enforcement cultivators clad in heavy armor held long poles, scrutinizing the passing wandering cultivators. Chen An led Lu Qingyue to the checkpoint. Halt! A stout team leader at the 5th level of Qi refinement barred his way, scrutinizing Chen An. What business does a wandering cultivator have entering the inner city at night? No one without a sponsor may enter. Chen An did not waste words, unleashing the overwhelming spiritual pressure of a 7th level Qi refinement cultivator. The heavy latest-stage pressure bore down upon him, causing the team leader's face to pale as he involuntarily took a step back. At the same time, Chen An took out a wooden token inscribed with runes from his sleeve and presented it. Once the team leader recognized the owner of the spiritual pressure and saw the token representing a first-tier talisman master, the arrogance on his face vanished and he immediately bent his waist. So it's a senior talisman master at the late stage of Qi refinement. My eyes were blind, I apologize. In the Qingzhou market, being a latest stage Qi refinement cultivator plus a talisman master made one a distinguished guest wherever they went. I wish to reside in the inner city long-term. Which courtyard is available? Chen An asked indifferently. You arrived at just the right time, senior. The team leader quickly smiled and led the way. A unique small courtyard in Qingmu Lane has just become available, complete with a first-tier gathering spirit formation and a quiet room. The rent is 300 low-grade spirit stones for a year, to be paid in full up front. Lu Qingyu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. 300 low-grade spirit stones were an amount that a wandering cultivator would take years to save up without eating or drinking. Lead the way. Chen An didn't even blink, directly tossing out a bag of spirit stones. Half an hour later at No. 12, Qingmu Lane, he pushed open the vermilion door and a rush of spiritual energy 2 to 3 times denser than that of the central ring hit him.
The courtyard was spacious with blue bricks on the ground complete with a main house side rooms and an underground quiet room, and there was even a spiritual peach tree planted in the corner of the yard. Husband, the spiritual energy here is so dense. Lu Qingyu's tense nerves finally relaxed. The inner city is protected by a third-tier Great Formation. Private fights are strictly prohibited. You can live here in peace from now on. Chen An patted her hand and said, "Go tidy up your clothes and boil some hot water to rest." Lu Qingyu nodded obediently and entered the inner room. After sending Lu Qingyu away, Chen An's expression returned to his usual cautiousness. He did not trust the formation laid out in the market. He took out a dozen or so array bases that he had personally inscribed and under the cover of night began rearranging them in the corners and deep underground of the courtyard. He did not inscribe a high-grade concealment array capable of blocking foundation establishment divine senses within the inner city. If the courtyard of a latest-stage chi refinement talisman master could repel even the divine senses of a foundation establishment cultivator, it would be akin to asking for trouble. He nested a set of early warning array patterns within the existing gathering spirit array circuit. This set of patterns was like a thin layer of window paper. Although it posed no obstruction to high-level divine senses, the array base would emit a faint spiritual vibration in advance. It cannot completely block a foundation establishment cultivator, but it can buy me 3 breaths of reaction time, which is enough. After burying the last array base, Chen An brushed off the dirt from his hands and turned to enter the house. The next morning after the rain, the inner city's blue stone streets were washed clean. Chen An opened the courtyard door, preparing to visit the talisman shop. With expenses increasing, he naturally needed to sell some high-level talismans in exchange for spirit stones and resources to push for the 9th level of chi refinement. Just as he stepped over the threshold, he paused imperceptibly. At No. 15, Qingmu Lane, diagonally across, a slender female cultivator stood in front of the courtyard. She wore a gauzy veil hat and a green shirt, holding a white jade token as she pushed the door. Seemingly sensing something, the female cultivator halted her movements, turning her head towards Chen An across the spacious street. The morning breeze brushed past, making her gauze flutter. Their gazes briefly crossed in midair. There were no greetings, no surprise, not even a nod. Chen An calmly withdrew his gaze, his hands tucked into his sleeves, appearing like an indifferent stranger to the surroundings as he turned and walked towards the other end of the long street. Wei Zisu watched his retreating figure, a glint of appreciation flashing in her eyes beneath the veil. Then she pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. In the early morning of Qingji's inner city, the chaotic noise of scolding women and lowly cultivators scheming over a fragment of spirit stone was absent. Qingmu Alley was shrouded in a light mist. The spirit-gathering formations on both sides of the street operated smoothly, soothing and elongating the surrounding spiritual energy. Chen An sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, finishing the last sip of his spirit rice porridge before setting down his bowl and chopsticks. Lu Qingyu, wearing an apron, nimbly tidied the table, her brows and eyes radiating a tranquil sense of stability. Since moving to the inner city over a month ago, free from constant fear, her complexion visibly improved, appearing more radiant, and her figure had also become slightly fuller. "I plan to visit the market today to purchase some talisman paper and cinnabar," Chen An said as he stood up, smoothing the creases in his robe. "Be careful and return early." Lu Qingyu responded softly, asking no further questions. Chen An nodded and walked into the underground quiet room. When he emerged, subtle changes had occurred in the bones and muscles of his face. His once handsome and deep features now had a slightly wider jawline and drooping eyes, adding an air of dullness and shrewdness. Pushing open the courtyard door, Chen An blended into the flow of people on the long street, heading straight toward the bustling center of the inner city. There stood one of the largest shops in Qingji's market, Bafang Pavilion. Bafang Pavilion was a spacious five-story building adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, entirely constructed from a kind of wood that repels insects and dust. There were no gaudy reception girls at the entrance, only 2 puppet beasts radiating the spiritual pressure of latest-stage chi refinement standing guard. Chen An stepped over the high threshold, greeted by the soothing scent of calming incense. "Esteemed guest, are you looking for talismans or seeking alchemical pills and techniques?" A well-dressed steward approached, discreetly scanning Chen An. Noticing Chen An's intentionally revealed cultivation level of chi refinement, the steward adjusted his attitude, aptly neither flattering nor neglectful. "I want to purchase a legacy. The higher the grade of the killing talismans, the better." Chen An's voice, disguised, bore the roughness of a middle-aged man accustomed to living on the edge. The steward, upon hearing this, led Chen into a quiet room on the 2nd floor, serving him spiritual tea, and soon brought out 3 jade boxes sealed with restrictions. "Please take a look, esteemed guest. This first one is a legacy of ice-type talismans for latest-stage chi refinement. The second focuses on soul shock." The steward briefly showcased the first 2 jade boxes before placing a hand on the third one, lowering his voice slightly. "As for this third one, it is a newly acquired item, a fragmented legacy of foundation establishment talismans. Chen An's eyelids droop slightly, his gaze falling on the ancient jade slip. To what extent is it fragmented?
To be frank, this legacy was supposed to contain the drawing methods for 7 types of foundation establishment talismans.
However, after several transfers, the jade slip was severely damaged.
Now it only retains a dozen or so latest-stage chi refinement killing talismans and 1 well-preserved foundation establishment offensive talisman, the Little 5 Thunder Evil Exorcism Talisman.
The steward looked at Chen An and smiled. If you are interested, it will be 1,200 low-grade spirit stones, no bargaining.
Chen An held the teacup steady as a mountain, yet his heart bled.
1,200 low-grade spirit stones.
This was nearly all he had accumulated over the past half-year, selling formation, saving, and even profiting from counterkilling. If he bought this, his storage bag would be cleaner than his face. Yet he understood that money left in the bag was merely a pile of glowing stones. It only became a trump card when it could protect his life. In the cultivation world, realms determine status but means determine life and death.
I will take it.
Chen An set down the teacup and pushed a heavy storage bag from his waist toward the steward. The steward's eyes brightened, and after confirming the amount, he removed the restrictions from the jade slip.
May I ask the esteemed guest's name? If there are any similar large transactions in the future, Bafan Pavilion would like to send you a message.
The steward tentatively inquired.
My surname is Chen. Chen An dropped these 2 words, tucked the jade slip closely, and left Bafan Pavilion without looking back. In the following half-month, Chen An completely transformed into a ghost, threading through the various scattered shops in the inner city. He knew well the dangers of buying legacies and selling products at the same major shop.
Every day he would change his appearance, buying dozens of sheets of blank talisman paper in the grocery store on East Street, and then purchasing 1 or 2 jars of chi refinement stage beast blood mixed with cinnabar from the scattered cultivator stalls on West Street. Gathering sand into a tower, he still drew no attention. After collecting the materials, Chen An dove into the underground quiet room at No.
12 Qingmu Alley. Amidst the strong smell of blood, Chen An gripped the talisman brush and took a deep breath.
He did not need to spend years like an ordinary talisman master to comprehend the elusive paths of talisman patterns. His goal was singular: to forcibly draw at once, allowing the system panel to record this skill. Swish! After wasting more than 10 sheets of talisman paper, when Chen An, finally drenched in sweat, completed the last cinnabar pattern, a faint spiritual light flashed across the talisman paper.
A barely acceptable Thunderfall talisman was completed. Thunderfall talisman beginner 1100 finally made it. A cold smile crept onto Chen An's lips.
He glanced at the panel, which had accumulated over 100 points of dual cultivation points.
This was the result of his diligent efforts every night on the cultivation bed over the past half-month. Add points. With a thought, the 100 dual cultivation points vanished in an instant.
Countless memories regarding the engraving of the Thunderfall talisman, exploding flame talisman, and piercing armor talisman erupted in Chen An's mind. It was as if a shadow exactly like him was tirelessly drawing the talismans in his sea of consciousness day and night. The muscles in his wrist and his precise control over spiritual power underwent a qualitative transformation in that moment.
Thunderfall talisman proficient 1500. Once again picking up the brush, Chen An's hand was steady as a rock.
With fluid motion, a radiant Thunderfall talisman was completed in one go. With the support of his proficient level, the success rate soared to nearly 90%. He began to flip back and forth. During the day, he mass-produced talismans in the quiet room, and at night, disguised as different people, he visited the other major merchant company in the inner city, Wanbao Tower, and some shady underground markets to sell.
High-grade killing talismans never lack customers in the market.
The money from selling talismans turned into more spirit stones and materials, which in turn became talismans. In just 1 month, Chen An not only filled the gap from buying the legacy but also quietly accumulated a total of 300 top-quality offensive talismans for latest-stage chi refinement in his storage bag. But this was still not enough. His real trump card was the foundation establishment talisman recorded in the jade slip, the Little 5 Thunder Evil Exorcism Talisman.
Late at night in the quiet room, Chen An spread out a sheet of high-grade talisman paper made from the hide of a foundation establishment stage great demon. This single sheet cost 10 low-grade spirit stones.
Holding his breath and concentrating, he poured all his wood and fire dual system spiritual power into the talisman brush. At the moment of contact, Chen An felt a sharp pain in his meridians. The rune circuit of the foundation establishment talisman resembled a bottomless whirlpool, wildly drawing from his chi refinement stage spiritual power. Having drawn less than a third, his true chi in the dantian ran dry, and the talisman brush felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, unable to move even a fraction. With the spiritual power cut off, the expensive beast hide talisman paper exploded. Chen An gasped for breath, his face pale. Attempting to draw a foundation establishment talisman with chi refinement cultivation was like a mouse dragging a turtle, impossible to start. Yet he was well prepared. He directly stuffed a handful of mana-stirring pills into his mouth while dispelling the medicinal effects. He gritted his teeth and persevered. He wasted 20 sheets of high-grade talisman paper, burned over 200 spirit stones, and endured 5 consecutive sleepless nights. Finally, in the moment before Chen An collapsed, he completed the final stroke. A blinding lightning flash flickered over the talisman paper. 5 tiny bolts of lightning danced momentarily on its surface before steadily vanishing into the cinnabar patterns. The entire talisman exuded a destructive aura that even Chen An found alarming. Little 5 Thunder Evil Exorcism Talisman Beginner 1100. It was done. Once it appeared on the panel, all difficulties would be resolved. Without hesitation, Chen An poured all the dual cultivation points he had accumulated over the past few days into it. In a sea of consciousness, the waves surged again, instantly elevating his understanding of this foundation establishment talisman to a new level. In the following days, with the insights brought by adding points coupled with the forcibly replenished mana from pills, Chen An found the drawing process still challenging, but the success rate was now assured. Ultimately, he successfully drew 3 completed Little 5 Thunder Evil Exorcism talismans hidden closely against his chest. The cost was that he had visibly lost weight with deep-set eyes. Chen An slumped on the cushion and summoned the panel. Host Chen An lifespan 38120 spiritual roots low-grade firewood soil cultivation chi refinement 8th layer 185020000 dual cultivation points 0 technique Qingmu flame art 550 1000 proficient spells fireball technique perfect light wind technique perfect water sword technique perfect breath concealment illusion technique perfect skills cleanse talisman proficient thunderfall talisman proficient little 5 thunder evil exorcism talisman proficient basic formation proficient. All the hard training and accumulation of dual cultivation points over the past half year has not been in vain. I am just one step away from chi refinement 9th layer. Chen An looked at the panel, feeling helpless only at the unyielding 30-point limit. The physical shortcomings must be addressed. Without a formidable physique to support him, he nearly risked his life just drawing these 3 foundation establishment talismans. Although the residual prescription for the Jade Bone medicinal bath had increased to proficiency, progress was completely stalled due to the lack of suitable beast blood. In recent days, while selling talismans in the black market, he had heard that deep within the perilous Cold Crow Valley, 300 miles outside the market, iron-armored giant apes frequently appeared. These beast skins are tough and thick, reigning among latest-stage chi refinement beasts, and their heart blood is an excellent catalyst for concocting the Jade Bone medicinal bath. Such fresh heart blood cannot be found in shops within the inner city, and hunting teams are unwilling to provoke the group-dwelling iron-armored giant apes for a few spirit stones. It seems I must venture out of the city myself. With 300 latest-stage talismans and 3 foundation establishment trump cards, as long as I don't encounter latest-stage old monsters, I can protect myself. Chen An silently calculated his journey. At the same time, within the high-level cave dwelling at No. 15 Qingmu Alley, Wei Zissa sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed, her originally beautiful face now exuding an aura of grey decay. Purple-black poison patterns crept up her fair neck, almost reaching her cheeks. The bone-melting poison had backfired. Relying solely on pills to suppress it was ultimately not a long-term solution. Since the mad dogs of the Hahuan sect couldn't find her on the outskirts, they must have turned their attention to the inner city. The longer the time dragged on, the greater the risk of exposure. She must quickly refine a detoxification pill to completely eradicate the poison. However, among the main materials for refining the detoxification pill, one crucial ingredient, ice heart marrow, was missing. This item has a cold nature capable of stabilizing the poisonous fire attacking the heart. Half an hour ago, a spy she had bribed in the black market sent her a secret message. Someone had discovered traces of ice heart marrow near the deep pool in Cold Crow Valley, 300 miles from the market. Wei Zissa looked at the secret message in her hand. A flicker of determination flashed in her cold eyes. This item has a cold nature capable of stabilizing the poisonous fire attacking the heart. Half an hour ago, a spy she had bribed in the black market sent her a secret message. Someone had As a master alchemist, she could see through this crude fishing technique at a glance. The Hahuan sect knew she desperately needed this item to prolong her life. This was an obvious trap. But she had no choice. The poison could not be suppressed any longer. If things dragged on, even if the Hahuan sect's people couldn't find her, her foundation would collapse and turn to pus and blood. As long as it is not the Golden Core elders of the Hahuan sect personally intervening, I am not without the strength to fight against ordinary early-stage foundation establishment stewards. Wei Zissa stood up, her bones cracking. The massive divine sense belonging to a foundation establishment master was tightly compressed and retracted deep into her mind. She changed into an inconspicuous gray-black night outfit, donned a mask to block her aura, and pushed open the cave dwelling's door. The late autumn night breeze carried a hint of desolation. the long street of Qingmu Alley was deserted. Wei Zissou and Chen An, neighbors who had never met since moving to the inner city, quietly stepped out of this seemingly absolutely safe haven on the same night, each for their own survival, one after the other heading toward Cold Crow Valley 300 miles away. A cold dark net had already been cast over Cold Crow Valley. 300 li due north of Qingzhou Market Town, a range of mountains stretched endlessly beneath a perpetual grayish-white miasma. Within the valley grew a species of cold crow, carrionating birds whose raucous cries echoed through the dim-shadowed woods, lending an aura of eerie desolation. Rife with venomous insects and toxic miasma, the valley repelled ordinary cultivators. Only desperate outlaws seeking rare spirit herbs or demonic beast materials dared venture inside. Today, at the outer rim of the Cold Crow Valley, stood a grizzled middle-aged man, Chen An. Having left the city at dawn, he first veered southward for over 100 li, changed attire and appearance multiple times, then lay in wait within dense forest for 2 hours, ensuring no pursuer trailed him, before slipping into the valley under a new guise. His boots sank into thick layers of decaying leaves, emitting a damp, sticky sound. Rather than flying, Chen An pushed his perfected concealment and shapeshifting art to its utmost limit, rendering himself indistinguishable from a lifeless, temperatureless log as he glided silently through the gloomy underbrush. His objective was clear: the ironclad giant ape, a pack-dwelling demonic beast inhabiting the boulder-strewn forests deep within the valley. Adult apes possessed cultivation strength equivalent to latest-stage chi condensation and wielded prodigious strength, their hides as hard as forged iron. Precisely for this reason, their heartblood brimmed with extraordinary vitality. Chen An had learned in the black market that unaffiliated cultivators lacking orthodox body-refining arts often boiled such potent heartblood directly for physical tempering. Though crude and excruciating, this method offered precisely what he needed to shatter the current physical limitation confining him to just 30 dual cultivation points per day. After half an hour's stealthy advance into the valley's depths, Chen An halted beside a rubble pile strewn with enormous footprints and pungent excrement. He did not rashly enter the apex territory. To be surrounded and overwhelmed by a pack of latest-stage chi condensation beasts would be nothing short of suicide. Instead, Chen An selected a narrow mountain pass and quietly buried several formation anchors from his storage pouch into the earth. Once the restraining formation and alarm runes were set, he withdrew a jade vial, poured several drops of demon-luring herb essence onto a bluish stone, then leapt soundlessly into the canopy of a towering ancient tree, where he stilled his breath and vanished into stillness. Less than 1 incense stick's time passed. Roar! Heavy footsteps thundered, the scent of the lure drawing in a giant ape nearly 10 feet tall, its entire body cloaked in iron-gray fur, ambling heedlessly into the narrow pass. It sniffed cautiously, confirmed no danger, then lunged greedily toward the stone. The instant its massive feet crossed the threshold of the pass, Chen An, perched high above, flicked his fingers in a single precise hand seal. A faint glow pulsed from the buried anchors. The solid earth liquefied into viscous marsh, trapping the ape's legs instantly. With a furious roar, it slammed its colossal fists into the ground, straining to wrench itself free. What met it instead was a streak of azure, so swift it blurred beyond mortal sight as Chen An launched himself from the treetop. Midair, his perfected lightbreeze art propelled him beyond the speed limits of chi condensation cultivators, tearing a low thunderous sonic boom through the air. The ironclad giant ape sensed lethal intent from above and roared in fury, swinging a fist the size of a water vat upward, but Chen An's gaze remained ice-cold, unwavering, unflinching. At his fingertips, sapphire spiritual light compressed to unbearable density. His perfected water-splitting sword art coalesced into a blade thinner than cicada wings, yet honed to absolute perfection, and pierced flawlessly into the ape's most vulnerable point, its eye. Put! The water blade pierced straight through the skull, obliterating its vital essence. The colossal body crashed into the marsh with a heavy thud, convulsed once, twice, and fell utterly still. From formation activation to fatal strike, the entire sequence unfolded like flowing water, completed in barely 3 heartbeats. Chen An landed smoothly on the ground, bypassing the valuable hide entirely. With 2 fingers like a blade, he slit open the ape's chest and caught a full vial of steaming, pulsing heartblood. He sealed the vial and returned it to his storage pouch, then slapped on a cleansing talisman to dispel all traces of blood scent. It was time to withdraw. The aura of fresh blood would soon draw the rest of the ape pack, making this place untenable. Yet just as he turned to leave, a ripple of spiritual energy surged from deeper within the Cold Crow Valley. Chen An froze mid-step, brows knitting slightly. Someone else is deep in the valley. This fluctuation isn't from ordinary cultivators hunting demons. Wary and adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary entanglement, he resolved to exit immediately. But after taking only 2 steps, he halted again, recalling rumors overheard in the black market before departure, a rumored emergence of Iceheart Marrow from the Cold Crow Valley's abyssal pool. Iceheart Marrow, profoundly cold in nature, was a peerless spirit medicine for suppressing fiery toxins. That woman across the hall bears a strange poison. If she hears this, her pride as a Foundation establishment cultivator will compel her here, even if she suspects a trap. Chen An paused, exhaling softly. He abandoned his retreat and reactivated his concealment and shapeshifting art to its zenith, becoming less a man more a bodiless wraith as he drifted soundlessly toward the source of the spiritual disturbance. Beyond a dense grove of toxic miasma trees, the landscape opened abruptly. A sunken frigid pool lay before him. Its surface shimmered with unnatural obsidian blackness littered with countless carcasses of cold crows. At the pool center atop a protruding white jade stone bloomed a crystalline lotus-shaped spirit herb radiating bone-piercing cold. It was the ice-heart marrow. On the pool's shore stood a slender figure draped in black robes wearing a delicate gauzy veil. Hiding in the shadow of a boulder 500 steps away, Chen An recognized her instantly, not by voice but by silhouette, by that unmistakable aura of aloof serenity, and by the signature gauzy veil. Indeed, his neighbor from the inner city, the fallen Foundation establishment cultivator. She gazed at the ice-heart marrow in the pool's center yet made no move to harvest it. Her eyes, visible behind the veil, burned with glacial disdain. Her divine sense rippled outward like still water disturbed by a pebble. "Since you've laid this trap to draw me out, why cower like a turtle hiding its head?" Her crisp frosting voice echoed across the desolate pool. Clap. 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 A sharp rhythmic applause emanated from the dense forest opposite the pool. A young man stepped forth, elegant in embroidered silk robes, his features refined yet unnervingly effeminate. In his hand a folding fan spun lazily around him. Spiritual pressure descended like a crushing mountain, snapping dry twigs and crumbling fallen leaves beneath its weight. Foundation establishment, early stage. Behind him stood 4 latest-stage chi condensation disciples clad in the robes of the Harmonyanjoy sect, their movements uncanny, swiftly fanning out to seal every possible escape route. "This way of the Wei clan, truly a mind of ice and snow," the effeminate youth said, snapping his fan shut with a smirk. "I am Lu Hong, an internal sect disciplinary officer of the Harmonyanjoy sect, dispatched by our elder to invite Miss Wei back to our sect as an honored guest. Surrender your clan's alchemical legacy and I shall grant you mercy, your life spared." Hidden in the shadows, Chen An stirred inwardly at these words. So her surname is Wei, the eldest daughter of the famed alchemical Wei clan of Qingzhou. Facing Lu Hang's coercion, Wei Zisu's eyes held not the slightest trace of fear, only profound disgust. "Dogs of the Harmonyanjoy sect dare covet my clan's legacy." Before the final syllable faded, she made no attempt to stall. She knew the bone-dissolving poison still raged within her veins, her spiritual power reduced to latest-stage chi condensation. Prolonged combat meant certain death. Her sole trump card remained her undiminished Foundation establishment-level divine sense. "Die," she whispered, her crimson lips parting with chilling calm. The air previously still hardened like frozen glass. A storm of divine sense erupted violently from her core. The 4 disciples, mid-preparation for their formation, hadn't even raised their artifacts when a phantom hammer struck their minds with devastating force. "Ah!" A chorus of shrieks tore from their throats, black blood erupting from nose, ears, mouth and eyes as they collapsed rigidly dead before they hit the ground. Their spirit seas had been shattered in a single heartbeat, crushed by overwhelming dimensional superiority. Chen An's eyelid twitched faintly. Such tyrannical divine sense. Were she at full strength, killing me would be no harder than crushing an ant. Yet Lu Hong didn't flinch, not even at the sight of his 4 slain disciples. He didn't glance at the corpses. Instead, his gaze lingered intrigued upon Wei Zisu. "Truly worthy of your former status as a Foundation establishment grand cultivator, even after half a year of bone-dissolving poison's torment, your spiritual power may have waned, yet your divine sense remains astonishingly refined." "Wei Zisu, did you truly believe I'd come for you unprepared?" Lu Hong sneered, snapping his fan wide with a sharp crack. "Take a breath, does the air near this pool now carry a faint sweet fragrance?" Wei Zisu's face paled. She inhaled sharply, only to detect beneath the piercing chill of the pool's vapor an almost imperceptible floral sweetness, like peach blossoms. This fragrance seeped effortlessly through pores and breath alike, flooding her meridians. Peach blossom miasma. For the first time her voice betrayed a tremor of alarm. Clever Lu Hong laughed triumphantly. "A secret toxin crafted by our sect exclusively for female cultivators. Harmless alone, but the moment it contacts your bone-dissolving poison it seals your dantian shut. And more, it ignites the most primal fires of desire within your consciousness." Lu Hong advanced step by deliberate step, his gaze growing brazen, ravenous. "Wei Zisu, you just expended your divine sense to obliterate my 4 disciples. Your mud pill palace must be hollow now. Surrender peacefully. As my dual cultivation furnace I shall show you pleasures so exquisite they verge on transcendence." Wei Zisu's face drained of color. Her body swayed uncontrollably. She tried to gather spiritual energy for counterattack, but her dantian felt frozen, her chi refusing to obey. Worse still, a strange feverish heat rose from her deepest meridians, surging toward her mind, threatening to consume her lucid divine sense. She bit her tongue until blood welled, using the searing pain to cling to the last sliver of clarity, and clutched 2 suicide poison beads tightly in her palm.
Behind the boulder, Chen An witnessed it all, holding his breath, scarcely daring to inhale. Run!
That was the first thought flashing through his mind. Opposite him stood a true Foundation Establishment cultivator, crafty, ruthless. He, merely an 8th level Qi condensation cultivator, could vanish without trace back to the inner city thanks to his perfected concealment art. Yet his foot lifted halfway, then locked in place.
And then came the next question: what then? If she fell into the Harmonian Joy sex, Han's soul searching was inevitable.
Once interrogated, she'd reveal her residence, Qingmu Lane No. 15 Inner City, and identify her neighbor across the hall, a talismanic array artist who could inscribe high-tier concealment formations. Worse, given the sex-ruthless doctrine of better kill 1,000 innocents than spare one enemy, once Qingmu Lane was uncovered they would inevitably seize and soul torture him too.
The entanglement ran too deep. Causality had already taken root. Should she perish or be captured, his quiet cultivation within the inner city would collapse utterly, leaving him forever hunted. Chen An cursed inwardly.
The essence of the way of caution wasn't blind flight at the first sign of danger, but preemptively extinguishing every potential threat before it could ignite. As long as everyone who'd glimpsed his true identity was silenced, he remained safe. A flash of ruthless resolve ignited in Chen An's eyes. Slowly he emerged from behind the boulder, his gaze locking onto Lu Hong, step by step drawing nearer to Wei Zisu. He unfastened his storage pouch at the waist and with a casual flick of his wrist drew forth a staggering cascade of talismans, each radiating terrifying spiritual pressure.
Not 10. Not 20.
100, exactly 100 top-tier lightning strike talismans, each attuned to latest-age Qi condensation power. If you wish to fish, then I'll blow up your entire pond. What kind of spectacular scene could arise from 100 thunder symbols being forcibly detonated by spiritual power at the same time? Chen An had no idea before, as it was his first time fighting such a wealthy battle. But now he witnessed it. At the edge of the dark and cold Hanya Valley, it seemed that a blinding azure sun had risen in an instant. The violet thunder attribute spiritual energy surged like a runaway wild horse, tearing apart the poison mist, water vapor, withered branches, and even the ground within 100 feet, reducing everything to dust. The deafening roar completely drowned out the sound of the waterfall's rushing water, causing the entire valley floor to tremble violently. Hundreds of blue thunderbolts as thick as a child's arm intertwined to form an impenetrable net of death, carrying the momentum to obliterate everything as they descended upon Lu Hong from above.
Who is insane?
Lu Hong had just been enjoying tormenting Wei Zisu, relishing the despair in his prey's eyes, when suddenly he felt a prickling on his scalp, his hair standing on end as a potent sense of life and death crisis surged towards him. He had no time to investigate the cultivation level of the ambusher. This reckless rule-breaking method of throwing high-level talismans like scraps of paper was beyond his understanding after 100 years of cultivation. At the critical moment of life and death, the formidable foundation of a Foundation Establishment cultivator became evident. Lu Hang clapped his hands fiercely on the storage bag at his waist, and a palm-sized black tortoise-shell shield shot up into the sky, expanding in the wind to nearly 10 feet wide, firmly protecting him beneath. Simultaneously, the viscous Foundation Establishment true essence within him surged wildly, flowing through his meridians and forming a thick blood-red protective barrier around his body. Boom! The thunder crashed down upon the tortoise-shell shield like a torrential storm. This low-grade defensive artifact of the Foundation Establishment period only lasted less than 5 breaths before its surface was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and with a mournful cry it shattered into countless pieces.
The remaining dozens of violent thunderbolts mercilessly struck Lu Hong's protective barrier.
The blood-red shield twisted violently, flickering uncertainly.
Lu Hang's complexion changed from arrogance to a deathly pale. He clenched his back teeth, desperately squeezing the true essence from his dantian, stubbornly enduring this wave of earth-destroying talisman bombardment.
As the thunder light gradually dissipated, a pungent burnt smell filled the air. The originally flat ground by the cold pool had been forcibly blasted into a several-foot-deep pit. Lu Hong stood at the bottom of the pit, his once magnificent brocade robe torn to shreds, the jade crown atop his head shattered, his hair disheveled, a trickle of bright red blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, looking utterly disheveled. A mere Qi refining ant dares to plot against me. Lu Hong's gaze pierced through the smoke like a venomous snake, locking onto Chen An, who emerged from behind the boulder. Upon sensing that Chen An only exuded the pressure of a latest-age Qi refining cultivator, the fear in Lu Hong's eyes instantly transformed into a raging, killing intent and an unmistakable greed. A Qi refinement loose cultivator could throw out 100 thunder symbols in one go. What did that signify? It meant that this person likely possessed wealth surpassing that of a deacon in the Hehuan sect. Lu Hang wasted no words, spitting out a stream of blood-red light. It was a flying shuttle carved entirely from red agate, exuding a nauseating scent of blood, whistling through the air straight towards Chen An's face. The speed at which a Foundation Establishment cultivator activated a magical artifact was so fast that even the afterimages were hard to catch. However, there was no hint of panic on Chen An's face. He didn't even intend to exchange pleasantries with Lu Heng. A dead man does not need to know who he is. Facing the blood-red flying shuttle hurtling towards him, Chen An felt the wind beneath his feet. The perfected wind technique made him feel as weightless as a willow catkin slipping past the edge of the shuttle at an odd angle. The blood-red flying shuttle pierced through the boulder behind him, exploding into a shower of stones. Meanwhile, Chen An's wrist flicked again. This time he did not pull out a large handful of chi-refining talismans. Against a Foundation Establishment cultivator who was already on guard and had murderous intent, the same tactic would have greatly reduced effectiveness. Between his two fingers he held 3 high-grade talismans, dark in color with faint 5-colored lightning flickering on their surfaces. These were the 3 incomplete versions of the small 5 Thunder Exorcism talisman that had cost him countless efforts. Chen An took a deep breath, pouring his wood and fire spiritual power into them without reserve. The 3 talismans seemed like bottomless pits, instantly draining nearly 40% of his mana from the dantian, causing his complexion to pale further. Go! With a flick of his wrist, the 3 Foundation Establishment talismans transformed into 3 inconspicuous streams of light, silently approaching Lu Heng. Lu Heng instinctively sensed a deadly crisis. He abruptly looked up, and upon seeing the intricate circuits flowing on the 3 talismans and the destruction aura belonging to the Foundation Establishment level, his pupils contracted to pinprick size. Foundation talismans. This is impossible. Lu Heng let out a desperate scream. A late-stage chi-refining loose cultivator simply did not possess enough mana to activate a true Foundation Establishment talisman, which completely violated the ironclad rules of the cultivation world. Unfortunately, the answer to him was 3 true Foundation-level 5-colored heavenly thunders. Crack! The 3 bolts of lightning converged in midair to form a thunder pillar as thick as a water barrel, carrying a magnificent celestial might that struck fiercely against Lu Heng's already unstable blood-red shield. There was no stalemate, no suspense. The protective barrier shattered like fragile glass. The thunder pillar continued unabated, penetrating Lu Heng's crown. Put! Lu Heng was knocked down to the ground by the tremendous force, his body charred and his hair completely destroyed. His Foundation Establishment physique spared him from being smashed into a pile of flesh on the spot, but his organs had already been completely shredded by the violent thunder, and his vitality extinguished rapidly like a candle in the wind. He struggled to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the slowly approaching Chen An, his lips slightly moving as if he wanted to ask what kind of person he was. Chen An had no interest in listening to his dying words. With fingers resembling swords, the water separation sword technique transformed into a ghostly blue high-pressure water blade that lightly circled Lu Heng's charred neck. A head rolled down. Lu Heng, the deacon of the He Huan sect and a Foundation Establishment cultivator, died with his eyes wide open. Chen An walked forward expressionlessly, skillfully tearing off the storage bag from Lu Heng's waist and also collecting the blood-red flying shuttle that had fallen in the distance. Then he took out a black ceramic bottle from his own storage bag and poured the corpse-dissolving liquid over Lu Heng and the 4 chi-refining disciples' bodies. Accompanied by a grating sizzle sound, the 5 corpses quickly turned into a pool of yellow liquid seeping into the charred soil. Finally, Chen An crushed 2 cleaning talismans and a gentle wind talisman, completely erasing the remnants of the battle, the bloody scent in his lingering aura. After doing all this, Chen An finally turned around to look at the edge of the cold pool. Wei Zissa still lay collapsed beside the white jade stone. The precious ice-hard essence grew within her reach, yet she lacked the strength to extend her hand. Chen An took a few steps closer, his brows tightly furrowed. At this moment, Wei Zissa's light veil had fallen, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face filled with pain. Originally showing purple-black poison patterns due to the bone transformation poison, they had now transformed into an eerie peach blossom pink. She curled up on the cold ground, her breathing rapid and heated, a fine layer of pink sweat oozing from her fair skin resembling a piece of burning charcoal. What a tyrannical peach blossom mist! Chen An rubbed his chin, feeling solemn. He had clearly heard Lu Heng's words. This mist was not lethal in itself, but would react with the bone transformation poison in Wei Zissa's body, directly sealing her chi-si. The most critical issue was that it would ignite the most primal lust within her consciousness. As a Foundation Establishment cultivator, how vast was Wei Zissa's divine sense? This meant that the lust ignited within her would be 10-fold, 100-fold more intense than that of an ordinary chi-refining female cultivator. Help! Me! Hearing the footsteps, Wei Zissa struggled to open her eyes. Her once cold ice-like gaze was now completely clouded with water mist and confusion. With the last shred of unconsumed rationality, she reached out her hand towards Chen An. Chen An took a half-step back, not reaching for her. The safest approach now was to kill her with a single sword strike to eliminate future troubles, then return with his spoils. However, after staring at her for a moment, Chen An dismissed that thought. Not to mention that this woman had previously given him a bottle of qi condensing pills in the inner city. Just the troubles that would arise from killing her would not be any less than saving her. Since this woman was the eldest daughter of the Wei family, she must have items like a life token or a soul lamp on her. Dying here would eventually lead the Wei family or He Huan's sect to track down the clues. The methods of higher-level cultivators to trace the murderer were virtually impossible to evade. If he left any causal clues, he would be unable to escape. I need to leave first, the commotion is too great. Chen An stepped forward swiftly, tearing off his loose outer robe and wrapping the burning Wei Zisu tightly. Upon contact, Chen An could feel her skin's scorching heat even through the thick fabric. After safely securing the ice heart essence, Chen An picked up Wei Zisu and a princess carry, activating the light wind technique, swiftly disappearing into the dense forest of Hanya Valley. Half an hour later, Chen An found a natural abandoned cave at the foot of a secluded cliff several dozen miles from Hanya Valley. He placed Wei Zisu on a flat piece of blue stone inside the cave and quickly set up a formation at the entrance, activating all the concealment and warning patterns. The moment the formation was completed, the aura inside the cave was isolated, and from the outside it appeared to be just a normal stone wall covered in vines. The cave was dimly lit. Chen An took out a moonlight stone for illumination and turned to look at Wei Zisu on the blue stone. The situation had completely spiraled out of control. The last shred of reason in Wei Zisu had been completely consumed by the peach blossom mist. She mindlessly tore apart the outer robe wrapped around her, and the originally fitted black night outfit was also ripped apart by her, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin tinged with peach blossom pink. She let out unbearable moans, her hands flailing in the air as if searching for something to alleviate the burning heat within her that threatened to turn her to ashes. This is a huge problem. Chen An's brow furrowed tightly. He took out a cleaning talisman and a low-tier frost talisman, slapping them on Wei Zisu's forehead, trying to cool her down physically to bring her back to her senses. A flicker of spiritual light passed and a thin layer of frost formed on her surface, but it lasted only half a breath before being instantly evaporated into white mist by the domineering heat within her. It was utterly futile. This was not just a physical drug effect but also a poison barrier targeting the divine sense. If the desire ignited by a Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense was not released, her ultimate fate would be a collapse of her sea of consciousness, blood qi reversing and exploding her body. And if she died in this cave, the life token left outside would shatter and the He Huan sect would still trace the clues. Chen An stood beside the blue stone, his expression shifting uneasily. He was no righteous gentleman, nor was he a wicked demon stirred by desire. In his eyes, the only principles of behavior were two words: survival. Now there was only one path before him. Chen An quietly summoned the virtual panel that only he could see. Host Chen An, lifespan 38120, cultivation qi refining 8th layer 185020000, dual cultivation points 10, technique Qingmu Yen Ju. Chen An's gaze fell upon the mere 10 dual cultivation points, his expression gradually deepening. All this time he had only been able to acquire points from the mortal body of Lu Qingyue. Since your life is not meant to end and I need to borrow you to break through, let this be a fair trade. Chen An let out a long breath. Wei Zisu seemed to sense the presence of a living person, like a drowning vine instinctively wrapping around Chen An's body with the cool would attribute spiritual energy. Her scorching body pressed tightly against Chen An's chest, her lips slightly parted, her heated breath tinged with a hint of sweet peach blossom fragrance poured unabashedly onto his neck. It's hot. Help me. The once exalted and cold Wei family eldest daughter now resembled a desperate begging cat. Her fair fingertips dug into Chen An's back, even drawing blood. Suppressed broken moans spilled from her lips, echoing within the cramped dim cave, creating an intoxicating ambience. Chen An did not refuse at all. He supported her slender waist, allowing Wei Zisu to pull him towards the flat blue stone. On the rough stone wall, the faint glow of the formation flickered, completely blocking the chilling autumn wind from outside. Clothes fell away and yin and yang converged. Accompanied by a high-pitched cry tinged with pain, Wei Zisu tilted her snow-white neck back, biting down hard on Chen An's shoulder. Inside the cave, heavy breaths intertwined with continuous soft cries, creating a passionate symphony. The faint morning light streamed through the gaps of the vines at the cave entrance, illuminating the dim interior of the cave. The hidden formation silently operated, blocking the cold autumn wind from the outside. On the bluestone, Chen An slowly opened his eyes. His first sensation upon waking was not the clarity and refreshment of a breakthrough in cultivation, but a deep ache emanating from his spine. He instinctively reached back to support his lower back, rubbing it a couple of times. Last night's debauchery was nothing short of a one-sided storm. Under the influence of the peach blossom miasma, the irrational Wei Zisu had transformed into an insatiable beast. She regarded Chen An as her only antidote, demanding from him almost madly.
Chen An's chi refinement stage body was like a small boat tossed upon the waves facing the unconscious spiritual pressure and entanglement of a foundation establishment great cultivator. He remained in an extremely passive and weak state throughout, almost drained by the violent convergence of yin and yang. Chen An steadied his mind, turned his gaze inward and summoned a virtual panel. Dual cultivation points 200. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Chen An let out a bitter smile. Even when facing the mortal body of Lu Qingyue, he usually managed to earn 30 points over time. Last night, facing a foundation establishment great cultivator, he had risked half his life and had only obtained a mere 50 points. Yet he knew in his heart that this 50 points was the limit due to his passive state. Though the quantity was small, the quality was astonishingly high. This 50 points contained an incredibly pure source of yin from the foundation establishment stage. This domineering power acted like a baptism, forcibly cleansing the impurities deep within his meridians and flesh. Accompanied by the faint cracking sounds of bones within his body, the physical shackles that had held him for months shattered at that moment. Without the need for any physical refining techniques, relying solely on the forcible reshaping of this grating medicine, Chen An felt his vitality surging like a furnace, sufficient to withstand an ordinary first-tier magical artifact purely with his physical strength. Simultaneously, the massive and pure spiritual energy nourished the Qi C, and the progress bar that had previously stagnated at Qi refinement level 818502000 was suddenly filled by this torrent. Everything flowed naturally without obstruction. Chen An's surrounding spiritual energy surged violently and then swiftly retracted, his aura becoming deeper and more profound than ever. Qi refinement level 9. The last step to the path of foundation establishment was finally within reach. He let out a long exhalation of turbid air, suppressing the fluctuations of spiritual energy brought about by the breakthrough, and turned to look beside him. On the other side of the bluestone, Wei Zissou was still lost in slumber. Her originally neatly tied hair had become disheveled, obscuring half of her face. On her fair skin, the strange peach blossom pink had faded significantly, returning to its original snow-like complexion, though a few dry tear streaks remained at the corners of her eyes, her brow furrowed in pain. Chen An gazed at her, secretly calculating in his heart. This woman was inherently an extremely proud foundation establishment cultivator. If she were to wake and discover she had lost her purity to a haggard middle-aged man, she would surely be humiliated to the point of wanting to perish along with him. Chen An sighed, his thoughts shifting as he actively dispelled the illusion he had maintained all night. A faint cracking sound emanated from his facial bones. The wooden and scrupulous face full of scars faded away, revealing Chen An's original handsome and somewhat scholarly visage. He picked up the robe that had fallen on the ground and put it on, taking out the ice-hard essence that exuded a chilly aura, gently placing it at the edge of the bluestone within Wei Zissou's reach. Then he moved to a corner slightly farther from the bluestone, sitting cross-legged and waiting. Half an hour later, a suppressed groan broke the silence of the cave. Wei Zissou's long eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was initially a bit dazed, but soon the state of her body immediately registered in her mind. The bone poison still lurked in her meridians, but the peach blossom miasma that had made her feel like death itself seemed to have receded. In its place was a discomforting pain from somewhere in her body, along with a disheveled mess of clothing all around her. Last night's fragmented, chaotic yet vividly clear images surged into her mind like a tide. She remembered how she had lost her reason, how she had pressed this man before her against the bluestone like an insatiable wanton, ignoring his attempts to push her away. Wei Zissou's complexion shifted from pale to a deep crimson, only to turn ashen gray in an instant. "I want to kill you." She was filled with shame and fury, sitting up abruptly and hastily wrapping herself in a loose outer robe to cover her exposed body. Instinctively, she raised her hand, intending to conjure a killing spell to turn this man who had robbed her of her purity into ashes. However, as soon as her finger lifted, a wave of intense weakness overtook her body. The magical energy had just barely coalesced into a faint glow when it dissipated into the air. What made her feel even more desperate and at fault was that when she raised her head and clearly saw the figure of the man in the corner, she froze. It was not the ugly and lewd face she had imagined. Sitting there was a young male cultivator with a handsome appearance and a clear, calm gaze. What was even more embarrassing was that the man was currently holding his lower back somewhat awkwardly with one hand, his complexion slightly pale, appearing as if he had been completely drained. The overwhelming killing intent within Wei Zissou instantly diminished by half. If one were to pursue the matter last night, it was clearly she who had forced him. He had kindly saved her and sacrificed his own purity, nearly being drained of his essence by her. A mix of shame and grievance surged within her, the once proud foundation establishment great cultivator, her eyes reddening as she bit her lower lip. Watching the atmosphere fall into a dead silence, Chen An cleared his throat and took the initiative to break the silence. "About what happened last night, you should have some idea without me saying it. That peach blossom miasma was exceptionally domineering. If I hadn't intervened to help you, your divine sense would surely have collapsed."
Wei Zissa turned her head away, her voice trembling and cold as ice. So I should thank you for taking advantage of me. It's not taking advantage if we're being honest, you were not the only one at a loss last night. Chen An rubbed his lower back, his tone calmed. Lu Hong is dead, his body is no more. The Huanhe sect won't be able to track this place in the short term. Wei Zissa's body trembled slightly. She turned her head to scrutinize Chen An's face, which seemed somewhat familiar. Who are you? Why were you just happening to appear in Cold Crow Valley? Chen An looked at her with calm eyes and gently pierced through that layer of window paper. Wei Daoyu, the spirit gathering formation at No. 12, Qingmu Lane is operating quite smoothly, isn't it? Thank you for that bottle of qi condensation pill back then. Wei Zissa's pupils dilated sharply. You are that qi refinement stage talisman master from across the street. A storm of emotions surged within her. She had always thought that the person living across the street was just an ordinary talisman master, but she never expected that this seemingly straightforward neighbor would dare to investigate alone at the outskirts of Cold Crow Valley, even producing over 100 Thunderfall talismans to brutally slay a Foundation establishment early-stage Huanhe sect steward. Even more absurdly, she had. At that moment, as Wei Zissa's emotions became chaotic and her vitality surged, a strange blush suddenly appeared on her previously pale cheeks. Mum. Wei Zissa let out a soft moan, unexpectedly her body going limp, nearly falling from the bluestone. She clutched her collar tightly, only to find that a surge of scorching evil fire had once again erupted from deep within her dantian, which had seemingly calmed down. What is happening? She gasped, her eyes, which had just regained clarity, becoming clouded once more. Seeing this, Chen An's brow furrowed and he quickly stepped forward, pressing 2 fingers against her white wrist. The skin he touched was burning hot. The root of the peach blossom miasma hasn't been completely cleared. Chen An's gaze sharpened. Last night she had absorbed too violently, causing a portion of the miasma to lie dormant deep within her meridians. At this moment, stimulated by the emotional turmoil, it had surged back. Don't touch me. Wei Zissa attempted to push Chen An away, but her hands fell weakly against his chest, lacking any strength. It was as if she was both rejecting and welcoming him. Her originally cold visage was now flushed, her snowy neck covered in a fine layer of pink sweat, her breath rapid and carrying a burning sweetness. Even as she gritted her teeth to remain clear-headed, her Buddhist instincts compelled her to nuzzle against Chen An, who exuded a refreshing would attribute spiritual energy. Wei Daoyu, I apologize. The poison cannot be fully drawn out. You won't be able to return to the inner city. Chen An did not hesitate and pulled her gently back onto the flat bluestone. You lecher. Get away from me. A tear of humiliation slipped down Wei Zissa's cheek. She wanted to curse angrily, but as she opened her mouth, what came out was a soft, sweet gasp. This time Chen An was no longer passive. He took absolute control, using the abundant spiritual energy from his recent breakthrough to Qi Refinement Level 9 to guide the energies within both their bodies to converge. The temperature within the cave rose again. Under the dim light, Wei Zissa's originally translucent snow-like skin now glowed with a charming peach blossom hue. Like a dying fish on the shore, she clung desperately to Chen An's shoulder, her nails leaving red marks on his back. The cold and proud Foundation establishment female cultivator in this confined space on the bluestone had all her facades stripped away by the peach blossom miasma, leaving only her most primal cries and responses. It was unclear how much time had passed, but when the last trace of poison miasma was completely resolved, Wei Zissa let out a high-pitched cry, completely limp in Chen An's embrace. The panel silently flickered once more. Dual Cultivation Point 60. As the echoes faded, only their heavy breathing remained in the cave. Wei Zissa lay weakly on Chen An's chest, lacking the strength to move even a finger. Reflecting on her previous alluring and lascivious demeanor, she almost wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Chen An carefully wrapped her delicate body, which was marked with mottled red scars, in his outer robe. He looked at the woman in his arms who feigned unconsciousness and refused to raise her head. The cold indifference he had initially intended to maintain now felt as though it had been disrupted by some unseen force. It was not a matter of infatuation, but rather of indebtedness. He suddenly spoke, his tone devoid of frivolity, imbued instead with a weight honed by life's trials. Wei Daoyu, I am truly sorry for what happened last night. Chen An paused for a moment, his gaze falling upon the faint light seeping into the cave, his voice low. Though I am merely a Qi refinement stage talisman master with humble cultivation, I must take responsibility for my wrongdoings. If you demand my life, I can swear right now that once you restore your cultivation, you may take it at any time. This declaration sounded less like a proposal and more like a confession. Wei Zissa suddenly raised her head, her beautiful face still tinged with a blush showing clear astonishment. She had envisioned countless possibilities, flirtation, coercion, taking advantage of the situation, but none like this. You. She opened her mouth momentarily at a loss for words. Who was she? the eldest daughter of the Wei family, once a talented foundation establishment cultivator. And the man before her was merely a chi refinement practitioner living on the outskirts, surviving by drawing talismans. She had expected him to cling to her, to use the identity of a savior to threaten her, yet he spoke of repaying a life. Wei Zissa turned her head away, her cheeks burning as if they could bleed, her voice losing its icy edge. Who would want your life? Do you think of me as some kind of ingrate? Though her words still carried a hint of arrogance, the trembling eyelashes and the way she clutched the edge of his robe betrayed her inner turmoil. Chen An did not smile, nor did he take the opportunity to draw closer. He simply pulled out a communication talisman from his storage bag along with the Bingxin essence and several stacks of high-grade talismans, placing them on the stone surface within her reach. Keep these talismans for your protection. Take the Bingxin essence back and cleanse the bone-transforming poison as soon as possible. He paused before adding in a tone as casual as discussing any ordinary matter. You can keep the communication talisman too. In the future, whether you need alchemical materials or encounter any trouble, contact me. I'll be right across the street. Wei Zissa looked at the communication talisman, biting her lip, and softly huffed, I'm just worried that refining medicine will delay my recovery, not because I owe you anything. With that, she swiftly grabbed the communication talisman and the spiritual herbs, stuffing them into her bosom. All right, the matter is settled, you can leave now. Wei Zissa issued an eviction order, attempting to regain a semblance of dignity. She placed her hands on the azure stone, trying to stand up. However, having just endured 2 rounds of turmoil, her strength was severely depleted. As soon as she tried to rise, her legs weakened and she uncontrollably fell forward. Chen An caught her steadily. Let go of me. Wei Zissa was filled with indignation and pushed him away weakly. Don't be stubborn. This time Chen An did not indulge her temperament. He simply held her shoulders and gently seated her back on the azure stone. Just as Wei Zissa was about to explode with anger, Chen An took a half step back, his tone returning to calm rationality. The Cold Crow Valley is a full 300 miles from the inner city, teeming with poisonous creatures and demonic beasts. You are currently drained of magical energy, your vital essence is depleted. If you push yourself to walk out like this and encounter even a low-level demonic beast, wouldn't all those hundreds of talismans I prepared last night be in vain? Wei Zissa was rendered speechless. Though she was unwilling, her weakened state was a fact. First, refine this Bingxin essence to slightly suppress the bone-transforming poison. I'll go outside to find some lean meat to replenish your vital essence. Once you regain some cultivation, we will return to the city together. With that, Chen An turned and stepped out of the concealed formation, not waiting for her response. Watching Chen An disappear at the cave entrance, Wei Zissa bit her lip. She looked down at the Bingxin essence in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately formed a seal, closing her eyes to begin absorbing the cold energy from the spiritual herb. Watching Chen An disappear at the cave entrance, Wei Zissa bit her lip. She looked down at the Bingxin essence in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately formed a seal, closing her eyes to begin absorbing the cold energy. Though this demonic beast was not high in rank, its meat was tender with a mild essence, making it perfect for nourishing the body when weak. Chen An skillfully lit a fire at the cave entrance and skewered the beast's meat on a twig to roast. Before long, a layer of golden fat oozed out and the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the small cave. For someone like Wei Zissa, a foundation establishment cultivator, she had long stopped eating grains and usually relied on high-grade fasting pills even when needing to supplement her nourishment. But now, after being exhausted, this long-lost aroma made her throat involuntarily swallow. Chen An tore off a roasted leg of the pheasant, crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, and offered it to her. Wei Zissa originally wanted to refuse, but her stomach betrayed her with a barely audible rumble. Her ears turned red and she could only maintain a stern face as she accepted it, lowering her head to take small bites. As the warm flesh and blood of the demonic beast filled her, it transformed into streams of warmth, nourishing her dry meridians and depleted essence. Across the campfire, neither of them spoke further. The only sound in the cave was the crackling of the burning firewood. A subtle yet tranquil atmosphere flowed between the two. After finishing the roasted meat, they rested for another 2 hours. Wei Zissa's previously pale complexion finally regained some color. Although her magical energy only recovered to the mid-chi refinement stage, she at least had the strength to protect herself and travel with the wind. She stood up, adjusted her slightly oversized clothing, and put on a spare light veil hat. Her tone regained its usual coolness, but as her gaze swept over Chen An, there was a trace of complexity that was hard to detect. Chen An. About last night. She paused, her lips under the veil pressed into a line. It was I who was poisoned, not you taking advantage of me. This matter ends here. We owe each other nothing. Chen An looked at her without responding. Wei Zissa took a deep breath as if exhausting her entire strength, finally uttering the last sentence, but I will keep the communication talisman. Not because of you, but because the bone-transforming poison is not yet cleared. If anything goes wrong, you will have to take full responsibility. With it she did not wait for Chen An's reply and turned to exit the cave, transforming into a streak of green light as she sped toward the inner city of Qingzhou. Chen An stood at the cave entrance watching that streak of light vanish into the morning mist. He looked down at his hand where the warmth from their entanglement the previous night still lingered. Is this the end? He sighed softly, pulling out another communication talisman from his robe, one given to him by Lu Qingyue, still tied with the red string she had woven herself. Chen An clenched the jade talisman tightly, his knuckles turning white. Qingyue is still waiting at home. He put away all his thoughts, withdrew the formation plate, and his bones creaked as he transformed into the wooden-faced, scarred and shrewd appearance, walking in the opposite direction of Wei Zissou. The cave was empty. Only the ashes of the bonfire remained flickering faintly in the stone crevice. For the 300-li journey the two traveled in silence, tacitly avoiding any further conversation. It was not until the horizon was tinged with a pale white light that the towering black obsidian city walls of Qingzhou finally appeared. At a concealed low slope about 10 li from the inner city checkpoint, Chen An halted his steps. The market checkpoint is crowded with people, and if we enter the city one after the other it might arouse suspicion. Chen An looked at Wei Zissou, who wore a light veil, had his tone returning to its usual calm. You go first. I will change my appearance and enter the city through the east gate later. Wei Zissou nodded slightly. The cold wind along the way had completely calmed her emotions. She wrapped herself in a layer of cold demeanor that kept others at a distance, pausing only slightly as she turned to leave. Recently there has been a death among the elders of the Hahuan sect, and the outer circle is bound to be as ferocious as mad dogs. You. Be extra careful. Leaving this dry admonition behind, Wei Zissou did not look back. She urged the mana within her that had recovered to about 30 to 40%, transforming into an inconspicuous blue light, quickly merging into the crowd of casual cultivators rushing to the morning market. Chen An watched her silhouette disappear, waiting in place for a stick of incense's time. Then with a crackle of his bones he transformed again into a gaunt cultivator with a waxy face, blending into the crowd and successfully passing through the inner city checkpoint. No. 12, Qingmu Lane. Chen An pushed open the vermilion door and the spirit-gathering formation in the courtyard operated steadily. The door to the main hall was slightly ajar, emitting a dim yellow light from the candles inside. He stepped lightly inside and found Lu Qingyue sprawled over the 8 Immortals' table, sound asleep. Several plates of cold spirit rice and beast meat slices lay on the table, with the wick thickly encrusted in soot, clearly having waited for him all night. As if sensing the faint sound of footsteps, Lu Qingyue suddenly woke up. Her dazed eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing Chen An. Husband. You're back. She hurriedly stood up but nearly fell due to her legs being numb from lying down for too long. Chen An took a step forward to support her. Seeing the dark circles under his ordinary wife's eyes, a flicker of guilt flashed through his heart as he spoke gently. I encountered a big deal at the black market last night, needing dozens of high-grade talismans in a hurry. I borrowed the quiet room of their trading association to work overnight and forgot to send you a message. As long as you are safe, that's all that matters, Lu Qingyue said without a hint of doubt, nimbly picking up the cold dishes on the table. Husband, please rest first. I will go to the kitchen and heat up the food. No need to fuss. I had a fasting pill at the trading association. I need to enter the quiet room for seclusion to consolidate my cultivation. If there are no urgent matters in the next few days, do not let anyone disturb me. Chen An reassured her a few times before turning and entering the underground quiet room, activating all protective and warning formations. The heavy stone door fell shut, sealing off all external auras. The warmth on Chen An's face faded, replaced by absolute calmness and focus. He sat cross-legged on the mat, took a deep breath and pulled out 3 storage bags from his bosom. One was his own and the other 2 were spoils taken from Lu Hang and the corpses of the 4 disciples of the Hahuan sect. Killing and robbery indeed brings wealth, the ancients do not deceive me. Chen An's gaze became intense as he directly picked up the storage bag embroidered with dark red peach blossom patterns that belonged to Lu Hang. With Lu Hang dead, the divine sense imprint on the storage bag had become ownerless. He turned the bag upside down and gave it a vigorous shake. With a crisp and pleasant sound, a shimmering little mountain instantly appeared on the floor of the quiet room. Chen An's breath involuntarily halted for a moment. Spirit stones. All of them were spirit stones. A rough glance revealed that there were over 3,000 lower-grade spirit stones alone, shining faintly. Even more thrilling was the 30 or so middle-grade spirit stones mixed in with the pile of lower-grade spirit stones, which were so transparent and rich in spiritual energy that they seemed almost ready to drip with water. In the cultivation world, a single middle-grade spirit stone could usually be exchanged for 100 lower-grade spirit stones, but in the black market, since they could be used to power high-grade formations and break through bottlenecks, they could often be sold for 110. Calculating just the spirit stones, this amounted to nearly 7,000 lower-grade spirit stones.
A mere outer sect elder of the foundation establishment stage has become so rich. No wonder those robbers think about taking a big score every day. Chen An suppressed the thrill in his heart and began to sort the spirit stones into his own bag. Next he turned his attention to the remaining items. A dull blood-colored flying shuttle, which was the blood shuttle used by Lu Hong last night. Chen An sensed it in his hand. This was a genuine lower-grade magical tool suitable for the foundation establishment stage. Unfortunately, it was tainted with the blood and evil aura of the demonic sect. If he used it directly, it would be like wearing a sign saying, "I killed an elder of the Hahuan sect," on his forehead. They'll keep it for now and find an opportunity to slowly refine it with pill fire later, or just throw it into the black market furnace to sell as material. Chen An carefully stored it away. In addition, there were several exquisitely crafted jade bottles containing a few second-grade pills for solidifying the foundation and replenishing essence, as well as some unique double cultivation elixirs from the Hahuan sect. Without hesitation, Chen An poured out the evil elixirs and burned them to ashes with a fireball spell. Finally, he picked up an ancient white jade slip. As his divine sense probed into it, he found that it did not record any profound techniques but rather a fragmented sea chart. The center of the map was marked with a black sea shrouded in thick fog with the 3 ancient characters Falling Star Sea written beside it. At the edge of the Falling Star Sea there was a line of divine sense annotations left by Lu Hong's suspicion of the emergence of a golden core master's cave. The sect is secretly preparing personnel. Only those with foundation establishment mid-stage cultivation or above may participate. The cave of a golden core master. Chen An carefully stored the jade slip close to him. Such a level of opportunity was not something he as a mere 9th layer of chi could hope to covet. Even Lu Hong, a foundation establishment early-stage cultivator, did not have the qualifications to participate. If he went to join in, he wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. After counting his spoils, Chen An closed his eyes, began to operate the Qingmu flame technique, and consolidated his recently surged 9th layer of chi cultivation. Meanwhile at No. 15, Qingmu Lane, in the depths of the underground alchemy quiet room, the blazing earthfire burned fiercely beneath the alchemy furnace, heating the entire stone chamber like a steamer. Wei Zissou had changed into a loose plain robe and was sitting cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace. The icy cold ice heart marrow quietly hovered above her palm, transforming into droplets of crystalline cold dew under the guidance of her incantations, and fell into the boiling alchemy furnace. The concoction of the antidote for the bone poison was extremely complicated, allowing for no distractions whatsoever. However, today Wei Zissou could not completely calm her emotions. The glow of the earth fire illuminated her delicate face, and the occasionally flickering flames would inevitably remind her of the bonfire in the cave last night and the beast meat that man had handed over. And that line that echoed in her ears, "to become your Tao partner." A drop of sweat slid down her smooth forehead, instantly evaporating upon hitting the scorching stone slab. Wei Zissou gritted her teeth, forcibly dispelling the blushing images from her mind. She took a deep breath, her hands dancing like fluttering butterflies as she cast fire control spells, pouring all her focus into the alchemy furnace. Just as she was about to complete the crucial final step of integrating the elixir, the sound of warmth suddenly emanated from the transmission talisman tucked in her bosom. Wei Zissou's fingers trembled imperceptibly, nearly causing the liquid in the alchemy furnace to go out of control. She quickly stabilized the heat and slapped the lid of the furnace. Buzz, accompanied by a rich medicinal fragrance, 3 pills the size of London, completely snow-white and emitting a hint of cold air, flew out and were precisely collected into a jade bottle by her. Not bothering to wipe the sweat from her forehead, Wei Zissou pulled out the jade talisman from her bosom. She bit her lip and cautiously probed her divine sense into it. Within the jade talisman, Chen An's calm and gentle voice emerged, brief as the most ordinary pleasantries exchanged between neighbors. "I have entered seclusion to consolidate my cultivation. Leave a message if needed." Listening to this message, devoid of any overstepping, Wei Zissou's heart, which had been hanging high, finally settled back down. Yet for some reason behind that relief there flashed a hint of loss that even she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. She held the jade talisman and fell silent for a long time. Ultimately she inscribed a similarly brief reply within the jade talisman with her divine sense, her tone regaining the coldness and pride of a foundation establishment cultivator. "The pill is ready. Prepare to extract the poison. Don't die in the quiet room. In the underground quiet room of No. 12, just a wall away." Chen An had just completed a full cycle of his cultivation, and feeling the vibration from the jade talisman in his bosom, delved into his divine sense to hear the cold words, a hint of helplessness curling at the corner of his mouth. "This woman's tongue is tougher than the stones of Cold Crow Valley." Chen An shook his head, putting away the jade talisman. His gaze became resolute once more. Now, having reached the 9th layer of chi, not only did he possess a solid foundation for foundation establishment, but he also had 5,000 to 6,000 spirit stones in his storage bag. Underground quiet room. Unknowingly, Chen An had been in seclusion for a full 7 days.
As he guided the immense dual-element spiritual power of wood and fire back to his chi for the last time, the aura that had felt somewhat unstable due to the sudden surge of his realm had completely settled. He opened his eyes and a glimmer of tangible brilliance flashed through the dim quiet room. Chen An calmly summoned a virtual panel that only he could see. Host Chen An. Lifespan 38,120. Spirit Root Low-Grade Fire Wood Earth. Cultivation Chi Training 9th Layer 010000. Dual Cultivation Points 0. Technique Qing Mu Yan Ju. Spells Fireball Technique, Light Wind Technique, Water Sword Technique, Conceal Breath Illusion Technique. Skills Cleansing Charm, Lightning Charm, Explosive Flame Charm, Fragment of Minor 5, Thunder Exorcism Charm, Basic Formation of Chi Training Stage. Looking at the requirement of 10,000 points in the cultivation section, Chen An felt no discouragement, instead a hint of relief appeared on his face. Reaching foundation establishment from Chi training is a significant leap, amplifying the proficiency requirement for this checkpoint by 5 times. 10,000 points sounds like a colossal number. However, this meant that the foundation establishment barrier, which looms like an insurmountable hurdle before all peak Chi training cultivators, simply did not exist for him. He didn't need to risk his life in the secret realm to fight for an elusive foundation establishment pill. As long as he steadily accumulated points, he could force his way through. For the time being, there are no worries regarding my realm, but I must address a few shortcomings quickly. Chen An stood up, slightly stretching his muscles, and a series of thunderous cracks echoed from within his body. Previously, the foundation establishment Yin Yuan had forcibly raised his physical limit, but this was merely brute force. As his cultivation approached foundation establishment without a proper body refining technique to regulate his chi and blood, his body would inevitably be unable to bear the skyrocketing true essence. Moreover, due to the excessive vitality in his physical body, Lu Qingyue, who had an ordinary human constitution, could not withstand his chaotic dual cultivation. For long-term stability, he needed a nourishing and complementary dual cultivation technique, as well as spiritual objects that could improve his wife's constitution. In addition, he faced 2 more pressing needs. First, as his cultivation improved, he needed to elevate his formation skills to the 2nd tier to completely control the defenses of his courtyard. Second, previously forcibly drawing the foundation establishment talisman had made him acutely aware of the fatal flaw of insufficient divine sense, and he needed to find a technique to cultivate his divine sense. Determined, Chen An adjusted his Dao robe, activated the illusion technique, transforming into an ordinary-looking, somewhat shrewd cultivator, and pushed open the stone door to exit the quiet room. Qingzhou Fong Market Wanbao Building. Chen An was escorted by a maid to a private room on the 2nd floor. The one responsible for reception was a steward with cultivation at the 8th layer of Chi training. This guest looks unfamiliar. May I ask what treasures you seek? The steward smiled as he presented spiritual tea. I wish to purchase a formation inheritance. 2nd tier. Chen An took a sip of tea and got straight to the point. The steward was taken aback for a moment, then sighed. Guest 2nd tier formation inheritances have always been the foundation of major powers, rarely flowing into the market. Currently, the building only has a journal left behind by a scattered cultivator formation master before his passing, which records 3 2nd tier low-grade formations: the 4 symbols armor wood formation for defense, the minor gungold sword formation for offense, and a set of 2nd tier concealed gathering spirit formation. The price is 3,500 low-grade spirit stones. That's acceptable, bring it here. Chen An nodded slightly, continuing to throw out his requests. In addition, I also need 2 techniques. One is a top-tier body refining technique suitable for Chi training stage. The other is a dual cultivation technique that emphasizes the mutual complementarity of Yin and Yang, capable of benefiting my Dao partner. Also, does your establishment have any methods for cultivating divine sense? The steward still wore a smile at the first 2 conditions, but his brow lightly furrowed at the last sentence. Guest divine sense techniques have always been closely guarded secrets. We do not have complete ones here. However, in the corner of the treasure vault there is a fragment. A fragment will do. Chen An's expression remained unchanged. For others, a fragment could be a poison that leads to madness at any moment. For him, as long as he could access the panel, he could make up for it with points. The steward turned to the treasure vault and soon returned with a tray. On the tray lay several jade slips, a piece of torn beast skin, and a jade bottle made of sheep fat. Please take a look, guest. The steward introduced one by one. The body refining technique red copper forging bone technique is priced at 800 spirit stones. The dual cultivation technique Yin Yang transformation technique focuses on harmonizing Yin and Yang and nurturing the Dao partner, priced at 500 spirit stones. This piece of beast skin contains the fragment of 1,000 threads refining spirit technique, which easily backfires on the sea of consciousness, and is priced at 1,500 spirit stones. The steward finally picked up the jade bottle made of sheep fat. This mundane wash marrow item is wash marrow jade liquid brewed from 100-year-old earth spirit milk. Its medicinal properties are very mild. The price is 200 low-grade spirit stones. Calculate it all together. With your favor, the total is 6,500 low-grade spirit stones. Spending heavily to wash the marrow for Immortal, purchasing a dual cultivation technique, and even paying 800 spirit stones for a piece of beast skin that could kill practitioners, this was utterly incomprehensible in the eyes of profit-driven scattered cultivators. Yet Chen An didn't even blink, directly tossing out a storage bag filled with confiscated loot, settling the payment and collecting all the items before floating away. Nightfall. In the underground quiet room of No. 12 Qingmu Alley, Chen An placed the formation journal and the 2 jade slips against his forehead, finally carefully studying the ancient inscriptions on the torn beast skin. As the jade slips shattered, several streams of complex information surged into his mind. Chen An closed his eyes to organize. For a moment his intention stirred, and he once again summoned the complete attribute panel. Host Chen An. Lifespan 38,120. Spirit Root Low-Grade Fire Wood Earth. Cultivation Chi Training 9th Layer 010000. Dual Cultivation Points 0. Techniques Qingmu Yen Ju Red Copper Forging Bone Technique 0100 Not Initiated Yin Yang Transformation Technique 0100 Not Initiated Fragment of Thousand Threads Refining Spirit Technique 0500 Not Initiated Spells Fireball Technique Light Wind Technique Water Sword Technique Conceal Breath Illusion Technique Skills Cleansing Charm Lightning Charm Explosive Flame Charm Fragment of Minor 5 Thunder Exorcism Charm 2nd Tier Low Grade Formation 0200 Not Initiated. Looking at the 4 new attributes awaiting points on the panel, Chen An let out a long breath. With everything in place, all he needed to do next was steadily accumulate dual cultivation points. He stood up holding that small bottle of wash marrow jade liquid and walked into the bedroom. The bedroom was filled with mist. Chen An poured the jade liquid into a bathtub filled with warm water, instantly turning the clear water into a milky white color, releasing a fragrant aroma. Husband, what kind of medicinal bath is this? Lu Qingyue undressing revealed skin that glowed softly in the candlelight. It's a good thing that will strengthen your body. Get in and soak. I will use spiritual energy to help you dissolve the medicinal properties. Chen An embraced her into the bathtub, placing his palms on her smooth back, controlling the wood attribute spiritual energy of the Qi Training 9th Layer, gradually guiding the medicinal liquid into her meridians. After 2 hours the water in the bathtub became murky. Lu Qingyue, however, seemed completely transformed. Her originally beautiful face became fair and translucent, with her vitality surging no less than those martial experts in the secular world who had trained for decades. Husband, I feel so light and airy, Lu Qingyue said, her face flushed as she leaned against Chen An. As Chen An felt the lively body in his arms, memories of the yin-yang transformation technique circulated in his mind. The red candle flickered and the bed curtain fell. That night, with the preliminary guidance of the dual cultivation technique, Chen An's true energy no longer merely plundered, it transformed into a gentle spring rain, forming a cycle within both their bodies. Lu Qingyue felt no discomfort at all. Instead, under the nourishment of true energy, she became even more radiant. Until the latter half of the night, the clouds and rain began to settle. Chen An glanced at the panel in his sea of consciousness, noting that the number in the dual cultivation points section had changed. Dual cultivation points 30 the next morning. Chen An was contemplating going to the market to purchase some second-tier formation materials for practice when a slight tremor suddenly came from the storage bag at his waist. He pulled out the communication talisman, his divine sense probing in. Wei Zaisa's voice, tinged with coldness and a hint of weakness, rang in his mind, getting straight to the point. The bone poison has been suppressed by 70%, but the residual poison clings deep within the meridians, not fully eradicated. I need to enter seclusion for refinement, but the gathering spirit formation in Qingmu Alley is too low in tier, unable to cover the spiritual energy vortex. You need to provide me with a set of second-tier concealed gathering spirit formation discs. The conditions are up to you. Upon hearing this, Chen An's lips curled slightly. The second-tier formation inheritance he had just purchased last night included a set of second-tier concealed gathering spirit formation. Originally worried about the expensive materials for practice, now a free ATM and test subject had come knocking at his door. Chen An picked up the communication talisman and calmly replied. I will set up the formation. I do not want your pills. Cutting off the communication, Chen An looked towards the tightly shut vermilion door across from him. It's not the fear of needing something from others, but the fear of having no desires. As long as the cause and effect remain, this relationship can be sustained indefinitely. In the inner city of Qingzhou, early morning. Chen An took out a dozen array bases engraved with intricate patterns from his storage bag. After checking them thoroughly and confirming they were correct, he walked out of the door of No. 12 courtyard. The vermilion door of No. 15 next door remained tightly shut, with a faint scent of medicine seeping through the crack. Chen An walked to the junction of the 2 courtyards and took out the sound transmission talisman from his pocket. He infused his divine sense into it, leaving a brief message. In half an hour I will enter the courtyard to set up the array. After leaving this message, Chen An put away the sound transmission talisman and returned to his own courtyard, where he meticulously checked the array bases for the second-tier concealment gathering spirit array one by one. This item was a legacy he had just acquired from the Wanbao Tower last night. Though it was merely a second-tier low-grade array recorded in a manual, its power was magnitudes greater than the first-tier items he had used previously. Half an hour later, Chen An arrived at the door of No. 15. He did not knock but placed the bundled cloth on the blue stone steps in front of the door. He then retreated to a corner of the courtyard wall, utilizing the breath concealment and illusion technique, making himself appear like a lifeless blue stone merging with the shadow of the wall. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Creak, the vermilion door of No. 15 opened a crack. A pale hand as white as jade swiftly reached out and grabbed the bundle from the steps. The door closed tightly again as if nothing had happened. Chen An waited for a moment in the shadows, confirming that there was no movement inside the courtyard, then he moved silently like a falling leaf over the wall, landing in the yard of No. 15. The yard was not large, with blue bricks underfoot and a few varieties of spirit herbs growing in the corners that he could not name. The doors and windows of the main house were tightly shut and the curtains were drawn tightly. Chen An did not knock on the door but walked to the southeast corner of the yard and took out the first array base from the bundle. The second-tier concealment gathering spirit array required a total of 12 array bases and one main disc. The array bases were to be buried underground according to the 12 earthly branches, while the main disc was to be placed above the main beam of the house to form a perfect cycle of spiritual energy. Chen An moved swiftly through the courtyard, placing the array bases into the blue bricks as if he were sowing seeds one after another beneath the surface. His movements were extremely fast, with every step landing precisely. This was an instinctive intuition he had developed after mastering first-tier arrays. Just as he squatted in the northwest corner preparing to bury the 9th array base, "What are you doing?" A cold voice came from behind him, carrying a trace of lingering weakness and a forced authority. Chen An paused his actions and slowly turned around. Wei Zisa stood at the door of the main house, dressed in a clean blue Taoist robe, her face covered by a light gauze hat revealing only her pair of cold eyes like distant stars. Though separated by the gauze, Chen An could sense the vigilance, complexity, and a slight hint of embarrassment reflected in those eyes. The events of last night and this morning had undoubtedly been a complete upheaval of identity for this once high-ranking Foundation establishment master. Setting up an array. Chen An replied succinctly, pointing to the array bases already half buried in the ground, second-tier concealment gathering spirit array arranged according to the 12 earthly branches. Don't touch that one in the southeast corner, its spiritual energy sensitivity is very acute. Wei Zisa fell silent for a moment. She could certainly tell that the arrangement of these 12 array bases was quite intricate. Though it was merely second-tier low-grade, this layout technique was beyond what any ordinary first-tier array master could produce. You can use second-tier arrays. Wei Zisa's voice, muffled by the gauze, sounded somewhat stifled, but the surprise was hard to conceal. A little understanding. Chen An lowered his head, continuing to bury his array bases as if saying another word would be a waste of breath. Wei Zisa bit her lip. This man's hidden cards were like the daggers concealed beneath his coat. Every time she thought she had seen through him, he would reveal yet another surprise. At the 9th level of Qi training, capable of drawing Foundation establishment talismans, casually producing so many talismans, and now even proficient in second-tier arrays. What exactly is this guy's background? Poof. Wei Zisa snorted coldly, turned around and returned to the main house, slamming the door shut. Chen An glanced at the tightly shut door, the corners of his mouth curving slightly before he continued to focus on his work. Another half-hour passed. As the last array base was buried in the hidden compartment above the main beam of the house, the aura of the entire No. 15 courtyard suddenly changed. The spatial spiritual energy drifting in the air was as if drawn by an invisible hand, gathering from all directions, seeping through the courtyard walls and penetrating the roof, threading into the main house. As this spiritual energy surged in, it was firmly locked by an invisible membrane, showing no signs of leaking. It's done. Chen An jumped down from the roof and brushed the dust off his hands. He walked to the door of the main house and lightly knocked 3 times. The array is set. You can cultivate inside. The concentration of spiritual energy is 3 times that of before, and no external divine sense can penetrate. There was silence for a moment inside. Then Wei Zisa's still cold but seemingly softened voice came. Understood. After a pause, a blank jade slip flew out from the gap of the door, landing at Chen An's feet. This is a token of thanks. Go away. Chen An bent down to pick up the jade slip, infusing his divine sense into it. What was recorded in the jade slip was actually Wei Zisa's personal notes on the Foundation establishment insights. This was her first-hand experience written down word for word when she broke through from full Qi training to the initial stage of foundation establishment all those years ago. Although there were techniques like Qingmu Flame technique for cultivating to foundation establishment, the nuances of the foundation establishment bottleneck, the keys to liquefying spiritual power and the secrets to refining divine sense in the Naiman Palace, these practical experiences were invaluable. Chen An had been worried about not having anyone to guide him through the foundation establishment bottleneck, yet this woman had directly provided him with the most relevant token of thanks. "Thank you," Chen An said softly to the closed door, but there was no response from inside. However, Chen An's keen hearing caught a faint sound coming from behind the door, almost like a nasal tone. It sounded like a hum of "Who needs your thanks?" Chen An smiled silently, turned around and jumped over the courtyard wall, returning to his own No. 12 courtyard. For the next 3 days Qingmu Alley returned to its usual tranquility. During the day, Chen An studied the foundation establishment insights repeatedly in the underground quiet room. Wei Zeiss's first-hand notes on breaking through were gems of wisdom. Coupled with the point allocation system on his panel, he gradually grasped the key to breaking through from full Qi training to foundation establishment. Meanwhile, No. 15 next door emitted a thick wave of spiritual energy day and night. Wei Zissu was evidently working hard to restore her cultivation, and the increasingly powerful divine sense fluctuations could be clearly sensed by Chen An even through a wall and a second-tier concealment array. On the evening of the third day, Chen An was sitting cross-legged on the meditation cushion in the quiet room practicing the Qingmu Flame technique for his evening session. Suddenly, the sound transmission talisman at his waist grew slightly warm. It was Wei Zissu. Chen An infused his divine sense into it, but what he heard was not the cold business-like tone he expected, but a voice tinged with a hint of fatigue, hoarseness, and even a trace of a somewhat spoiled tone. "The array is very useful. I have already restored my cultivation to the peak of the initial foundation establishment stage. Do you have any manuals for second-tier defensive arrays? Ill trade for pills." Chen An was taken aback, then chuckled. This woman, who could clearly just knock on the door, insisted on making such a roundabout request. Moreover, her words about trading for pills sounded as if the favor of sending him the foundation establishment insights was insufficient. Chen An picked up the sound transmission talisman, thought for a moment, and replied, "I don't have any defensive arrays, but I do have a manual for a killing array. I want trade for pills. I need you to help me with something." There was silence on the other end of the talisman for a long time. Long enough that Chen An thought she might not respond again. Then the jade talisman grew slightly warm and Wei Zeiss's voice came through. This time her tone returned to its usual cold and proud demeanor, but if one listened closely there was a hint of barely perceptible indulgence. "Speak." Chen An's lips curled slightly as he left his request in the sound transmission talisman. "I need a type of second-tier pill called Spirit Nourishing Pill. Since you are a master alchemist, this shouldn't be difficult." This time Wei Zissu responded quickly, her voice laced with a hint of suspicion. "What do you need the Spirit Nourishing Pill for?" "That is used for cultivators whose divine sense has been injured." "What does that have to do with you?" Chen An replied in her tone. Then, without waiting for Wei Zissu to explode in anger, he directly cut off the sound transmission and tucked the talisman away. In No. 15 next door, Wei Zissu held the sound transmission talisman, furious enough to nearly crush the jade slip. "You rascal! Who allowed you to speak to me like that?" She gritted her teeth for a long while, ultimately resentfully sitting back on the cushion, pulling out a jade slip recording the formula for the Spirit Nourishing Pill from her storage ring. "You can come to collect it later." She reluctantly left this message in the sound transmission talisman before abruptly cutting off its power supply. For some reason her cheeks turned slightly red. On the fourth day, early morning, Chen An spread out the remnants of the 1,000 threads refining spirit technique he had bought from Wanbao Tower on the desk, frowning deeply. This technique for cultivating divine sense was quite domineering. It required the practitioner to condense thousands of invisible threads using their divine sense power, penetrating the barriers of the Naiman Palace and resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, the remaining text contained a warning written in dark red ancient script: if this technique is not completed, those who forcibly cultivate will have a 9 out of 10 chance of their divine sense collapsing and becoming an idiot. Indeed, it is a fragmented text. Chen An rubbed his temples. Others would either shelve this technique or take a reckless gamble. But he was different. He had a panel. As long as he could get started, the rest could be augmented through point allocation. As for the risks of getting started, Chen An glanced at the Spirit Nourishing Pill formula left by Wei Zissu in the sound transmission talisman, flipped the jade slip to the last page and silently smirked. The main ingredients of the Spirit Nourishing Pill are ice heart marrow and several rare spirit herbs with effects that nourish the divine sense and repair the damaged Naiman Palace. If he could take a spirit-nourishing pill before practicing the 1,000 threads refining spirit technique, the risks during the initial phase could be reduced by at least 70%. It seems I need to find time to negotiate with that young lady properly. Chen An muttered to himself, putting away the remnants and walking towards his bedroom. Lu Qingyue had already set up breakfast on the table. Seeing Chen An come out, she smiled gently and said, "Husband, you look well today."
About to break through.
Chen An sat down and picked up a pair of spiritual vegetables. "Qingyue, in a few days I might need to enter closed-door cultivation for a while. If that friend Wei comes looking for me during my cultivation, you can entertain her, you can be trusted."
Lu Qingyue nodded obediently. "Okay. But is that Wei Taoist, you know, a man or a woman?"
Chen An paused with his chopsticks.
"A woman."
Oh, Lu Qingyue elongated her tone, her eyes sparkling, and smiled like a little fox. "Husband, when will you introduce her to me?"
Chen An. Sometimes a wife's intuition can be more terrifying than a foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense.
He decided not to answer that question and focused on his meal.
That evening an unexpected event occurred.
Chen An was in the quiet room trying to practice the copper bone forging technique. This body refinement technique required infusing spiritual power into bones and muscles, repeatedly forging the flesh, the pain of which was comparable to shattering and reassembling all one's bones. Having practiced for less than half an hour, Chen An was already drenched in sweat, with his bones making a painful creaking sound.
Just as he gritted his teeth to endure the sound, transmission talisman at his waist suddenly vibrated violently.
It was not the warm sensation from before, but hot, as if a red-hot iron was pressed against it. "The Harmony sect has arrived." Wei Zisu's voice, transmitted through the spirit message talisman, fell like a bucket of ice water.
Chen An's pupils contracted slightly, yet his breathing remained steady. "How do you know?"
"Half an hour ago, while out gathering supplies at the South City Market, I sensed a golden core aura. That fluctuation was aimed directly at me. I doubled back through side alleys to Qingmu Lane, but they pursued swiftly and have already sealed all 4 inner city gates."
A beat of silence followed on the other end of the talisman. "Chen An, I cannot escape."
Chen An furrowed his brow. "What did you say?" This time the Harmony sect dispatched a golden core elder and no fewer than 3 foundation establishment cultivators.
No matter how vast Qingzhou City may be, it cannot conceal a person locked within a golden core's divine sense.
Wei Zisu's voice was eerily calm, so calm it sounded nothing like a farewell to her own life. "The formula for spirit-nourishing pills I gave you earlier settles my debt to you. As for me, I shall await them at Courtyard No.
15. The Wei family's affairs must not implicate the innocent." The transmission from the talisman ceased abruptly.
Chen An stared at the dimming artifact in his palm, his brows knotted into an unyielding knot. He strode swiftly to the courtyard wall and pressed his ear against it, listening intently for any sound from Courtyard No.
15 next door. No clash of combat. No footsteps.
Yet the air carried a faint, chilling austerity, the stifling residue of spiritual energy disturbed by the sweeping divine sense of a high-tier cultivator. A golden core elder had truly arrived. Chen An returned indoors, not rushing into action but standing motionless before the window, his gaze as still and depthless as stagnant water.
If Wei Zisu fell into the Harmony sect's hands, soul-searching would unearth everything. Courtyard No. 15 and No. 12, in Qingmu Lane, the neighboring talismanist, the second-rank formation, dissed the spirit-nourishing pill formula, every thread laid bare.
To the Harmony sect, sparing no one was doctrine. A latest-stage chi condensation rogue talismanist meant less than an ant, crushed without a second thought. If he did not save her today, the Harmony sect would kick down his door in 3 days' time.
This was not chivalry, it was damage control.
Chen An tucked the talisman into his belt and stepped out the door. He bypassed the main gate, entirely vaulting over the low wall dividing the 2 courtyards and landing silently in the shadows of Courtyard No.
15.
Raising his hand, he rapped 3 measured knocks upon the door.
"It is I." Silence lingered for 2 heartbeats, then the door cracked open just enough to reveal Wei Zisu behind it, her veil drawn low.
Through the gauzy fabric, her eyes fixed coldly upon Chen An. "What do you want?"
"The Harmony sect arrives imminently. A second-rank concealment formation, its spirit-gathering function disabled, leaving only pure stealth. My underground chamber in Courtyard No. 12 holds a formation disk. Bring it there. So long as no golden core elder descends personally, even foundation establishment cultivators will detect no flaw."
Wei Zisu froze.
"You want me to hide in your place? What else did you imagine?"
"That I climbed this wall merely to bid you farewell." A flicker, almost a smile, briefly softened the eyes visible beneath her veil, then vanished as swiftly as frost melting from steel. "Does Courtyard No.
12 have cover?" "A first-rank minor maze formation, I've modified it." Add to that the second-rank concealment formation disk layered atop one another. Their combined resonance will mimic only the decay of aging formation nodes to any foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense. Wei Zisu fell silent for a long heavy silence. So long that Chen An nearly believed she had fallen asleep before she whispered softly, "Very well." A quarter of an hour later. Courtyard No. 12 The main residence. Chen An buried the second-rank concealment formation disk deep within the subterranean chamber, layering it precisely over the pre-existing minor maze formation. He traced a subtle incantation with his fingers. The disk flared once its spirit-gathering function severed, leaving only a seamless veil of concealment translucent as breath on glass, wrapping both the chamber and the room above it whole. Then from his storage pouch he drew 3 mid-grade first-rank cleansing talismans. With a pulse of spiritual energy they ignited, burning to ash that drifted like fine snow across every corner of the main residence. The talismans erased all anomalous spiritual fluctuations and lingering scents. The residual medicinal aroma clinging to Wei Zisu and the faint acrid trace of bone-dissolving toxin vanished utterly in that instant. Chen An pushed aside the large wardrobe in the corner of the main residence, revealing the entrance to the hidden passage below. He descended, first lantern in hand, verifying the chamber was fully prepared, then reappeared at the opening. "Go down. Do not emerge, no matter what transpires. If you do, we die." Wei Zisu clenched her jaw, then gave a single sharp nod and slipped silently into the passage. Chen An slid the wardrobe back into place, then added a thick plank of wood and layers of ragged cloth over the concealed entrance above, making it appear from the outside merely as dust-laden storage beneath the wardrobe, utterly ordinary. Then he walked to the kitchen and found Lu Qingyue huddled behind the stove. "Wife, come here." She lifted her head. Her delicate face was pale with terror. A mortal woman, she had nearly lost her wits when the door at the alley's mouth was kicked in that evening. "Husband, those people." Chen An crouched beside her, placed firm hands on her shoulders and lowered his voice to a near whisper. "If anyone comes to search, stay here in the kitchen, scrubbing bowls. Say nothing. Do nothing. Understand?" Lu Qingyue nodded, fiercely, tears brimming but refusing to fall. Chen An watched her and felt for the first time in hours a slight easing in his chest. Lu Qingyue was mortal, she knew nothing of the cultivation world. Yet her fear was raw, unfeigned. A mortal wife trembling under the shadow of cultivators would pass scrutiny more convincingly than any performance. 2 incense sticks later. The front door of the first house at the alley's entrance splintered inward beneath a brutal kick. The Harmony sect conducts official business. All within, step forth for inspection. Resistance will be treated as treasonous collusion. A coarse bellowing command echoed down the entire alley. Chen An heard sobbing, shattering pottery and the violent clatter of Harmony sect disciples overturning chests and cabinets. He did not wait in the courtyard. Instead, he dragged out a broken bamboo chair and sat before the main residence's threshold, holding a half-finished discarded talisman in one hand, a bowl of cold tea set before him. He waited. When the search party reached Courtyard No. 15, Chen An, listening from beyond the shared wall, caught every sound. Bang! The vermilion-lacquered gate of Courtyard No. 15 shattered into splinters. "Search!" After a flurry of crashing and rummaging, a chi condensation disciple called out, "Senior brother, the residence is empty. But we found this, the remnants of a pill furnace and traces of a second-rank formation disk." "Where is she?" "Fled. At least 2 days gone, the ashes are stone-cold." The lead foundation establishment disciple snorted coldly, his gaze locking onto Laoli Tu, who trembled in the corner. "Old man, where did the female cultivator of this residence go?" Laoli Tu shook like a sieve. "Great sir, the lady's surname is Wei. She was here half a month ago, but lately I've seen no one." "Wei." The foundation establishment disciple's eyes sharpened dangerously. "Are you certain her surname is Wei?" "No, not certain. I heard it from the vegetable seller's wife at the next street corner. She said the lady's name was Wei, a pill refiner." The foundation establishment disciple exchanged a glance with his junior, certainty flashing unmistakably in their eyes. Pill furnace residue. Traces of a formation disk. A female pill refiner surnamed Wei, every clue aligned. She had fled. Move on, investigate all adjacent households. With a curt wave, the foundation establishment disciple led the search squad toward Courtyard No. 12. Chen An sat on his bamboo chair, hearing the footsteps outside his gate grow steadily louder. He did not rise, merely bent lower over the discarded talisman in his hands, as if the world held nothing but cinnabar and paper. Then, the gate swung open. At the head stood a broad-shouldered foundation establishment cultivator, his face a landscape of scarred muscle. Behind him trailed 2 latest-stage chi condensation disciples, each holding a spirit detection mirror. "What sort of household is this?" The brute glanced up, the doorframe bore a yellowed talisman of tranquility, the door hung half ajar, exuding the warm earthy scent of Immortal kitchen. An older man sat before the main residence's threshold, brush in hand, a discarded talisman and cold tea before him. "Senior brother, I've completed the preliminary scan." One disciple leaned in, voice hushed. "This residence belongs to a 7th layer chi condensation rogue cultivator, a talismanist who earns his keep drawing talismans. His wife is mortal. There's no spiritual resonance anywhere in the courtyard, not even a first-rank formation. He lives in Qingmu Lane only because the Wanbao Pavilion's procurement officer vouched for him." The brute arched a thick eyebrow. 7th layer chi condensation. Talismanist. Vouched for by Wanbao Pavilion. Mortal wife, such profiles were hardly rare in Qingmu Lane. "Search inside. The sex order permits no exceptions, not a single household." Both disciples entered the courtyard without hesitation. Their spirit detection mirrors glowed faintly, sweeping across every inch of courtyard. No. 12. In the kitchen, a young woman in coarse cotton robes crouched beside the stove, scrubbing pots with lye soap. She looked up timidly as the cultivators burst in, then ducked her head again, trembling violently. No anomalous spiritual fluctuations registered anywhere in the compound. "Senior brother, the mirrors show no response." One disciple called back. "Search thoroughly, then leave." The brute waved impatiently from the gate. "Turn it upside down, don't slack off." Both disciples entered the main residence. Bed planks were flipped. Wardrobe doors flung wide. Even the brick hearth was pried open and probed. Another disciple overturned the firewood pile, lifted the rice bin's lid and jabbed it with chopsticks, then dipped a ladle into the water vat and held it up to inspect the contents. The young woman remained curled in the kitchen's corner, arms locked around her knees, shivering, silent, utterly still. Nothing. Nothing at all. As one disciple exited the main residence, his foot accidentally kicked over Chen An's wooden talisman box. Several finished fireball and earthshield talismans scattered onto the ground, crumpled beneath the sole of his boot. "Oh dear." Chen An sprang up from his bamboo chair, rushing forward with a look of genuine distress. He knelt, gathered the least damaged talismans and held them out reverently. "Honorable senior, these are freshly drawn, worth little perhaps, but please take them to wipe your sweat as a token of gratitude for your diligence." The brute glanced once, then scoffed. "Talismans drawn by a latest-age chi condensation cultivator. For me. Do you truly believe you're worthy?" Yet the other disciple accepted them, scanning briefly with his divine sense, confirming their authenticity and quality. "Senior brother, these are solid. Worth several spirit stones. Keep them. On to the next." The brute waved dismissively. Both disciples tucked the talismans away and strode out, following their leader down the alley. Chen An remained bowed, watching them until they vanished around the alley's far corner, only then straightening his spine. His ingratiating smile dissolved in an instant, leaving behind a face carved from ice. Only after their footsteps faded completely into silence did he exhale, a slow, deep release of pent-up breath. It was done. After the search team from the Hahuan sect withdrew, Qingmu Alley returned to its eerie silence. Chen An sat by the bed in the main room, not hurrying to open the large wardrobe. He listened attentively to the sounds outside the courtyard, occasional barks from a dog at the end of the alley and faint commotion from the marketplace in the distance. The footsteps of the search team had faded beyond 3 streets. In the kitchen, Lu Qingyue was still washing the dishes, the clattering of porcelain occurring more rapidly than usual. Chen An remained silent. He waited for a quarter of an hour until the sound of water ceased and Lu Qingyue pushed open the door to the main room, droplets of water still clinging to her face. "Husband, have those people left?" "They have left," Chen An replied flatly. "They asked a few questions and seeing I was a talisman master did not make things difficult for me." Lu Qingyue sighed in relief and turned back at the door. "What do you want for dinner?" "Anything will do," he replied. "Then I will stew a spiritual egg custard." She turned back to the kitchen. Chen An listened to the sounds of her busying about, his gaze fixed on the large wardrobe. Another 2 hours passed. Night had completely fallen and the kitchen light was extinguished. Lu Qingyue had gone to sleep in the side room, her breathing gradually steadying. Chen An waited for half an hour, confirming she was fast asleep, before he got up to push open the wardrobe. The hidden door slid open, a damp earthy scent rushing towards him. He carried a spirit stone lamp down the stone steps. Wei Zisua sat cross-legged on a mat in the corner, her veil resting beside her knees. Upon hearing footsteps, her eyelids flickered, but she did not look up. "Is it over?" Her voice was soft, tinged with weakness, yet trying to maintain a cool demeanor. "The first round is over." Chen An placed the lamp on the stone table. "The Hahuan sect has been thwarted and won't just search once. In the coming days this alley will need to be searched several times.
Wei Zisua lifted her head, her eyes visible through the sheer veil reflecting complex emotions.
Did you know they would come? I suspected as much. Chen An sat down opposite her. Qingzhou City is not that big.
You, a lone alchemist with a precious treasure, are not hard to track down.
Qingmu Alley has spiritual energy and hosts loose cultivators, making it a prime target for checks.
Wei Zisua fell silent for a moment. She understood the implications. Chen An had already solidified the ruse of the vacant courtyard on the 15th. When the Hawan sect broke in and saw the dust accumulating in the room, and upon hearing the old man's casual remarks, they naturally concluded she had already left. This was a trap meant to bait them, but rather than being consumed, the bait would lead the wolves to seek food elsewhere.
Thank you.
These words came out of Wei Zishua's mouth as stiff as if she had swallowed a stone. Chen An smiled lightly but did not respond. Silence spread in the secret chamber for a while.
What should we do next?
Wei Zisua asked first.
Since the Hawan sect can search for me throughout the city, they will surely think I might still be hiding in some corner of the city. If I go out now, it would be like walking into a trap.
We won't go out, Chen An said.
Well, stay here.
For how long?
At least a month.
Chen An looked at her. Although your bone transformation poison is mostly suppressed, the residual toxin remains deep within your meridians and has not been completely eliminated. If it is not cleared within a month, the poison will invade your dantian, permanently damaging your cultivation.
Wei Zisua raised her eyebrows. You understand poison?
Not really, Chen An replied, but I can count. You have 3 bottles of detoxification pills in your storage ring, 10 pills in each bottle, 1 per day, just enough for a month. After a month, when the pills are used up and the poison isn't cleared, you will be in serious trouble. Wei Zisua bit her lip, knowing the unspoken words from Chen An. If she does not recover to the mid-foundation establishment stage in a month, going out would be tantamount to seeking death. She had originally been at the mid-foundation establishment stage, but due to poisoning she had fallen to the threshold of the early stage. To return to her original realm, she needed to completely eliminate the residual toxins, stabilize her divine sense, and ensure abundant spiritual energy, none of which could be missing. I need you to bring me food and supplies. She suddenly raised her head, her tone regaining the coolness befitting a major cultivator of foundation establishment.
Clean water, dry rations, detoxification pills, these are essential and must not be cut off.
You don't need to say that.
Chen An looked at her, but I have a condition too.
Wei Zisua raised her eyes.
You must not let my wife see you.
Your wife?
Lu Qingyue Immortal, Chen An replied.
If she finds out I have a major foundation establishment cultivator hidden in my home, she will be scared to death. Wei Zishuo's expression changed.
Mortal.
In the world of cultivators, mortals are as fragile as a piece of paper.
Chen An left a mortal in his home while hiding a foundation establishment cultivator pursued by the Hawan sect in the secret chamber.
This person had more audacity than she had imagined. I agree to your condition, Wei Zisua said, pausing for a moment, but I also have something to tell you. She reached into her bosom and pulled out a palm-sized jade slip. The surface of the jade slip was engraved with intricate restrictive patterns exuding the spiritual pressure of a second-tier high-grade magical artifact. Chen An took a glance and knew that this item was not simple. You should be able to guess why the Hawan sect is relentlessly pursuing me, Wei Zisua said.
Chen An did not respond, merely watching her.
Ning Jin Dan, a third-tier low-grade pill. Wei Zishuo's voice was calm as if she were discussing someone else's affairs. When taken by a golden core cultivator, the pill's potency will permeate the surface of the golden core, reinforcing its quality. The higher the quality of the golden core, the greater the chance of condensing the nascent soul in the future. She paused, her gaze falling on the jade slip.
The Wei family in Luoyan City south of Qingzhou was once a third-tier pill family.
My father was a third-tier low-grade alchemist, and this recipe for Ning Jin Dan is the ancestral heritage of the Wei family passed down for 5 generations. That golden core elder of the Hawan sect, the blood-handed old demon, has a low-quality golden core stuck at the peak of golden core for over 100 years, unable to produce a nascent soul. That is why he wants this recipe and aims to silence me. Wei Zisua closed her eyes. The Wei family understands the value of this recipe and also knows the character of the blood-handed old demon. My father transcribed a copy of the recipe back then with the original hidden in the secret chamber of the old residence, and the copy, she placed the jade slip on the stone table,
is inside.
The Hawan sect exterminated my entire Wei family, turning the old residence upside down, but the original was hidden deep and they did not find it. This copy is the only thing I managed to bring with me when I escaped.
Chen An's gaze fell upon the jade slip.
The second-tier high-grade restrictions, with his current level of cultivation, attempting to break it would only trigger the defensive spells. But he did not need to force it. Wei Zisua had voluntarily taken out the jade slip, which meant she had already made a choice.
This is for you to see, not to negotiate any conditions with you.
Wei Zisua opened her eyes, her gaze fixed directly on him.
You saved me and helped block the Hahuan sect's search. This favor Wei Zisua remembers.
As for the pill recipe, if I have the opportunity to reforge the Ningjin Dan in the future, I will not forget you.
Chen An looked at her and suddenly smiled. No need to stand on ceremony with me.
Wei Zisua was taken aback for a moment, then turned her face away.
The secret chamber fell silent for a while. I will go out first. Chen An stood up. I will bring you food again tomorrow.
You should rest here and heal. Don't rush to leave. The situation outside has not yet calmed down.
Wei Zisua nodded, remaining silent.
Chen An ascended the stone steps, pushed the hidden door back into place, and then moved the large wardrobe back into position. He stood in the main room pondering for a moment, then took out several spirit stones, 2 bottles of clean water, some dry rations and detoxification pills from his storage bag, packing them neatly in a bundle.
He quietly placed them back into the secret passage while Lu Qingyue was still asleep. This would be enough for Wei Zisua to last a few days.
In the following 2 days, the Hahuan sect indeed came again.
The second round of checks took place the next afternoon.
3 Qi refinement disciples knocked on doors one by one, holding a spiritisting mirror, specifically checking if any courtyards had been rented or were vacant in the last 3 days. Chen An opened the door to welcome them, and once again adopting a submissive demeanor as a talisman master, handing over 2 fireball talismans. After the disciples conducted their checks, the mirror's light swept through every corner of courtyard No. 12. The underground secret chamber was firmly sealed by a second-tier concealment array with no spiritual energy leaking out. The third round of checks occurred at dusk on the 3rd day. This time it was even more perfunctory. 2 Qi refinement disciples shouted a few times at the entrance of the alley, asking if anyone had seen unfamiliar faces without even entering the courtyard.
After 3 rounds of checks, nothing was found.
By the 4th day, Qingmu Alley had fallen completely silent. The marketplace returned to its usual clamor, and the vegetable-selling women squatted at the alley's entrance, cracking sunflower seeds as if nothing had happened. Chen An sat in the underground secret chamber, repeatedly examining the jade slip Wei Zisua had given him. The recipe for Ningjin Dan. A 3rd-tier pill usable only at the golden core stage.
With his current level of cultivation, he couldn't even understand it, let alone refine it.
But Wei Zisua placing this item in front of him was in itself a declaration. She had staked her life and foundation on this secret chamber. Chen An put away the jade slip and walked toward the bedroom. Lu Qingyue was mending an old garment under the light. Upon seeing him enter, she looked up and smiled. Husband, will we cultivate together tonight? Chen An sat down beside the bed, taking her hand into his.
Not tonight.
You should sleep early. I have some matters to contemplate. Lu Qingyue obediently nodded, putting down her needle and thread, and curled up in the quilt.
Chen An blew out the candle, lying on the bed, staring at the dark beams above. A month. Wei Zisua only had 1 month to clear the poison.
After a month, if she had not recovered to the mid-foundation establishment stage, going out would mean death. As for himself, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, facing the golden core elder of the Hahuan sect, he was no more than an ant. In this month he had to think of every possible way to improve his cultivation while ensuring Lu Qingyue was well taken care of. Chen An closed his eyes, his breathing gradually stabilizing. Outside the window, the night wind of Qingzhou City blew through Qingmu Alley, stirring up a few fallen leaves. In the secret chamber, Wei Zisua also closed her eyes, sitting cross-legged. The remnants of the bone transformation poison coursed through her meridians like a cold snake. She gritted her teeth, circulating the Qingmu flame technique, gradually refining the chilling aura.
A month. She too only had a month.
If the poison was not cleared within a month, her cultivation would suffer permanent damage, let alone the Ningjin Dan recipe. She wouldn't even be able to preserve her own life. She suddenly remembered something. How did that poor talisman master Chen An at the 9th level of Qi refinement manage to alter a 1st-tier minor tracking array? The question floated in her mind, but she did not voice it.
Some things do not need to be rushed to ask.
If both of them were still alive after a month, it would not be too late to figure it out. In the main bedroom,
Chen An sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, summoning the attribute panel. Host Chen An. Lifespan 38,120.
Spiritual roots, low-grade fire, wood, earth. Cultivation Qi refining 9th layer 010000.
Dual cultivation points 0.
Techniques Qingmu Yan Ju Full Qitong Duangu Gong 0100 not initiated. Yin Yang Hua Yu Ju 0100 not initiated. Qianxi Lianshan Ju Fragment 0500 not initiated. Spells Fireball Technique, Full Gentle Wind Technique, Full Water Splitting Sword Technique, Full Breath Concealment Illusion Technique 40,100 initiated. Skills: Cleansing Talisman, Full Lightning Strike Talisman, Full Explosive Flame Talisman, Full Minor 5 Thunder Exorcism Talisman, Fragment 0500 Not initiated. Second tier low grade formation 35200 initiated. Chen An frowned slightly at the glaring "not initiated" on the panel. The dual cultivation points he had saved up were entirely invested in the breath concealment illusion technique and the second tier formation. The former increased in proficiency through practical experience, while the latter barely reached initiation due to his personal placement of 12 formation bases. However, the remaining Qitong Duangugong Yin Yang Hua Yu Ju Qianxi Lian Shinju Fragment and the Minor 5 Thunder Exorcism Talisman were all like money-swallowing beasts. To advance from Qi Refining 9th layer to Foundation Establishment required 10,000 dual cultivation points. But now he had not a single point in hand. "I need to hurry up." Chen An put away the panel and walked towards the bedroom. Lu Qingyue was tidying the bed and her cheeks flushed slightly upon seeing him. "Husband, are you done?" Chen An nodded, sat down on the edge of the bed and took her hand. "Qingyue, tonight I'll teach you a technique." "Technique?" Lu Qingyue's eyes brightened. "Can I learn it?" "Yes." Chen An ruffled her hair. "Yin Yang Hua Yu Ju, a dual cultivation method that can improve your physique and slowly condense spiritual energy." Lu Qingyue's cheeks turned crimson, her small hand gripping the quilt. "Husband." Chen An blew out the candle and lay down on the bed. Lu Qingyue bit her lip and curled up, diving into the quilt. It was the hour of the pig. Chen An embraced Lu Qingyue's waist, following the route of Yin Yang Hua Yu Ju to guide the spiritual power within him to resonate with the faint trace of spiritual energy within Lu Qingyue. "Mum." Lu Qingyue let out a soft moan, her cheeks burning. The spiritual power circulated through both their meridians, each cycle bringing a wave of tingling pleasure. Lu Qingyue felt weak all over, as if lying on a cloud, light and airy. "Husband. So comfortable." Her voice trembled, tinged with shyness. Chen An said nothing, tightening his embrace around her waist and continuing to guide the circulation of spiritual power. Lu Qingyue's voice echoed from the bedroom, passing through the walls and floor, reaching the underground chamber. In the underground chamber, Wei Zisu sat cross-legged, operating the Qingmu Yanju to refine the residue of the bone-melting poison. Suddenly her ears perked up. "Husband. So comfortable." The voice came clearly from above, every word distinct. Wei Zisu's hands paused, nearly disrupting her flow of spiritual power. She gritted her teeth, continuing to operate her technique. But that voice was like a needle piercing her eardrum and leaving her agitated. "Mum. Ah. Husband. Wei Zisu." She took a deep breath, increasing her output of spiritual power, trying to block out the sound with her divine sense. But it was futile. The soundproofing of the chamber set up by Chen An was good, yet Lu Qingyue's voice had too much penetrating power. "Mum." A high-pitched moan pierced through the soundproofing array of the chamber, drilling into Wei Zisu's ears. Her spiritual power faltered, nearly falling into chaos. "Damn it." She gritted her teeth, but a blush crept onto her face uncontrollably. Growing up by the alchemy furnace, she had devoted herself to alchemical arts, remaining innocent regarding matters between men and women. "Husband. So comfortable. Wei Zisu." She stood up and paced back and forth in the chamber, trying to distract herself. But it was no use. The voice seemed to have legs, chasing after her. "Chen An, this. Wei Zisu gritted her teeth, mentally cursing Chen An 800 times. Unbeknownst to her, by the 200th curse the blush on her face had already spread from her ears to her neck. In the bedroom. The first dual cultivation session ended. Chen An looked at the panel, noticing that the number in the dual cultivation points section had changed. Dual cultivation points 10. From the first dual cultivation he gained 10 dual cultivation points. Chen An did not stop, continuing to embrace Lu Qingyue's waist and beginning the second dual cultivation. "Husband. I still have a bit of strength." Lu Qingyue's voice was weak, but she gritted her teeth and persisted. The spiritual power circulated again and Lu Qingyue's cheeks flushed once more. The second dual cultivation ended. Dual cultivation points 20. Chen An looked at the 20 dual cultivation points on the panel. Without hesitation he began the third dual cultivation. "Husband." Lu Qingyue's voice had weakened to the extreme, her eyelids drooping. I think." Before she could finish her sentence she directly fell asleep from exhaustion. Chen An smiled helplessly, covering her with the quilt and getting out of bed. 3 dual cultivations earned him 30 dual cultivation points. At this rate 3 dual cultivations a day would yield 30 dual cultivation points. 10,000 points would take more than a year. But Chen An was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time. In the underground chamber, Wei Zissou also opened her eyes. She had not slept well all night. Every time she closed her eyes, those voices echoed in her ears. She turned and sat up, rubbing her temples, taking a soundproof talisman from her storage ring and sticking it on the wall beside the stone bed. If it gets noisy again tonight, I'll cover the entire chamber with these talismans. She muttered angrily to herself, sitting cross-legged to continue operating Qingmu Yanju. But after less than half an hour of meditation, she opened her eyes again. Her gaze involuntarily fell on the stone wall overhead. Above the stone wall was Chen An's bedroom. Wei Zissou took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the inexplicable irritation in her heart, and closed her eyes again. This time she finally succeeded in entering a meditative state. Morning. Chen An prepared a pot of spiritual rice porridge and stir-fried 2 dishes of side dishes. Lu Qingyue came out from the side room, her complexion much rosier than in recent days. Although the circulation of spiritual energy from the yin-yang rain transformation technique did not grant her a spiritual root, it nourished her mortal body, enriching her vitality. Good morning, my husband. Lu Qingyue sat down at the table. Did you not sleep in the bedroom last night? I was meditating in the quiet room. Chen An picked up a piece of pickled vegetables. My cultivation is stuck at a critical juncture. I need to put in more effort. Lu Qingyue responded with an aho, lowered her head to drink the porridge, and did not ask further. After breakfast, Lu Qingyue cleaned the bowls and went to the kitchen. Chen An took out the food box, clean water, and a bag of fasting pills, then walked to the wardrobe. As the secret door slid open, he carried his bundle down the stone steps. Wei Zissou was sitting cross-legged on a mat. Upon hearing the noise, she opened her eyes. Her complexion was slightly better than 3 days ago, but a layer of dark circles under her eyes indicated poor sleep. There's a market today. I plan to take a stroll. Is there anything you need me to bring? Liang grass. Wei Zissou replied flatly. The bone poison is cold and sinister. Liang grass is fiery in nature and can suppress the residual cold poison when boiled in water. It's milder than the detoxifying pill and can last longer. Chen An calculated. 1 detoxifying pill lasts a day, which is not enough for many days. Without Liang grass to assist, the poison cannot be suppressed. How many spirit stones? It's a first-level spiritual herb, not worth much spirit stones. Wei Zissou paused. But don't buy too much from one place. Spread your purchases across several shops to avoid drawing attention. Chen An nodded. Also, Wei Zissou's ears turned red and she averted her gaze. You should take it easy lately. The noise at night is so loud that I can't concentrate on my cultivation. Chen An did not respond, turning and ascending the stone steps. Qingzhou Market at the hour of the snake. Chen An wore a bamboo hat instead of carrying charms to sell. He made his way directly to the back alley of the black market to find Zhou Laosan's stall. Zhou Laosan was not there. Chen An waited by the stall for a short while before seeing Zhou Laosan rush in from the alley, his face pale and beads of sweat on his forehead. Brother Chen, do you still dare to go out? Zhou Laosan pulled him into a nearby abandoned tea shed, lowering his voice. The blood-hand old demon has come personally. He is staying at the drunken Immortal Tower in the south of the city, accompanied by 3 Foundation establishment disciples. He is at the Golden Core stage. Our Qingzhou city's strongest at most is at the late Foundation establishment stage. He alone could flatten the entire market. Chen An clenched his fists in his sleeves. Not only that, Zhou Laosan's voice lowered further. The people from the Hahuan sector searching house by house in Qingmu Alley, accompanied by bloodhounds. They are kicking down doors in any yard where they detect a female presence, even dragging out the old widow from the neighboring yard 14 for questioning. Chen An's heart sank. What about Liang grass? He asked. You still want to buy Liang grass? Zhou Laosan widened his eyes. There is some available in the market. It's a first-level spiritual herb, not worth much spirit stones. But with the current situation being so tense, the more you wander outside, the higher the risk of being targeted. Are they also looking for Liang grass and ice heart essence? Yes, but they are not only collecting those 2 items. They are sweeping through any medicinal herbs, spiritual plants, or array materials they come across. It is clear they want to cut off all escape routes for that girl from the Wei family. Chen An fell silent for a moment. Don't go south into the city or return to Qingmu Alley for now. Zhou Laosan patted his shoulder. Find a place to hide for a few days. Chen An nodded and turned to leave. He did not return to Qingmu Alley immediately, but circled around the outskirts of the market 3 times, confirming that no one was following before sneaking back into the alley through the abandoned drainage. Upon returning to yard 12, Lu Qingyue was in the yard airing out quilts, humming a tune. Chen An entered the main room and took out the mother-child communication talisman. The Hahuan sect is searching house by house in Qingmu Alley with bloodhounds. The blood-hand old demon has personally arrived in Qingzhou City, staying at the drunken Immortal Tower in the south of the city. After a long silence, Wei Zissou's voice came through, cold and clear. Don't buy Liang grass.
Going out now is like walking into a trap. What about your poison? I can hold out.
The detoxifying pill can last a few more days. I will use the Qingmu flame technique to suppress it, which can slow down the consumption. Your priority is not to find medicine but to keep yourself hidden. Bloodhand old demon's divine sense can cover half the city. The more you wander in the market, the more vulnerabilities you expose with your spiritual energy fluctuations. Liang grass is not expensive in the market, but I can't get it without going above ground. Then don't go above ground.
Wei Zisu paused. Did you not say that there are hidden channels under the shantytown? Chen An was taken aback.
The hidden channels lead outside the city, he said, but the main path is already blocked by people from the Hahuan sect.
What about the branch channels? Branch channels.
Chen An recalled the underground route map he had become familiar with over the years while drawing talismans in the shantytown. There are, but they are narrow just enough for one person to crawl through.
That will do.
The other end of the communication talisman fell silent. Chen An put away the talisman, sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the beam for a long time.
Bloodhand old demon golden core stage. One person could flatten the entire Qingzhou market.
He at the 9th layer of qi refinement was nothing but an ant in the face of such circumstances.
I must be faster. At the hour of the pig.
After Lu Qingyue went to bed, Chen An sat cross-legged in the underground quiet room calling up the panel. Dual cultivation points 68, total of 60 points over the past 2 days. He did not hesitate and allocated all points to Crimson Copper Bone Refinement Technique. Crimson Copper Bone Refinement Technique 60100. Beginner scalding spiritual power surged into his limbs and bones like molten iron being poured into the crevices of his bones. Chen An felt a surge of pain. The veins on his forehead bulged and his teeth ground together, yet he remained silent. To refine the body, one must first refine the bones. When the bones are hardened, one can withstand blows without easily dying.
After half an hour, the excruciating pain subsided.
Chen An looked down at his arms where a thin layer of copper sheen had emerged on the surface of his skin. After entering the beginner stage of the Crimson Copper Bone Refinement Technique, his physical strength was comparable to that of a low-grade magic weapon. Still far from enough, but he had at least taken the first step. He stood up and walked to the stone wall, punching it. Bang! The stone wall remained unyielding and his knuckles broke the skin, oozing a trickle of blood. Chen An looked at that drop of blood and smiled. Progress. The next morning, Chen An did not cook porridge. He sat in the underground quiet room. Spread out before him was a yellowed sheepskin map. This was the underground drainage map of Qingzhou City he had painstakingly drawn over the years living in the shantytown. Drainage ditches, abandoned mines, air raid shelters, every possible crevice to escape was marked on it. A sound transmission talisman vibrated at his waist. There are only 4 detox pills left. Wei Zisu's voice came from the jade talisman, calm and devoid of panic, but Chen An could sense her forced composure. If we can't find the Liang grass, the residual poison will strike back in 5 days. Chen An stared at the red line on the map that extended from Qingmu Alley to outside the city. I'll go gather it tonight. Are you crazy? The bloodhand old demon's divine sense can cover half the city. I won't be going above ground. Chen An pointed at the map. 3 feet beneath Qingmu Alley there's an abandoned drainage dark river that leads straight out to Sunli Slope. It's sunlit there and the rocky crevices are filled with liang grass. After a long silence. Who exactly are you? A talisman master who fears death. Chen An rolled up the map. No matter what noises you hear tonight, don't come out. At the hour of the rat. After Lu Qingyue fell asleep, Chen An changed into a black outfit, stuffing a spirit stone lamp, a dagger and several explosive talismans into his clothes. He did not use the wardrobe's secret door but instead pushed aside a loose blue brick in the corner of the quiet room, revealing an opening half his height. A foul stench assaulted his senses. Chen An crouched and crawled inside. The dark channel was narrower than he remembered, the walls covered in slimy green moss and the water underfoot was ankle-deep and icy cold. One hand bracing against the stone wall, the other holding the spirit stone lamp, he kept the light very low, illuminating only 3 steps ahead. After walking half a mile, the dark channel opened up, transforming into an underground river. The river water was calm, knee-deep. Chen An rolled up his pant legs and waded through the water. Floating in the current were rotten vegetable leaves, scraps of cloth and bones. His expression remained unchanged as he trudged forward step by step. After mastering the copper bone body refinement technique, his flesh was much tougher and the gravel in the dark channel couldn't pierce his skin. After walking 2 miles, a fork appeared in the dark river. Chen An took out the map and glanced at it, choosing the left narrower tributary. The water only reached his calves, but the stone ceiling was very low, forcing him to bend over as he moved forward. After another mile, voices could be heard ahead. This wretched place stinks. Does the elder really want us to search this kind of spot? Shut up.
That woman is skilled at hiding.
We searched above ground but couldn't find her. She might be hiding underground.
A Foundation establishment cultivator hiding in the sewers. Have you lost your mind?
The Bloodhand Elder said to search, so just search.
Why all the nonsense?
The two voices grew closer, the light of a torch flickering around the corner. Chen An extinguished the spirit stone lamp and pressed himself against the stone wall, holding his breath. He activated the conceal breath and illusion technique, minimizing his presence, making him seem like a stone embedded in the wall, lifeless and devoid of warmth. Two Qi refinement disciples passed by with torches less than 3 zhang away from him. One of them glanced in the direction where Chen An was hiding but saw nothing in the darkness.
Let's go, there's no way forward.
The two cursed and walked away, the torchlight fading at the end of the dark river. Chen An waited another quarter of an hour, confirming there was no movement before reigniting the spirit stone lamp. He looked down at his hand, his knuckles were pale from gripping the dagger too tightly.
The Hahuan sect was indeed searching underground. He quickened his pace, continuing along the tributary.
For the second half of the journey he could no longer take the main river path. He chose a more concealed crevice and squeezed through sideways. The gravel on the stone wall tore at his sleeve, leaving several white marks on his arm. After a stick of incense, a patch of moonlight appeared ahead. Chen An extinguished the spirit stone lamp, climbed over a collapsed stone staircase and pushed aside the wooden planks above his head. It was an abandoned dry well. He crawled out of the well and lay in the grass, looking around. Outside, the city's Sanli slope was desolate and uninhabited. In the distance, the city wall of Qingzhou loomed like a black barrier in the night, and faint fluctuations of spiritual energy could be seen in the southern part of the city, indicating the presence of the Hahuan sect patrol. Chen An crawled to the sunlit side of the slope. In the rocky crevices, clusters of fiery red grass leaves swayed in the night wind, resembling little flames.
Liang grass.
He took out a small shovel and dug up dozens of plants with roots and soil, wrapping them in a wet cloth and stuffing them into his clothes. He stopped after collecting enough for half a month, not being greedy. The return journey was faster than the way there. He was familiar with the path and knew where the search team was, avoiding all possible exposed routes. However, as he retraced his steps through the main river channel, he noticed the water level had risen an inch. Someone upstream had meddled, possibly blocking the dark river's exit. Chen An did not return the same way but took a narrower tributary, crawling back through another emergency exit beneath the No. 12 courtyard's quiet room. Pushing aside the blue brick and returning to the quiet room, he was drenched, his pant legs covered in mud as if he had crawled out of a cesspit. But the liang grass in his arms was intact. Chen An changed into clean clothes and carried the liang grass down the secret path. Wei Zissou was sitting by the stone bed, her complexion paler than during the day, a fine layer of sweat on her forehead. The residual poison was troubling her again. Chen An placed the cloth bundle on the stone table and opened it. The fiery red grass leaves glistened under the spirit stone lamp, with damp soil still clinging to the roots.
Wei Zissou looked at the bundle of liang grass, then raised her gaze to Chen An.
His hair was still dripping with water, his sleeve torn, and there was a bloodstain on his face from where a stone had cut him, already crusted over.
Where did you get this?
From Sanli slope outside the city, Chen An replied, turning to walk up the stone steps. The Hahuan sect is searching the underground dark river. That route won't be usable much longer.
Wait. Chen An turned back.
Wei Zissou picked up a stalk of liang grass and said in a low voice,
"Thank you."
Chen An said nothing and turned to ascend the stone steps. As the secret door closed behind him, he heard a faint sigh from behind. Back in the bedroom, Lu Qingyue rolled over sleepily, reaching out and grabbing his wrist.
"Husband. Where have you been?"
"Just getting up." Chen An lay down, pulling her into his arms. "Go to sleep." Lu Qingyue murmured an and nestled into his embrace, her breathing gradually steadying. Chen An stared at the pitch-black beams of the house, motionless. The dark river was blocked. Next time, if the Hahuan sect seals off the underground as well, where else could he hide?
The next morning, Chen An did not go out.
He sat in the quiet room, spread out talisman paper, dipped it in red fire sand, and meticulously drew the explosive flame talisman. He worked painstakingly, slow, striving for perfection with each talisman. These talismans were not for sale to trade for spirit stones, but rather for his own use.
The blood-handed old demon had arrived in Qingzhou City.
The divine sense of a golden core cultivator covered half the city, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy in Qingmu Alley could not be concealed. Outside the quiet room, the sound of water and the crackling of firewood could be heard. It was Lu Qingyue washing rice in the kitchen. She did not ask about last night's events, only serving him an extra bowl of porridge in the morning. Chen An listened for a moment, confirming it was just the usual sounds, and continued to write. He split off a wisp of divine sense to probe the transmission talisman.
Wei Zissou had not sent a message, probably in closed-door meditation to suppress the toxicity.
In the south of Qingzhou City at the drunken Immortal building, the blood-handed old demon sat cross-legged on a blood-red mat with 3 disciples kneeling before him. The blood-tracking mouse went wild when it reached the entrance of the No. 15 courtyard, said a mid-foundation disciple, lowering his head. The residual blood energy is thick, but the person has already fled. In the courtyard, only the remnants of the alchemy furnace and a trace of the second-tier concealment formation remained, the technique crude as if laid down by a novice. The blood-handed old demon stood up and walked to the window. The divine sense of a golden core cultivator swept across Qingzhou City, and there was a subtle whirlpool in the flow of spiritual energy in the area of Qingmu Alley. The girl from the Wei family has someone helping her set up the formation. He sneered. A mere talisman artist can set up a second-tier formation. Master, should we directly massacre Qingmu Alley? Fool. The blood-handed old demon did not look back. Qingzhou City is not our territory. The Qingyun sect is watching. If things escalate, can you handle a war with golden cores? He turned around, a glint of cruelty flashing in his dark red pupils. Send out the blood-tracking mice to sniff out every household in Qingmu Alley. Those who dare resist will have their souls drawn out on the spot. The blood-handed old demon waited for 3 days. No one returned to the No. 15 courtyard, and there were no new leads on the blood energy. He lost patience. 3 days later in Qingmu Alley, a beginner foundation establishment disciple stood at the alley entrance with 5 followers. He held a blood-tracking mouse on a leash, its body pitch black with a blood-red nose continuously sniffing the air. Behind him a follower carried a bronze disc, the break formation disc. Concealment formations below the second tier could not escape its scrutiny. The 6 of them began their search from the No. 15 courtyard, one household at a time. The blood-tracking mouse was frantically clawing at the ground at the entrance of the No. 15 courtyard, its blood-red nose glowing brightly. The foundation disciple kicked open the door. The courtyard was empty, only filled with remnants of the alchemy furnace and faint traces of formation residues. It fled, but not far. The foundation disciple coldly snorted. It's somewhere in this alley. No. 14 courtyard. The blood-tracking mouse shook its head. No. 13 courtyard. The blood-tracking mouse shook its head again. No. 12 courtyard. Chen An was in the quiet room operating the Qingmu flame technique when suddenly the transmission talisman on his waist vibrated violently, almost burning him. The people from the Hahuan sect have entered the alley. Those 4 words made the hairs on Chen An's back stand on end. The blood-tracking mouse was not the break formation disc. That creature specialized in tracking blood energy. Wei Zissou had been staying in the No. 15 courtyard for several days, and the scent of her bone-solving poison was extremely potent. The blood energy of bone-solving poison is extremely keen and fierce and capable of being blocked even by stone walls. Wei Zissou had bled toxic blood twice in the No. 15 courtyard, seeping into the ground and then oozing back up from the wall of the No. 12 courtyard. He immediately summoned the panel. Dual cultivation points, 156 days worth. He did not hesitate, pouring it all into the second-tier formation. Second-tier formation 35,200, beginner consumption of 115 points. Second-tier formation 150200, beginner still lacking 50 points to reach proficiency, but only 35 points remained. Chen An gritted his teeth and added the last 35 points. Second-tier formation 185200, beginner only 15 points away from proficiency. The concealment effect of the formation was greatly enhanced, but it was still not perfect. Chen An quickly left the quiet room, climbed the stone steps, opened the hidden door of the large wardrobe, returned to the main room and retrieved the main formation disc from under the bed, a palm-sized disc with runes pulsing like breath. He pressed his palm against the formation disc, infusing it with spiritual energy. After adding points to the panel, his understanding of the formation deepened. The spiritual energy flowed along the formation baseline, suppressing the concealment fluctuations of the entire courtyard even lower and deeper, like a drop of ink merging into the night. The spiritual light on the formation disc flickered a few times before gradually dimming. It was not failing, but instead completely restraining the fluctuations of spiritual energy. A thin layer of sweat appeared on Chen An's forehead as he shoved the formation disc back into the hidden compartment. A knock sounded from outside the courtyard. Open up. Hawan sect search. Chen An took a deep breath, brushed the dust off his robe, stepped forward and peeked through the crack in the door. 6 people stood outside the door. The leading foundation disciple held a blood-tracking mouse on a leash. The black mouse with a blood-red nose was frantically sniffing at the courtyard entrance. A follower behind him carried the break formation disc. Chen An unlocked the door latch, pushed open half of the courtyard door, bent over and forced a humble smile onto his face. Esteemed cultivators, this is
searching the house. The Foundation disciple with a cold expression shoved the blood-tracking mouse forward. The black mouse darted to the doorstep, its nose pressed to the ground, sniffing frantically. It circled the doorstep 3 times, the blood light on its nose flickering as if it had caught a scent but was unsure. The Foundation disciple frowned and kicked the blood-tracking mouse. What's going on? The blood-tracking mouse squeaked twice, circled around Chen An's feet, then dashed back to the disciple's feet, falling silent. Useless. The Foundation disciple cursed and raised the break formation disc, pointing it into the courtyard. The spirit stones on the disc lit up. The runes flowed, scanning the courtyard, then the main room, then the ground. No reaction. The Foundation disciple frowned, raised the break formation disc high and swept it again over the main room's beams. The glow of the spirit stones remained stable as before. Go in and search. The 4 followers filed in, rummaging through boxes and cabinets, kicking bedboards, pounding walls, even overturning the rice jars. Chen An stood at the door, head down, silent. One follower opened the door to the quiet room. Inside there was only a writing desk, a mat, a few stacks of talisman paper, and vermilion. Glancing around, he turned and exited. The Foundation disciple walked into the main room, his gaze lingering for a moment on the beams. He raised his hand, sending a stream of spiritual energy towards the beams. The spiritual energy passed through the pillars without triggering any formation fluctuations. The blood-tracking mouse became restless again, sniffing at the corner of the main room, then fell silent. Let's go. The Foundation disciple put away the break formation disc, tugging at the leash of the blood-tracking mouse as they walked towards the adjacent No. 11 courtyard. The 6 of them filed out. Chen An closed the door and locked it, leaning against the door panel, his back drenched in cold sweat. That was close. The blood-tracking mouse had circled at the doorstep 3 times. It had caught a scent, the blood energy of bone-solving poison seeping through the cracks in the wall, its concentration much lower than in the No. 15 courtyard, making the blood-tracking mouse uncertain. Next time there might not be such good luck. Chen An walked back to the quiet room, sitting on the mat, staring at the panel. Dual Cultivation Points 0 Second Tier Formation 185200 Beginner Breath Concealing Illusion Technique 40100 Beginner Red Copper Bone Forging Technique 60100 Beginner Cultivation Level Chi Refinement Level 901000. He stared for a long time, then closed his eyes. Next time there might not be such good luck. The next morning Chen An still did not leave the house. In front of the desk in the quiet room lay 3 stacks of talisman paper, blank, semi-finished and completed high-grade explosion talismans. The red fire sand in the vermilion bowl was reduced to a shallow layer. 3 days ago the people from the Haohuan sect came to search, and the blood-seeking rat circled the doorstep 3 times. The sensation of a knife hanging above his neck was more tormenting than being directly struck. Chen An picked up the talisman brush, dipped it in vermilion and began to write on the talisman paper. With a steady wrist the brush danced and a fire-attracting rune flowed out. His peripheral vision kept glancing outside the window. If someone stepped on that tile on the courtyard wall, it would make a different sound. Lu Qingyue was washing rice in the kitchen, the sound of water splashing. She was not humming a tune today. After finishing the 5th drawing, Chen An put down the brush. The transmission talisman at his waist suddenly grew warm. There are only 3 detoxification pills left. The blazing sun grass was used up yesterday. Chen An held the transmission talisman, hesitating to respond. 3 detoxification pills, 3 days. After 3 days will Wei Zisu be able to withstand the backlash of the residual poison? I will go through the dark river again tonight. The main path is blocked. The tributary. Silence lingered for a long time. The tributary is too narrow, you can crawl through, but the blazing sungrass cannot be transported back. Wei Zisu's voice lowered a few degrees. Moreover, the Haohuan sect has placed eyes near the dark river. Last time it was just good luck for you. Then let's take another gamble. Nonsense. Wei Zisu cursed and the transmission talisman immediately went dark. Chen An stored the transmission talisman safely and stood up to push open the door to the quiet room. Sunlight slanted down from above the courtyard, glaringly white. Lu Qingyue emerged from the kitchen with a tray carrying 2 bowls of spirit rice porridge, a dish of pickles and 2 boiled eggs. She placed the tray down and glanced at Chen An. Husband, have you been? Recently. It's nothing. Chen An picked up the porridge bowl. I'm just tired from drawing talismans. Lu Qingyue did not ask further. She peeled a boiled egg and placed it in Chen An's bowl, then lowered her head to drink the porridge. Chen An took a bite of the egg. The yolk was a bit old. He swallowed, feeling tightness in his throat. Qingyue. If someone knocks on the door in the next few days and asks questions, just say I'm in the quiet room in seclusion and don't see anyone.
Lu Qingyue raised her head, her eyes bright, the brightness of a mortal clear enough to reflect a person's shadow. Okay. She only said that one word. In the afternoon, footsteps came from the entrance of the alley. It wasn't just one or two people but a squad. The sound of leather boots striking the bluestone slabs was rhythmic. Chen An was checking the talismans in his storage bag. Hearing the footsteps, his hand froze. They were coming again. He walked to the secret door, pushed it open a crack and listened attentively. Knock on every door and register everyone. A man's voice said anyone above the 3rd level of Qi refinement must report their name, cultivation level and occupation. Immortal master wasn't it searched last time? Last time was last time. If you talk nonsense again, it'll take you to Zue Xianlu for questioning. The footsteps scattered. 17th, 16th, 15th. 15th courtyard. Chen An's breath stopped for a moment. The courtyard door was tightly locked, but the people from the Hahuan sect did not know that. They only knew that the blood-seeking rat had been agitated at that door. No one here. Locked. Locked. Break the door. With a loud bang, wood chips flew. A flurry of footsteps erupted for a moment, quickly returning to silence. Empty. Nonsense, the people have already run away. Move on to the 14th. 14th, 13th. 12th. Open the door. Lu Qingyue came out of the kitchen, wiped her hands on her apron, walked to the courtyard door and pulled open the latch. Outside stood 2 Qi refinement disciples in gray robes holding a booklet and a pen. There were no blood-seeking rats, no formation plates and no foundation establishment cultivators leading them. How many people are in your household? 2. Lu Qingyue replied, my husband is in seclusion in the quiet room. Cultivation level. 7th level of Qi refinement. He draws talismans. The disciple marked something in the booklet, then raised his eyes to scan the courtyard. His gaze paused for a moment on the window of Chen An's quiet room before moving away. Have any strangers come by recently? No. Have you seen anyone from the neighboring 15th courtyard? Lu Qingyue thought for a moment and shook her head. I haven't seen anyone. That courtyard has been locked all along. The 2 disciples exchanged glances and wrote a few words in the booklet. They turned and walked towards the 11th courtyard. Lu Qingyue closed the door and bolted it. She leaned against the door for a while, then returned to the kitchen to continue washing rice. The sound of water splashed. In the quiet room, Chen An released his tightly clenched fist, his palm slick with sweat. The second round of searches. Following procedures. No blood-seeking rats, no formation plates, just registration, questioning and a glance. But this following procedures made him even more uneasy than the first round. The Hahuan sect had already confirmed that someone was hiding in this alley, just that they hadn't pinpointed which house yet. They were waiting for Wei Zisu to lose patience and reveal a flaw. Chen An sat on the mat and summoned the panel. Dual cultivation points 38 day past 30 points. 30 points, what to add? The red copper body refinement technique at 60,100, adding 30 points to reach 90,100, still 10 points short of mastery. But even mastery would only make his physical body comparable to a low-grade magical artifact, unable to withstand a sword strike from a foundation establishment cultivator. Concealment and illusion technique at 40,100, adding 30 points to reach 70,100, better concealment effect but still useless against golden core divine sense. Second tier formation at 185,200, adding 15 points would reach mastery. But even mastery would only be a low-grade second tier formation, unable to withstand a formation plate. Chen An clenched his teeth. 15 points into the second tier formation pushed to mastery. The remaining 15 points were kept. Second tier formation 200,200 mastery. The runes on the formation plate flashed through his mind, concealing, gathering, spirit, trapping enemies, defending. All variations of a low-grade second tier formation were now clear as his own palm. But it was still not enough. Chen An closed his eyes, leaning against the stone wall. The blood-hand old demon was waiting at Zue Xianlu. 3 foundation establishment disciples were searching the city. The blood-seeking rat was sniffing in the alley. The formation plate was sweeping through house after house. How long could he hold on? The panel could not give him an answer. In the evening, Chen An climbed the stone steps and pushed open the secret door. Lu Qingyue was lighting an oil lamp in the main room, sewing an old robe. Upon seeing him come out, she looked up and smiled. Husband, the porridge is warming in the pot. Chen An walked to the kitchen, served a bowl of porridge and sat on the threshold to drink. Lu Qingyue came out with a needle and thread basket, sat beside him on the threshold and continued sewing. The thread passed through the fabric making a faint sizzle sound.
Husband.
If you're tired, just take a break. Lu Qingyue lowered her head, her stitches tight. I saved up some spirit stones, though it's not much but enough for us to eat spirit porridge for a few months.
Chen An's hand holding the porridge bowl paused for a moment.
Where did you get the spirit stones?
Some were left by my father.
Chen An looked at her profile, the oil lamp's light flickering on her eyelashes.
The next day at midnight.
Chen An crawled back to the quiet room from the dark river, his body caked in mud, fingers scraped and bleeding, blood mingling with dirt dripping down. His storage bag at the waist bulged, stuffed with a bunch of blazing sun grass, its stalks crimson. Wei Zisu sat cross-legged on the mat and upon hearing the sound of water opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on the storage bag at Chen An's waist, then shifted to his face.
Is the side channel blocked too?
2 people are guarding it, Chen An replied, taking off the storage bag and tossing it beside the mat. After blocking the main road, they also blocked the side channel. The dark river is no longer safe. Wei Zisu picked up the storage bag, her divine sense probing inside to confirm the quantity of blazing sungrass, then threw it back on the ground.
We leave tonight, Chen An said. We can't afford to waste any more time.
Wei Zisu looked up at him. Chen An stood at the bottom of the stone steps, mud and water dripping from the hem of his clothes, forming a small murky puddle on the blue bricks. His face was expressionless, with only a pair of eyes shining darkly.
Where to? Yunzhou, Chen An said.
30,000 miles away. The Hahuan sex reach doesn't extend that far. Wei Zisu was silent for a moment. I have restored my cultivation to the initial threshold of foundation establishment and can fly with a tool.
But your mortal wife. She can ride your flying boat. Chen An turned and walked up the stone steps, pushing open the dark door. In the main room, Lu Qingyue was still awake.
The oil lamp flickered at the corner of the table as she sat on the edge of the bed, gripping a short sword in her hand. Though its blade was short, it was sharp enough.
Hearing the sound of the dark door sliding open, she looked up.
Chen An stood there, muddy all over, with water dripping from his forehead.
Husband.
Qingyue, Chen An said, taking out a clean outer robe from the storage bag and putting it on to cover the mud.
It's not safe here. We need to change our location.
Lu Qingyue tightened her grip on the short sword's handle. She looked at Chen An, the light of the oil lamp dancing in her pupils.
Is it dangerous?
A bit. Lu Qingyue lowered her head, inserting the short sword back into the hidden compartment under the bed, then taking it out again, holding it in her hand.
Then I'll pack my things.
She paused. What about Wei Sr.? Chen An's hand stilled in the act of tying his belt. Lu Qingyue didn't raise her head, a slight curve forming at the corner of her mouth like a leaf falling on the water's surface, creating light ripples. Does my husband think I truly know nothing?
Chen An looked at her profile.
The light of the oil lamp danced on her eyelashes, casting a faint shadow on her nose. She clenched the short sword, her knuckles turning white, yet she didn't tremble. He remained silent for a long time.
I'm sorry.
Lu Qingyue raised her head, her eyes bright, the brightness of Immortal clear enough to reflect shadows. She smiled softly, not a bitter smile but warm like porridge simmering on the stove. There's no need for my husband to apologize. She laid the short sword across her knees. I'll only take this.
The dark door slid open again.
Wei Zisu walked up from the stone steps, dressed in a new set of azure attire, her veil removed, revealing a pale face. Her cultivation had restored to the initial threshold of foundation establishment, her steps steadier than a few days ago, but there were still dark circles under her eyes. She stood at the dark door, encountering Lu Qingyue. The 2 women exchanged glances. Lu Qingyue performed a respectful bow, her movement proper like a mortal woman greeting a cultivator. Wei Sr. Wei Zisu snorted coldly, but her ears turned warm, shifting her gaze to the corner. No need for such formality.
Chen An stood between the 2 women, making no introductions or explanations. 1 incense sticks time later.
Chen An led the way, pushing open the back door of the main room. The back alley was narrow, barely allowing 2 people to walk side by side, with filth piled at the wall's base, reeking terribly. Drainage ditch at the foot of the
1 incense sticks time later.
Chen An led the way, pushing open the back door of the main room. The back alley was narrow, barely allowing 2 people to walk side by side, with filth piled at the wall's base, reeking terribly. He held a fireball talisman in one hand and supported himself against the wall with the other, moving lightly.
Wei Zisu walked in the center.
With the highest cultivation, her divine sense spread out, probing for movements within 30 zhang ahead. The bone-melting poison was suppressed by the blazing sungrass, but a chill still lingered in his meridians. With each step his knees felt as if they were filled with lead.
Lu Qingyue brought up the rear.
As a mortal without divine sense or spiritual power, she gripped the short sword, which was short but sharp. The 3 of them walked along the wall's edge, their shadows flattened against the ground in the moonlight. Around the corner ahead, 2 rogue cultivators were lying in wait. Wei Zisu suddenly stopped, her divine sense transmitting into Chen An's ear. 4th layer of chi refinement. 1 is dozing off, the other counting spirit stones. Chen An raised his hand signaling Lu Qingyue to stop. He fished out 2 elusive talismans from the storage bag, sticking one on his leg and handing the other to Wei Zisu. "Let's go around," he silently mouthed. Wei Zisu took the elusive talisman, sticking it to the inside of her attire. The talisman paper dissolved, enveloping the 3 of them in a thin mist, appearing like a moving night fog from a distance. The 3 of them slipped past the 2 rogue cultivators, remaining 3 Zhang behind them. The one counting spirit stones looked up, rubbed his eyes only to see a mist drift by, and then lowered his head to continue counting. At the drainage ditch at the foot of the west city wall, the foul water was half a foot deep, with the walls coated in green moss. Chen An jumped down first, the dirty water reaching his ankles. He turned back, reaching out to help Lu Qingyue. Without hesitation, she jumped down, splashing the dirty water on the hem of her skirt, but her brow didn't furrow. Wei Zisu was the last to come down. Standing in the foul water, she swept her divine sense around, confirming there were no traces of cultivators before taking out an item from her storage ring. It was a palm-sized azure flying boat covered in runes, emitting a faint glow under the moonlight. Wei Zisu tossed the flying boat to the ground, infusing it with spiritual power. The boat expanded against the wind, transforming in the blink of an eye into a small azure boat about 10 feet long, hovering 3 feet above the ground. A layer of light green barrier enveloped the boat, tightly sealing off the fluctuations of spiritual energy. "Get on!" Wei Zisu leaped onto the flying boat, standing at the bow. "My cultivation has only restored to the initial threshold of foundation establishment. Flying with this tool can only last for 3 hours at most. 30,000 miles, at least 6 hours of flight each day. Finding a place to land and recover along the way, it adds up to 2 or 3 months. Chen An helped Lu Qingyue onto the flying boat. It was Lu Qingyue's first time flying off the ground, her fingers clenched tightly to the boat's railing, her knuckles turning white. "Hold on tight." Wei Zisu formed a seal and the flying boat slowly rose, crossing over the city wall and flying southward. The flying boat was not fast, but it excelled in stealth. The light green barrier wrapped around the boat, making it appear like a cloud drifting by when viewed from the ground. Chen An sat at the tail of the boat, summoning a panel. Dual cultivation points 45 a day, later 30 points. Adding the 15 points saved before, there were a total of 45 points. Without hesitation, he allocated all of them to the concealment technique. Concealment technique 40100 entry cost 45 points. Concealment technique 85100 entry. The aura was suppressed even lower and deeper. If before he was a stone, now he was a grain of sand in a rock crevice. Chen An closed his eyes, operating the concealment technique to merge his spiritual energy fluctuations with the boat's barrier. Lu Qingyue sat beside him, taking out a handkerchief from her bosom to wipe the mud from Chen An's forehead. The handkerchief was made of coarse cloth, its edges worn and frayed. "Husband, wipe your face," she said. Chen An opened his eyes, looking at the coarse cloth handkerchief, but said nothing. Wei Zisu stood at the bow, her back to the 2, her divine sense spreading out, alert to their surroundings. She didn't look back, but her ears grew warm as she took a hunger-suppressing pill from her storage ring and tossed it into her mouth. The flying boat passed over the city wall beyond the lights of Qingzhou. Under the moonlight, the 3 of them floated south like a cloud. As dawn broke, the flying boat landed on the slope of a desolate mountain. Wei Zisu's face was pale and beads of sweat had formed on her forehead. 3 hours of flying with the tool had consumed most of her spiritual power. "Let's rest for 2 hours," she said, putting away the flying boat and leaning against a rock. "We'll leave at noon." Chen An found a sheltered hollow in the mountain for Lu Qingyue to sit down. Wei Zisu took a hunger-suppressing pill from her storage ring and handed it to Lu Qingyue. "Eat this. It lasts for 3 days." Lu Qingyue took the pill, glanced at it, and put it in her mouth. The pill dissolved, releasing a faint herbal aroma, and the hunger in her belly faded away. Chen An leaned against a rock, watching the fish belly white appear at the horizon. 2 or 3 months. 30,000 miles. The Hahuan sex hunting team was behind them and Yunzhou lay ahead. He closed his eyes, wrapping his outer robe tighter. The hollow was very quiet, only the sound of the wind. In the valley, the wind howled mournfully as if something were weeping among the crevices of the stones. Chen An leaned against a windbreak rock, his outer robe wrapped tightly around him, his eyes wide open. He clutched a fireball talisman in his hand, the corners of the talisman softened by his body heat. Lu Qingyue curled up beside him, a coarse cloth handkerchief supporting her head, her breathing shallow as if she were asleep. Wei Zisu sat on a stone 3 zhang away, sitting cross-legged, her complexion paler than the stone. After 3 hours of flight, her spiritual energy had been drained by 70%. Chen An's divine sense sank into a sea of consciousness, summoning a panel. Host Chen An. Cultivation Chi Refinement Level 90100000. Skills Qingmu Yan Ju 201500 Proficient Inyan Huayu Ju 80100 Beginner Qitong Duan Gu Gong 60100 Beginner Qianxi Lian Shinju Fragment 20100 Beginner. Spells Fireball Technique 10001000 Perfect Feng Shui Sword Technique 10001000 Perfect Lianqi Huanqing Technique 85100 Beginner. Talismans First Level Talismans Perfect Minor 5 Thunder Exorcism Talisman Fragment Not Beginner. Dual Cultivation Points 0. All 45 points from yesterday were spent on Lianqi Huanqing Technique, not a single point left. Today, without Dual Cultivation, his pockets were empty. He raised his eyes to the sky. The fish belly white seeped from the eastern ridge, dyeing the clouds a rusty color. At Misty Mountain, Wei Zisu casually chose a landing spot. She had exhausted her spiritual energy, retracting her divine sense into her sea of consciousness, and simply landed in a sheltered valley without scouting the surroundings. Chen An did not object at the time. With the flying boat's light shield concealing them, they could only withdraw upon landing. Even if there were demonic beasts, they would not catch up. However, after they landed, he sensed something was wrong. The concentration of spiritual energy in this valley was significantly higher than that outside Qingzhou City, and in the crevices of the rocks he could even see a few withered stalks of first-level spiritual grass. Where the spiritual energy was abundant, demonic beasts would not be few. We leave in 2 hours. Wei Zisu suddenly spoke, her eyes still closed. Fly for a distance before noon. Chen An did not respond. He stood up, walked to the edge of the valley, and pulled out 4 fireball talismans from his storage bag, sticking 2 on the eastern rock wall and burying 2 in the northern crevices. The talismans faced down, the fuses facing up, secured by crushed stones at the corners. A simple alert array. It was triggered if a living being approached. The talismans would ignite spontaneously, creating a blaze. Wei Zisu opened her eyes, observing his actions, her brows furrowing, using fireball talismans for alerts. It's all I have in hand. Chen An brushed the dirt off his hands. 1 talisman burns out in 3 breaths, enough to wake us up. Wasteful. Life is worth more than talismans. Wei Zisu's lips twitched slightly as if she wanted to sneer but lacked the strength. She closed her eyes again, taking a pill from her storage ring, tossed it into her mouth, chewed a couple of times and swallowed it. Chen An returned to Lu Qingyu's side and sat down. Lu Qingyu opened her eyes, her gaze bright and not deeply asleep. Husband, are you not resting? I have rested. Chen An spread half of his outer robe over her legs. You sleep. Lu Qingyu did not refuse, leaning closer to him, gripping the hilt of her short sword, and closed her eyes again. The valley fell into silence. The wind whistled through the rock crevices, emitting a sharp sound. After half an incense stick of time, Chen An suddenly opened his eyes. Under the eastern rock wall something was moving. It was not the wind would not knock down the gravel. He placed his hand on his storage bag, remained silent, and transmitted his divine sense to Wei Zisu's ear. East side 20 Zheng, 2 of them. Wei Zisu opened her eyes, her pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Her divine sense spread out, and after 3 breaths her complexion turned even paler. Rock Armor Lizard. First level demonic beasts, 2 of them with tough skin and thick flesh. Fireball talismans won't pierce through. Can we fight? I have less than 20% of my spiritual energy left. Wei Zisu gritted her teeth. I can suppress them with my divine sense for at most 3 breaths. Chen An stood up, pulling out the feng shui sword from his storage bag. The sword was 3 feet long, its azure blade glimmering like water. He had bought it for 80 spirit stones in the black market of Qingzhou, a second-hand item of first-level quality. You protect her. Chen An said to Wei Zisu, I'll handle the lizards. You're a Qi refinement level 9 and you're going to fight 2 rock armor lizards. Their skin is harder than ore. With the sword. Chen An pushed off with his toes, charging toward the eastern rock wall. Wei Zisu gritted her teeth, standing up, and her divine sense coalesced into a force, pressing down toward the rock armor lizards. From the pile of gravel beneath the rock wall 2 gray shadows crawled out. The rock armor lizards were 6 feet long, covered in stone armor, with short thick limbs and claws that could dig into the rock. Their eyeballs were gray with vertical pupils, and their forked tongues dripped saliva onto the stone, sizzling and emitting white smoke. As Wei Zisu's divine sense pressed down, both rock armor lizards paused simultaneously, as if struck by an invisible hammer, whimpering as they lowered themselves. 3 breaths. Chen An arrived. The feng shui sword was crossed in front of his chest, spiritual energy flooding into the sword body, and the azure blade shimmered with a layer of water light. He stepped forward, the sword tip slashing diagonally, executing the first stance of the feng shui sword technique, breaking the flow. The sword light sliced through the neck armor gap of 1 rock armor lizard. The stone armor shattered, blood sprayed out, splattering against the rock wall. That lizard let out a tragic cry, its claws flailing, its head drooping as it twitched twice and lay still. The other rock armor lizard broke free from the divine sense suppression, its tail sweeping across, kicking up a storm of gravel as it smashed toward Chen An's waist.
Chen An did not retreat.
With the Qitong Duan Gugong in operation, his physical strength was 30% harder than that of other cultivators at the same level, allowing him to take the hit from that tail. With a loud bang, gravel flew everywhere and his body swayed slightly but did not fall. A dull pain shot through his left shoulder, but the bone was unbroken. He countered with a sword, executing the second stance of the feng shui sword technique, splitting the waves. The sword tip pierced through the belly armor gap of the rock armor lizard, tearing open its soft underbelly, and its innards spilled out. That lizard let out a howl, its four claws upturned, flipping over onto the ground, its tail twitching twice before becoming still.
5 breaths.
Both rock armor lizards lay defeated. Chen An stood among the lizard corpses, catching his breath, and looked down at his left shoulder. His outer robe was torn, his flesh bruised and blood seeped out, but his bone was unharmed. Wei Zisu supported herself against the rock wall, beads of sweat covering her forehead. A burst of divine sense suppression had drained another 10% of her spiritual energy. Her legs felt weak and she nearly sank to her knees.
You.
She looked at Chen An, her voice hoarse. Did your sword technique reach perfection?
Yes.
Chen An shook off the blood from the sword and walked back to Lu Qingyu's side. Lu Qingyue did not run away, standing in place with her short sword crossed in front of her chest, her knuckles turning white.
Husband.
Her voice was soft but steady.
It's fine.
Chen An inserted the feng shui sword back into his storage bag. 2 first-level demonic beasts are not worth running away from. Wei Zisu leaned against the rock wall, sliding down to sit, pulling out a liang grass from her storage ring and stuffing it into her mouth. The juice of the grass was pungent and burned, causing her to frown, but the coldness in her meridians receded somewhat. She looked at Chen An's back, her gaze lingering for a moment on the storage bag at his waist. She withdrew her gaze, remaining silent, but her ears felt warm for a moment. Chen An remained oblivious. He was inspecting the lizard corpses, reaching into the belly of one lizard that had not been gutted, retrieving a demon core the size of a fingernail, gray and worthless but better than nothing.
Take it.
He tossed the demon core to Wei Zisu for alchemy use. Wei Zisu caught it, glanced at it, and tossed it into her storage ring. First-level demon core, too many impurities, it won't produce anything good.
Still take it.
Chen An stood up, gazing toward the east. The sun has risen, we leave in 2 hours. Lu Qingyue walked to his side, pulling out the coarse cloth handkerchief from her bosom to wipe the blood from his left shoulder. The edges of the handkerchief were worn, having absorbed blood, darkening in color.
Husband, does it hurt? Not at all.
Chen An looked at her hand, not shying away. You rest well, still need to fly in the afternoon. Lu Qingyue lowered her head, neatly folding the blood-stained handkerchief and tucking it back into her bosom. She did not ask again, walking to the corner of the valley, sitting down with her short sword, her eyes wide open, gazing at the lizard carcasses in the east. Wei Zisu closed her eyes again, yet her divine sense could not spread out. Her spiritual energy was depleted, her divine sense resembling a kite with a severed string retracting into her sea of consciousness. She could only rely on her ears to listen. The sound of the wind, Lu Qingyu's breathing, and the rustling of Chen An's clothes as he moved. And the stench of blood from the rock armor lizards and from Chen An mingling together, dispersed by the morning breeze.
2 hours later, the flying boat ascended once more.
Wei Zisu stood at the bow, her spiritual energy restored to less than 30%, but enough for a short flight. Chen An sat at the stern, activating the Lianqi Huanqing technique, suppressing his presence to the lowest possible level. Lu Qingyue sat in the middle, gripping the boat's railing, her knuckles turning white, but she did not make a sound. The flying boat passed over Misty Mountain, drifting southward. In the valley, the corpses of 2 rock armor lizards lay among the gravel, their blood seeping into the stone crevices, attracting a few corpse bone crows that circled in the low sky. On the flying boat, Wei Zisu suddenly spoke, her voice very soft, as if she were speaking to herself. Why did you save me?
Chen An opened his eyes. What?
The Cold Crow Valley.
Wei Zisu did not turn back. You could have walked away on your own.
Chen An fell silent for a moment. Lu Qingyue sat in the middle, gripping the boat's railing, her ears perked up. I took your pill formula.
Chen An replied. The transaction is not complete yet.
Transaction. Wei Zisu's lips twitched slightly. For a transaction, are you willing to risk your life?
Life is important.
Chen An replied, but credibility is more important than life. If I take something and don't fulfill my side of the deal, who will do business with me in the future?
Wei Zisu remained silent.
The flying boat passed over a cloud, sunlight spilling through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating her face. She squinted, gazing at the skyline in the south.
People like you. She paused. I have never seen in the Hahuan sect.
Does the Hahuan sect not value credibility?
The Hahuan sect does not value this.
Wei Zisu's voice lowered. The Hahuan sect values power, background, and who has a strong backing.
People like you.
Drawing talismans in a slum, valuing credibility, trading and saying life is worth more than talismans. She did not finish her sentence, shaking her head.
Chen An did not respond.
He closed his eyes, activating the Lianqi Huanqing technique, suppressing his presence to the lowest level. Lu Qingyue sat in the middle, gripping the boat's railing, her knuckles turning white. She did not understand the matters of the cultivation sex, but she understood one thing: Wei Zaisa's gaze toward Chen An had changed. It was no longer the gaze of a lifesaver nor that of a transaction partner.
It was the gaze of someone
she had never seen before. The flying boat drifted forward another 20 miles. Wei Zisa suddenly pulled something out of her storage ring and tossed it to Chen An.
Chen An caught it.
It was a jade slip, blue in color, engraved with intricate runes.
What is this? The complete version of the Qianxi Lian Shenju. Wei Zisu replied, not a fragment. Chen An was taken aback.
The Qianxi Lian Shenju he held was a fragment 20,100, beginner only, allowing cultivation up to the qi refinement stage.
The complete version. Why are you giving it to me? Transaction.
Wei Zisa said, you saved me twice, this is an advance payment. Once the poison is cleared, there will also be the complete version of the Yin Yang Huayu Ju.
Chen An held the jade slip, remaining silent.
Lu Qingyue sat in the middle, looking at the jade slip, then at Wei Zisa's back. Suddenly Lu Qingyue spoke up.
Wei Zisu turned to look at her. You don't seem to hate my husband as much anymore.
Wei Zisa's face instantly flushed, turning red from her ears to her neck. She opened her mouth to refute, but no words came out. I didn't, she managed to say halfway before stopping. Lu Qingyue smiled slightly, not a bitter smile but a warm one, like kanji simmering on the stove. Wei Senior, my husband is a good person. But he is also a fool, not understanding a woman's heart. If you have something to say, you must speak directly. Wei Zisa's face turned even redder. She turned her back to the two, her voice tight-eye. I just don't want to owe anyone a favor.
Whom? Lu Qingyue nodded, I understand.
The flying boat fell silent. Chen An held the jade slip, glancing at Wei Zisa's back, then at Lu Qingyue's profile. Suddenly he felt that this escape might be more complicated than he had imagined. As dawn broke, the flying boat landed on the slope of a desolate mountain. Wei Zisa's complexion was pale and beads of fine sweat had formed on her forehead. After 3 hours of flying the artifact, she had drained more than half of her spiritual energy. Rest for 2 hours. She stored the flying boat leaning against a rock. Well, leave at noon. Chen An found a sheltered valley and had Lu Qingyue sit down. Wei Zisa took a pill from her storage ring and handed it to Lu Qingyue. Take it. 1 pill lasts for 3 days. Lu Qingyue accepted the pill, glancing at it before putting it in her mouth. As the pill dissolved, a faint herbal fragrance filled her senses and her hunger faded. Chen An leaned against a rock, watching the fish belly white rise in the sky.
2 or 3 months. 30,000 miles. The Hahuan sex pursuit team was behind them and Yunjiao was ahead.
He closed his eyes, wrapping his outer robe tighter. The valley was very quiet, with only the sound of the wind. As the flying boat soared over the ridge, Wei Zisa swayed slightly. She stood at the bow, her green attire clinging tightly to her back in the night breeze. 3 days ago she could fly for 3 hours using her artifact, but now she could barely stand. The bone-cleansing poison had been mostly suppressed by the fierce sun grass, yet the remnants of its coldness lingered in her meridians, causing her spiritual energy to flow sluggishly, leading to far greater consumption of the flying boat than she had anticipated.
How much longer can we hold on?
Chen An sat at the stern, activating the breath-concealing illusion technique. 1 hour. Wei Zisu gritted her teeth. After we pass the Xia Valley, there's a desolate mountain ahead where we can land.
Chen An remained silent. The moon hung low in the west, and in another hour dawn would break.
After daylight, the flying boat's protective shield would be even more conspicuous in the sunlight. The flying boat glided another 20 miles forward. Suddenly Wei Zisu let out a soft groan and propped herself against the boat's railing. The coldness in her meridians surged and her spiritual power faltered, causing the energy she had infused into the flying boat to be cut off midway. The protective shield flickered twice before dimming. The flying boat plummeted sharply like a stone falling to the ground. Chen An leaped from the stern to the bow, slapping his storage pouch at his waist to retrieve the last 300 low-grade spirit stones and slamming them into the bow's recess. With the spirit stones embedded, the protective shield reignited, but the descent did not halt.
Qingyue, get down.
Lu Qingyue pressed her entire body against the bottom of the boat. Chen An placed one hand on the spirit stones, channeling his true energy into them. Though he was not at the foundation establishment stage, his effort to urge the flying boat was inefficient, but it was better than nothing.
50 zhang. 30 zhang. 10 zhang. The flying boat crashed into the canopy and the sound of snapping branches echoed like a cacophony.
The protective shield extinguished and the flying boat became wedged between two thick branches. Chen An grabbed Wei Zissou by the waist with one hand and wrapped his other arm around Lu Qingyue before jumping off the boat.
3 zhang high.
Chen An activated his red copper body forging technique, bending his knees to absorb the impact as his feet sank into the layer of decaying leaves. He did not let go and both women were unharmed.
Are you all right? Chen An lowered them down.
Wei Zissou's face was pale, her lips a faint purple, but it was not as severe as when the poison had first acted up. She sat cross-legged, circulating her technique, and after 3 breaths opened her eyes. I've exhausted my spiritual energy.
Chen An looked around.
The sky was dimly lit and the eastern ridge glimmered with a fish belly white. They had landed in an old forest with the sound of a stream flowing in the distance. Xia Valley, Wei Zissou said. I remember this place. There's a small market for wandering cultivators at the valley's bottom, not large.
Chen An picked her up with Lu Qingyue following behind.
After walking for a quarter of an hour along the sound of the stream, they came to a clear view. A small river wound through the valley, flanked by dozens of wooden and stone houses with smoke curling upwards.
Xia Market.
It was much smaller than Xinzhou Market, with no city walls and no formations.
Chen An did not enter the market.
He found a sheltered hollow at the forest's edge where the rocks were uneven and vines obscured the view. He set Wei Zissou down and took out a second-tier formation plate to set up a concealment array around them.
I'll go to the market, Chen An said. What do you need?
Wei Zissou leaned against the rocks, circulating her technique to recover her spiritual energy. Qi recovery pills, as many as possible. The bone-cleansing poison has been suppressed, but my meridians are damaged and my spiritual energy recovers slowly. With Qi recovery pills I can restore to the threshold of foundation establishment in 3 days, and then I can continue to ride the boat.
What else? Fierce sun grass.
She paused. Prepare some more. Although the poison has been suppressed, the remaining coldness needs to be cleared periodically.
Chen An nodded.
He had spent all the spirit stones from his storage pouch on the flying boat, leaving his pockets empty. To buy supplies he first needed to sell talismans for spirit stones. He took out an old grey Taoist robe, ruffled his hair, smeared mud on his face, activated the breath-concealing illusion technique, suppressing his presence to the 5th level of Qi refining, and slipped into the market. Xia Market had only one dirt road ending at a stone house with a tattered wooden sign reading, Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Chen An walked in where a plump shopkeeper sat behind the counter at the 7th level of Qi refining. Sell first, then buy. Chen An took out 20 superior explosive flame talismans and 10 superior lightning strike talismans, slamming them on the counter. The plump shopkeeper checked them one by one. Each explosive flame talisman is 8 pieces and each lightning strike talisman is 12 pieces. A total of 320 pieces. Chen An received the spirit stones, then said, I want to buy 3 bottles of Qi recovery pills, 5 stalks of fierce sungrass, 2 bottles of grain avoidance pills, and materials for the concealment array and gathering spirit array. The plump shopkeeper retrieved the goods from the shelves. 90 pieces for Qi recovery pills, 100 pieces for fierce sungrass, 40 pieces for grain avoidance pills, and 80 pieces for array materials. A total of 310 pieces. Chen An paid with the spirit stones, leaving him with 10 pieces as he turned to leave Gathering Treasure Pavilion.
Night had fallen. Chen An walked along the dirt road, activating the breath-concealing illusion technique.
As he reached the edge of the market, he heard footsteps behind him.
3 people approached in a fan-like formation.
A sweep of divine sense revealed their level 6th layer, 7th layer, and 5th layer of Qi refining.
Robbers. Friend, lend me some spirit stones to spend. I only have 10 left. You'll know once you search me.
The 3 lunged at him simultaneously.
Chen An sidestepped, throwing out 3 explosive flame talismans, triggering the true energy within them. Boom.
The one on the left at the 5th layer of Qi refining was blown away and died on the spot. The one in the middle at the 6th layer was flipped over by the shockwave, and Chen An unsheathed his water-splitting sword, slicing across his throat. The one on the right at the 7th layer of Qi refining turned to run. Chen An threw out a lightning strike talisman and lightning struck down, causing the man to fall to the ground unmoving. In 3 breaths all were down. Chen An searched the 3 storage bags, finding 180 low-grade spirit stones, discarding the miscellaneous items. His pocket went from 10 pieces to 190 pieces. He circled around to confirm no one was following before returning to the hollow. Lu Qingyue stood guard beside Wei Zissou. Chen An handed over the Qi recovery pills and fierce sungrass. Wei Zissou took 1 Qi recovery pill and chewed half a stalk of fierce sungrass, then began to sit in meditation to recover. Chen An walked to the edge of the hollow, taking out 4 fireball talismans, sticking 2 to the rock wall and burying the other 2 in the stone crevices. A simple alert array.
He summoned the panel. Host Chen An. Lifespan 38,120. Spiritual roots low-grade fire wood earth. Cultivation chi refining 9th layer 010000. Dual cultivation points 30. Techniques Jingmu Flame Art Perfected Red Copper Body Forging Technique 60100 Beginner Yin Yang Rain Transformation Technique 80,100 Beginner Fragment of the Thousand Threads Refining Spirit Technique 20,100 Beginner Spells Fireball Technique Perfected Gentle Wind Technique Perfected Water Splitting Sword Technique Perfected Breath Concealing Illusion Technique 85,100 Beginner Skills Cleansing Talisman Perfected Lightning Strike Talisman Perfected Explosive Flame Talisman Perfected Fragment of the Minor 5 Thunder Exorcism Talisman 0500 Not Beginner Second Tier Low Grade Array 200,200 Proficient 30 points. Chen An pondered adding 15 points to the Red Copper Body Forging Technique, pushing it to 75,100. He saved the remaining 15 points. He closed his eyes, leaning against the rock. The hollow fell silent, only the sound of the wind and Wei Zis's steady breathing could be heard. 3 days. In 3 days Wei Zisu would recover and they could continue on. The first day. Chen An squatted beside the flying boat, gripping a palm-sized piece of jade, inscribing runes with the water sword. Each line had to be precise, even a slight error would ruin the formation. The flying boat was stuck in the treetops and the protective shield had long since extinguished. Chen An spent 2 hours getting the boat down, dragging it to a clearing in the mountain hollow. The spirit stone in the boat's front groove was depleted, turning gray-white, and he pried it out and discarded it. Add the formations, Chen An said without looking up, the concealment formation and the spirit gathering formation. The original flying boat only had a protective shield and lacked a concealment function, making it easy to be detected by divine sense from the air. Wei Zisu remained silent, watching Chen An's fingers, rough steady as the sword tip glided over the jade. In the Qingzhou market, formation masters charged several hundred spirit stones to inscribe a formation plate. Yet here was Chen An squatting on the ground using a flying sword as a carving knife. Lu Qingyue sat nearby, gripping a short sword, her eyes scanning the surrounding forest. She didn't understand formations but knew what Chen An was doing, making the flying boat safer and allowing them to escape further. Chen An embedded the jade into the groove at the bottom of the boat and took out a piece of fire copper to continue inscribing. The fire copper was harder than jade, making the carving more laborious, causing beads of fine sweat to form on his forehead. By evening the 2 formations were completed. Chen An took out 10 low-grade spirit stones and placed them in the reserve groove, infusing his true qi to test. A blue light flashed from the bottom of the flying boat as the concealment formation activated, appearing like an ordinary stone from a distance. Then a red light flickered and the spirit gathering formation commenced, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to slowly converge 3 times faster than natural recovery. It's done. Chen An stood up and brushed the dust off his hands. Wei Zisu looked at him, pausing for a moment on his face before looking away. Are you proficient in second-tier formations? Yes. Who exactly are you? 9 layers of qi refining formations talismans. Chen An packed the materials into his storage bag. I'm just someone from the slums who draws talismans. Wei Zis's lips twitched slightly, but she didn't ask further, closing her eyes to continue recovering. At night the 3 of them squeezed into the flying boat. The boat was about 10 feet long and 3 feet wide, making it cramped for 3 people. Chen An lay at the back of the boat, Lu Qingyue in the middle and Wei Zisu at the front. Lu Qingyue turned her back to Chen An, her body tense. Wei Zisu faced the front of the boat, eyes closed, breathing evenly, yet her ears were perked up. It was very quiet in the mountain hollow, only the sounds of insects chirping. The next day Chen An opened his eyes as dawn broke. He sat up. Lu Qingyue was still asleep while Wei Zisu had already awakened, sitting cross-legged at the front with her back to them. How is your recovery today? Chen An asked. 60%, Wei Zisu replied without turning. With another day I should be fully restored. Chen An took out a food restriction pill, handed one to Lu Qingyue and ate one himself. There was nothing to do during the day. Chen An inscribed a few fireball talismans for backup. Lu Qingyue gathered some wild fruits from the forest, washed them in the stream and placed them on the flying boat. Wei Zisu sat down to recover, slowly drawing spiritual energy back into her meridians. In the evening Chen An glanced at Lu Qingyue. She had her head down, gripping the hem of her clothes, her ears flushed. Qingyue, Chen An called softly. Come here. Lu Qingyue stood up and walked to Chen An's side. He took her hand and led her behind the bushes next to the flying boat. The bushes were not tall but could block their view. Wei Zisu turned her back to them, eyes closed, but her ears were perked up. She heard the sound of fabric rustling and Lu Qingyue's suppressed breaths. Her face gradually flushed, turning red from the roots of her ears to her neck, her fingers digging into the wood grain of the flying boat. Once. Twice. Thrice. Lu Qingyu's body softened in Chen An's embrace, her face buried in his chest, unable to make a sound. Chen An held her, circulating his true qi, the warm flow of the yin-yang rain transformation technique circulating between them. Wei Zissou gritted her teeth, operating her technique, trying to focus her attention on the spiritual energy within her meridians. But those sounds were like insects drilling into her ears, which she couldn't shake off. After 3 times, Chen An emerged from behind the bushes with Lu Qingyu in his arms. Lu Qingyu's face was like a ripe apple, her hair disheveled. She lowered her head and crawled back into the flying boat, turning her back to the two. Chen An walked to the side of the boat, leaning against a tree trunk, summoning the panel. 30 points. 3 times of dual cultivation, 10 points each time. After thinking, he added 15 points to the red copper body refining technique, pushing it to 90,100. Only 10 points to mastery. He poured in the remaining 15 points, directly pushing it to 100,100. Red copper body refining technique 100100 mastery. The strength of his physical body surged and faint cracking sounds echoed from his bones. Chen An clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking. His physical body was comparable to a medium-grade magic tool. Wei Zissou finally turned her head, her gaze complicated. Do you do this every day? Not every day. Chen An closed his eyes, her body can't handle it. Wei Zissou said nothing, her lips pressed into a line. The mountain hollow quieted down, only the sound of the wind. On the 3rd day, Wei Zissou opened her eyes, a flash of blue light passing through her pupils. She stood up, moving her hands and feet. The spiritual energy flowed smoothly through her meridians. Although she hadn't fully recovered, piloting the boat was no problem. We can go now, she said. Chen An nodded, retrieving spirit stones from his storage bag and placing them in the boat's groove. 100 low-grade spirit stones made up most of his possessions. As the spirit stones embedded, the protective shield of the flying boat lit up, and both the concealment formation and the spirit gathering formation activated simultaneously. Get on board. Wei Zissou leaped onto the flying boat, standing at the front. Chen An helped Lu Qingyu onto the flying boat. Lu Qingyu sat in the middle, gripping the boat's railing, her knuckles turning white. She had not yet recovered from yesterday's embarrassment and dared not look at Wei Zissou. The flying boat slowly ascended, enveloping the 3 of them, and the protective shield appearing from a distance like a blurry shadow. Wei Zissou formed a hand seal and the flying boat glided over the mountain hollow, drifting south. Chen An sat at the back of the boat, summoning the panel. Host Chen An lifespan 38120 spiritual root low-grade firewood earth cultivation chi refining 9th layer 010000 dual cultivation points 5 techniques Qingmu flame technique perfection red copper body refining technique 100100 mastery yin yang rain transformation technique 80,100 entry fragment of Qianxi refining spirit technique 20100 entry spells fireball technique perfection gentle wind technique perfection water sword technique perfection breath concealment illusion technique 85100 entry skills cleansing talismans perfection thunderfall talismans perfection explosive flame talismans perfection fragment of lesser 5 thunder exorcism talismans 0500 not initiated second tier low grade formations 200200 mastery. The flying boat crossed the twilight moon valley, drifting south. Wei Zissou stood at the front of the boat, her divine sense spreading out, alert to the surroundings. Suddenly her brow furrowed, her gaze falling on a patch of forest below. There's someone there. Her voice lowered, 3 of them in the late stage of qi refining hiding in the woods. Chen An pressed his hand on his storage bag. Are they coming for us? Doesn't seem like it. Wei Zissou shook her head. They're lying in wait for others. Chen An said nothing. Below in the forest 3 shadowy figures crouched behind the bushes, gripping magic tools, their eyes fixated on the dirt path. Robbers waiting for prey. Go around them. Wei Zissou steered the boat, turning it westward. The concealment formation activated and the robbers below failed to notice the flying boat passing overhead. Chen An leaned against the back of the boat, closing his eyes. 3 days of rest, the flying boat reinforced, and Wei Zissou recovering. But ahead lay 30,000 miles and the net of the Hahuan sect still loomed. He opened his eyes, gazing at the southern horizon. The road ahead is still long. The flying boat continued its journey for 5 days. The gathering spirit array operated and the spiritual energy gradually converged around them. Wei Zissou stood at the bow, finding the consumption of spiritual power to be 30% less than expected. She did not need to land frequently to recover every day, she only needed to meditate for 2 hours to maintain the flying boat's operation. Chen An sat at the stern, using the breath concealment illusion technique to minimize his presence. Lu Qingyu sat in the middle, her fingers gripping the boat's railing, her knuckles turning white. After 5 days of travel, she had grown accustomed to the sensation of being 3 feet off the ground, but looking down still caused her stomach to tighten. Let's find a place to land tonight. Wei Zissou suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse.
Continuous flight has drained our spiritual power. If we fly any longer, our meridians will be damaged.
Chen An nodded.
He looked around. Below was a vast expanse of rugged mountains, dense forests and rolling hills. He pointed to a hollow in the mountains, saying, "There. It is sheltered from the wind and concealed." Wei Zisu turned the boat's bow and the flying boat slowly descended. The concealment array activated, making the boat appear like an ordinary stone landing behind the bushes in the hollow.
The three of them disembarked from the flying boat.
Chen An took out 4 fireball talismans, sticking them to the surrounding rock walls as a simple warning array. Lu Qingyue found a flat stone to sit on and took a pill from her storage bag, chewing on it.
"I'll keep watch for the first half of the night."
Chen An said. Wei Zisu can recover and Qingyue can sleep.
Wei Zisu did not object.
She sat cross-legged beside the flying boat, closed her eyes, and the gathering spirit array continued to operate with the spiritual energy flowing into her meridians.
The night was deep.
In the hollow there was only the sound of the wind and the occasional distant howl of wolves. Chen An leaned against a rock, gripping the water separation sword, his eyes half open. His divine sense spread out, covering a radius of 50 yards. The fireball talismans of the warning array were stuck to the rock wall. If any living creature approached, the talismans would ignite as a warning. At the time of the rat, Chen An suddenly opened his eyes.
3 miles below there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy.
It was not a beast but cultivators.
5 auras, with one particularly strong in the foundation establishment stage.
He conveyed his voice into Wei Zisu's ear using his divine sense. "There are people.
5 of them led by a foundation establishment cultivator coming this way."
Wei Zisu's eyes widened, suddenly her pupils constricting to pinpoints. She spread her divine sense and after 3 breaths her expression changed. "Blood-seeking rats. I can smell that foul odor."
Chen An also detected it.
A fishy sweet scent wafted up from below, reminiscent of decaying flesh mixed with herbal fragrance.
Blood-seeking rats, tracking beasts raised by the Hahuan sect, specifically follow blood qi. Blood qi.
Chen An looked down at his hand. 5 days ago, when Wei Zisu's poison acted up, he had turned his back to her, getting black blood on his hands. He had wiped it with a regular cleaning talisman, but it had not been thoroughly cleaned.
There was also blood on the flying boat.
Wei Zisu had spat black blood at the bow and he rinsed it with stream water without using a great perfection cleaning talisman.
"It's my fault." Chen An's voice was cold. "I forgot to use the cleaning talisman."
Wei Zisu looked at him, silent. The fishy sweet scent of the blood-seeking rats grew stronger. Below, the 5 cultivators were approaching the hollow, their speed unhurried but their direction clear.
"I'll go down and kill them." Wei Zisu stood up, her palm pressed against the flying boat.
"In the foundation establishment stage I can fight now."
"Sit down." Chen An did not look up.
"If you go down they will know someone is up here."
Blood-seeking rats track blood qi, not spiritual energy.
He took out a cleaning talisman from his storage bag. Not an ordinary one but a great perfection cleaning talisman.
The runes on the talisman glowed with a faint blue light. "Strip," Chen An said. Wei Zisu was taken aback. "What? There is blood qi on your clothes." Chen An was already starting to remove his outer robe.
"Take it all off. The cleaning talisman needs to make direct contact with the skin."
Wei Zisu's ears turned red.
But as the scent of the blood-seeking rats grew closer, she gritted her teeth, undid the belt of her blue outfit and threw her outer robe onto the ground. Underneath she was left with only a thin white undergarment clinging to her body. Lu Qingyue also woke up. She did not ask any questions and directly removed her coarse cloth dress, leaving only the undergarment. Chen An piled his outer robe and Lu Qingyue's dress together, then marked the bloodstains on the flying boat with his divine sense. He held the great perfection cleaning talisman, infusing it with true energy. The talisman disintegrated and a layer of blue light enveloped the 3 of them like a fine rain falling upon them. Chen An felt every trace of blood qi on his skin being stripped away, dissipating into black smoke. A faint gray mist flashed across Lu Qingyue's skin, residual toxic blood that had adhered earlier. Gray mist also floated away from Wei Zisu's inner garment. She looked down, her face turning pale. The light of the cleaning talisman spread to the flying boat, covering the black bloodstains at the bow with blue light sizzling as they turned into wisps of black smoke and completely vanished. After 3 breaths the blue light extinguished. Chen An put his outer robe back on and Lu Qingyue also donned her dress. Wei Zisu pulled her blue outfit back on, pausing for a moment on the belt, her ears still red. Below, the cries of the blood-seeking rats suddenly changed. From excited squeaks they turned into confused whimpers like hunting dogs that had lost their target.
"The blood qi is gone." Chen An's divine sense swept down. "The blood-seeking rats are spinning in place."
The 5 cultivators stopped 50 yards from the hollow. The Foundation establishment cultivator leading them was a tall thin man in a grey robe with a Hahuan sect token hanging at his waist. He was gripping an iron chain at the end of which was a 3-foot-long red-haired rat, its nose twitching ice blood red.
"What's going on?"
The tall man frowned. "It was just pointing this way." The blood-seeking rat sniffed around on the ground, its nose twitching more vigorously, but it could not find the direction. The blood chi had vanished as if someone had forcefully erased it from the air. "Search!" The tall man waved his hand and the 4 latest chi refinement disciples spread out heading toward the hollow. Chen An pressed his hand against his storage bag. He conveyed his voice to Wei Zis's ear with his divine sense. 4 latest chi refinement cultivators are coming this way.
"Can the concealment array fool them?"
"It can." Wei Zis's voice was very soft. "But that Foundation establishment cultivator has divine sense that reaches 20 miles. We are 50 miles from him on the edge."
"Don't move," Chen An instructed. "Breathe concealment illusion technique, operate it to the utmost."
The 3 of them sat beside the flying boat, suppressing their presence to the lowest.
Chen An's presence was like a rock, Lu Qingyue like a fallen leaf, and Wei Zisu like a withered branch.
The concealment array operated and the boat's shield enveloped the 3 of them, appearing from a distance as just an ordinary rock. The 4 latest chi refinement disciples reached the edge of the hollow, circling through the bushes. One of them was only 10 feet away from Chen and gripping a talisman sword, his eyes scanning back and forth. Chen An's fingers pressed against the handle of the water separation sword. He did not draw it.
He watched that disciple, his pupils constricting to pinpoints.
The disciple circled the hollow 3 times but noticed nothing unusual and turned to leave. The 4 disciples regrouped and shook their heads at the tall man, nothing found. The tall man frowned, looking down at the blood-seeking rat.
The rat was still sniffing around on the ground, but its direction was erratic, twitching east and west, completely lost.
"Let's go."
He retracted the iron chain.
"The blood chi has been cut off. The person is no longer in this area.
Let's search to the east."
The 5 cultivators turned and left, their footsteps gradually fading into the night.
Chen An remained still.
He spread his divine sense, confirming that the 5 had walked more than 10 miles away before releasing his grip on the sword hilt, his palms covered in sweat. Wei Zisu leaned against the flying boat, a thin layer of sweat beading on her forehead. She looked at Chen and her expression complexed. "The cleaning talisman.
Can it erase blood chi?"
"It can."
Chen An put the remaining cleaning talismans back into his storage bag.
Wei Zis's lips moved slightly. It was not a smile but rather self-mockery.
"Details determine life and death, you taught me that." Chen An said nothing.
He stood up, walked to the side of the flying boat and examined the bloodstains at the bow. The Great Perfection cleaning talisman had wiped away the last trace of blood chi, leaving the wood's surface smooth and new. Even the signs of corrosion faded. Lu Qingyue sat on a stone, gripping her short sword, her knuckles turning white. She had not spoken earlier, but her heart was racing, almost bursting from her throat.
"Husband."
Her voice was very soft. Chen An turned to look at her. Lu Qingyue lowered her head, tightening her coarsecloth dress, her fingers rubbing the hilt of the short sword. She did not understand the ways of cultivation, but she knew how perilous the situation had just been. He sat down again, leaning against the flying boat, closing his eyes. His divine sense spread out, covering a radius of 10 miles with the fireball talismans of the warning array stuck to the rock wall like 4 red eyes. Wei Zisu resumed her meditation, but her eyes remained open. She watched Chen An's profile as he neatly stacked the cleaning talismans, placing them into his storage bag, his movements slow and steady.
"Who exactly are you?" she asked again, her voice even softer than before. Chen An did not open his eyes. "I'm just a talisman painter from the slums."
Wei Zisu did not press further. She closed her eyes, feeling the spiritual energy circulating in her meridians. The light of the gathering spirit array flickered at the bottom of the flying boat like a beating heart. The hollow grew quiet with only the sound of the wind. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The eastern horizon brightened with the dawn of a new day.
"Let's go,"
he said. "Continue flying." Wei Zisu opened her eyes, stood up and stretched her limbs. She leaped onto the flying boat, standing at the bow, channeling her spiritual power as the boat slowly ascended.
Chen An helped Lu Qingyue onto the flying boat.
Lu Qingyue sat in the middle, gripping the boat's railing, her knuckles turning white, but she did not tremble. The flying boat passed over the hollow, drifting southward. The concealment array activated, wrapping the boat in a shield that from the ground looked like a blur of clouds.
Chen An sat at the stern, watching the forest below.
As the flying boat traversed a marsh, the light of the gathering spirit formation dimmed slightly. Wei Zisu furrowed her brow. The surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly sparse, the air thick with the scent of decaying grass. The water in the marsh turned dark with occasional bubbles rising and bursting, releasing a fishy odor. The spiritual energy has been cut off. There are natural restrictions beneath the marsh preventing the gathering spirit formation from drawing in energy. I can push through. But beyond the marsh, how much energy remains is uncertain. Wei Zis's voice was hoarse, her lips slightly pale. The flying boat drifted forward for another 2 hours. After the gathering spirit formation failed, she relied solely on her own spiritual power, which had doubled in consumption. Chen An noticed her fingers gripping the boat's railing tightly, her knuckles turning white. It was not a lack of spiritual energy, it was poison. Land it. I can still hold on, land it. Wei Zisu gritted her teeth, turned the boat's head and descended onto a patch of dry land at the marsh's edge. As soon as she landed, her body swayed slightly. She braced herself against the railing with one hand while pressing the other against her abdomen. Chen An supported her. As he touched her wrist, a chill surged upwards through his fingertips. The lingering cold of the bone-corroding poison previously suppressed by the blazing sun grass now retaliated without external spiritual energy to assist. Sit down. Chen An pressed her against the side of the flying boat, taking out the blazing sungrass and placing it in her hand. Wei Zisu chewed a couple of times. The juice was pungent. After a stick of incense passed, her complexion did not improve. Her lips were pale and cold sweat trickled down her forehead. The blazing sungrass only suppressed the surface. The cold had already seeped deep into her meridians. The recovery pill is ineffective. Chen An said, the cold is blocking the meridians. The spiritual energy needs to be channeled from within. Wei Zisu opened her eyes. How do we channel it? Dual cultivation. The moment those 2 words fell, the air became still. Wei Zisu stared at him, silent. Lu Qingyue, sitting beside the flying boat, dropped her short sword with a clatter onto the stone. She quickly picked it up, her head lowered, her ears flushed red. Chen An did not beat around the bush. With the yin-yang transformation rain technique during dual cultivation, the spiritual energy can circulate between the two of us. My energy enters your meridians to cleanse the cold. No way. Wei Zis's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. There is no other way. I said no. She braced herself to stand, her lips pale, her gaze as hard as stone. I can endure the bone-corroding poison myself. Chen An did not persuade her. He turned and walked toward Lu Qingyue. Lu Qingyue sat on a stone beside the flying boat, her coarse skirt dusted with grass. She had heard the entire conversation but did not raise her head, her fingers rubbing back and forth on the short sword's handle, her ears still flushed. Qingyue. She is stubborn. Her body cannot hold on. Lu Qingyue lifted her head, her eyes bright like those of Immortal. She glanced at Chen and then at Wei Zisu. Wei Zisu leaned against the flying boat, her face pale as paper, her lips purplish, yet her chin was held high. Not looking this way. Husband. Lu Qingyue's voice was barely audible. Does she not wish to? It's not that she does not wish to. She feels indebted. Lu Qingyue lowered her head, remaining silent for a while. She was not foolish. The flying boat was small and the relationship between the three of them had long been unclear. Wei Zisu maintained a cold front, but Lu Qingyue observed the gaze Wei Zisu cast at Chen An, noting everything. I will go talk to her. She stood up and walked in front of Wei Zisu. The 2 women, one tall and one short, faced each other, one in foundation establishment, the other immortal, yet neither avoided the other's gaze. Senior Wei. Lu Qingyue opened her mouth. How many times has my husband saved you? Wei Zisu remained silent. Once in the Cold Crow Valley and once in the underground Dark River. I did not ask him to save me. He saved you. Lu Qingyue's voice was not loud, but each word was firmly planted. If you die now, it will be as if he saved you 3 times for nothing. Vain. I did not ask him to save me. He saved you. Lu Qingyue's voice was not loud, but each word was firmly planted. If you die now, it will be as if he saved you 3 times for nothing. If you truly do not want to owe him anything, then live. Only by living can you repay him. Wei Zis's lips moved, but no words came out. Lu Qingyue looked at her and suddenly smiled. It was not a bitter smile, but warm like porridge simmering on the stove. Senior Wei, I know the way you look at him. I am a woman too. Wei Zis's face flushed, suddenly turning red from her ears to her neck. She opened her mouth to retort but could not utter a single word. Survive. Lu Qingyue retracted her smile, grasping her hand, a mortal's hand, warm, not tall but steady. Survive and I will call you sister. Wei Zisu stood frozen in place. Lu Qingyue turned back to the stone, sitting down with her back to the flying boat. She gripped the short sword tightly, her knuckles whitening but not shaking. Her ears were so red they seemed ready to bleed. I will keep watch. You two be quick. Chen An gazed at her back silent for a moment. When she said sister her voice was as soft as a falling leaf but it landed heavily. He approached Wei Zissou. Wei Zissou kept her head down, her expression unclear. After a long time she spoke, her voice hoarse. What kind of person is your wife?
Someone stronger than you.
Wei Zissou's lips twitched slightly but it was not a smile. She stood up, loosening her belt. Her blue-fitted robe slid down, revealing the inner garment. Her movements were slow, her fingers steady, but with each button undone her chin lifted a little higher. Under the moonlight her skin appeared nearly translucent with faint purplish veins visible along her collarbone. Chen An removed his outer robe and laid it on the ground. She did not look at him but lay down by herself. Her body felt cold, a chill from the poison's onset.
Endure it.
Wei Zissou gritted her teeth, remaining silent. As he entered she let out a muffled groan, her fingers digging into his back. The yin-yang transformation rain technique operated simultaneously, connecting their spiritual energies at the point of union. His spiritual energy entered her meridians and the cold retreated at the moment of contact. Her body slowly softened from its rigidity.
Mum.
A low moan escaped her throat, barely audible, yet in the small confines of the flying boat Lu Qingyue could not possibly miss it. Chen An glanced with his peripheral vision. Lu Qingyue faced away from them, her back straight, her ears flushed crimson, her fingers gripping the short sword handle until they turned white. The first round ended. Wei Zissou leaned her forehead against his shoulder, her breathing quickened. The cold in her meridians receded slightly.
There are 2 more times. The second round.
The spiritual energy penetrated deeper and the cold retreated even more. Wei Zissou gritted her teeth, but she could no longer suppress her moans, which intermittently slipped through her lips. She embarrassedly buried her face into his chest, her fingers sliding from his back to his waist, gripping tightly and then releasing. Her body felt soft and hot. Lu Qingyue sat on the stone, her head lowered, scratching the ground with her short sword.
Scratching back and forth, not knowing what she was marking.
Her ears were so red they seemed ready to burst. The third round commenced.
Chen An's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted and the circulation became sluggish.
Wei Zissou's body tensed and relaxed, her moans dragging out long, eventually turning into a soft sigh as she melted into his embrace. She was in foundation establishment with wide meridians, but the spiritual energy of a 9th layer qi refining was insufficient. The cold retreated only halfway before she could no longer push further. At the end he turned and lay beside her, his chest rising and falling violently. The spiritual energy was depleted. The mastery of the red copper body refining technique allowed his physical body to withstand the backlash, but the sense of weakness after exhausting spiritual energy could not be remedied by body cultivation.
Wei Zissou lay for a while before sitting up and dressing.
Her fingers did not cooperate well and she fastened the inner garment's buttons twice. She slipped into her blue-fitted robe, secured her belt and turned her back to him. Her face still flushed, not from the poison but from another kind of heat.
Chen An.
Once my poison clears I will repay what I owe you.
Chen An did not respond. He closed his eyes, summoning the interface. Dual cultivation points 35, 30 points. 3 times 10 points each.
Adding the previous 5 points, a total of 35 points was fully invested into the yin-yang transformation rain technique. Yin-yang transformation rain technique 80110 mastered. Dual cultivation points. 5 footsteps approached from behind. Lu Qingyue came over. She squatted beside Chen An, who took out a recovery pill from his storage bag and stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Qingyue's face was still flushed, her eyes unsure where to look. She glanced at him, then at Wei Zissou, lowered her head and pulled his hand over to rest on her knee. Her palm was slick with sweat.
Husband.
Her voice was as light as a mosquito.
Next time can you not let me face away? Chen An opened his eyes.
Lu Qingyue kept her head down, a hint of moisture on her lashes, but she was not crying.
All right.
She leaned against his shoulder and closed her eyes. After a while she suddenly whispered something. I said. She buried her face in his shoulder, her voice muffled. Does Sister Wei
hurt? Chen An paused for a moment.
On the other end of the flying boat Wei Zissou sat cross-legged, her ears twitching slightly.
Ask her yourself.
Lu Qingyue lifted her head from his shoulder and glanced at Wei Zissou. Wei Zissou was awake but her eyes were closed, pretending not to hear. The roots of her ears turned red again. Lu Qingyue bit her lip, stood up and walked over to Wei Zissou, squatting down. The two women were very close, able to hear each other's breaths.
Sister Wei.
Wei Zissou opened her eyes, looking at her. Lu Qingyue's face was still flushed, but her eyes were bright.
There are 3 recovery pills left. If it's not enough, let my husband buy more.
Wei Zissa looked at her lips moving slightly. A foundation establishment cultivator being called sister by Immortal girl cared for by Immortal girl asking does it hurt? She wanted to sneer to maintain her composure but could not manage a smile. It doesn't hurt. She said, her voice very soft as if surrendering to something. Lu Qingyue took out 3 recovery pills from her storage bag, placing them in Wei Zissa's palm. As she retracted her hand, her fingertips brushed against Wei Zissa's palm. Wei Zissa's hand was still cold while Lu Qingyue's hand was warm. Sister Wei, live on. Wei Zissa clenched her palm around the recovery pills, lowering her head. Lu Qingyue stood up, walked back to Chen An and sat down, leaning against his shoulder. The wind from the marsh blew and carrying the scent of decaying grass. On the other end of the flying boat, Wei Zissa closed her eyes, the medicinal power of the recovery pill dispersing in her meridians, warming her. An hour later, Chen An opened his eyes. The medicinal power of the recovery pill was spent and her spiritual energy had recovered to about 70 to 80%. Lu Qingyue had fallen asleep against his shoulder, her breathing shallow. Wei Zissa sat cross-legged at the side of the flying boat, facing away from the two. The light of the gathering spirit formation illuminated brightly and strands of spiritual energy flowed into her meridians. Let's go. Wei Zissa stood up and leaped onto the flying boat. Chen An gently shook Lu Qingyue awake, pulling her up. The flying boat ascended, crossing the marsh and flying toward the southeast. 2 hours later, green mountains appeared in the distance. The light of the gathering spirit formation shone brightly. Wei Zissa lowered the flying boat, activating the concealment formation. At night, the flying boat was cramped with 3 people. Lu Qingyue lay in the middle, Wei Zissa at the bow and Chen An at the stern. Lu Qingyue turned over, her arm brushing against Wei Zissa's hand. Her hand was still somewhat cold. Sister Wei. Will we still dual cultivate tomorrow? In the dark, Wei Zissa's face flushed slightly. Chen An closed his eyes, pretending not to hear. It depends on the poison situation. Wei Zissa's voice was tense. Oh. Lu Qingyue closed her eyes, then opened them again. Then tomorrow I will also keep watch. Wei Zissa remained silent. But after a while her hand moved slightly, gently brushing against Lu Qingyue's fingertip. Lu Qingyue did not open her eyes, but the corners of her mouth curved slightly. Chen An listened to the 2 women's breathing, closing his eyes. The journey was still long, but the path had been opened. The flying boat had been traveling for 3 days. Wei Zissa stood at the bow, her lips slightly pale. The half-formed chill from their last cultivation session had been suppressed for 3 days, but it began to seep into her meridians again. Chen An observed silently. Before nightfall he found a valley to land in, activating the concealment array. We'll cultivate together again tonight, Chen An said. Wei Zissa did not object. Lu Qingyue also remained silent. However, this time she did not walk away, instead she sat on a stone beside the flying boat, directly facing them. Gripping a short sword in her hand, her face flushed, but her eyes did not shy away. I'll keep watch, she said. Wei Zissa's fingers paused momentarily as she undid her belt. Lu Qingyue watched, unable to pretend as if no one was there like last time. Yet she simply sat there, her face turning crimson, the short sword resting across her knees, reflecting the moonlight. Chen An remained silent. He spread out a robe and Wei Zissa lay down, her movements slower than last time. With closed eyes, her eyelashes trembled. As she entered the trance, she bit her lip, not uttering a sound. But at the moment the spiritual energy flowed into her meridians, a muffled moan escaped her lips. The first round came to an end. Wei Zissa rested her forehead against his shoulder, panting. Suddenly she opened her eyes and glanced at Lu Qingyue. Lu Qingyue was looking at her, their gazes met and Lu Qingyue looked away first, her ears flushed. Don't look at me, Wei Zissa said, her voice muffled. You look beautiful, Chen An whispered, burying his face into Wei Zissa's bosom right after. A layer of red emerged from Wei Zissa's pale face as she turned her head, falling silent. The second round began. Wei Zissa's soft moans could no longer be suppressed, leaking out in intermittent bursts. Lu Qingyue's face was as red as burning charcoal, yet her eyes remained wide open. She watched as Wei Zissa's body transformed from rigid to soft, witnessing a foundation establishment cultivator turn into a puddle of softness in the embrace of a chi-refining 9th layer loose cultivator. The third round. Chen An had expended most of his spiritual energy, but after mastering the red copper bone tempering technique his body could endure better than before. Wei Zissa's moans turned into a soft sigh, her entire being going limp in his arms, eyes closed, breathing heavily. She was utterly exhausted. The spiritual energy replenishment during the foundation establishment stage consumed far more than at the chi refining stage. After 3 rounds she didn't even want to move her fingers. Lu Qingyue picked up the robe and draped it over her. Wei Zisu did not open her eyes, mumbling something indistinctly, unclear if it was pain or thank you. Before she could finish, she fell asleep. Lu Qingyue squatted beside her, gazing at her sleeping face. The pallor from the poison had faded somewhat, her cheeks had a hint of color, her lips slightly parted, and her breathing was steady. In her slumber she resembled an ordinary person rather than a foundation establishment cultivator. "Sister Wei is asleep," Lu Qingyue said softly. Chen An sat up and glanced at her. Lu Qingyue remained squatting, the moonlight illuminating her face, the shadows of her eyelashes falling on her cheeks. After mastering the red copper bone tempering technique, Chen An's body could still endure. He reached out and grasped her wrist. Lu Qingyue was momentarily startled, her face flushed from neck to earlobes. "Husband. You're not." "I still can." She lowered her head, not pulling away. Chen An pulled her closer, making her sit on his lap. Lu Qingyue's body was very soft, a softness of mortals, unlike Wei Zisu. Her breathing was shallow, her fingers clutching the hem of his clothing, not daring to look at him. "Qingyue. Do you want this?" She remained silent, nodding slightly, forehead resting against his chest. Chen An embraced her gently, slower than with Wei Zisu. She was mortal, her body couldn't withstand intensity. Lu Qingyue bit her lip, remaining silent, yet her fingers twisted his clothing into a bundle. At the end she buried her face in his shoulder, gasping for a while. "Husband," she said in a muffled voice. I am somewhat useful too." Chen An said nothing. He embraced her back, his palm resting against her back. A mortal's body temperature was not high but steady. Lu Qingyue slid down from his embrace, leaning against his shoulder, and closed her eyes. Beside the flying boat, Wei Zisu slept soundly, wrapped in her robe. The three of them breathed together in the night breeze. Chen An summoned the interface. Dual cultivation points 45. Wei Zisu had 3 rounds each worth 10 points. Lu Qingyue had 1 round worth 10 points. Adding the previous 5 points, the total was 45 points. He thought for a moment, adding 16 points to the breath-restraining illusion technique, advancing to 1200 mastery. 29 points remaining. The bone poison had decreased from 65% to 55%. After mastering the yin-yang rain transformation technique, the efficiency doubled, clearing a whole 10% this time. But supplies were running low. Chen An rummaged through his storage bag. There were 2 recovery pills left, 1 fire sun herb and half a bottle of grain avoidance pills. 90 spirit stones. He looked at Wei Zisu. She was still sleeping, her breathing steady. The sky had not brightened yet, they could wait a little longer. When dawn broke, Wei Zisu awoke. She opened her eyes and found herself wrapped in Chen An's robe, a thin layer of morning mist covering her. Lu Qingyue was asleep against the stone beside her. Chen An sat at the edge of the flying boat, drawing talismans. She sat up, the robe slipping off her shoulder. She hesitated for a moment, neatly folding the robe and placing it on the stone. "Is there a market ahead?" Chen An asked without looking up. Wei Zisu did not respond. She took out a sheepskin scroll from her storage ring and unfolded it. It depicted Qingzhou and its surroundings. Major cities were marked with crosses, markets with circles, and streets with lines, some place names already faded. "This was given by my master. A map of Qingzhou from 10 years ago." She pointed to a small circle on the map. "See ya market. We're here." Moving her finger southeast by an inch, "There's a Qingstone market 100 miles away." Chen An took the map and glanced at it. It marked several main official roads and the flow of rivers and mountains, though rough it was sufficient. "I'll go replenish supplies. You two stay here." He handed the array plate to Wei Zisu. Lu Qingyue had just woken up, rubbing her eyes, and glanced at Wei Zisu again. The 2 women sat closely together on the stone. "Come back quickly," Wei Zisu said. Chen An changed into a gray old robe, his hair tousled and dirt smeared on his face. After mastering the breath-restraining illusion technique, his aura was even lower. At the 7th layer of Qi refining, he invoked the light wind technique and sped off southeast. An hour later he arrived at Qingstone Market. It was 3 times larger than Siya Market, the main street paved with bluestone with stone houses and shops on both sides. At the center of the market stood a 3-story stone tower with a lamp hanging from its top, a sign of a foundation establishment cultivator stationed there. Chen An walked along the main street and found a shop marked Baichao Hall. He pushed the door open and entered. "Selling talismans," he said, taking out 30 superior fire explosion talismans and 20 superior thunderfall talismans, slapping them on the counter. The shopkeeper inspected them, eyes widening. "All superior. Fire explosion talismans are 10 each, thunderfall talismans are 15. A total of 600 stones."
Chen An received the spirit stones, also 5 bottles of recovery pills, 10 fire sun herbs and 3 bottles of grain avoidance pills. That totals 401. After paying he had 109 left. He asked about talisman paper and vermilion and the shopkeeper pointed next door. The talisman shopkeeper was an old man with a goatee. Chen An ordered 10 rolls of talisman paper and 5 jars of vermilion totaling 400 stones. After gathering his spirit stones he had only 7 inferior spirit stones left. But 10 rolls of talisman paper yielded 500 sheets. After securing his goods he wandered around the main street. At the entrance of the market 2 latest chi refining cultivators were keeping watch, faint traces of blood lingering on them, the eyes of the Hehuan sect. They were not necessarily targeting him, it was normal for a medium-sized market to have Hehuan sect's spies. Chen An did not linger, sneaking around to the back of the market and slipping out through a side alley, invoking the light wind technique to return the way he came. An hour later he returned to the valley. Lu Qingyue was sitting on a stone while Wei Zissou sat cross-legged in meditation. Between them lay the sheepskin map, both pointing and discussing routes. Upon seeing Chen An return they both looked up. "Did you buy everything?" Chen An handed over the recovery pills and fire sun herbs. Without saying much he sat down beside the flying boat, took out the talisman paper and vermilion and began to draw talismans. Lu Qingyue sat back next to Wei Zissou. The 2 women watched him draw talismans. "Has he always been like this?" Wei Zissou suddenly asked. At home it's always like this." "What about you?" "I thought my husband was just a talisman master." Lu Qingyue lowered her head. "Later he killed 3 people, came back covered in blood and told me to pack and move." "Didn't you ask why?" "I didn't ask. I just packed up." "Weren't you scared?" Lu Qingyue glanced at Wei Zissou, her eyes shining bright. "He killed bad people." Wei Zissou did not ask further. At night the 3 of them were crammed in the flying boat. Lu Qingyue lay in the middle, her left hand touching Wei Zissou's hand while her right hand clutched Chen An's clothing. Chen An closed his eyes, listening to the breathing of the 2 women. They would continue flying tomorrow. The journey was still long, but the supplies on the flying boat were sufficient. More than 2 months later the flying boat crossed the last ridge and a great river appeared on the horizon ahead, its width spanning 100 zhang, the water a murky yellow. On the opposite hillside dozens of stone houses and wooden sheds were scattered about, with a dirt road winding up from the ferry, a tattered flag planted by the roadside bearing the words Bianhe Fengshi. This is not Yunzhua City but a small market at the border of Yunzhua. Chen An tucked away his talisman brush and neatly stacked the finished explosive flame talismans. Lu Qingyue leaned over the boat's railing to look down, blinking, "It's so small." At the border market Wei Zissou turned the boat's head and descended into the woods beyond the market, saying, "It's normal. Once we enter Yunzhua territory the first place to land is this kind of place." Over the past 2 months the flying boat traveled along the small roads marked on the Qinzhou map, avoiding markets and official roads. There had been a few crises. A group of bandits lay in wait by the official road for 3 days, nearly encountering them, but they managed to bypass. Several first-tier demon beasts approached the flying boat at night, only to be scared off by the fireball talismans of the defensive array. There were no signs of the Hehuan sect. Their route was too obscure for them to follow. Life on the flying boat had become routine over these 2 months. They flew during the day and descended at night, and once the concealment array was activated the 3 of them squeezed inside the flying boat. Wei Zissou's bone poison had decreased from 50% to just 10%, her cultivation restored to the peak of Foundation establishment's early stage. Lu Qingyue was still immortal, but her complexion had improved significantly compared to when she was in the shantytown, and she could help Chen An grind cinnabar and stack talisman paper. Chen An summoned the panel. Host Chen An. Lifespan 38,120. Spiritual roots, low-grade fire, wood, earth. Cultivation chi refinement 9th layer 200100000. Dual cultivation points 0. Technique Jingmu Yan Ju perfect Qitong Duan Gugong 500500 proficient Inyang Huayu Ju 500500 proficient Qianxi Lian Shin Ju remnants 500,500 proficient. Spells Lingxi Huanqing Shu 500,500 proficient. Skills first tier talismans perfect Xiao Wule Zhu Xiafu remnants 500500 proficient, second tier low grade formation proficient. He put away the panel. Over the past 2 months all techniques had reached proficiency. That was sufficient. I'm going to take a look at the market. Chen An changed into an old grey robe, suppressing his aura to the chi refinement 7th layer. You wait on the flying boat. Bianhe Fengshi only had a single dirt street flanked by low stone houses. At the ferry several cultivators were unloading goods carrying spirit rice and medicinal materials.
At the end of the street stood a two-story wooden building with a sign reading Bianha Merchants Association.
Chen An pushed the door open.
Behind the counter sat a middle-aged woman at the chi refinement 8th layer calculating with an abacus without looking up.
Selling talismans.
60 upper-grade explosive flame talismans, 40 upper-grade lightning talismans. The woman raised her head, sizing him up. She took the talisman paper and quickly checked each one, saying 8 pieces for explosive flame talismans, 12 for lightning talismans. A total of 960 pieces. In the border market the purchase price is 20% lower. Chen An received the spirit stones. I also want 5 bottles of chi pills, 10 stalks of liang grass and 5 bottles of Biden pills. 420 pieces. After payment 540 remained in his pocket. Chen An scanned the shelves and asked, "Do you have a map of Yunzhua?" The woman rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a roll of parchment. It was much more detailed than the Qingzhou map, marking 7 major markets within Yunzhua, 3 official roads, 2 merchant shipping routes and large blank areas labeled Forbidden Zone and Demon Beast Area.
How much?
50 pieces, along with a brief record of Yunzuo's forces. Chen An paid the spirit stones and stored the map and a thin booklet into his storage bag.
He turned and left the Merchant Association, not lingering.
The market was too small. There were only 3 to 5 scattered cultivators setting up stalls along the dirt streets, selling mostly low-tier spiritual herbs and second-hand magical weapons. There were no array materials, no talisman paper or cinnabar. He had enough talisman paper left to draw 300 to 400 talismans, but only half a jar of cinnabar. On the flying boat, Lu Qingyue took the Biden pill and chewed one. Wei Zisu unfolded the map, tracing her finger over it.
Bianha Fansha, the northernmost stop in Yunzhua.
She pointed to a small circle at the confluence of rivers on the map. Head south along this official road and it will take 2 days to reach Yunzhua City. But there must be checkpoints on the official road.
What about other routes?
Wei Zisu's finger moved to the eastern side of the map where a dashed line marked Merchant Shipping Route operated by Yunzhua Merchants Association. Take the association's flying boat. Departing from Bianha Ferry, the next departure is 3 days later, stopping at 3 markets along the way, with the last stop being Qingye Fansha, the second largest market in Yunzhua, gathering foundation establishment cultivators with resources 100 times more than here.
How much is the ticket for the flying boat? Depends on the cabin.
100 spirit stones for a regular cabin per person.
Chen An calculated. For 3 people that would be 300 plus expenses. After settling in Qingye Fansha, 540 wasn't enough.
However, he had drawn talismans for more than 2 months on the road and his storage bag still held over 200 upper-grade talismans.
By the time they reached Qingye Fansha, selling a batch would be sufficient.
He opened the booklet, brief record of Yunzhua forces. The booklet was thin but packed with solid content. The 3 major forces of Yunzhua: the scattered cultivator alliance stationed in Yunzhua City with the latest age Golden Corps deputy leader in command overseeing Qingye Fansha, Luoxing Fansha and Yungo Fansha; the Yunzhua Merchants Association controlling shipping routes and medicinal businesses with a foothold in Qingye Fansha; and the Tian Corps sect based in Qingshi Mountain, a sect that practices both righteous and demonic techniques. Families within their sphere of influence submit the remains of deceased relatives to the Tian Corps sect in exchange for protection.
Submission is entirely voluntary. The Tian Corps sect does not seize the living. Chen An said nothing.
He walked to the edge of the flying boat, gazing at the scattered lights of Bianha Fansha in the distance.
The small market could not accommodate them.
There were no array materials, no talisman paper or cinnabar, and no trading circles for foundation establishment cultivators.
They needed to keep moving.
Take the association's boat, he said to Qingye Fansha.
3 days later, in the early morning, the 3 entered Bianha Fansha.
Chen An bought 3 regular cabin tickets at the Merchant Association's ferry for 300 low-grade spirit stones. Docked at the ferry was a giant boat over 100 zhong long, crafted entirely from Qingmu wood, its hull engraved with gathering spirit arrays and defensive arrays, featuring 4 decks with the highest level reserved for Golden Corps cultivators. Compared to the ship, Wei Zisu's flying boat resembled a fallen leaf. The regular cabin was on the 3rd deck, a room shared by 10 people with wooden planks dividing the beds that barely allowed one to lie flat.
Lu Qingyue glanced at the cabin and then at Chen An.
Chen An found 3 adjacent beds, giving the innermost one to Wei Zisu, the middle one to Lu Qingyue, and taking the outer one for himself.
2 hours later, the giant boat set sail.
The gathering spirit array on the hull lit up brightly at speed 5 times that of Wei Zisu's flying boat.
The great river flowed beneath the hull and the mountains of Yunzhua unfolded on either side.
Chen An sat on his bed looking at the map of Yunzhua in his hand. Bianha Fansha was in the northernmost corner of the map, with the dashed line of the shipping route extending south, passing through 2 small markets, finally stopping at Qingye Fansha.
Further south from Qingye Fansha was Yunzhua City. He handed the read booklet to Wei Zisu.
Wei Zisu leaned against her bed, flipped through it, closed the booklet and closed her eyes.
The giant boat continued southward. It would reach Qingye in 3 days. 3 days later the giant ship docked. Qingye Market had no city walls. The entire mountain served as the market. At the foot of the mountain was the outer city, a territory for early to mid-stage Qi practitioners where the stone houses were low and the dirt roads were bumpy. In the inner city halfway up the mountain late-stage Qi practitioners and mid-stage foundation establishment practitioners cohabited. The stone houses were neat and the roads were paved with bluestone slabs. At the core area on the mountaintop it was the domain of latest-stage foundation establishment, perfected foundation establishment and golden core masters. A lamp hung from the top of a 3-story stone tower, the core of a 3rd-tier formation. Within the mountain was a medium-grade spiritual vein with spiritual energy seeping up along the mountain, becoming denser the higher one went. Wei Zissa stood on the deck gazing at the lamp atop the mountain. It's 10 times larger than Qingzhou Market. Chen An remained silent. He tightened the storage bag and led Lu Qingyue off the ship. It was Lu Qingyue's first time climbing such a high mountain and she was panting after half an hour of walking. Wei Zissa handed her a pill for suppressing hunger and she chewed it, continuing to walk. The inner city was located halfway up the mountain. On both sides of the bluestone road were stonehouse shops, talisman shops, pill shops, magical artifact shops and formation shops. The characters carved on the signs were all written by a 2nd-tier formation master glowing with light. Most of the people on the road were foundation establishment practitioners and occasionally one could see disciples of the Tian Corpse sect in black robes followed by bronze-armored corpses. Chen An first went to the inner city branch of the Yunzhou Chamber of Commerce, selling all the more than 200 high-grade talismans he had stored in his bag. The purchase price for 1st-tier explosive fire talismans was 12 spirit stones while 1st-tier thunderfall talismans were 18 spirit stones. Adding to the 540 spirit stones he had saved before, he now had a total of 4,540 spirit stones. He found an empty shop on the edge of the inner city. The front hall was not large enough to fit 2 shelves and a counter. The backyard had 3 stone rooms, 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen and 1 quiet room. There was a pill refining room underground with a working fire mouth already in place and the previous owner's residue had yet to be cleaned up. The shop was managed by the Market Management Office. Chen An registered there and the person in charge was a young servant at the 9th level of Qi practice wearing the chamber's uniform gray robe. After flipping through the book for a while he said, "This one rents for 1,200 a month." Wei Zissa scanned the fire mouth and checked the array eye of the spirit gathering formation underground. She raised her head and said to the servant, "The spirit gathering formation hasn't been maintained in 3 years and the fire mouth's power is less than 40%. 1,200. The servant shook his head. "Friend, the rent for a shop with a fire mouth in the inner city is already a fair price." A fair price refers to a usable fire mouth. Wei Zissa squatted down, running her finger along the edge of the fire mouth, getting dust on her hand. "This fire mouth hasn't been cleaned in 3 years and reigniting it will cost at least 200 spirit stones. 1,200 plus 200 equals 1,400. I'll offer 1,000 spirit stones and you can save 200 spirit stones for maintenance." The servant glanced at her, looked at the book and hesitated. 1,001. 1,000. Pay monthly. Sign for a year. The servant lowered his head to flip through the book again and then looked up at Wei Zissa, marking a note in the book. "All right. But you need to clean the fire mouth yourselves." Wei Zissa took the lease and glanced at Chen An. Chen An nodded. They paid 3 months' rent, 3,000 spirit stones. There remained 1,540 spirit stones. The shop was secured. The 3 of them began to tidy up. Chen An set up the shelves in the front hall, talisman on the left, pills on the right. He took out the remaining blank talisman paper and cinnabar from his storage bag and set up a talisman drawing table in the back hall. Lu Qingyue took a cloth and wiped the counter, cleaning it repeatedly until the wood shone. Wei Zissa squatted by the fire mouth for an entire afternoon, igniting it with spiritual energy 3 times, finally clearing the clogged pipe. The fire reignited and red flames licked around the bottom of the pill furnace. She stood up, her face covered in dust, but her lips were curved in a smile. She hadn't used the pill furnace for more than 2 months. Lu Qingyue allocated the 3 stone rooms in the backyard, the largest one for the 3 of them to live in, the middle one as a storeroom, and the smallest one for Wei Zissa's medicinal materials. After tidying up, Chen An went to the Chamber of Commerce. The shelves at the inner city branch displayed 2nd-tier pill refining materials and talisman materials. He bought 10 spirit gathering grasses, 3 inner cores from foundation establishment beasts, 2 pieces of 2nd-tier blank talisman paper and 2 jars of 2nd-tier cinnabar. He spent 1,200 spirit stones. Only 340 spirit stones remained. Over 4,000 spirit stones had vanished in a day. But the shelves were bare and the shop would be empty. In the evening, Wei Zissa threw the first batch of spirit gathering grasses into the pill furnace.
After not refining pills for more than 2 months, her technique was a bit rusty. The first batch was overcooked. The second batch was stable, yielding 12 spirit-gathering pills, 10 medium-grade and 2 high-grade. She stored the 2 high-grade pills in her storage ring and placed the medium-grade ones on the shelf. The high-grade pills weren't for sale yet, it wasn't the right time. They would wait until their reputation grew. Chen An was drawing talismans in the back hall. Second-tier talisman paper was harder than first-tier, and the cinnabar was stickier, requiring more precise control of spiritual energy. He drew for an entire night, wasting 7 or 8 pieces of talisman paper, and produced 5 second-tier explosive fire talismans, 4 medium-grade and 1 low-grade. He kept the low-grade one for himself and placed the medium-grade ones on the shelf. At night, the 3 of them squeezed onto the bed in the stone house. The bed was made of stone, wider than the flying ship, but 3 people were still cramped. Lu Qingyue lay in the middle, resting her left hand on Wei Zis's arm and clutching Chen An's clothing with her right hand. Opening tomorrow. Yes, opening tomorrow. What about the sign? It will be carved tomorrow. Lu Qingyue closed her eyes, but after a while she opened them again. Husband. This time we don't have to pretend to be poor, right? Chen An remained silent. Most of the inner city consisted of latest-stage Qi practitioners and mid-stage foundation establishment practitioners. He stayed here as a 9th-level Qi practitioner talisman master, not standing out or attracting attention. No, but we also shouldn't reveal everything. A 9th-level Qi practitioner talisman master is enough. Lu Qingyue buried her face in his shoulder and soon fell asleep. Wei Zisu beside her opened her eyes and looked at the faint light from the spirit-gathering formation on the ceiling. Chen An. Thank you. Chen An remained silent. His hand reached over and rested on her shoulder. Wei Zisu closed her eyes. The next morning, Chen An hung a wooden sign at the door. Carved with the water-splitting sword, it read 4 characters, Z in groceries. Lu Qingyue stood at the door looking up, frowning. Husband, the characters are crooked. A crooked sign is still a sign. Lu Qingyue smiled slightly. Wei Zisu emerged from the fire mouth carrying a furnace of freshly refined spirit-gathering pills. The pills were still warm. She laid an oiled paper on the counter and arranged the pills one by one. At noon, the first customer pushed the door open. It was a female foundation establishment practitioner in the early stage. She scanned the shelves, picked up a spirit-gathering pill and examined it under the light. What grade? Medium grade. Wei Zisu leaned against the counter, 600 each. The female practitioner raised an eyebrow. Medium-grade spirit-gathering pills sold for 400 on the market. Why was this woman asking for 600? She brought the pill closer to her nose and paused. Its fragrance was pure. It wasn't just medium-grade, it was nearly high-grade medium-grade. 3 pills. She said. Wei Zisu took 3 pills and packaged them. The female practitioner paid 1,800 spirit stones and turned to leave. Chen An, sitting behind the talisman drawing table, lifted his eyelids to take a glance. Wei Zisu leaned against the counter, picking up the spirit stones one by one into her storage bag, suppressing a smile, but her eyes shone with excitement. Their shop was open. In the first month, Xian General Store had little business. The sales of gathering spirit pills were slow. The foundation establishment cultivators in the inner city had their own channels for pills, and a newly opened shop had a sign that no one recognized. Wei Zisu refined 2 furnaces daily, and selling 5 or 6 pills was considered a good day. At the end of the month, she calculated the accounts. Sales amounted to a little over 3,000, deducting 2,000 for materials and 1,000 for rent, leaving almost no profit. Chen An's talismans fared even worse. First-tier talismans had little market in the inner city. Foundation establishment cultivators did not use first-tier talismans. He sold only 3 small 5 thunder exorcism talismans in a month. Old Zheng came by for a visit, glanced at the shelves, patted Chen An on the shoulder and placed a bottle of spiritual wine on the counter. Take it slow, he said. Chen An was not polite and took out the spiritual wine. In the evening, he and Wei Zisu each poured a cup, while Lu Qingyue sat beside them sipping a bowl of spiritual rice porridge. However, the shelves were not empty and the pill furnace never stopped. Wei Zisu saved up the unsold, gathering spirit pills every day, storing over 60 in her storage ring. Chen An collected all the first-tier superior talismans into his storage bag, leaving only the medium-quality ones on the shelves. Lu Qingyue wiped the counter, ground cinnabar, and managed the accounts every day. The account book showed only expenditures with no income. Material costs piled up one after another and spirit stones flowed out without coming in. She did not complain, but her brows furrowed every time she recorded the accounts. Husband, she closed the account book one night. If this continues, we won't be able to pay the rent next month. Chen An was drawing talismans at his desk, his brush not stopping. It's enough.
Enough of what? We only have, it's enough.
Wei Zisu walked out from the furnace's mouth holding a furnace of freshly refined gathering spirit pills. Even if we only sell one this month, there will be customers returning next month.
A near superior pill once consumed, everyone would know it was different. Lu Qingyue looked at her, then at Chen An. Neither of them displayed any signs of anxiety.
She closed the account book and placed it on the counter.
Forget it, she couldn't read anyway, so it was pointless to keep records.
At night in the stone house's bed, Wei Zisu straddled Chen An, biting her lips, but a moan still escaped her. Over 2 months ago she had to tell Chen An to endure even when taking off her clothes, but now she unfastened her belt herself. As her waist sank down, a low moan slipped from her throat, lingering long. Lu Qingyue lay beside her, blushing, her hand resting on Wei Zisu's thigh.
Mum.
Wei Zisu's voice could not be suppressed, her body tensing and then relaxing. When it was Lu Qingyue's turn, she crawled onto Chen An, burying her face in his chest, too shy to make a sound.
But when Chen An's hand slid down her waist, she let out a muffled groan, faint breaths escaping her throat.
Wei Zisu turned to her side, pinching her ear, causing Lu Qingyue to bury her face even deeper. "Qingyue, your voice," Wei Zisu whispered in her ear.
"Don't.
Why didn't you say anything when I made a sound just now?" "Sister Wei, a month 1800 dual cultivation points." Chen An invested all his cultivation points, pushing from 200 to 2000 out of 10,000. Still short by 8,000.
In the second month an opportunity arrived.
The female cultivator who bought 3 gathering spirit pills in the first month came again. This time she brought 2 companions. She shouted from outside, "Shopkeeper, do you have any of those gathering spirit pills left?" Wei Zisu poked her head out from the furnace's mouth, her face still dusty. "Yes." The female cultivator's companion, a male cultivator in mid-foundation establishment, picked up a pill, sniffed it, and looked up at Wei Zisu. "Did you refine this?"
"Yes.
It's a medium-quality pill, close to superior."
"How did you manage that?"
Wei Zisu did not answer. She carefully wrapped 3 pills and pushed them over, 600 each, no bargaining.
The male cultivator did not bargain.
He paid 1800 and then asked, "Can you supply regularly?" "I need 20 pills a month."
Wei Zisu glanced at Chen An.
Chen An was drawing talismans at his desk, not lifting his head. "Yes," she said.
The news spread quickly. By the second week, Xi'an general stores gathering spirit pills sold out daily. Wei Zisu increased production from 2 furnaces to 3, yet it was still not enough.
Chen An's hand for drawing talismans also grew steadier, achieving a success rate of 70% for first-tier talismans. Though first-tier talismans did not sell well in the inner city, he was not in a hurry.
He was saving up.
Old Zheng came by every few days. He leaned against the counter watching Lu Qingyue stack spirit stones into wooden boxes, counting over 2,000 stones sold in half a day. "Your partner has gained fame in the inner city alchemy circle," Old Zheng said.
"She is not my," Chen An paused, "she is my Dao partner."
Old Zheng chuckled and pulled out another bottle of spiritual wine from his storage bag.
At the end of the month, Wei Zisu calculated the accounts.
The sale of pills brought in 9,000 spirit stones, deducting 4,000 for materials and 1,000 for rent, netting 4,000. With Chen An's talisman sales adding over 2,000, the shop's monthly profit exceeded 6,000. Lu Qingyue stopped keeping accounts. The numbers in the account book were too large for her to calculate. Chen An stored the spirit stones in his storage bag, leaving only 2,000 as working capital, saving the rest. The dual cultivation points accumulated to 1,800, all invested into his cultivation, raising it to 3,800 out of 10,000.
Still short by 6,002.
60 points a day over 3 months.
No rush.
One evening Old Zheng came.
In a good mood, he spoke more.
"There will be a foundation establishment exchange meeting in the inner city in 3 days, he said. "It's organized by loose cultivators."
In a good mood, he spoke more.
"There will be a foundation establishment exchange meeting in the inner city in 3 days, he said. "It's organized by loose cultivators exchanging techniques, spells, and pill formulas."
"It's not an auction but a barter system." Chen An did not look up. "How many times have you been?"
3 times. Exchanged for 2 techniques, 1 set of spells.
"It's cheaper than a merchant meeting, but it depends on luck. Sometimes it's all junk and sometimes you can find good items."
Old Zheng took a sip of spiritual wine. "But this time I heard there's an old foundation establishment cultivator among the attendees who has a copy of the Qingmu nourishing pill formula, said to be a fragment of an ancient alchemist's legacy.
Several alchemists in the inner city are eager to attend. Is your friend Wei not going to take a look?"
Chen An paused while drawing talismans. The name Qingmu Nourishing Pill Formula, the two characters Qingmu likely shared the same origin as his Qingmu Flame Formula.
Is it safe? The Loose Cultivator Alliance has tacitly allowed it.
There are no golden cores, only Foundation Establishment cultivators. The location is in an abandoned alchemical chamber in the southern inner city, changing places for each gathering.
It's safe.
Chen An put away his brush and looked back at Wei Zissou. She was squatting beside the furnace, hearing the words Qingmu Nourishing Pill Formula and raising her head.
The two exchanged glances in the air.
Ilgo Wei Zissou stood up, dusting off her knees.
3 days later.
3 days later in the evening, Wei Zissou changed into a grey Taoist robe and stepped out.
Chen An did not go.
Attending the Foundation Establishment Exchange meeting as a Qi training 9th layer cultivator was akin to announcing to everyone, I am here just to watch the fun. Having lived in the inner city for half a year, his principle remained unchanged: he would not expose himself unnecessarily. Old Zhang waited for her at the door. The two walked along the stone-paved road towards the southern part of the inner city. Lu Qingyue lay on the counter watching until the two figures turned into an alley.
Husband.
Whom?
That old cultivator. Would he really exchange the Qingmu Nourishing Pill Formula? Chen An did not stop drawing talismans. I don't know. Let's take a gamble.
Wei Zissou followed old Zhang through 2 alleys, stopping in front of a door. The paint on the door had chipped away halfway, and standing at the entrance was a grey-robed cultivator in the early stages of Foundation Establishment who glanced at old Zhang and nodded. As the door opened, a different world awaited inside. The walls were embedded with soundproof arrays, the ceiling hung with luminous stones, and the floor was covered with mats. Over a dozen cultivators were already seated in a semicircle. Most were at the early and mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, while in the corner sat 2 old fellows at the later stage. The rules of the Qingye Square's inner city exchange meetings allowed trading, but fighting was forbidden. The loose alliance of loose cultivators tacitly permitted it, and no one dared to break the rules. If they did, it would reflect poorly on the golden core shop owner. Old Zhang took a familiar seat against the wall and took out 3 array discs to place on the ground. Wei Zissou sat beside him, retrieving 5 near top-grade gathering spirit pills and 2 top-grade gathering spirit pills from her storage ring, placing them on the mat. A tall, thin cultivator in the early stages of Foundation Establishment next to her picked up one of the top-grade pills, sniffed it, and widened his eyes. Top-grade gathering spirit pill, did you refine this?
Yes.
What will you exchange for it? Foundation Establishment pill formulas or anything related to the Qingmu Nourishing Pill Formula? The thin man shook his head and put down the pill before leaving.
But the words Qingmu Nourishing Pill Formula had already spread.
The old cultivator in the corner at the late stage of Foundation Establishment opened one eye and glanced at Wei Zissou. He lingered for a moment.
Wei Zissou remained still.
She knew what that I was looking for: the residue of the bone transformation poison. The exchange meeting lasted for over 2 hours. Many people inquired about her gathering spirit pills, but no one brought formulas for trade. However, she collected quite a few spirit stones. Some people directly paid spirit stones 600 for one, 1800 for 3, and 3000 for the top grade ones. By the end of the meeting, all her pills were gone and her pocket had gained nearly 10,000 spirit stones. Old Zhang exchanged a set of enemy trapping array discs for a book of array notes, flipping through 2 pages before frowning. Ghostly talismans.
Wei Zissou did not respond.
She was waiting.
Most of the attendees had left.
The old cultivator in the corner at the late stage of Foundation Establishment stood up, his grey robe faded back, slightly hunched with grey hair, making it hard to discern his age. He walked up to Wei Zissou, not looking at the pills but at her.
Bone transformation poison.
His voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing against stone, a unique poison of the Hahuan sect. Having been poisoned for more than half a year, less than 10% remains. It was not neutralized with an antidote, but with something else. The spiritual energy is pure and the method is unique.
Wei Zissou did not speak.
The old cultivator took out a jade slip from his storage ring, holding it in his palm. The jade slip was only half intact with uneven broken edges.
Qingmu Nourishing Pill Formula, the lower half. The upper half is in my possession. Do you want it?
I can give it to you.
Conditions.
He placed the jade slip on Wei Zissou's mat. Bring me the method to neutralize the poison in exchange. I have lived here for over 10 years, attending every exchange meeting.
The next one is in 3 months. He turned and walked away.
The grey robe brushed past the doorframe and vanished into the alley. Old Zhang listened from the side until the old man had walked far before speaking. That old man, did he say he wants the method to neutralize the poison?
Yes. Do you have a way to neutralize it? Wei Zissou did not answer.
She picked up the half jade slip and put it into her storage ring. Old Zhang observed her expression and did not press further. Returning to the shop, Chen An looked up from behind the talisman drawing table. Lu Qingyue rushed out, tugging at Wei Zisa's sleeve, spinning around to confirm that she had all her limbs before sighing in relief.
How did it go?
All the pills sold out. Top grades for 3,000, near top grades for 600, netting over 6,000. Wei Zisa neatly stacked the spirit stones on the counter and then took out the half jade slip from her storage ring, placing it in front of Chen An.
It was given by that old man.
It wasn't free, he wants something.
What?
The method to neutralize the poison. Wei Zisa leaned against the counter. He recognized the bone transformation poison with just one glance. Chen An picked up the jade slip and probed with his divine sense. It was a wood-type cultivation method derived from the Qingmu Yanju, using wood to give life-nurturing pills with pills and borrowing pill energy to replenish cultivation. The lower half was a methodology while the upper half was likely the core heart method.
Only when combined would they be useful.
He only wants the method to neutralize the poison.
Wei Zisa said he didn't ask for spirit stones.
Chen An placed the jade slip on the table. The old man didn't want a name. His divine sense scanned Wei Zisa's meridians and saw that the bone transformation poison had been cleared, the method being unique. An old cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment who had studied pill crafting and poisons his entire life, suddenly encountering a method of detoxification he had never seen before. He did not want spirit stones, he wanted the method. To him, an unknown means was more valuable than spirit stones.
Can you give it to him?
Wei Zisa hesitated for a moment. The method of detoxification, Chen An had utilized the yin-yang rain technique he had purchased from the trading guild for dual cultivation, using pure spiritual energy to enter the meridians and strip away the toxins. The method itself was not unique and the cultivation technique was not a closely guarded secret, but if he were to disclose it, it would be tantamount to telling the old man I detoxified using dual cultivation with my partner. Would he still have a face left?
I won't give it, Chen An said. Wei Zisa raised an eyebrow.
The technique isn't worth much and the method isn't new. But what he wants is how it was cleared. If I tell him, our relationship will be laid bare. Chen An put the jade slip into his storage bag. In 3 months I will meet him. The Great Perfection Cleansing Talisman can cleanse impurities, erase pill toxins, and the residue of bone transformation poison is also an impurity. I'll trade the cleansing talisman for the lower half without revealing my methods or losing face.
That night,
the three lay in bed. Lu Qingyue had fallen asleep, her breathing light.
Wei Zisa lay awake, staring at the ceiling.
That old man with the surname Li, could he have a connection to the Hahuan sect?
Doesn't seem likely.
If there were a connection, he would have acted on the spot. Then why is he so interested in bone transformation poison?
Chen An did not answer.
An old cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment who had lived in the Qingye Square's inner city for over a decade, specializing in collecting pill furnaces, formulas and fire seeds, could recognize the Hahuan sect's unique poison at a glance. Such a person must have either dealt with the Hahuan sect in the past or had been part of the sect himself.
But it did not matter.
What the old man was about was of no concern to him.
He only wanted the lower half.
In 3 months, he said. Wei Zisa's hand reached out from under the blanket, resting on his hand.
She did not ask again.
3 months later, Wei Zisa straightened her back from the furnace, bringing out the last batch of gathering spirit pills. She stored the superior ones separately in her storage ring and placed the near superior ones on the shelf. This habit has been maintained since the opening day. Superior pills are not sold, they are kept. There are already over 200 superior gathering spirit pills accumulated in the storage ring, enough for Chen An after his foundation establishment. Lu Qingyue does not keep accounts. She has no spiritual energy, cannot open the storage bag, nor can she use the accounting jade slip. Her daily tasks include grinding vermilion, cleaning the counter and organizing the shelves, replenishing the sold pills one by one. In the evening after closing the shop, Wei Zisa sat at the counter counting spirit stones, stacking them piece by piece into a wooden box. The two of them worked in sync. Wei Zisa counted while Lu Qingyue stacked. When the box was filled, Wei Zisa stored it in her storage ring. Sometimes halfway through stacking, Lu Qingyue would forget the count, frowning and starting over. Wei Zisa leaned on the counter, watching her, not rushing her. For 3 months, the shop's monthly net profit has stabilized around 6,000 spirit stones. The gathering spirit pills have gained a reputation in the inner city, with returning customers bringing in new ones. Wei Zisa flipped through the account book and looked up at Chen An. The spirit stones saved are enough for you to buy a shop in the inner city. Chen An was drawing runes behind the table, the tip of his brush never stopping, not buying it.
Saving up. Saving for what?
Well, talk after foundation establishment.
In 3 months he accumulated 5,400 dual cultivation points.
Chen An pushed his cultivation from 3008 to 9008, only 200 away from great perfection. The rest was all invested in the remnants of the 5 Thunder Exorcism talisman, increasing his proficiency from 500 to 800. There were 123 points left. Saving them. He couldn't tell anyone about the panel. Wei Zissou had asked him several times, "How long have you been stuck at the 9th level of qi refining? Do you want to buy a foundation establishment pill?" He said he wasn't in a hurry. She further asked when he would break through, and he said soon. She did not press further, but each time she watched him draw runes her gaze lingered on his face for a moment longer. Lu Qingyue had asked him too. Her approach was different. "Husband, are you hiding something from us?" Chen An said no. She looked at him, her eyes bright, the brightness of a mortal clear enough to reflect a person's shadow. She didn't ask again, but her fingers gripping the hem of his clothes tightened a little. He could not speak. The panel was his greatest secret, heavier than the bone corruption poison, the Hawan sect, or the Qingmu flame art. This secret had followed him since that broken house in the slums, accompanying him from the 3rd level of qi refining to the perfection of the 9th. How could he explain it if he spoke? "I have a system that gives points for dual cultivation every day. These points can enhance skills in cultivation." If these words were spoken, Wei Zissou's first reaction would not be whether to believe it, but rather, "Are you cultivating with me for the points or for me?" Lu Qingyue wouldn't ask, but her eyes would. He didn't want to face that kind of gaze. So he said, "It feels like it." Both women could tell he was hiding something, but they didn't confront him. But the dual cultivation points were not enough. 60 points a day. Wei Zissou 3 times and Lu Qingyue 3 times had already reached the limit. After mastering the copper forging bone art, his physical body could withstand it, but the bodies of the 2 women could not endure 3 times a day. Sometimes Lu Qingyue would wake up in the morning with a sore back, and though Wei Zissou didn't say anything, her steps while walking were a half beat slower than usual. Chen An pretended not to see, though they wouldn't call for a stop. He could not feign ignorance. He had calculated. At 60 points a day, it would take over 2 years to push from 0 to 50,000 after foundation establishment. In those 2 years, the 2 women would have to endure 3 times a day, not just once or twice, but over 800 days. This wouldn't work. He needed to find another path for improvement. If the Qingmu nourishing pill art could use pill energy to nourish his cultivation, it would save half the time. But that was something for 3 months later. What lay before him was 200 points. One evening, Chen An finished with his rune brush. Lu Qingyue was wiping the shelves behind the counter, her cloth making soft sounds against the wooden boards. Wei Zissou squatted beside the furnace, cleaning the accumulated dust, a black smudge on her face. The stone room was quiet, with the light of the gathering spirit array seeping up from the ground, a pale blue. After finishing the last layer of shelves, Lu Qingyue folded the cloth and placed it under the counter. She didn't immediately start grinding vermilion. Instead, she stood behind the counter staring at her hands. Her hands were still those of a mortal. Without spiritual energy, without divine sense, she could not even open a storage bag. The spiritual energy Chen An brought over every day made her appear 10 years younger than other mortals, her skin luminescent. But her lifespan was fixed, 120 years, that was it. She recalled something from a few days ago. Wei Zissou was refining pills and she was grinding vermilion beside her. A foundation establishment female cultivator who came to buy pills glanced at her and casually asked, "Is this sister Immortal?" Lu Qingyue nodded. "What a pity." The female cultivator shook her head. "So young. If only you could cultivate, you could at least live another 200 years. Lu Qingyue did not reply at the time, continuing to grind vermilion. But those 3 words were like a thorn piercing her heart. What a pity. It wasn't mockery, but pity. More hurtful than mockery. She looked at her own hands, then at Wei Zissou's back. Wei Zissou was a foundation establishment cultivator with a lifespan of 300. If Chen An successfully established his foundation, he would also live for 300. She would be left behind, more and more distant. Qingyue. Wei Zissou looked up from beside the furnace. "Is there no more vermilion?" "There is." Lu Qingyue came to her senses and took out the vermilion jar from under the counter. "I will grind it now." She sat on the stool and picked up the mortar, grinding it bit by bit. The stone room was very quiet, only the sound of the mortar rubbing against the vermilion could be heard. Wei Zissou watched her, frowning slightly. Lu Qingyue was acting strangely today. Her hands were slower than usual while grinding vermilion, her eyes focused on the mortar, but her gaze was distant, as if in a daze. "Qingyue. You have something on your mind." Lu Qingyue's hands paused for a moment before continuing to grind nothing. Wei Zissou set down her dust shovel, walked to the counter and leaned against it, watching her. Lu Qingyue did not look up, but the tips of her ears turned red.
Is it because of that female cultivator's words? Wei Zissou asked. Lu Qingyu's hands stopped completely.
She lowered her head. The vermilion in the mortar half ground the grains still coarse.
Sister Wei.
Her voice was very soft. Do cultivators really have a lifespan of 300 years?
300 in foundation establishment. Wei Zissou said 800 in golden core. As for the nascent soul stage, I don't know, I've never seen a nascent soul cultivator. Lu Qingyue was silent for a long time.
The grains of vermilion in the mortar glimmered dark red under the light.
What about mortals? Mortals live 120.
Wei Zissou paused. But you have spiritual energy nourishing you. You will live longer than ordinary mortals.
140 to 50 should be no problem. 140 to 50.
Lu Qingyue murmured. If my husband establishes his foundation, he will have 300. If I go first, he still has over 100 years. She didn't finish her sentence, lowering her head, her fingers gripping the edge of the mortar, her knuckles turning white.
Wei Zissou watched her without speaking. Not having a spiritual root means she cannot cultivate.
The comforting words lingered on her lips but were swallowed back. When she said 140 to 50, Lu Qingyue only heard 100.
100 versus 300, that was a difference of 200 years. Qingyue. Wei Zissou's voice softened. Chen An is not that kind of person. What kind of person? He wouldn't forget you just because you go first. Lu Qingyue looked up at Wei Zissou.
Her eyes were bright but her eyelids were a little red.
I know,
she said, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid he will watch me grow old, watch me die, and then live alone for the remaining 200 years.
Wei Zissou said nothing.
She reached out, holding Lu Qingyue's hand. That hand was still stained with vermilion, rough but warm.
He won't be alone. Wei Zissou said, there's me too.
Lu Qingyue looked at her, her lips moved but no words came out.
But I will also die. Wei Zissou said, 300 years in foundation establishment, 800 in golden core.
If I stop at foundation establishment, I will leave 200 years earlier than him. If I can achieve golden core, I might live 500 years longer than him.
She paused, looking into Lu Qingyue's eyes. So don't think too far ahead. Thinking too much will prevent you from living now.
Lu Qingyue lowered her head, looking at the vermilion in the mortar. The grains were still coarse and needed to be ground a bit longer.
Sister Wei, she suddenly said, do you think there's a way for mortals to cultivate? Wei Zissou was taken aback. For mortals to cultivate, was it the heavenly seizing spirit transformation technique? That was an evil technique requiring living people as furnaces, needing to extract spiritual roots and even to kill.
She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but Lu Qingyue spoke first.
I'm not talking about that kind of harmful method.
Lu Qingyue's voice was very soft. I mean,
are there other ways? Like spirit herbs? Like pills? Like... She couldn't finish.
She knew she was talking nonsense. Mortals without spiritual roots were like fish without gills. How could they swim? Wei Zissou looked at her, silent for a long time.
There is, she said. Lu Qingyue's eyes widened. But it's difficult. Wei Zissou said, 100 times harder than foundation establishment. 1,000 times harder than achieving golden core. Moreover.
She paused, not continuing.
Moreover, the requirements might be beyond Lu Qingyue's capacity. Moreover what? Moreover, it requires opportunity. Wei Zissou said, when the opportunity comes, mortals can also reverse their fate. Without opportunity, no matter how much you think it's useless.
Lu Qingyue looked at her, the light in her eyes dimming for a moment before brightening again.
Opportunity,
she murmured, then I will wait for the opportunity.
She lowered her head and continued grinding vermilion.
The grains in the mortar became finer and more uniform in the sound of friction. Her hands were steadier than before and her focus sharpened. Wei Zissou leaned against the counter, watching her, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly.
It wasn't a smile but a complex expression. Qingyue. You're stronger than I imagined.
Lu Qingyue didn't look up, but the tips of her ears turned red. She continued grinding vermilion bit by bit, the grains rolling in the mortar becoming finer. One evening Chen An finished with his rune brush. Lu Qingyue was wiping the shelves behind the counter, the cloth making soft sounds against the wooden boards. Wei Zissou squatted beside the furnace, cleaning the accumulated dust, a black smudge on her face. The stone room was very quiet, with the light of the gathering spirit array seeping up from the ground, pale blue.
Qingyue. Lu Qingyue looked up. Zissou.
Wei Zissou stood up from beside the furnace. I'm going to establish my foundation,"
Chen An said.
Both women stopped their movements. Lu Qingyu's cloth fell on the counter. Wei Zisu placed her dust shovel beside the pill furnace.
"When?"
Wei Zisu asked.
"In 3 days."
"How do you know?"
Chen An looked at them.
Lu Qingyu's eyes were bright while Wei Zisu's brows furrowed.
Both women were waiting for an answer.
"It's a feeling. He said I've been stuck at the 9th level of qi refining for half a year. The spiritual energy has become so concentrated that it's overflowing.
It's just a matter of days."
Wei Zisu looked at him for a long time. She didn't believe in feelings, but she didn't press further. Half a year ago in Qingzhou's market, this man had killed the foundation establishment Lu Han with his 9th level of qi refining. 3 months ago on the flying boat he had cleared the bone corruption poison from her body using the yin-yang rain transformation technique. He said it's a feeling, so she would take it as that.
"What do we need to prepare?"
"No need to prepare anything," Chen An said, returning qi pills, gathering spirit pills, protective talismans. "You've been accumulating them already. Over 200 superior gathering spirit pills, that's enough. I've prepared the rest." Wei Zisu looked at him.
"Prepared? When did he prepare them?"
She had been with him every day and hadn't seen him prepare anything extra. But he used that tone just like half a year ago on the flying boat when he said we'll dual cultivate tonight, not a discussion but a conclusion. Lu Qingyu had picked up the cloth, folded it neatly and placed it on the counter. Her fingers gripped the corner of the cloth, her knuckles turning white.
"Husband."
"Whom?" "After foundation establishment the lifespan is 300. Lu Qingyu lowered her head, looking at her hands. She was still immortal. Though the spiritual energy within her was becoming denser, and the spiritual energy Chen An transmitted every day made her appear 10 years younger than her peers, her skin glowing. But her lifespan was there 120 years, that was it. Once Chen An established his foundation, his lifespan would be 300. Once Wei Zisu advanced further, her lifespan would be even longer. She would be left behind. Wei Zisu walked over and stood beside her. The two women stood side by side, one at the pinnacle of early foundation establishment, the other immortal. Wei Zisu did not speak. Without a spiritual root there was no way for her to cultivate. The comforting words hung on her lips but were swallowed back.
"Qingyue,"
Chen An said, looking at her.
Lu Qingyue looked up.
"I have a way," he said. Lu Qingyue stared at him. Wei Zisu also looked at him.
"Not now.
After foundation establishment some things will be usable."
Chen An paused, not elaborating.
"What method, what path?" He didn't explain.
Lu Qingyue waited for a few moments. He didn't speak.
She didn't press for more. "This is a secret between the three of us." Wei Zisu glanced at him. She had a stomach full of questions. What method? When did you start preparing? Why didn't you tell me? But she didn't ask. Half a year ago on the flying boat she had learned when Chen An said there's a way, there truly was. He didn't provide details because he didn't want to say. When he was ready to disclose he would naturally do so. Lu Qingyue lowered her head, folded the cloth neatly and placed it on the counter. Her fingers gripped the corner of the cloth, but this time it wasn't white, it was warm. At night the three of them squeezed into the bed. Chen An closed his eyes, spiritual energy flowing through his meridians. Half of his mind on the panel. Numbers jumped from 9008 to 9810. Tonight 3 times, adding 30. Tomorrow 3 more times, 9870. The day after tomorrow he would reach it. Lu Qingyue leaned against his left side, gripping the hem of his clothes. Wei Zisu leaned against his right side, her hand resting on his chest. Both women breathed lightly but were not asleep. They knew there were more things he wasn't saying, but they no longer asked. Half a year ago on the flying boat they would chase after him asking, "How do you know?" Now they didn't ask anymore. If they did he still wouldn't answer. When he was ready to speak he would naturally do so.
"Chen An."
"Whom?" "After foundation establishment how long do you plan to stay in Qingye market?" "First I need to obtain the Qingmu nourishing pill art. Then we'll see how it goes." "What about Yunzhou City?" "We'll go." Chen An didn't open his eyes, but not now. Going to Yunzhou City, an early foundation establishment, means starting from the bottom. At least stay in Qingye market for another year and push my cultivation to mid-foundation establishment first. Wei Zisu didn't ask anymore. Her hand slid from his chest to his shoulder, tightening her embrace. 3 days later Chen An sat cross-legged on the mat in the quiet room. The numbers on the panel jumped to 100, 001, 0000. There were 2 dual cultivation points left.
That was enough. I'm going into seclusion.
He told the 2 women at the door. I don't know how long it will take.
At least a few hours, at most a day. Wei Zissa nodded and sat cross-legged outside the door.
Lu Qingyue sat beside her. The stone door closed, cutting off the light from the outside.
The quiet room was devoid of light.
The faint blue glow seeping up from the spirit-gathering array was the only source of illumination, enveloping the small stone chamber in a half-light.
Chen An sat cross-legged on the mat, his eyes closed.
He had achieved the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, 100, 001, 0000.
There were 2 points left for dual cultivation.
The spiritual energy in his dantian had thickened to an unbreakable degree, like boiling water churning and crashing against the inner walls of the dantian, each impact causing the meridians to hum. He waited for a long time, not for the right moment but for his body to adapt to the force of the impact. The body tempered by the red copper bone refinement could withstand it, but the meridians were more delicate. Too much force could lead to cracks.
For over 2 hours he sat motionless, allowing the spiritual energy to crash within his dantian. With each collision the meridians grew tougher.
Then at the moment of the most violent impact, 2 points were struck in. In that instant the dantian exploded. It wasn't a crack, it was an explosion. All the surging spiritual energy collapsed inward simultaneously. The glow of the spirit-gathering array suddenly intensified, shifting from a pale blue to an almost blazing white, as if the entire quiet room had been filled with a giant lamp. The hidden spirit-gathering array desperately drew spiritual energy from the underground veins, causing the array foundation to hum and the ground of the entire backyard to warm slightly. Every drop of spiritual energy drawn in was completely infused into Chen An's body, absorbed by the collapsing dantian, not a single drop wasted.
In the quiet room Chen An gritted his teeth.
The spiritual energy at the bottom of his dantian condensed into the first drop of liquid, then 2 drops, 10 drops, 100 drops. The spiritual energy was liquefying.
Foundation establishment. There was no heavenly tribulation, no anomalies.
On the bluestone path outside the quiet room, cultivators from the neighboring shops passed by as usual, their boots tapping against the stones, thud thud thud. No one knew that someone in this stone house was breaking through a major realm. The sounds of the overloaded hidden spirit gathering array were completely swallowed, and the slight warmth of the ground disappeared without a trace beneath the bluestone.
Chen An expanded his divine sense outward.
3 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, he didn't stop. The remnants of the 1,000 threads refining spirit technique had reached a proficient level, pushing the limits of his divine sense further, extending another 10 miles, stopping at 30 miles. Then he immediately pulled it back.
He couldn't sweep around recklessly in the market.
Sweeping over other shops and into backyards was akin to peeking over a walled taboo for a foundation establishment cultivator. Just now, as he scanned 2 divine senses from the direction of the inner city, stone tower had already sought this way, investigating who was recklessly sweeping around. He didn't linger and pressed his divine sense back into his body.
He retracted his divine sense.
His physical body was being reshaped. The foundation of the red copper bone refinement allowed the bones to withstand the impact of liquefied spiritual energy, but the reshaping process was still painful. It felt as if all his bones were taken apart and reassembled, every joint aching. He gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Sweat trickled down from his forehead, soaking the mat.
2 months later the reshaping was complete. Chen An opened his eyes.
He looked down at his hands, still the same hands, but the meridians beneath the skin had changed. They weren't thicker but steadier. The spiritual energy of the Qi refinement period flowed through the meridians like river water, while the spiritual energy of the foundation establishment period flowed like mercury, denser and heavier. He clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking. The strength of his physical body had increased by 30% compared to the Qi refinement period.
He summoned the interface.
Host Chen An lifespan 40300, spiritual root, low-grade firewood, earth cultivation, early foundation establishment 250000, dual cultivation points 025000. 50,000 to mid foundation establishment. At 60 points a day it would take just over 2 years. With the Qingmu nourishing pill technique, if obtained, a year and a half.
No rush. He sat on the mat for a while.
It took him several years to go from the shantytown to foundation establishment. It wasn't fast, but every step was taken by himself.
Chen An stood up and pushed open the stone door. Sunlight flooded into the yard, blindingly bright.
Wei Zissa sat cross-legged at the door, and upon hearing the door creak she sprang up, her gaze sweeping from his face to his hands and back to his face. Lu Qingyue got up beside her, took 2 steps forward, then stopped, standing 3 steps away from him, looking him up and down as if confirming he was still the same person.
Congratulations, husband, on your successful foundation establishment.
Wei Zissa's voice was tense. Chen An looked at her. She had been guarding at the door for 2 months, dark circles under her eyes. Lu Qingyue stood beside her. He replied. Then he reached out and pried open Wei Zis's clenched fist, giving it a squeeze. He then pulled Lu Qingyue over and patted the back of her head. You've established your foundation. You've worked hard. 2 months, Wei Zisa said. You said 3 days. The reshaping took longer than expected. Wei Zisa took a step closer, her hand pressing on his chest, her spiritual power probing into his meridians, her divine sense swept through his dantian, stopping at the pool of liquid spiritual energy, lingering for quite some time. There was no residue of toxin from the Dan, no damage to the meridians, and the spiritual energy was as pure as freshly melted snow water. It wasn't a breakthrough achieved by swallowing foundation establishment pills, but a pristine foundation establishment. She withdrew her hand and stared at his face for 3 breaths. Then she raised her hand and patted him on the shoulder lightly but with force. Next time you enter seclusion, tell me in advance how long it will take. You said 3 days, but I guarded for 2 months outside. Lu Qingyue brought you a bowl of spiritual rice porridge every day and replaced it with a fresh one the next day. 60 bowls. The rice in the kitchen is almost gone. The first month was all about drawing spiritual energy. The reshaping consumed a lot. The second month stabilized. Lu Qingyue chuckled slightly, then quickly stifled it. She paused. How do you feel? Hungry. Lu Qingyue burst out laughing. She turned and ran into the kitchen, bringing out a bowl of warm spiritual rice porridge that she had been simmering all night. Chen An took it, sitting on the stone bench in the yard, drinking it sip by sip. Lu Qingyue stood beside him, watching him drink, her hand resting on the back of his neck, fingers gently rubbing at the roots of his hair. Wei Zisa leaned against the wall, arms crossed, a slight curve at the corners of her mouth. What's your divine sense range? 30 miles. I just tested it. Chen An paused. Someone from the inner city stone tower is already checking. You can't sweep around recklessly in the market from now on. Wei Zisa raised an eyebrow. When she was at early foundation establishment, her divine sense only reached 20 miles. This man had just broken through, and his divine sense had already reached the standard for mid-foundation establishment, and he knew the taboos of the market on his first use. Have you tried drawing talismans after the spiritual energy liquefied? Not yet. Chen An put down the porridge bowl. Let's eat first. Can you? Wei Zisa took a deep breath. Can you act like someone who just broke through a major realm? Old Wang next door had his foundation establishment and even invited a few friends for a gathering, and you just drank a bowl of spiritual rice porridge. Being low-key is always the best approach. Chen An stood up and placed the empty bowl on the stone table. The shop will open as usual tomorrow. Wei Zisa looked at him, and after a long while the curve of her mouth turned into an uncontrollable smile. She didn't ask any further. Lu Qingyue took the empty bowl back to the kitchen, then pressed Chen An back onto the stone bench, checking him from head to toe. She squeezed his shoulders and felt his forehead, confirming he had no fever and no missing bones. Yes. She paused, then stood up and kissed his forehead. No words were spoken. Wei Zisa straightened up from the wall, walked over. Yes. She paused, then stood up and kissed his forehead. No words were spoken. Wei Zisa straightened up from the wall, walked over to the stone bench and sat down. She didn't kiss him, just rested her head on his shoulder. Husband. After foundation establishment, when do you plan to exchange for the Qingmu nourishing pill technique? In a month. At the exchange meeting. Is there anything to prepare before going? Learn second-tier talismans to clear the last trace of bone poison. Chen An said a month is enough. I'll clear the poison tonight. Wei Zisa looked at him. Just out of seclusion, he was already planning for the exchange meeting a month later. At night. The three of them squeezed onto the bed. Wei Zisa's hand rested on his chest and Lu Qingyu's head leaned against his shoulder. Both women breathed lightly but were still awake. Husband. 30,000 miles, Wei Zisa said. From Qingzhou to Yunzhou, 30,000 miles. You took half a year. Yes. You've established your foundation. Congratulations, husband. Chen An lightly tapped her hand with his fingers. Half a year ago at Siya Valley, after killing 3 robbers, he leaned against the flying boat, his palms drenched in sweat. At that time she asked, "Who exactly are you?" He replied, "Just a talisman maker from the shantytown." Now he had established his foundation. Chen An extended his hand from under the blanket, resting it on Lu Qingyu's hand. Lu Qingyue replied, "The road is still long. But the path has truly opened up." Their hands were stacked together. The temperatures were different but the weight was the same. A month later.
Chen An sat behind the talisman drawing table, placing the last second-tier flame talisman on the table. The runes on the talisman paper glowed faintly, of high quality. He stored it in his storage bag. A month ago he had just exited seclusion and went to the Merchant Association to buy the second-tier talisman compendium, which included formulas for the Flame Talisman, Thunder Talisman, Diamond Talisman and Spirit Binding Talisman, costing 5,000 spirit stones. The shopkeeper took down a copy of Essentials of Second-Tier Formations, priced at 3,000 spirit stones, and asked if he needed it. Chen An flipped through 2 pages before putting it back. He was already proficient in second-tier formations and did not need to start over. He spent 3 days reviewing. The runes of second-tier talismans were far more complex than those of first-tier talismans. The first-tier Exploding Flame Talisman had only 3 main patterns, while the second-tier had 7 with 2 auxiliary patterns between each. The spiritual energy after foundation establishment was pure enough for Wei Zissou to utter the words immaculate. Drawing the auxiliary patterns was as precise as writing with a needle dipped in ink, meticulous without error. The panel displayed the second-tier talisman points jumping from 0 to 1. Wei Zissou's bone corrosion poison was cleared the very night he exited seclusion. The yin-yang rain transformation technique operated for half an incense stick's time, and the spiritual energy after foundation establishment sank into her meridians like mercury, washing away the last remnants of the gray-white bone corrosion poison expelled in the cycle. She sat on the bed looking down at her lower abdomen, lost in thought for a long while. 6 months had passed, from being poisoned in the Cold Crow Valley to being on the brink of death on the flying boat to refining pills with the help of underground fire. The bone corrosion poison had followed her for half a year, and suddenly it was gone. She removed her hand from her abdomen and leaned into Chen An's embrace. His hand still rested on her lower abdomen, pausing for a moment before sliding down slightly. She held his hand down. "Not tonight. Let me take a moment to breathe." She closed her eyes. With the bone corrosion poison cleared, her bottleneck should have loosened. The next day she asked Chen An to buy a barrier-breaking fruit from the Merchant Association and refine 2 batches of barrier-breaking pills, 3 pills wasted from the first batch, 5 produced from the second, keeping 1 high-quality pill for herself and placing 4 mid-quality pills on the shelf priced at 4,000 spirit stones. By that evening 2 pills had been sold. The following night Wei Zissou extinguished the fire in the pill furnace, washed her hands and walked into the bedroom. Chen An looked up from behind the talisman drawing table. She wasn't wearing that gray robe but had changed into a lighter one. After 2 months of seclusion, 2 months of porridge left at the door, and 2 months of the spirit gathering array operating at full capacity, she stood at the door watching him, saying nothing, but her eyes were full. He set down the talisman brush. She walked over and straddled his lap. Her lips brushed against his ear, her voice low and hoarse as if squeezed from her throat. 2 months. During the chi refinement period you did it 3 times a day. Now that you've established your foundation, how many times can you do it? He didn't answer. He lifted her up and placed her on the bed. Lu Qinyue poked her head out from the kitchen, glanced at them and then withdrew. The water in the kitchen had boiled, bubbling for a while. She extinguished the fire, washed her hands and pushed open the bedroom door. That night the 3 of them lost count. Chen An's red copper body refinement technique held strong, and the circulation of spiritual energy after foundation establishment was steadier than during the chi refinement period. The yin-yang rain transformation technique flowed within the 3 of them for an unknown number of cycles. Wei Zissou's moans were prolonged, and after softening it took her a while to recover. She lacked the strength to open her eyes. Lu Qinyue lay beside her, their hair tangled together, unable to separate. In the middle of it Lu Qinyue hoarsely said, "Sister Wei, be gentler with me," but Wei Zissou did not respond. She was already asleep. Chen An summoned the panel. The dual cultivation points jumped from 0 to 80. Wei Zissou 5 times, Lu Qinyue 3 times. This was 20 points more than during the chi refinement period. The efficiency of dual cultivation for foundation establishment cultivators had nearly doubled. He closed the panel. Then it became a daily routine. Drawing talismans and refining pills during the day, dual cultivating at night. After foundation establishment he gained 80 points daily, 1/3 more than during the chi refinement period. Lu Qinyue continued to grind vermilion, and Wei Zissou set a stool beside the underground fire for her to warm herself. Lu Qinyue moved the stool half an inch closer to the fire and sat down to continue grinding. Her hands became steadier, and the vermilion she mixed was even finer than what the Merchant Association sold, not because of superior technique but because she knew that when Chen An drew talismans the vermilion must be free of granules. 1 grain in the auxiliary pattern would cause it to break. Every day she ground for 2 hours until her fingers stiffened. Chen An took her hand and pressed it against his palm to warm it up. The shelf now held second-tier flame talismans priced at 400 spirit stones each. Over the course of a month Chen An's high-quality rate for second-tier talismans rose from 20% to 70%.
Old Zhang from next door came by, picked one up and remarked, "Your talismans are more expensive than my formation discs."
He glanced again at the shelf. "Is this the only type? There are more."
Chen An took out a thunder talisman from his storage bag, second-tier lightning technique. The runes were still a bit unstable, but the lightning was already dancing on the talisman paper. Old Zhang craned his neck back. In a month the dual cultivation points had accumulated to 2,600. Chen An invested all into his cultivation, pushing his early foundation establishment from 2 to 260250000. 80 points daily after foundation establishment. Wei's this of 5 times Lu Qingyue, 3 times efficiency was 1/3 more than during the Qi refinement period. At this speed, reaching mid-foundation establishment would take a year and a half. If he could switch to the Qingmu nourishing pill technique tomorrow, it would take just over a year. One evening the shop closed its doors. Chen An collected the talismans from the shelf into his storage bag, 40 high-quality flame talismans and 20 high-quality thunder talismans. Wei Zisa took out a furnace of solidifying yuan pills with 9 high-quality ones and stored them in her storage ring. Lu Qingyue stacked the spirit stones from the counter into a wooden box, and after stacking them she looked up at Chen An.
"Don't forget the spirit fruit," she said. The green kind. From that stall at the entrance of the market.
"You said you wanted to try it last time." Chen An paused. "You've looked at it twice already."
Lu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback. That was 2 months ago.
She had glanced at that stall a few more times while passing by the market but had said nothing.
He had seen it.
She nodded and pushed the wooden box in front of Wei Zisu. Wei Zisu extinguished the fire in the pill furnace and stood in front of it for a while. Tomorrow was the exchange meeting in the second half of the Qingmu nourishing pill technique. This was the first time Chen An voluntarily sought someone out for a trade after establishing his foundation.
He had everything prepared: second-tier talismans, solidifying yuan pills, and the Great Perfection cleansing talisman. Oldly wanted a method for detoxification, but Chen An wouldn't give him the yin-yang rain transformation technique.
He intended to trade the cleansing talisman instead, because a talisman capable of detoxifying pill poison was worth more than anything to someone who dealt with pill furnaces for a lifetime. As for why he insisted on trading for this technique, after establishing his foundation he was gaining 80 dual cultivation points daily, which would take a year and a half to reach mid-foundation establishment. If the Qingmu nourishing pill technique could allow him to absorb qi back into his cultivation, it would cut the time in half. More importantly, his Qingmu flame technique was formerly called the Qing Emperor longevity technique, a wood attribute technique from the same origin. Having the complete inheritance would reveal its limits. The Qingmu flame technique is a fragment. Chen An tightened his storage bag. It can only be cultivated to the golden core stage and the subsequent mental methods are severed. Wei Zisa turned around and looked at him. "So you want to exchange for the Qingmu nourishing pill technique to find the subsequent mental methods?"
"Not necessarily find it,"
Chen An said, "but techniques from the same origin can at least fill in some gaps." More importantly, he paused and took something out of his storage bag. It was a jade slip, blue in color with fine cracks on the surface as if it had experienced a long passage of time. After foundation establishment, the spiritual energy liquefies and the divine sense expands. I re-examined the route of the Qingmu flame technique and found that the endpoint of the meridian operation is not the dantian but the sea of consciousness. Chen An said, "During the Qi refinement period the spiritual energy was insufficient to reach the sea of consciousness, so it only showed the first half. After foundation establishment for the first complete operation, a complete meridian map materialized in the sea of consciousness, but only up to the golden core stage." He handed the jade slip to Wei Zisu. Wei Zisu probed her divine sense into it and after 3 breaths she withdrew, frowning. "It is indeed a fragment," she said. "The meridian map ends at the golden core stage and the subsequent route is blank." Chen An retrieved the jade slip. "If the Qingmu nourishing pill technique is of the same origin, perhaps it can deduce the direction of the subsequent mental methods from the path of qi absorption."
"Even if it can't be deduced, absorbing qi back into cultivation would save half the time."
Wei Zisa looked at him silent for a long time.
"Chen An,"
she said, "what if it can't be deduced?" "Then I'll look for other wood attribute techniques," Chen An said. "The cultivation world is vast, there must be other paths."
Wei Zisu nodded.
Lu Qingyue stood beside them silent, but her fingers clenched the hem of her clothes tightly.
"Husband,"
she suddenly spoke, "is that Qingmu nourishing pill technique
powerful?"
Chen An was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. It was a light smile, but it was indeed a smile. "I don't know," he said, "but Oldly has hidden it for over 10 years, so it should be worthwhile." Lu Qingyue thought for a moment and nodded. "Then husband will definitely be able to trade for it."
Chen An said nothing.
He reached out and gently pressed the top of her head. "I'll go tomorrow," Chen An said. "You stay here to watch the shop."
"Oldly has seen me. Last time he left half a jade slip on my cushion." So you can't go.
He would recognize the bone corrosion poison and you. If you go, it would be like telling him that the person who can detoxify is right beside you. He still has to guess who it is. Chen An tightened his storage bag. He'll go alone and say that the method for detoxification is in my hands. If he wants to trade, he must bring the first half of the scroll. If not, I'll leave. Wei Zissou glanced at him. An early Foundation Establishment cultivator going to meet a late Foundation Establishment cultivator. He wouldn't take her nor Lu Qingyue, he would go alone. But he had laid a trap for a month, drawn talismans for a month, and accumulated dual cultivation points for a month. Every step had been calculated. Wei Zissou took out a sound transmission talisman from her storage ring and placed it in his hand.
A sound transmission talisman.
It can be received within 100 miles.
Call me if there's anything.
Lu Qingyue brought out 3 bowls of spirit rice porridge from the kitchen. The 3 of them sat on the stone bench to eat. Moonlight filtered down from above the courtyard, casting light on the stone table, and the porridge in the bowls emitted a faint white vapor. Lu Qingyue took 2 sips and looked up at Chen An. Husband, is Oldly a good person or a bad person?
Chen An put down the bowl of porridge. I don't know.
But he has lived in the inner city for over 10 years and has never harmed anyone. If he had, he would have been expelled by the Wandering Cultivator Alliance long ago.
What if he doesn't trade? Then there's always the next time.
The exchange meeting occurs every 3 months.
If he doesn't trade, he'll save for another 3 months. There will always be something he wants. What if he doesn't want anything at all? Chen An did not answer.
He had seen cultivators who wanted nothing, not at the exchange meeting but in the slums of Qingzhou. But he had also seen cultivators who wanted everything, like the one he had driven out of the first fork in the road at Xie Valley with 3 exploding flame talismans. What kind of person Oldly was would only be revealed tomorrow. The 3 of them blew out the lamp and huddled in bed. As soon as Lu Qingyu's hand rested on Chen An's waist, he pulled her over, causing her to grunt softly, a delicate gasp escaping her throat. Wei Zissou pressed against him from behind, her lips resting on the back of Chen An's neck, softly moaning. Tomorrow's exchange meeting.
Tomorrow's matters. Chen An pulled the blanket over the 3 of them.
Lu Qingyu's moans were delicate, interspersed with Wei Zissou's low gasps, their voices layering together.
After a while, Lu Qingyue softened, first lying on the pillow gasping for breath.
Wei Zissou continued, her moans prolonged, eventually turning into a light's eye as she melted into Chen An's embrace. Don't forget the spirit fruit, Lu Qingyue said in the dark.
Chen An replied with an
Wei Zissou had already fallen asleep on the other side, her hand still resting on the back of Chen An's hand. The next morning, Chen An stepped out of the door. Old Zhang was waiting at the alley entrance, and upon seeing him they walked together towards the southern part of the inner city.
The entrance to the abandoned pill room was still guarded by the grey-robed cultivator at the initial stage of Foundation establishment.
Seeing a stranger brought by Old Zhang, the cultivator took a glance and allowed them to pass. Inside, more than 20 people were already seated, most of them at the initial to mid-stage of Foundation establishment. In a corner, 2 old cultivators at the late stage of Foundation establishment sat quietly, their auras tightly restrained. Old Zhang turned his head and nodded towards the grey-robed old cultivator in the corner.
That's Oldly. An alchemist, he has lived in the inner city for over a decade. He has a strange temperament, but he keeps his word. If you want to change your cultivation method, he is the one to see. Chen An nodded.
Old Zhang found a spot against the wall to sit down and took out 3 formation discs from his storage bag, placing them in front of him. Chen An did not sit with him, he walked straight through the crowd to Oldly's side.
Oldly opened one eye.
At the initial stage of Foundation establishment, his aura was steady and a faint scent of cinnabar emanated from him. He was a talisman master.
Not here to set up a stall.
Seniorly, Chen An spoke. 3 months ago, a female cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage came here inquiring about the Qingmu nourishing pill method. She had residual bone-corroding poison in her body.
Oldly opened both eyes. Who are you to her? Her Dao partner. Did you clear the poison?
Yes.
What method did you use?
Chen An took out a jade slip from his storage bag and placed it on the cushion in front of Oldly.
The yin-yang rain transformation method.
A supplementary technique for regulating meridians. When activated, it injects pure spiritual energy into the opponent's meridians, layer by layer, stripping the poison from the meridian walls. She was poisoned for half a year with less than 1/10 remaining, and it was cleared in 2 months. This set of techniques exchanged for the complete volume of the Qingmu nourishing pill method. Oldly stared at the jade slip, remaining motionless for a long time. He took out 2 half jade slips from his storage ring, piecing them together and resting them on his knee. His fingers explored the broken edge. 20 years ago I had a senior brother. He offended someone outside and was poisoned with a strange toxin. He knelt before me begging for my help. I am an alchemist and I tried all 17 antidote recipes available in the market. They were useless. When he died his meridians were completely dark. I buried him in the back mountain, not daring to announce it, fearing it would be discovered. He raised his eyes to look at Chen An. Is your Tao partner's meridian damaged after clearing the poison?
No. Can she continue cultivating?
The bottleneck has loosened and she has recently been refining breakthrough pills in preparation for a breakthrough.
Old Li nodded.
He picked up the jade slip of the yin-yang rain transformation method and probed with his divine sense, reading through it carefully from beginning to end. When he reached the part requiring the spiritual energy to circulate at a certain purity to strip the poison, he paused for a while. Then he stored the jade slip in his storage ring and pushed the 2 half jade slips towards Chen An.
Here is the complete version.
The upper volume contains the heart method while the lower volume contains the technique for nourishing the alchemical energy.
They must be combined to be effective.
Read the upper volume first, then cultivate the lower volume. Skipping directly to the lower volume will overwhelm the dantian. Chen An stored the jade slips in his storage bag.
Young friend.
Old Li stored the jade slips away, dusted off the gray dirt on his knees and slowly stood up. Though his back was slightly hunched, he stood taller than when seated. What does your Tao partner plan to do after clearing the poison?
For now, just stay in the market. The market is rented.
The shop pays rent, the pill room pays rent, and even the fire pit is rented. I did not want him to follow my old path. Alchemy cannot save everyone, but the Tianzi sect controls the mountain heads and can at least provide him with a place to survive. I did not want him to follow my old path. Alchemy cannot save everyone, but the Tianzi sect controls the mountain heads and can at least provide him with a place to survive.
Your son is Li Han,
a core disciple at the peak of Foundation establishment managing the designated areas. The Tianzi sect has opened over 30 spiritual vein mountains outside, and those above Foundation establishment can choose one with an annual tribute of 10,000 spirit stones. Old Li glanced back at Chen An. If you want to find a place of your own, go find him.
Just say that I sent you. Exchanging cultivation methods for cultivation methods, that's all. This is all an old man has to say. Whether you use it or not is up to you. The gray-robed figure brushed past the doorframe and vanished into the alley.
Chen An stored the jade slips in his bag and turned to glance at Old Zhang. Old Zhang was discussing the array eye orientation with a mid-stitch Foundation establishment array master, and upon seeing Chen An rise he waved the array disc in his hand, signaling that he would stay a while longer.
Chen An nodded and left the pill room alone.
Upon returning to the shop, Wei Zissou was crouched by the fire pit cleaning the accumulated dust.
Chen An placed the 2 half jade slips on the counter. Complete. Upper and lower volumes.
Wei Zissou straightened up and probed her divine sense into the jade slip, scanning through it. Using wood to nurture spirit, using pills to nourish pills, borrowing alchemical energy to supplement cultivation.
3 layers of methods, 2 layers complete.
She returned the jade slip to the counter.
What did you exchange for it? The yin-yang rain transformation method.
She said nothing more and continued to clean the dust. The cultivation method was given away and a complete item was received in return, not a loss.
Old Li also mentioned one thing.
His son Li Han, a core disciple of the Tianzi sect at the peak of Foundation establishment managing the designated areas. The Tianzi sect has opened over 30 spiritual vein mountains in the Lingyun mountain range, and those above Foundation establishment can choose one with an annual tribute of 10,000 spirit stones.
Wei Zissou put down her dustpan.
Lu Qingyue peeked out from the kitchen, wiped her hands clean and came out to sit beside Chen An on the stone bench. The 3 of them surrounded the stone table. Moonlight filtered down from above the courtyard, casting a glow on the jade slips. Chen An recounted Old Li's words. Wei Zissou mentally calculated earning 6,000 spirit stones a month with an annual tribute of 10,000 meant they would be working for nearly 2 months for free. However, the shop is rented while the mountain head would be theirs. Living in a rented place for 3 years still belongs to others, but residing in their own cave for 3 years could be passed down to future generations. She finished her calculations and spoke. The spirit stones are enough. Working for 2 months for free could exchange for a mountain head that's worth it. Lu Qingyue slowly sipped her spiritual tea and did not speak. She knew she was just a mortal. Spiritual veins, annual tributes and wilderness permits were all matters of cultivators. She only cared about one thing.
Is there a kitchen on the mountain?
The Tianzi sect has cleared the wilderness, but preparations must be made by oneself. However, there is a water source and setting up a stove is all that's needed.
That works. She finished her tea. Chen An looked at the 2 women.
One was calculating, the other was asking about the kitchen. No one said it's too far, no one said it's dangerous, no one said let's think it over. It was the same when they escaped from Qingzhou half a year ago. When he said they were going to Qingye market, they packed their bags. Now when he spoke of clearing the wilderness and establishing a clan, they asked about the kitchen and account books. Then it's settled. Tomorrow we go to the Tianzi sect. That night Wei Zissa sat by the bed, her fingers twirling a strand of hair. Tomorrow we go to the Tianzi sect. Yes. We all agreed, you need to find a good one. Water source, spiritual vein, cave, none can be missing. Yes. Lu Qingyue was organizing the bundles beside her, folding a few changeable outfits neatly. She didn't speak but placed the folded clothes beside Chen An. Chen An looked at the two women. One was counting, the other folding clothes. No one said it's too far, no one said it's dangerous. It was the same when they escaped from Qingzhou half a year ago. When he said they were going to Qingye market, they packed their bags. Now when he spoke of clearing the wilderness and establishing a clan, they asked about the kitchen and account books. Then it's settled. The candlelight extinguished. The next day Chen An went to the outpost of the Tian Corp sect. A disciple in a black robe stopped him and inquired about his purpose. Chen An reported the name Li Han, adding, "Senior Li sent me here." The disciple entered to inform and after a moment led him to the second floor. Li Han was sitting behind a desk carving a jade slip. In his 30s, in the mid-foundation establishment stage, his black robe sleeves were embroidered with 2 silver lines, the insignia of an inner sect steward. He glanced at Chen and setting down the jade slip. "Chen Dao Yu." "Yes. Elder Li, your esteemed father asked me to find you. My father transmitted a message to me last night." Li Han leaned back against his chair, sizing him up. Early foundation establishment with a stable aura, carrying a faint scent of cinnabar. "My father mentioned that you did him a favor. He owes you a debt of gratitude. Speak, what do you want?" "A reclamation order. Your father said the Tian Corp sect has 37 peaks in the Lingyun mountain range and I can choose one above foundation establishment." Li Han stared at him for a moment and then chuckled. It was not mockery but rather amusement. "When my father transmitted his message to me last night, he said 4 words, a young one is coming. I thought you were here to ask for pills, but unexpectedly you are here to claim a peak." He pulled out a parchment map from beneath the desk, unfolding it on the table. The Lingyun mountain range is at the southernmost part of the Tian Corp sect's territory, a distance of 10,000 miles, requiring 3 days of flight on a second-tier flying boat. Of the 37 peaks that can be claimed with a reclamation order, only 6 belong to our sect's disciples, none for outsiders. Chen An looked down at the map. Li Han pointed to the southernmost end of the map. "If you want to choose, I recommend these few peaks in the southern section. They have a medium-grade spiritual vein and the surrounding area of 100 miles will be under your jurisdiction. The southernmost peak is called Qixia Ridge. 100 years ago, when the Tian Corp sect was clearing demon beasts, a medium-grade spiritual vein was discovered here. The terrain is gentle and there is a natural cave at the southern foot, hence it was included in the reclamation list." Li Han paused for a moment. "But there are 2 things you must know. First, 200 miles away there is a Gu family with 2 brothers in the mid-foundation establishment stage who have been hanging around for 5 years. Second, the Tian Corp sect only protects against external enemies, not internal conflicts. If you have a dispute with the Gu family, you must resolve it on your own. When can I hang the order?" "You should go take a look first, and once you have seen it you can hang the order. There is no rush on this day." Li Han rolled up the map and handed it to Chen An. The Lingyun mountain range is a distance of 10,000 miles from Qingye Fangzhe, requiring 3 days of flight. You need to prepare sufficient supplies before setting off. Things in the mountains are different from those in the markets, and if you lack materials there are no merchants to run to. Chen An accepted the map. "Can the spiritual vein on the mountain be used to cultivate spiritual fields?" "Yes. Within 100 miles all areas covered by the medium-grade spiritual vein can be cultivated. 100 acres of spiritual fields is not a problem. You can grow spiritual rice and spiritual herbs, but it requires manpower, clearing land, sowing seeds, harvesting. Even if you draw talismans quickly you cannot manage alone." Li Han glanced at him. "Most of the reclamation families of the Tian Corp sect will hire a few loose cultivators. There are a few markets down the mountain where you can hire people, but the wages are not low, at least 2,000 spirit stones a year." "What about the Loose Cultivator Alliance?" "The Loose Cultivator Alliance does not manage reclamation. They only care about the rules within the markets." However, Li Han leaned back in his chair, "If you plan to recruit people it's best to find a reliable referrer. There are many loose cultivators in the Lingyun mountain range, but they are a mixed bag. Hiring the wrong person can ruin the entire spiritual field of a peak." Chen An noted his words and left the outpost. He needed to withdraw from the shop. He walked along the bluestone path back, mentally calculating the costs. Since the Lingyun mountain range is 10,000 miles away, a round trip would take 6 days, and having a shop in Qingye Fangzhi would be equivalent to wasting it. The spirit-gathering pills and talismans earning 6,000 spirit stones a month are mostly supported by regular customers. Moving them 10,000 miles away means no one would visit. Rather than wasting rent, it was better to withdraw. Upon returning to the shop, he discussed the Lingyun mountain range matter with Wei Zisu and also brought up his plans to withdraw from the shop and procure supplies. Wei Zisu stood by the alchemy furnace for a while, not saying a word. Withdraw. We will go to the Merchant Association today to buy materials. A complete set of second-tier mountain protecting array and a set of spirit gathering array along with spare array bases. If it's for both offense and defense, add a second-tier trapping array. We need to prepare at least half a year's worth of talisman paper and spiritual ink. On my side, 3 portions of materials for spirit gathering pills, 2 portions for solidifying yuan pills, and 1 portion for breaking barrier pills. The Lingyun mountain range has spiritual fields and spiritual herbs can be planted, but the first batch of seeds must be purchased from the Merchant Association. Chen An nodded. Lu Qingyue peeked out, but she understood the 2 words, withdraw the shop. When will we leave? 2 days for procurement. 1 day for shop withdrawal. We will set off in 3 days. Okay. She did not ask further and picked up a cloth to continue wiping the shelves. The shelves were already mostly empty. There had been no restocking in recent days, and all second-tier flame and thunder talismans had been stored in the storage bag. She wiped the empty wooden board once, then again, as if she were cleaning something she was reluctant to part with. That afternoon, Chen An went to the Inner City Merchant Association. The branch of the Qingye Merchant Association was located at the center of the inner city square, a 3-story stone building with a golden plaque hanging above the door inscribed with Junzhou Merchant Association Qingye Branch. The first floor had ordinary materials, the second floor had array talismans, and the third floor required a cultivation level above foundation establishment to enter. Chen An ascended to the second floor and handed the prepared list to the shopkeeper: a complete set of second-tier mountain protecting array, a complete set of second-tier spirit gathering array, a complete set of second-tier trapping array, 16 spare array bases, 3,000 sheets of second-tier talisman paper, 10 jars of second-tier spiritual ink, and 20 jars of first-tier spiritual ink. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage. He scanned the list and raised his eyebrows slightly. Are you planning to reclaim? Yes. The reclamation order from the Tian Corp sect? Yes. The shopkeeper took out an abacus and began to calculate. 3 sets of large arrays plus spare array bases, 54,000 spirit stones. Talisman paper and spiritual ink, 12,000. A total of 66,000. Chen An counted out the spirit stones from his storage bag and piled them on the counter. With over 40,000 spirit stones saved in the past 2 years in Qingye Fangzhi plus the recent months of accumulated savings paying out 66,000 left him with less than 20,000. However, the array bases and talisman paper are the foundation of reclamation. Without a large array to protect the mountain, a vacant peak would not last 3 days. The shopkeeper accepted the spirit stones and began to pack the array bases and materials into the storage bag, giving Chen An another glance as he handed it over. Are you heading to the Lingyun mountain range? Yes. I went there once when I was young. The mountains are beautiful, but it's far away. The shopkeeper chuckled back. When I was at the early foundation establishment stage, I thought about applying for a reclamation order too, but after calculating the expenses, it was too expensive, so I didn't go. You have guts, my friend. Chen An took the storage bag and went downstairs. On his way back to the shop, he passed by old Zhang's store. He was sitting at the door carving array bases, looked up upon seeing Chen An and waved. I heard you are withdrawing from your shop. Yes. Lingyun Mountain Range Reclamation. Old Zhang paused his carving. He opened his mouth but then closed it. After a moment he set his carving knife down on the table. When are you leaving? In 3 days. That's fine. Old Zhang stood up, took 2 core runes of second-tier arrays from the shelf and stuffed them into Chen An's hands. These are a gift for you. 1 for the mountain protecting array and 1 for the spirit gathering array. Each can hold 30% more spiritual energy than the ready-made array bases you would buy. I spent 3 years carving these 2, don't lose them. Chen An looked down at the 2 runes in his hand. Spiritual light contained the patterns so fine they were almost invisible to the naked eye, each line carved with the spiritual energy of someone at the mid-foundation establishment stage. These 2 runes would be worth at least 10,000 spirit stones on the market, yet old Zhang simply gave them away. Thank you. What for? The array eye direction you taught me saved me a year of trial and error. We're even now. Old Zhang took a sip of spiritual tea. Remember, when you get to the mountain, he paused, waved his hand, forget it. Take care of yourself. That night the three of them squeezed onto the bed. The shelves in the shop were already cleared out and the stone house felt a bit unfamiliar with echoes accompanying their words. 66,000. Wei Zisu counted with her fingers 3 sets of large arrays, 3,000 sheets of talisman paper, 30 jars of spiritual ink. How much is left? 18,000. The materials for the pills haven't been purchased yet. Seeds for spiritual rice and spiritual herbs, we will buy them tomorrow. That will be enough. Wei Zisu turned around, straddling Chen An's body, her lips brushing against his ear. You have withdrawn from the shop, her voice was low and husky, spending most of your savings on the array bases. If you can't stay at Qixia Ridge, I can stay. Chen An's hand rested on her waist. With 3 sets of second-tier large arrays, the 2 of us at Foundation Establishment plus the Qingmu Nourishing Pill formula, I will reach mid-Foundation Establishment within a year. She did not speak further. As she sank down, a soft moan escaped her throat, lingering long. Tonight her strength was softer than usual, not from fatigue but from belief. She believed in the Lingyun mountain range and reclamation and clan building, and in his words of "you can stay." Lu Qingyue pressed against him from behind, her fingers clutching the hem of his clothing. She had lived in the shop for nearly 2 years and tomorrow she would withdraw. Lu Qingyue hummed softly, her delicate breaths brushing against the back of his neck. In the stone house with empty shelves, the 3 of them huddled together, moonlight filtering down from above the courtyard illuminating the vacant counter. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the flying ship passed through the last layer of clouds, revealing the full view of the Lingyun mountain range below. From above, dozens of peaks sprawled for hundreds of miles like the spine of a giant dragon, shrouded in mist, with the snowy summits glistening under the sunlight. The 6 peaks marked with the reclamation order faintly displayed the protective array's spiritual light flickering amidst the sea of clouds. Chen An knew there was a peak named Gu 200 miles away, but it was invisible from the sky. 200 miles was beyond the reach of a Foundation Establishment cultivator's divine sense. The flying ship slowly landed on a stone platform at the waist of the southernmost peak. The map given by Li Han marked 3 characters, Qixia Peak. The stone platform was small, roughly 10 jang square, shrouded completely by vines and shrubs. More than a decade ago, the Tian Corp sect had established a temporary camp here to exterminate demon beasts, but since then no one had set foot here again and the vegetation had swallowed all traces. Chen An walked to the cave entrance and tossed a fire talisman. The fireball exploded against the vines, creating a large charred gap, revealing a pitch-black rock wall after the smoke cleared. Chen An walked to the cave entrance and tossed a fire talisman. The fireball exploded against the vines, creating a large charred gap, revealing a pitch-black rock wall after the smoke cleared. Entrance to Shanghai. A damp and cool breeze surged from the cave, carrying the scent of stone and dust. The 3 entered the cave. Natural fissures in the ceiling allowed sunlight to filter through, illuminating the bioluminescent moss embedded in the rock wall. The moss glowed on its own in the darkness, not the ordinary phosphorescence but a spiritual plant nourished by the spiritual veins over the years. The fissures narrowed deeper inside, but the bioluminescent moss became denser, enveloping the entire cave path in a faint azure glow. In the center of the cave was a domed stone chamber, its highest point exceeding 5 zheng, with the ground scattered with rubble and a few dried beast bones. Over a decade ago, the Tian Corp sect had exterminated a second-tier demon beast here, and after slaying it they had harvested all useful materials, leaving only these unmovable ribs. Deep within the stone chamber were 3 passageways, each suffused with the same pale azure glow. Wei Zisu circled around the domed chamber, placing her palm against the rock wall to sense the flow of the spiritual veins. After a long time she spoke. The main vein of the spiritual veins lies deep within the mountain's belly, with multiple tributaries seeping upward from various parts of the mountain. It's not just one spiritual vein, it's a network of spiritual veins with spiritual energy flowing beneath the entire Qixia Peak. The fissure at the top of the cave is the outlet of the main tributary, and the bioluminescent moss thrives due to it. She withdrew her hand. If we set up a second-tier gathering array here, the concentration of spiritual energy in the cave could surpass that of the inner city by 30%. However, the network of spiritual veins covers the entire peak, and there are tributary outlets at the waist and foot of the mountain, not to be wasted. Chen An spread Li Han's map on the stone platform. Qixia Peak spans 100 miles in circumference, divided into 3 layers from the summit to the base. The summit features a natural cave stone platform and a chaotic highland where the spiritual veins are most concentrated, suitable for cave dwellings and alchemy rooms. The waist is a circular gentle slope with a thin layer of soil but dense tributaries of spiritual veins, suitable for cultivating spiritual herb gardens. The foot of the mountain is flat with 2 mountain streams converging, ideal for cultivating vast fields of spiritual rice and spiritual herb gardens. We will reside at the summit. Cultivate spiritual herbs at the waist. Plant spiritual rice and spiritual herbs at the foot. Chen An tucked the map into his storage bag. In the future, when we gather scattered cultivators, well, build a stone house at the foot of the mountain. No outsiders will enter the cave dwelling. That afternoon, Chen An piloted the flying ship westward for 500 miles. Lingyun Bazaar nestled between two peaks in a canyon resembling a gray stone fortress from above, with a black flag hanging at the entrance featuring the outline of a bronze-armored corpse. The bazaar was less than half the size of Qingye Bazaar, yet it had all the essentials: pill shops, talisman shops, and two material stores, with a few disciples of the Tian corpse sect in black robes strolling about on the streets. At the deepest part was a black stone hall where two mid-foundation cultivators in black robes sat cross-legged at the entrance, blocking Chen An's approach. Newcomer. Reclamation order. Chen An handed over the document given by Li Han. The black-robed cultivator glanced at it, did not enter the hall to report, but instead returned the document to Chen An, sizing him up with his peripheral vision for a few breaths. Foundation establishment, early stage, carrying the scent of cinnabar, a talisman master. Qixia Peak. Yes. Are you alone? I live with my partner. The black-robed cultivator scoffed, fell silent, and merely nodded his chin to indicate entry into the hall. As Chen An passed by him, he muttered in a low voice, "Another one who can't afford the 3-year tribute." The voice was neither high nor low, just audible enough for Chen An to hear. Chen An paid no heed and entered the black stone hall. The hall was small, with dark green phosphorescent lamps lighting the walls. Behind a central table sat a black-robed cultivator at the peak of foundation establishment, his sleeves embroidered with 3 silver lines, one more than Li Han. His face was gaunt, cheekbones prominent, flipping through a thick roster. Chen An placed the reclamation document and a storage bag containing 10,000 spirit stones on the table. The black-robed cultivator set down his pen and glanced at the document, flipping the roster to the latest page. The parchment was densely filled with the names of 6 pioneering families and their respective peaks, the latest entry being from 5 years ago. He took his pen and wrote a line: Chen Family Foundation Establishment, early stage, Qixia Peak. Then he retrieved a square black iron token from beneath the table, engraved on the front with the words Tian Corpse and on the back with Qixia. The token was square, cool to the touch, with subtle fluctuations of restriction on its surface, not a magical tool but a credential. Hanging at the cave entrance, the area within 100 miles would be the territory of the Chen family. Annual tribute of 10,000. To be paid on this day each year. If you owe for 3 years, the mountain will be reclaimed. Chen An took the token. The black-robed cultivator had already closed the roster and picked up his pen again. As he exited the hall, the black-robed cultivator at the entrance was still there. Leaning against the stone wall with his arms crossed, he raised his chin at Chen An as he walked out. Qixia Peak, he elongated his tone. The last person who chose Qixia Peak didn't pay enough tribute for 4 years, and the Tian Corpse sect reclaimed the mountain. You are in the early stage of foundation establishment. He did not finish, only laughed lightly. Chen An paused, glancing at him. I am not the last one. Moreover, Li Han sent me here. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Turning away from him, Chen An walked to the material shop at the entrance of the bazaar, purchasing 2 bags of spiritual rice seeds and a bag of gathering grass seeds, chisui seeds, cold-resistant, suitable for mountainous spiritual fields. The shopkeeper was a plump cultivator in the early stage of foundation establishment, handing over the seeds while lowering his voice. Don't mind that guy at the entrance. He has been the guard of the bazaar for 5 years, sending off 4 people who couldn't pay their tribute. He treats everyone like that. He wrapped the seeds carefully and added casually, chisui seeds grow well in the Lingyun mountain range. The spiritual rice fields used by the Gu family at Qian Peak are grown with this variety. If you succeed in planting them, you can sell them at a good price in the bazaar later. The Gu family. Qian Peak. This was the second time today Chen An had heard these 2 words. He nodded, paid with spirit stones, and exited the shop. The flying ship returned to Qixia Peak under the cover of night. The darkness in the mountains fell faster than in the bazaar as the sun dipped behind the ridge, the entire peak shrouded in shadow. But the cave dwelling was not dark. Wei Zisu had already embedded the second-tier gathering array into the array eye, and the spiritual energy from the mountain's spiritual veins poured down through the fissures, illuminating the bioluminescent moss on the rock walls, casting a faint azure glow that enveloped the entire dome stone chamber in half-light. This light was not harsh, softer than the night pearl, resembling the fragmented light of the moon filtering through dense woods. Lu Qingyue set up a stove with rubble by the pond in the 3rd passage. Wei Zisa flicked a wisp of spiritual fire, igniting it in the cracks by the pond. The flame did not extinguish. The spiritual fire of a foundation establishment cultivator burned faster than ordinary fire, and soon the water began to boil. Enough spiritual energy on the mountain made even the boiling water slightly sweet. Lu Qingyue added the last bit of spiritual rice into the pot, and the aroma of rice wafted from the cave, blending with the pale azure of the bioluminescent moss filling the empty 10-year cave. The 3 sat on the stone bed, enjoying their first meal at Qixia Peak. The stone bed was a flat slab covered with a layer of cloth. Lu Qingyue held the bowl looking up at the bioluminescent moss on the ceiling staring for a long time.
Husband. Is this our home?
Yes.
Chen An placed the empty bowl on the stone bed. He took out the black iron token and flipped it over. On the back were the two characters Qixia.
He embedded the token into a natural fissure in the cave entrance's stone wall. The token lodged itself 3 points into the stone. The fluctuations of the Tian Corp's sex restrictions spread along the rock wall, rippling out like water extending over 100 zhang before merging into the spiritual veins. Within 100 miles it belongs to the Chen family.
Tomorrow we will set up the mountain protection array. The day after tomorrow we will cultivate the spiritual fields.
Chen An lay down on the stone bed. The two streams are at the foot of the mountain. Plant the spiritual rice by the stream and the spiritual herbs south of the stream. The spiritual herb garden at the waist of the mountain. Wei Zissa, you are in charge. Wei Zissa leaned against the rock wall, a slight curve at the corner of her mouth.
That night,
the three squeezed onto the stone bed. The night in the mountains was colder than in the bazaar, and the chill seeping from the rock walls penetrated through the cloth pad straight to the bones. Lu Qingyue curled up in the middle, leaning against Chen An on the left and Wei Zissa on the right, clutching the quilt to her chin.
The bioluminescent moss on the ceiling glowed even brighter at night, the pale azure light casting a thin layer of frost over the three.
Chen An closed his eyes. Over a decade ago the Tian Corp sect had cleared demon beasts here, and the beast bones had dried in the cave for more than 10 years. He had come to a peak that had been abandoned for over a decade.
30,000 miles foundation establishment, 2 women and a token. Starting tomorrow this peak will bear the name Chen.
The next morning at Qixia Peak, Chen An embedded the last foundational array base of the second-tier mountain protection array into the crevice of the mountain's foot. The spiritual energy rapidly connected along the spiritual ink patterns laid between the 8 array bases as a layer of faint blue light curtain rose from the foot of the mountain, slowly spreading upward, enveloping the entire midsection and peak of Qixia Peak. When the light curtain touched the mountain wall, it merged into the rock. The spiritual energy fluctuations were dense. Any spells below the second tier and any magical beasts that collided with it would be repelled. The open space at the junction of 2 mountain streams at the foot of the mountain happened to be within the light curtain. Chen An deliberately pushed the array base 2 zhang outward, enclosing the future spiritual rice field by the stream. He spent another hour setting up the confinement and killing array. The confinement and killing array only covered the cave at the peak and the stone platform at the mountainside, with 16 second-tier spiritual ink engraved enemy confinement runes arranged in a circular distribution around the stone platform. If outsiders breached the mountain protection array, the confinement and killing array would activate within 30 zhang. Enemy confinement runes would lock onto intruders, while 4 attack runes would counter simultaneously. The 2 core runes given by Old Zhang were embedded at the array's center, allowing it to sustain 30% more spiritual energy than an ordinary array. 2 great arrays, one protecting 100 zhang, the other guarding 30 zhang, defending from the outside while killing from within. If anyone entered the area of 100 miles without invitation, they would first hit the light curtain before stepping into the confinement and killing array. Even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator would find it hard to retreat unscathed. Wei Zissa walked around the circular slope at the mountainside, marking the outlets of the spiritual vein tributaries one by one. 13 micro-spiritual vein nodes, a bamboo stick engraved with runes, was inserted into each. Gathering spirit grass is a second-tier spiritual herb sensitive to the concentration of spiritual energy and must be planted directly above the outlet of the tributary. The flat terrain of the 100 mu spiritual rice field at the foot of the mountain, where 2 mountain streams converged, allowed for irrigation using the spiritual rain technique. This is a basic spell that any foundation establishment cultivator could cast, and a single spiritual rain could easily cover 100 mu. In the afternoon, Chen An took a flying boat to Lingyun Square City. Lingyun Square City is nestled in a canyon between 2 peaks, looking like a gray stone fortress from above. A main street lined with pill shops, talisman shops, 2 material shops, and further in a black stone hall. A few disciples of the Tian Corp sect in black robes walked sporadically on the street, glancing twice at unfamiliar faces but not stopping. Cultivators who had received the wilderness decree could move freely in Lingyun Square City. Chen An posted a recruitment notice on the announcement board seeking spiritual planters. No restrictions on chi refining or foundation establishment, with a monthly salary of 150 spirit stones and a 10% share of the spiritual field's harvest. The announcement board also had a few other recruitment notices posted by other pioneering families, the most recent being from 3 months ago, not continuously recruiting but old notices left unremoved. Chen An's recruitment notice was at the very bottom, the spiritual ink still not dry. After sitting for half an hour, no one came. After an hour, passers-by occasionally glanced at the recruitment notice but continued walking. 2 hours passed. The sun moved from above the announcement board to behind the west wall of the stone fortress, and the square city gradually darkened. The plump shopkeeper of the nearby grocery store peeked out from behind the counter several times and finally spoke before closing.
"Friend, don't wait any longer.
There are only so many people capable of planting spiritual rice within a few thousand miles of the Lingyun mountain range. The 6 pioneering families have been hiring for 5 years and have long filled their positions. The last batch of idle hands left a year ago when they were recruited by the neighboring peak. Since then no one has posted recruitment notices. You've been sitting for 2 hours today and you're the first one. None left. None. The shopkeeper took out a bag of red grain seeds and placed it on the counter. No spiritual planters, but I do have spiritual rice seeds. The red grain seeds are cold resistant and can withstand the acidic soil of the mountains. If you're in a hurry to find someone, look outside. There are many loose cultivators in Qingye Square City and no one knows the 6 families of the Lingyun mountain range 1,000 miles away. Raise the price a bit and someone will come. He paused and lowered his voice. You at Qishou Peak plant red grain and the neighboring Qiyan Peak also plants red grain. In the future both families will sell spiritual rice in the Square City and prices will definitely drop. Plant early and harvest more, don't fall behind. Chen An bought 3 bags of red grain seeds. Walking to the entrance of the Square City he took out a sound transmission talisman from his storage bag. Infusing it with spiritual energy he spoke a segment into the talisman. Old Zheng, I need 3 to 5 spiritual planters and 1 manager, preferably female with experience in managing irrigation and crop rotation for the 100 mu spiritual field. Monthly salary of 200 spirit stones plus a 10% share of the harvest with foundation establishment pills included. From the Chen family of Qishou Peak. In Lingyun Square City. The talisman transformed into a beam of spiritual light and darted northeast. Returning to Qishou Peak it was already evening. At the foot of the mountain a few ordinary stone masons were working by the stream, hired from a nearby mountain village in the Lingyun mountain range, earning 3 spirit stones a day. The sound of stone hammers striking the stakes floated up the mountain stream towards the peak. Wei Zisa continued marking the spiritual vein nodes on the mountainside, finishing the last 3 of the 13 marked. Lu Qingyue sat at the stone platform by the cave entrance holding a pot of spiritual tea and watching the stone masons work below. She doesn't farm or move stones, but she enjoys watching the mountain slowly transform into a home. Each sound of the stone hammer means another piece of rock belongs to them. As night fell the 3 of them squeezed onto the stone bed. Wei Zisa leaned against Chen An's chest without speaking. Having failed to recruit a spiritual planter, the reply from the sound transmission talisman sent out would take at least until tomorrow night to arrive. Her fingers traced back and forth across Chen An's collarbone and after a while she turned over and straddled him, her lips brushing against his ear, a soft moan escaping her throat. Tonight her worries were more than last night and her strength was heavier than the night before. Lu Qingyue slept drowsily on the other side, the blanket pulled to her chin. The faint blue light from the luminous moss on the cave ceiling spilled onto the stone bed. Tomorrow old Zhang should reply. That night 1,000 miles away old Zhang was engraving a formation plate in his shop. The sound transmission talisman flared up before him and Chen An's voice echoed in the empty shop. Spiritual planter female manager, monthly salary of 200 plus a 10% share of the harvest with foundation establishment pills included. Old Zhang set down his engraving knife and blew the ashes of the sound transmission talisman off the counter. He rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a blank sound transmission talisman. People are easy to find. There are many loose cultivators in Qingye Square City, just find 3 to 5 who have planted spiritual rice before. As for the female manager, there was a female cultivator named Lu from the pill shop who stopped going out after failing her foundation establishment. I will go invite her. Once I have everyone gathered I will personally bring them over. It's a long journey, just in time to see what your mountain peak looks like. He burned the talisman paper. The spiritual light darted southwest. Old Zhang sat in the darkness for a while before putting the engraving knife back into the drawer. The neighboring shop had already closed. Chen An had left the key with him before he left and he occasionally went to check on it. There was a thin layer of dust on the shelves. The sign of Xian Grocery still hung over the door, he had not taken it down. In case Chen An could not stay in the mountains, there was still a sign to return to. He picked up the ashes of the sound transmission talisman and blew them away. The next day at Qishou Peak, Chen An did not go to Lingyun Square City again. He spent the entire day in his cave drawing talismans, 20 each of second-tier fire talismans, thunder talismans and binding spirit talismans. He had arranged everything for planting the red grain seeds on the mountain. Drawing talismans was for stockpiling. When he took his offerings to Lingyun Square City in 3 months, bringing a bit more would not be a loss. Wei Zisa opened her first furnace of solidifying essence pills on the mountainside with the pill furnace embedded in the groove of the vaulted stone chamber, and the spiritual energy from the gathering spirit array flowed into it, making the furnace fire more stable than when in the Square City. The spiritual veins on the mountain were purer than the magma vents in the inner city, free of earthly impurities, resulting in a higher purity of the pills. The first furnace produced 3 high-quality solidifying essence pills. She stored this batch of pills in her storage ring, not placing them on the shelves. The shelves in the square city no longer existed, and these pills were meant for the people on the mountain. Lu Qingyue sat at the stone platform by the cave entrance with a pot of spiritual tea, watching the fragrance of the pills wafting from the mountainside disperse against the light curtain of the mountain protection array. She did not understand alchemy, but she recognized the expression on Wei Zisu's face. When high-quality pills are produced, the corners of her mouth curve just like back in the shop. After drinking half a cup of tea, she set the teapot down on the stone platform. The fragrance of the pills filled the peak while the sound of stone hammers echoed at the foot of the mountain. In between, she sat with her teeth. This position she had occupied in the square city shop for 2 years had now moved to the mountain. As evening approached, the stone masons at the foot of the mountain finished work, leaving their hammers beside the stone stakes. The open area south of the stream had already been prepared for the foundations of 5 stone houses, 2 for the stone masons themselves, 1 for the spiritual planter, and the other 2 were left empty. The spiritual fields had not been turned yet, but the foundations were already laid. The foundation is the root. With roots there is a home. As night fell, Chen An pulled Wei Zisu into his embrace and she let out a soft moan from her throat. Today high-quality pills were produced. Her mouth curved and her body responded too. Lu Qingyue slept drowsily on the other side, the blanket pulled to her chin. The faint blue light from the luminous moss on the cave ceiling spilled onto the stone bed. Tomorrow old Zhang should reply. At Qian Peak inside the Gu family's cave residence, old Gu slapped a sound transmission talisman onto the stone table. The talisman burned to ashes and the voice of the steward echoed through the stone chamber before dissipating. The man named Chen from Qisha Peak sat under the notice board for 2 hours without attracting anyone and eventually packed up. He sent out a sound transmission talisman towards Qingye Fangshi. Recruiting from thousands of miles away, old Gu slumped into the stone chair. Even the fastest will take 10 days. Within 10 days I won't even finish turning over the spiritual fields. Old Gu sat behind the desk flipping through the account book without looking up. He set up 2 second-tier large formations and it only took him a day. Someone like him won't wait. The next morning at Qisha Peak, Wei Zisu descended from the mountainside. The 100 acres of spiritual rice field needed irrigation. She stood at the edge of the field, formed hand seals, and the spiritual rain technique enveloped the entire open area by the stream. Fine water mist fell from the sky, soaking every inch of soil. The soil color changed from grayish-brown to dark brown, moist yet not sticky when held in her hand. She squatted down and poked several holes with her fingers, each hole oozing fine droplets of water. Irrigation complete. 1 round of irrigation before sowing the red millet is enough. Another rainfall during the grain filling period. She stood up, brushed off the dirt from her knees. Until the spiritual planter arrived, she would do as much as she could regarding the spiritual fields. Chen An spent the entire day in the cave drawing talismans. 20 each of fire talismans, thunder talismans, and spirit binding talismans. All arrangements on the mountain were made before sowing the red millet. Drawing talismans was stockpiling. In 3 months during the autumn harvest, bringing more goods when delivering tributes to Lingyun Fangshi would not be a loss. Wei Zisu opened her first furnace for Gu Yuan Dan on the mountainside. The Dan furnace was embedded in the groove of the dome-shaped stone chamber. The spiritual energy from the gathering array flowed in and the furnace fire was steadier than when she was in the market. The spiritual vein on the mountain was free of impurities from the earth fire, improving the purity of the Dan. The first furnace produced 3 high-quality Gu Yuan Dan stored in a storage ring for the people on the mountain. Lu Qingyue held a cup of spiritual tea sitting on the stone platform at the cave entrance, watching the Dan fragrance wafting from the mountainside scatter against the protective array's light curtain. Though she didn't understand alchemy, she recognized the expression on Wei Zisu's face. There would be a curve at the corners of her mouth when producing high-quality ones, just like back in the shop. That evening a beam of spiritual light flew from the northeast, halting outside the protective array. Chen An opened the light curtain and the sound transmission talisman burned to ashes before him. Old Zhang's voice echoed through the cave residence. I have gathered the people for you. 3 spiritual planters. He in mid-stage Qi refinement has been planting spiritual rice for over a decade and managed spiritual fields in Qingye Fangshi for 3 years. The other 2 are mid-stage Qi refinement, nimble and experienced with sowing red millet. The female steward is surnamed Lu, who has not left her home for 3 years since a failed foundation establishment. After I mentioned your wife can refine high-quality Gu Yuan Dan and that the foundation establishment Dan is on her, she agreed to come out. Once they are gathered, I will personally bring them over. It will take 10 days. The light of the sound transmission talisman faded. Lu Qingyue slowly sipped her spiritual tea on the stone bench, suddenly speaking. Lu Qing. Steward Lu. Is she the only one we are missing on our peak? Yes. A second-tier flying boat slowly descended outside the protective array of Qisha Peak 10 days later. The first to disembark was old Zhang.
He stood on the gangway and looked around Shisha Peak, the protective arrays like curtain the stone platform on the mountainside and the mortal stone houses being built by the stream at the foot of the mountain, then descended the gangway and stood before Chen An. Meeting again after 2 years and thousands of miles apart, he sized up Chen An. The spiritual energy here is more abundant than in the market. Your cultivation hasn't regressed. There are spiritual veins on the mountain. Old Zhang nodded and waved back. 4 more people disembarked from the flying boat. The first to step down was a middle-aged cultivator in mid-stage chi refinement, his hands covered in thick calluses, Chen. After landing, he squatted down to grab a handful of mud from the stream's edge, pinching it between his fingers, then stood and cupped his hands in salute to Chen An. Master of the house. The red millet will be planted after 1 irrigation with spiritual vein water and the soil quality has been improved. He glanced at the flat land south of the stream, then looked at both sides of the mountain foot. This land, from the north stream to the south, can be opened up for 100 acres. If we expand eastward by half a mile, we can get an additional 20 acres, but the eastern slope is steep and the spiritual rain technique can't reach the edges. Let's start with 100 acres. Understood. Chen took a shovel and headed towards the southern stream. The second person was a lanky man in mid-stage chi refinement surnamed Sun, carrying a jade hoe. He walked around the southern stream, went up to the mountainside to check the markings for the gathering grass, and returned with several leaves in hand. The bamboo markers in the medicinal herb garden on the mountainside need to be replaced with spirit stones. Gathering grass recognizes spirit stones, not bamboo. I will handle the seeds. The third was a young loose cultivator in early-stage chi refinement surnamed Fong, who spoke little and picked up a shovel as soon as he got off the flying boat to join Chen in the fields. The last to disembark was a female cultivator. A complete chi refinement in her 30s with a lean face, wearing a grayish-blue Taoist robe. She stood on the gangway for a long time, looking at the protective arrays like curtain the spiritual fields, the stone houses, then walked up to Chen An. Lu Qing. 3 years since my failed foundation establishment, Senior Zhang said that the master of the house's wife can refine high-quality Gu Yuan Dan. My meridians have hidden injuries, she refined them. 3 high-quality ones and saved 1 for you. Chen An took out a jade vial from his storage bag and handed it over. Lu Qing took the vial, not opening it but holding it tightly in her hand for a long while. Foundation establishment Dan within 5 years. Chen An replied, once we stabilize on the mountain and gather the materials, we can start refining. She tucked the jade vial into her bosom. All right. 5 years. I will wait. Thank you, master of the house. Taking a deep breath when she lifted her head, there was no longer the hesitation from before. Spirit Field Steward. The irrigation and crop rotation of the 100 acres of spiritual rice field are under my management. The spiritual planters will be managed by me. Chen will handle the cultivation. He has planted red millet for over a decade, so this plot will be entrusted to him. The medicinal herb garden on the mountainside will be managed by Taoist Sun. We need to recruit 2 female laborers for drying spiritual rice, transporting, and bookkeeping. The monthly salary will be 100 spirit stones deducted from the harvest of the spiritual rice field. Chen An looked at her. After failing her foundation establishment and not leaving her home for 3 years, she organized the people, fields, and accounts all in the first day on the mountain. Old Zhang, who was listening nearby, interjected, I told you, she is worth more than 5 spiritual planters. Lu Qing ignored him and headed straight to the southern stream to check the spiritual rice field. She walked back and forth along the southern stream, squatting down to grab 2 handfuls of soil, one from the north stream and one from the south stream, pinching them separately. The soil depth on the north stream is half an inch thicker and the drainage is better than the south stream. When sowing red millet, the north stream should be planted first and the south stream 2 days later, this way the seedlings from the same batch will emerge evenly. She scattered the soil back into the field, stood up and clapped her hands. Let's begin the cultivation. Chen followed behind her, his hands already forming the spell for the spiritual rain technique. At night the cave residents felt livelier than usual. Old Zhang sat on the stone bench drinking tea and Lu Qingyue refilled his cup 3 times. Every time he finished a cup he would tap the teacup, saying that the water from the mountain was sweet. He and Old Sun and Xiaofang rested in the stone house at the foot of the mountain. They had cultivated for an entire afternoon and the stamina of those in the chi refinement stage could not endure 100 acres. They needed to continue working tomorrow. Lu Qing sat on the stone bench slowly drinking tea. Halfway through she set down her teacup, gazing at the luminous moss on the cave ceiling. Lu Qingyue was next to her holding a bowl and glancing at Lu Qing. With steady hands and a straight back she finished her tea and placed the teacup back on the stone table carefully. Old Zhang set his empty teacup on the table and stood up. Tomorrow I will return to Qingya. If more people are needed, sound transmission talismans as usual. What about the formation shop? The shop has assistants watching over it.
Old Zhang took a few steps towards the cave entrance, then looked back at the black iron token embedded in the stone wall, Tianzhi Qixia. He stared for a moment without speaking, then descended the mountain back to the stone house.
Chen An closed his eyes on the stone bed.
3 people resided in the peak's cave, while old Zhang He and old son Xiaofang and Lu Qing lived in the stone house at the foot. The 100 acres of spiritual rice field in the southern stream were irrigated with spiritual rain, and he indicated that they would continue the cultivation tomorrow, finishing it in 3 days, after which they would sow seeds. The red millet seeds had been soaked in spiritual vein water for 3 days, and the tips were starting to sprout white. In 3 months during the first harvest, the 100 acres would yield 50,000 jin. After deducting 10% as a fee, 45,000 jin would enter the Chen family's storeroom. The market price in Lingyun Fansher was 2 spirit stones per jin, totaling 900,000 spirit stones. After delivering the annual tribute of 1,800,000 remains. 5 years. Lu Qing's foundation establishment, Dan Lu Qingyu's heaven-stealing transformation technique, both require time. First stabilize. 10 days later. The 100 acres of red millet had just completed their grain-filling period, the ears beginning to turn yellow but not fully ripe yet. He and along with old son and Xiaofang was weeding in the fields, the jade hoe slicing through the grass roots to uproot the weeds competing for nutrients. Lu Qing stood on the ridge directing the work, first the north side of the creek, then the south side, 2 days later, staggering the times to allow the spiritual rain technique to irrigate. Lu Qingyue sat at the stone platform at the cave entrance holding a cup of spiritual tea, watching the fragrance of pills drifting down from the mountainside mix with the aroma of the grains in the fields scattering against the protective barrier's light. 10 days ago she had sat here watching Wei Zisu refine pills. 10 days later she sat here watching he and weeding. The position had not changed, but below the mountain there were now 100 acres of fields, 5 more people in the stone house, and 2 more drying grounds by the creek.
Chen An was drawing talismans in the cave.
32nd grade blazing flame talismans, 30 thunder talismans, and 20 binding spirit talismans. After the autumn harvest he would go to Lingyun Square Market to pay his tribute, as talismans were hard currency, more convenient than spirit rice. He finished the last talisman, placed the talisman brush on the inkstone, and summoned the panel. Host Chen An lifespan 41300, spiritual root, low grade fire wood earth cultivation, early foundation establishment 850050000, dual cultivation points 120. In these 10 days he had earned 80 points daily, accumulating 800 points. His cultivation rose from 2602 to 8500, leaving 1300 points in reserve, of which 1000 points were invested into the concealing breath illusion technique. Advancing from proficient to mastery, the remaining 300 points were kept as a backup. The current panel displayed 120 points, which were newly accumulated over these 10 days. He needed an additional 41,500 points to reach the midstage at this pace, taking a year and 7 months. If the pill chi from the Qingmu nourishing pill formula could be successful, he would reach it in just over a year. He closed the panel and walked towards the stone bed. Lu Qingyue was folding clothes, neatly stacking the coarse linen skirt at the end of the stone bed. Wei Zisu was refining pills at the fire pit, 3rd batch of the essence solidification pill prepared for the hidden injuries in Lu Qing's meridians.
Qingyue, Chen An called out.
Lu Qingyue looked up. I need to step out for a bit, he said, to Lingyun Square Market to buy a few things. Lu Qingyue set down the clothes and looked at him. What will you buy? Materials for the formation, Chen An replied. The protective formation of Qixia Peak needs to be reinforced. The Gu family has been a bit restless lately.
Lu Qingyue nodded, not asking further.
She picked up an outer robe from the end of the stone bed and handed it to him. The earlier you go, the earlier you return. Chen An took the robe and draped it over his shoulders. He walked to the cave entrance and glanced back. Lu Qingyue had already turned around, continuing to fold the clothes, the coarse linen skirt stacked neatly. Wei Zisu was refining pills at the fire pit, the gray spatula clinking against the pill furnace with a crisp sound. He withdrew his gaze and exited the cave. But he was not going to Lingyun Square Market. He walked deeper into the cave. There was a hidden door in the stone wall. Chen An pushed it open, revealing a narrow stone staircase leading down. The staircase was very narrow, only wide enough for one person, with luminous stones embedded in the walls casting a faint blue light on the path below. He walked deeper into the cave. There was a hidden door in the stone wall. Chen An pushed it open, revealing a narrow stone staircase leading down. The staircase was very narrow, only wide enough. The formation patterns were complex lines intersecting with a groove at the center, perfectly sized for a person. Chen An stood at the edge of the formation, taking out several items from his storage bag: spirit locking nails, vein sealing talismans, and divine banishment discs, purchased at a high price from the Qingye Square Market, specifically used to seal a cultivator's spiritual power and divine sense.
He crouched down, his fingers brushing over the formation patterns.
The dark red lines glimmered faintly under the luminous stones, resembling blood vessels, meridians, or some kind of living creature.
Gu Laowu, he whispered, would spiritual root midstage foundation establishment. Gu Laodai, he added, earth spiritual root midstage foundation establishment.
Two individuals enough for Lu Qingyue to choose from. The wood spiritual root was suitable for pill refining while the earth spiritual root was fit for farming. However, he leaned towards the wood spiritual root. Wei Zisu was a pill refiner, and with a wood spiritual root Lu Qingyue could learn from her in the future.
He stood up and summoned the panel. Dual cultivation points 120 points.
The concealing breath illusion technique had reached mastery, but with 3 days left before taking action he needed to accumulate 80 more points in these 3 days to reach 200 points as a backup, just in case there were unexpected variables he could respond. Once mastered, his aura could be suppressed below the midstage foundation establishment, making it undetectable by Gu Lao's divine sense. He closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy flowing within his meridians.
Just wait a little longer. Lu Qingyue would no longer be an ordinary person.
Chen An exited the stone chamber, closed the hidden door, and returned along the staircase to the cave. Lu Qingyue was still folding clothes, the coarse linen skirt stacked neatly. Wei Zisu poked her head out from the fire pit, her face smudged with ash. Where did you go?
Downstairs, Chen An replied, to check on the formation.
What formation?
The reinforcement formation for the protective array.
Chen An sat down by the stone bed. The Gu family has been a bit restless lately, we need to be cautious. Wei Zisu glanced at him but did not ask further. She continued refining pills, the gray spatula clinking against the pill furnace with a crisp sound. Lu Qingyue finished folding the last piece of clothing, walked over to Chen An and handed him a cup of spiritual tea. The tea was warm, a green tea made from the red millet from the South Creek, carrying the aroma of grains. Husband, she said, the tea is cool, let me get you a fresh cup.
Chen An took the teacup and took a sip. It was quite bitter, but the aftertaste lingered long.
Qingyue, he said, soon I will give you a surprise. Lu Qingyue was taken aback. What surprise?
I can't say, Chen An replied, but you will like it.
Lu Qingyue looked at him, blinking her eyes. She did not ask again, she simply smiled and adjusted the outer robe on his shoulder.
All right, she said, I will wait for it.
Chen An looked at her, remaining silent for a long time. In 3 days she would no longer be an ordinary person. But she did not need to know the process, nor the price, nor the bloodshed. She only needed to know Chen An had given her a surprise.
That was enough.
As for where the spiritual root came from, Wei Zisu would help her out. A spirit opening pill, an unexpected encounter, a fortuitous event. There were not many ways for the cultivation world to open the minds of ordinary people, but they did exist. Lu Qingyue would not inquire further, she had never been one to ask too many questions. He closed his eyes and summoned the panel.
Dual cultivation points 120 points. With 3 days left before taking action, he needed to accumulate 80 points in these 3 days to reach 200 points as a backup.
He closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy flowing within his meridians.
A month later.
On Qixia Peak in the spirit herb garden halfway up the mountain, Wei Zisu crouched among the gathering spirit grass, her fingers pinching a leaf as she examined its growth. At the 13th spiritual vein node, the gathering spirit grass had grown 7 inches tall, its leaves tinged with a light green hue, a sign of abundant spiritual energy. In another month it would be ready for harvest. 1 batch of gathering spirit grass could refine 3 furnaces of gathering spirit pills, with each furnace yielding 9 pills and a quality rate of 20%.
Footsteps approached from behind her.
Chen An came up from the foot of the mountain holding a jade box, fatigue etched on his face.
What's wrong? Wei Zisu stood up. Trying out a new spell.
Chen An opened the jade box, revealing a dead gathering spirit grass inside. I've mastered the first layer of the Qingmu nourishing pill technique, and the pill energy does indeed accelerate my cultivation. This technique's lower volume includes a set of spells I hadn't turned to before. He crouched down, his fingers pressing against the soil of the spirit herb garden. Spiritual energy surged from his dantian, flowing through his meridians to his fingertips, seeping into the earth. After 3 breaths, a 3-inch-long wooden thorn emerged from the ground, dark green in color, its tip glinting coldly. Qingmu thorn, Chen An said. It condenses wood-type spiritual energy into a thorn, launching a surprise attack from underground. After a month of practice, it can pierce the skin of a second-tier demon beast. Wei Zisu looked at the wooden thorn, her brows slightly raised. Is it included in the Qingmu nourishing pill technique?
Yes.
The last page of the lower volume hides half a spell formula, incomplete, so I tried to complete the meridian path directing the spiritual energy from my fingertips underground to gather earth energy and form the thorn.
Chen An put away the wooden thorn, but there's a problem.
What?
The consumption is too high. Chen An stood up, brushing the dirt off his hands. 1 Qingmu thorn consumes 30% of my spiritual energy.
With the amount of spiritual energy at the early stage of foundation establishment, I could only create 3 thorns before needing to meditate to recover.
Wei Zisu pondered, what if combined with pills?
The recovery pill can replenish 20%, but the replenishment speed can't keep up with the consumption. Chen An shook his head. In actual combat, 3 Qingmu thorns won't be enough to kill a mid-stage foundation establishment, and I'd have to flee. He paused, lowering his voice, so I was wondering if it could be used in conjunction with talismans.
How do you combine them?
The Qingmu thorn launches a surprise attack from underground, forcing the opponent to dodge. The direction of the dodge is something I've calculated in advance, burying a second-tier flame talisman in the ground. When they step on it, the talisman activates and the Qingmu thorn strikes again. Chen An gestured in the air. Formation talisman spells 3 layers interwoven. Wei Zisu watched him, suddenly smiling. It was a light smile, but it was indeed a smile.
What are you laughing at? Chen An asked. Laughing at you.
Wei Zisu turned her head to look at the spirit rice field at the foot of the mountain, clearly a talisman master, yet insisting on learning alchemy. After learning alchemy, he also extracted assassination techniques from the pill formula.
Chen An, who exactly are you? Chen An didn't answer.
He looked at the 100 acres of spirit fields at the foot of the mountain where he was weeding with Lao Sun and Xiao Fan while Lu Qing supervised from the ridge. Lu Qingyue sat at the stone platform at the cave entrance holding spirit tea, watching the fragrant aroma of pills waft down from the mountainside, mingling with the grain scent from the fields, scattering against the protective mountain formation's light curtain. I'm someone who wants to live, he said, to live a little longer, to protect those I want to protect, even if the means are a bit dirty.
Wei Zisu didn't ask any further.
She crouched down, continuing to check the growth of the gathering spirit grass.
Chen An turned and walked towards the cave. As he passed by Lu Qingyue, she handed him a cup of spirit tea.
The tea was warm, a green tea roasted with red millet from the southern creek, carrying the scent of grains.
Husband, she said, you look very tired today.
Yeah, Chen An replied, taking the cup and sipping. Practicing a new spell consumes spiritual energy.
What spell? Qingmu thorn. Chen An said, a thorn that grows from underground, used for self-defense.
Lu Qingyue nodded, not asking further. She watched Chen An enter the cave, his figure disappearing behind the stone wall. Deep within the cave, behind a secret door, Chen An stood at the edge of the Duotian transformation formation, his fingers brushing over the formation patterns. The dark red lines glimmered faintly under the glowstone, resembling blood vessels, meridians, or some living creature.
Gulao Wu's birthday is on the 7th day of the 7th month, 2 months from now. 2 months is enough for him to master the Qingmu thorn to proficiency. Once proficient, the spiritual energy consumption would drop to 20%, allowing him to create 5 thorns.
Combined with the second-tier flame talisman, thunder talisman, binding spirit talisman, plus the trapping killing formation, the odds of killing a mid-stage foundation establishment would rise from 30% to 70%.
70%. That's sufficient.
He summoned the panel. Host Chen An, lifespan 41300, spiritual root, low-grade firewood, earth cultivation, early stage foundation establishment 980050000, dual cultivation points 200 in 1 month, earning 80 points a day. He accumulated 2,400 points. Cultivation increased from 8,500 to 9,800 with 1,000 points remaining, all invested into the Qingmu thorn, progressing from entry level to proficiency, leaving 200 points in reserve. Still lacking 40,200 points to reach midstage. At this rate, it would take 1 year and 5 months. If the pill energy from the Qingmu nourishing pill technique can successfully return, it would take just over a year. He closed the panel and exited the stone chamber. Lu Qingyue was still sitting at the cave entrance holding spirit tea, gazing at the gathering spirit grass on the mountainside. Chen An walked over and sat beside her.
Qingyue, he said, that matter is coming soon.
Lu Qingyue was taken aback for a moment, then recalled the surprise he mentioned a month ago. Her eyes blinked, not pressing for more details, merely reaching out to brush off the fallen leaves from his shoulder.
Good, she said, I'll wait.
Chen An looked at her, remaining silent for a long time. A month ago, he said, surprise. A month later, she said, I'll wait. Lu Qingyue never asked much, but she remembered every word. The mountain wind blew. The 100 acres of red millet were turning yellow, and they would be ready for harvest in another month.
After the harvest, it would be time to claim another life.
He closed his eyes, feeling the spiritual energy flowing through his meridians.
2 months. Enough time for the Qingmu thorn to progress from proficiency to mastery.
Enough to check the trapping killing formation 3 more times.
Enough time to let Gulao Wu celebrate his last birthday.
On the 7th day of the 7th month at the Lingyun market during the Qin hour, Wei Zisu appeared at the alchemy shop. Dressed in a green Taoist robe and wearing a veil, she sat in the material shop controlled by the Gu family for half an hour under the pretext of purchasing materials for the second-tier Gu Yuan Dan. The main ingredient for the second-tier Gu Yuan Dan is Zxing, which the Gu family just procured a batch from the 10,000 Great Mountains last month. Wei Zaisa's voice came from behind the veil. I offer twice the market price for 30 stocks. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. 30 stocks of Zxing worth 6,000 spirit stones at market price means 12,000 for this deal. If successful, Gulao Wu's commission could buy 2 bottles of Foundation Establishment Dan. The fairy asked him to wait while she sent a message to the family head. The message talisman flew out of the shop and headed towards Chi Yin Peak. Gulao Wu received the message, tapping his fingers on the stone table. Materials for the second-tier Gu Yuan Dan. At double the market price. He looked at Gulao. Should I go? Gulao flipped through the ledger without looking up. Is the birthday still being celebrated? What birthday? Gulao Wu stood up. A deal worth 12,000 spirit stones can buy 2 bottles of Foundation Establishment Dan. If that woman can really refine the second-tier Gu Yuan Dan, it would open a new source of income for us. He left the cave and flew towards the market. Gulao continued to flip through the ledger. Last month's harvest of spirit rice was down by 30% and the Tianshi sect was urging for the annual tribute. Chen An stood at the edge of the Du Tian Hualing formation listening to the message talisman that Wei Zissou had sent in advance. The shopkeeper sent a message. The person coming is Gulao Wu. He summoned the panel. Host Chen An, lifespan 41300, spirit roots, low-grade firewood, earth cultivation, early foundation establishment 980050000, dual cultivation points 200 in 2 months. The Qingmu thorn progressed from proficient to mastery. Spiritual energy consumption has dropped to 15%, allowing for 7 stabs. Combined with second-tier Li Yen Fu Jing Lei Fu and Fu Ling Fu plus the killing formation, there is a 70% chance to kill a mid-foundation establishment practitioner. He walked out of the hidden door and returned to the cave via the stone steps. Lu Qingyue was not there. She had followed Lu Qing to the creek south to check on the growth of the red grains. During the last few days of the filling period, the grains had begun to yellow and they would be ready for harvest in 10 days. Chen An left the cave alone and flew towards Chi Yin Peak. At Chi Yin Peak in the Gu family's cave, Chen An used the concealment and illusion technique to suppress his aura to the late Qi refining stage and snuck up from the back of Chi Yin Peak. With a mastery-level concealment and illusion technique, a mid-foundation establishment's divine sense would perceive him as just a mountain rat. There were no guards at the entrance of the Gu family cave. Gulao Wu had gone to the market and Gulao was busy calculating accounts inside. Chen An set up a killing formation around the cave. The formation plate was buried under 7 ancient pine trees using wood-type spiritual energy as a guide, blending seamlessly with the terrain of Chi Yin Peak. He then buried talismans. 3 second-tier Li Yen Fu were buried 3 steps directly in front of the cave entrance in a triangular formation. 2 Jing Lei Fu were buried in the left side escape route. 1 Fu Ling Fu was buried on the right side. Finally, he condensed 3 Qingmu thorns underground in front of him. The mastery-level Qingmu thorns were 3 inches long, dark green, and their tips shimmered with a cold light. The spiritual energy consumption was only 15%, totaling 45% for the 3 thorns. The 70% chance came from 3 layers of nesting. Inside the cave, Gulao closed the ledger and stood up. He walked to the entrance of the cave and scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, mountain winds, the sounds of pine trees, and the distant clamor of the market. Nothing seemed amiss. But he suddenly paused. Amid the sound of the pines there was a hint of unnatural spiritual energy fluctuation. Very faint, like the preheating before a formation activates. Who? No one answered. Gulao took a step back, pressing his palm against the cave's stone wall. Earth-type spiritual energy surged from his palm as the wall began to undulate, closing inwards like a living being. He was sealing the entrance. But it was too late. The Qingmu thorn pierced up from the ground, aiming for his feet. Gulao sidestepped to evade. His evasion was right into the calculated left side by Chen An. He stepped on the Jing Lei Fu. Boom! Lightning exploded, mangling Gulao's left leg. He let out a scream and rolled to the right, where the Fu Ling Fu was located. The talismans activated in spiritual power chains wrapped around his right leg. He couldn't move, kneeling on the ground. The 3rd Qingmu thorn stabbed from the front, piercing through his dantian. Gulao widened his eyes, staring at the person slowly rising from the ground. Dressed in gray with an ordinary appearance, his eyes lacked the sharpness of youth, showing only a weariness and endurance honed by life. You. Who are you? Chen An did not answer. He crouched down, pressing his finger against Gulao's forehead, and spiritual power penetrated Gulao's mind. He took out the spirit-locking nail pulse sealing talismans and the divine restraint plate sealing Gulao's corpse. Then he placed it in his storage bag. The Lian Fu burned the blood on the ground to ashes and the mountain winds scattered it, leaving no trace.
Chen An dismantled the killing formation, went down the back mountain and flew back to Qixia Peak.
At Qixia Peak, deep within the cave beyond the hidden door, Chen An returned to Qixia Peak and entered the hidden door alone.
The Dutian Hualing formation glowed with a dark red light.
He took Gu Lao Da's corpse out from the storage bag and placed it in the recess at the center of the formation. The spirit-locking nail was still embedded in the corpse's meridians and the divine restraint plate was still on the forehead. Gu Lao Da was dead, but his spirit roots remained.
The formation activated.
Dark red formation patterns lit up, resembling blood vessels, meridians, or some kind of living being. Spiritual energy surged from Gu Lao Da's corpse, flowing along the formation patterns, but it could not complete the transfer. Dutian Hualing formation required two living beings to be present, one as the material and the other as the host. With the material dead, the spiritual energy could only dissipate and could not be transplanted.
Chen An stood at the edge of the formation watching Gu Lao Da's corpse.
The wood spirit root was more suitable for Lu Qingyue. Wei Zisu was an alchemist, and with a wood spirit root Lu Qingyue could learn from her in the future.
But Gu Lao Da had an earth spirit root. He frowned. In the plan, Gu Lao Wu had a wood spirit root while Gu Lao Da had an earth spirit root. He leaned towards the wood spirit root, but Gu Lao Wu was still at the market. Wait for Gu Lao Wu to return.
No, it wouldn't work.
Gu Lao Wu went to the market and it was uncertain when he would return.
The corpse was sealed in the storage bag and the spirit root could be preserved for 3 days.
The transplant must be completed within 3 days or the spirit root would dissolve. He could only use Gu Lao Da's earth spirit root for now. However, the Dutian Hualing formation could not extract the spirit root for preservation, it could only transfer it on the spot. Lu Qingyue must be present.
He stepped out of the stone room and closed the hidden door. In the evening, Lu Qingyue returned from the creek south with Lu Qing clutching several ears of red grain. During the filling period, the grains were already plump but not fully yellow.
Husband.
She walked into the cave and placed the ears on the stone table. He and said, we can harvest in 10 days.
The creek north's harvest is 2 days earlier than the creek south, so we can cut it first.
Chen An sat by the stone bed watching her. The corpse in the storage bag was burning hot and the 3-day countdown had already begun. He said he let Lu Qing handle the harvesting.
Okay.
Lu Qingyue turned to the kitchen to prepare dinner.
Chen An watched her back, silent for a long time.
On the 7th day of the 7th month at the hour of the rat. At Qixia Peak in the cave abode, he took out a transmission talisman and sent a spiritual message to Wei Zisu, come back.
He put away the talisman and stood up. 5 hours had passed. 2 hours had already gone by. Lu Qingyue was asleep.
Chen An sat by the stone bed gazing at her face.
Qingyue. Gently waking Lu Qingyue, he said, come with me.
Chen An walked to the hidden door, placing his finger against the stone wall. At this moment, Wei Zisu also entered the cave. She saw Chen An standing at the hidden door and then noticed Lu Qingyue getting up, draping a robe over herself. I have something to discuss, Chen An began, regarding the seizing heaven transformation technique. He pushed open the hidden door, revealing stone steps leading downward.
The two women did not ask questions but simply followed.
Behind the hidden door was a stone chamber. The seizing heaven transformation array glowed with a dark red light. The body of Gu Lao Da lay in the center of the array, his gray robe stained with blood and the blood hole in his forehead had already congealed. Lu Qingyue saw the corpse. She stopped in her tracks, her face paling as her fingers clenched the edge of her robe, her knuckles turning white.
Wei Zisu walked directly to the edge of the array and squatted down to examine it.
This is my greatest secret, a chance discovery of a demonic technique that can extract the spiritual roots of Foundation Establishment cultivators and transfer them to mortals, Chen An said.
Gu Lao Da, the head of the Gu family, Chen An explained, possesses a mid-grade earth spiritual root.
Wei Zisu stood up, looking at the corpse and then at Chen An.
Qingyue needs a wood spiritual root. We cannot wait for Gu Lao Wu, Chen An replied. The transplant must be completed within 5 hours or the spiritual root will dissipate. A mid-grade earth spiritual root, Wei Zisu remarked. The cultivation speed is 3 times faster than that of a lower-grade wood spiritual root, but it is not suitable for alchemy.
I know.
Qingyue wants to practice alchemy. She wants to, Chen An said, but there are too many variables.
Wei Zisu fell silent for a moment. Then she walked to Lu Qingyue's side, holding her hand. Lie down, she said, I will protect you.
Lu Qingyue looked at her, blinking.
She lay down on the stone bed facing the cave ceiling. Chen An stood at the edge of the stone bed, forming hand seals as a layer of spiritual energy enveloped Lu Qingyue's entire body, stabilizing her meridians to prevent spiritual energy shock during the transplant.
Chen An activated the array.
The dark red patterns lit up resembling blood vessels, meridians, and some kind of living entity. Spiritual energy surged from Gu Laoda's corpse, flowing along the array's patterns toward the stone bed, seeping into Lu Qingyu's body. Lu Qingyue felt a warm current surge in from her back, traveling up her spine and crashing into her dantian. There had previously been a void there. Mortals do not have a dantian, only meridians. But now something was growing. A yellowish light. Heavy, steady like the earth. She bit her lip and remained silent. Chen An's spiritual energy shield trembled. The impact of the transplant was stronger than she had imagined. Hang in there, Chen An urged. There is only one chance. Lu Qingyue followed his instructions. The warm current gathered in her dantian, condensing into a yellowish seed. After a stick of incense, the array extinguished. Chen An stood at the edge of the stone bed, his fingers resting on Lu Qingyu's wrist. Chen An retracted the energy shield, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How is it? She asked. A mid-grade earth spiritual root. Chen An replied. It worked. Lu Qingyue opened her eyes, gazing at the cave ceiling. She could feel the spiritual energy circulating in her meridians, faint but indeed present. She sat up, looking at the hollow in the center of the array. Gu Laoda's corpse was still there. Gu Laoda, I killed him, Chen An said. Lu Qingyue remained silent for a long time. She looked at her own hands, the hands of a mortal after 20 years, rough and calloused. But now spiritual energy flowed at her fingertips. Husband, thank you. You must have paid a great price for me, she said. Because you are my wife, any sacrifice is worth it, Chen An replied. Chen An said, this is a secret among 3 people. It must remain buried deep and not be told to anyone. Lu Qingyue looked up at Wei Zissou. Wei Zissou nodded. It must remain buried deep. Lu Qingyue then looked at Chen An. She extended her hand, grasping Chen An's hand and then Wei Zissou's hand. All right, she said, it must remain buried deep. Chen An took out a flame talisman and burned Gu Laoda's corpse to ashes. The ashes were scattered over the patterns of the seizing heaven transformation array, and the dark red lines absorbed the remnants of the earth spiritual root, becoming even brighter. The next morning at Qixia Peak, Lu Qingyue sat on the stone platform at the cave entrance, feeling the spiritual energy within her. With a mid-grade earth spiritual root, her cultivation speed was 3 times faster than that of a lower grade. Wei Zissou poked her head out from the ground, fire, her face covered in ash. The two exchanged a glance, remaining silent. This was a secret buried deep. The next morning at Qixia Peak, Lu Qingyue sat on the stone platform at the cave entrance, feeling the spiritual energy within her. With a mid-grade earth spiritual root, but the spiritual energy was weak, she still did not have a technique and could not cultivate independently. Chen An exited the cave abode, soaring through the air toward Lingyun Square. 3 days later he returned with 3 cultivation techniques: fundamentals of the 5 elements, introduction to earth spiritual roots, and basics of spiritual planting. The reason was to establish a family. It was necessary to cultivate the family members, and fundamental techniques are essential. Lu Qingyue began her training with introduction to earth spiritual roots. With a mid-grade earth spiritual root, her spiritual energy absorption rate was 3 times faster than that of a lower grade, yet the progress for beginners remained slow. Slower than I imagined, Chen An said. He transmitted a strand of spiritual energy to her daily, helping her circulate her meridians. Lu Qingyue sat cross-legged on the stone bed, but having a spiritual root is already great. She had changed. Beneath her calm gaze was an added layer of resolve. She understood the cost but chose to accept it. 7 days later at the Chen An spiritual fields, Lu Qingyue stood on the ridge of the field, her fingers pressing into the soil. The spiritual energy within her was given by Chen An, faint but enough to sense the earth. The ears of corn in the North Stream are fuller, she remarked. She withdrew her fingers and turned to look at the mountainside. Chen An stood there watching her. She smiled at him, a smile tinged with confidence, yet lacking conviction, as she knew the spiritual energy was not her own. Husband, she declared, I will grow the best red corn. Chen An remained silent. He gazed at the 100 acres of spiritual fields in the South Stream where the ears of corn were beginning to yellow. Once the harvest was completed, would be time to deal with Gu Laowu. As for Lu Qingyue, she still needed time to stabilize her spiritual root, time to grasp the technique, and time to truly become a cultivator. On the 15th of July at Qixia Peak, the morning mist had yet to disperse, and Lu Qingyue was already seated on the stone platform at the cave entrance, her hands forming seals. She had memorized the operation path of the Earth Spirit Root, introduction to perfection, spiritual energy starting from the dantian, ascending along the Ren meridian to the Shanzhong point, branching into both arms, surging out from the palms, then being absorbed back through the Yongquan acupoint, returning to the dantian. One complete cycle.
The flow of spiritual energy was slow.
The meridians were too narrow. A mortal who hadn't been cleansed by spiritual energy for 20 years had meridians 3 times finer than those of a cultivator. Over half of the spiritual energy seeped out through the walls of the meridians, with less than 10% truly retained by the earth-colored light point in the dantian. Lu Qingyue opened her eyes, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. Once more she murmured. Chen An emerged from the cave and noticed the seals in her hands trembling slightly.
Stop.
Lu Qingyue released the seals. Chen An stepped behind her, placing his palm against her back, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into her.
It was exceedingly slow, like a stream trickling over a parched riverbed.
As the spiritual energy passed through the dantian, the earth spirit root flickered, an exceedingly faint light akin to a spark in winter. Yet this time the spirit root extended its tentacles. Extremely thin earth-colored threads ensnared the spiritual energy Chen An had channeled, slowly drawing it into the main body of the spirit root.
It absorbed 20%, 1% more than yesterday.
There is progress. Chen An retracted his hand. Lu Qingyue said nothing, but the corners of her mouth lifted slightly.
The seed in her dantian swelled, slowly, as if buried in frozen soil waiting for spring.
You no longer need me to channel spiritual energy, Chen An said. You can operate the technique yourself and allow the meridians to adapt to their own rhythm.
MHM.
Chen An stood at the mouth of the cave, gazing down the mountain.
The field south of the creek shimmered in golden hues. The red millet was fully ripe.
He had mentioned that harvesting could commence in 2 to 3 days. He turned and walked toward the dark chamber. In the stone chamber, the heaven-seizing transformation array was still active, with its runes a dark red, somewhat brighter than a week ago, lingering resonance from the absorption of spirit root residues.
It must be destroyed. The heaven-seizing transformation technique is a demonic art, and this dark chamber is a dead giveaway. If anyone were to intrude, even just drawn by the fluctuations of spiritual energy, it would lead to certain doom.
The technique was already etched in his mind. He was thoroughly familiar with the array diagram and did not need any physical representation.
He took out a flame talisman and infused it with spiritual energy. The flames engulfed the array runes.
The dark red lines twisted and contracted in the high temperature like living creatures struggling, but it was merely the instinctual reaction of the materials. Without the supply of spirit stones, the runes were just engravings on stone. After a stick of incense, the ground was charred black. He used his spiritual power to crush the blackened stone surface, leveling the grooves of the array, then smoothed the gaps with spiritual energy. It was unnoticeable, just a flat stone slab with slight traces of smoke. He took out a cleansing talisman and swept it 3 times. Residues of spiritual energy burnt, sent ashes, all cleared. Finally he cleaned up the broken stones, empty racks, and the residual traces of spiritual power on the ground in the dark chamber. The stone chamber was empty, spotless, as if no one had ever been there. He closed the dark door.
Chen An stood on the stone steps, glancing back.
There was nothing.
Good.
He returned to the cave.
It was noon. Wei Zisu emerged from the fire pit.
The spiritual power after foundation establishment is much denser than during qi refinement, but the fire initiation technique hasn't kept up.
How long?
3 days.
Chen An nodded. Wei Zisu looked at him. What about Qingyu's spirit root?
It is merging.
Slower than expected, but in the right direction.
That's good. She took 2 steps, then paused. What about Gulawu? Still in Lingyun Market for the exchange meeting.
He will investigate once he returns.
Wei Zisu didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. Her brother was missing and he would not let it go easily.
Chen An did not respond. On July 18th, at the fields north of the creek, the harvesting began.
He and brought along Old Sun and Little Fong, starting from the eastern end of the northern creek. The red millet was heavy, harvested and packed into burlap sacks, 30 ears per mu, 3,000 ears for 100 mu. According to the market prices in Lingyun, this batch of red millet could be exchanged for 800 to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lu Qingyue stood on the ridge watching the millet being cut. She could now absorb the earth-type spiritual energy from the heavens and earth by herself. Very slowly, the spirit root was like a seed just sprouting, tirelessly drawing in. But the efficiency was too low. The amount of spiritual energy absorbed in 1 hour was insufficient to circulate through a complete cycle.
She needed Chen An to channel energy for assistance to complete a full circuit.
Husband, she squatted down, her fingers digging deeper into the soil than when she had last done so at the southern creek. Spiritual energy seeped from her fingertips into the earth, following the soil's veins downward, like roots burrowing. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. The spiritual energy encountered an unusual feedback, steady and heavy, far denser than the surrounding soil. Her brow furrowed slightly. This land has denser spiritual energy than over there. She pointed towards the western side of the northern creek. There is something beneath.
Chen An was taken aback.
His divine sense naturally spread out, scanning beneath the western side of the northern creek.
3 zhang underground. There was indeed a faint gathering of spiritual energy.
It wasn't large, the quality wasn't high, but it was certainly denser than the surroundings.
He failed to notice. But Lu Qingyue sensed it. The mid-grade Earth Spirit Root had a natural talent for perceiving Earth-type spiritual energy, far more sensitive than him who possessed low-grade firewood and Earth Spirit Roots. With 11 days of Spirit Root fusion, her perception was deepening day by day.
Good, Chen An said, once the harvesting is complete I will go take a look. He made a note of this matter.
Night fell.
In the cave, the fusion of spiritual powers between husband and wife.
The panel appeared dual cultivation points 80 from July 8th to today. It had been 11 days.
In the first 3 days post-surgery, Lu Qingyue was weak, receiving 60 points each time. In the following 8 days she recovered, receiving 80 points each time.
603,808,820. Adding the previous balance of 200, the total was 1,020 points. Chen An called up the panel and began to allocate the points. Flame Talisman Proficiency 395,400. Only 5 points left. Invest 5 points.
Flame Talisman Proficiency 400,400. Mastery 01000. In an instant his understanding transformed.
It was no longer about drawing but about understanding.
Every stroke of the rune structure, every nuance of the spiritual ink, every thread of spiritual energy infused, felt as natural as water.
Flame Talisman Mastery achieved. Continuing on.
Greenwood Spike Mastery 121,000.
Invest 120 points.
Greenwood Spike Mastery 132,1000. Cultivation Early Foundation Establishment 9800500000.
Invest 800 points.
Cultivation Early Foundation Establishment 106,005,0000. Diamond Talisman Proficiency 360,400.
Invest 40 points.
Diamond Talisman Proficiency 400,400. Mastery 01000. Total consumption 5,120,849,965 points.
Balance 55 points. Spiritual power surged within the meridians, denser than before. His cultivation advanced by 500 points. He was still far from mid-foundation establishment, but the direction was correct.
The turtle breathing technique operated automatically. The panel disappeared. Lu Qingyue leaned against his shoulder, her breathing steady. The spirit root fusion required nurturing by spiritual energy. After dual cultivation, the spiritual energy within her was fuller than usual, speeding up the fusion process.
Husband, she whispered. I can grow good red millet.
Chen An said nothing, simply patting her hand.
On July 19th at the hour of Chen An was inspecting the spiritual field south of the creek when the sound of a transmission talisman vibrated. It wasn't from Wei Zissou.
It was a message from the public transmission array of Lingyun Market, an informant he had placed in the market. A wandering cultivator paid 10 spirit stones a month.
Gu Laowu has returned.
Chen An pocketed the transmission talisman and continued his inspection of the spiritual fields without pausing. However, his divine sense had already quietly spread out, covering a radius of 30 miles around Qixia Peak.
Qian Peak was 20 miles away.
He sensed it, a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy mid-foundation establishment with wood-type characteristics. The energy fluctuations moved back and forth near the cave of Qian Peak as if searching for something. Chen An withdrew his divine sense, finished his inspection of the southern creek and returned to the cave.
He took out a transmission talisman, infused it with spiritual energy and sent it to Wei Zissou. He has returned. After a moment the reply came, I know.
There are fluctuations of spiritual energy in the direction of Qian Peak mid-foundation establishment. Chen An sat at the stone table and closed his eyes.
Gu Laowu was searching for his brother.
The exchange meeting lasted 10 days and he should have returned 3 days ago. He was 3 days late. Either something had delayed him at the meeting, or after returning he couldn't find anyone and searched in the market for another 3 days.
Regardless, he was now back at Qian Peak.
He would find clues. The dark chamber had been burned, but a sufficiently strong cultivator could discern the remnants of ashes. His brother didn't need fire-type talismans, this flaw couldn't be concealed. He could only gamble on Gu Lao's judgment. He couldn't wait for him to investigate. Harvesting was imminent.
Lu Qingyue needed time. Gu Laowu would not wait.
But he had never waited for anyone.
At Qian Peak.
In the cave, Gu Laowu stood before the stone wall looking at the empty cave. His brother's belongings were still there, the spirit stones on the storage rack, the teacup on the table, the wooden box in the corner. But his brother was absent. The traces of spiritual power had faded at least more than 7 days. He furrowed his brow. There were no spirit beasts around Chi Yin Peak, no signs of conflict, and the cave showed no signs of intrusion. If he had gone out, his brother would have left a message. But there was none. Gu Laowu circled the cave, stopping by the stone table. A thin layer of dust coated the surface. He reached out to wipe it away, but beneath the dust there was nothing. He moved deeper into the cave. The dark chamber was closed. He pushed the door open, empty. The dark chamber had originally held his brother's refining materials, but now only a few empty racks remained. It wasn't empty. The ground bore traces of having been burned. Very faint, but his divine sense could discern the ashes left by the flame talisman. His brother didn't use fire-type talismans. Gu Lao's pupils constricted. He exited the dark chamber and stood at the cave entrance, gazing into the distance. Towards Qixia Peak, the spiritual energy was calm and nothing was discernible. He took out a transmission talisman, infused it with spiritual energy. "Elder brother, where are you?" He sent it out. There was no response. The transmission talisman for Foundation Establishment cultivators had a distance limit. Within 50 miles he should have been able to receive it. There was no response. Either his brother was beyond 50 miles or he had already become unreachable. His expression remained calm, but his knuckles turned white. He took out another talisman and sent it to another person. "Lu San, help me investigate someone. The Peak Master of Qixia Peak, Chen An. I want to know everything about him. Early Foundation establishment and newly arrived pioneer cultivator. At Qixia Peak." In the cave, Chen An sat at the stone table, closing his eyes for a moment. The turtle breathing technique operated and the panel appeared. He glanced at it. Host Chen An, lifespan 41300, cultivation early Foundation establishment 106-005-0000, spirit root low grade fire wood earth dual cultivation points 55 techniques breath concealment illusion technique mastery red copper bone forging technique proficiency 1000 threads spirit refining technique fragment proficiency green wood nurturing pill technique spells green wood spike 132-1000 mastery talismans flame talisman 01000 mastery diamond talisman 01000 mastery binding spirit talisman 180-1000 mastery thunderbolt talisman 01000 mastery array techniques proficiency minor confusing concealment array killing array. July 20th. Qixia Peak. Chen An took out the trapping formation disc from his storage bag and placed it on the stone table. He also retrieved 3 medium-grade spirit stones and embedded them into the grooves of the formation disc. The spiritual energy activated and faint golden lines surfaced on the disc. This was a first-tier trapping formation capable of restraining a mid-foundation establishment cultivator for a quarter of an hour. This was the very formation used to kill Gu Laoda last time. But Gu Laowu is not Gu Laoda. A mid-foundation establishment cultivator with a wood spiritual root. His combat experience is richer than his elder brother's and his reactions are quicker. The trapping formation can restrain him, but it won't be as easy as it was with Gu Laoda. He must be dealt with within a quarter of an hour or the formation's spirit stones will be depleted and it won't hold him. More methods are needed. 3 binding talismans. These talismans bind the cultivator's spiritual energy, and even the spiritual light of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator cannot break free from an expert-level binding. 25 flame talismans, expert-level instant activation with a ghostly blue high temperature. Qingmu Spike, a surprise attack from underground. This is a killing move. Last time it pierced Gu Laoda's chest cleanly. 2 thunder talismans, lightning attacks that paralyzed the divine sense, catching the opponent off guard. Is this enough? Chen An pondered for a moment and then took out 10 diamond talismans from his storage bag. Expert level, providing a hard shield for the spiritual light. In case the trapping formation fails, he needs a layer of defense to catch Gu Lao's counterattack. Noon. Wei Zissou emerged from the fire cave, the warmth of the alchemy furnace still lingering in her hands. Is the fire control steady? Chen An asked. Yes. I'll start the furnace tomorrow. She glanced at him. Your complexion doesn't look good. Gu Laowu is investigating me. Wei Zissou remained silent, waiting for him to finish. He hired someone from Lingyunfang City to check on me. Lu San, a running errand, loose cultivator and information dealer. Chen An said, my people told me that Lu San has already started inquiring about Qixia Peak in the market. How long will it take to find out? 3 to 5 days. The market's opening order is public. My name, cultivation level and check-in time would be strange if they can't find it. Wei Zissou was silent for 3 breaths. What will he do once he finds out about you? Hell come looking for me, Chen An said, mid-foundation establishment stronger than Gulauda. So Chen An continued, we need to lure Gulawu out before Lu San can relay the information back.
How do we lure him?
You are an alchemist, Chen An said, the alchemist circle in Lingyun Fong City is small, you should have some connection with Gulawu. Wei Zisu narrowed her eyes slightly as she thought. I met him during the exchange meeting.
That's enough, Chen An said, you should actively contact him.
Just say you have a batch of gathering spirit pills of better quality than those at the exchange and ask if he wants them.
And then?
You decide the transaction location.
Chen An said, I need to know when he is alone.
Wei Zisu looked into his eyes.
She understood.
At the market, wait for him to leave after the transaction, that's the essential path he must take.
That works. From the market to the Gu family to Yishwiling, I will set up the formation there and activate Gulauda's sound transmission talisman. There are plenty of items in Gulauda's storage bag, he will definitely go check them out, Chen An said.
Wei Zisu nodded and walked into the fire cave, her figure disappearing in the flames.
Night fell.
In the cave, Lu Qingyue was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed practicing the earth spiritual root introduction. The spiritual energy started from her dantian, moving upwards along the run meridian faster than 3 days ago. It wasn't a qualitative change, just that the meridians had been washed by spiritual energy for over 10 days, making the interior slightly smoother than before.
1 circulation. 2 circulations. 3 circulations.
By the 3rd circulation, the leakage of spiritual energy through the meridian walls had decreased by 20%. The portion retained in the dantian had increased from less than 10% to 30%.
She opened her eyes. Husband.
She looked outside the door. Chen and stood at the cave entrance, his back to her, gazing down the mountain.
It's been 3 circulations, she said, 1 more than yesterday. Chen An turned his head.
Lu Qingyu's eyes shone brightly in the candlelight as if something was growing within.
Don't be greedy, he said, if your meridians can't take it, then stop.
Lu Qingyue stood up and walked to his side, also looking down the mountain. The spirit field to the north of the creek was empty, the red grain had been harvested and the sacks were piled beside the cave entrance. The one to the south had not been cut yet, another 2 days.
What are you thinking about? Gulawu. Chen An did not hide it from her. Lu Qingyue fell silent for a moment.
She knew who Gulauda was, the origin of the spiritual roots, the corpse in the secret chamber.
Gulawu is Gulauda's younger brother. Has he come looking for you? Not yet. But soon. Are you afraid? Chen An glanced at her.
Lu Qingyu's gaze was calm. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid, but that she had decided not to be afraid. I'm not afraid, she said. If he comes, he will be the second Gulauda.
Lu Qingyue said nothing. She grasped Chen An's hand, her fingers were icy but held tightly. The spiritual energy between husband and wife intertwined.
The panel appeared. Dual cultivation points 80, adding the balance of 55, the total was 135 points.
Chen An did not allocate the points. He was saving them.
The upcoming battle would require talismans, and talismans needed points to improve technique levels. His flame talismans had just reached the expert level and had not been invested yet, and the success rate of drawing talismans was not guaranteed. If he could save another 100 points before the battle to invest in the proficiency of the flame talismans, the efficiency of drawing talismans would be even higher.
Tortoise breathing technique was in operation.
The panel disappeared.
July 21st. Lingyun Fong City. Wei Zisu wore a gray-blue alchemist robe and walked into the Baichao Pavilion in the eastern district of the market.
This is the largest spiritual herb shop in Lingyun Fong City and also the most informed place. Alchemists buy materials and always inquire about the market situation. She ordered a pot of spiritual tea and sat in a corner.
Half an hour later, a tall, thin figure entered the Baichao Pavilion. In a gray robe with a short beard and a shallow scar between his brows, Gulawu. Wei Zisu stood up and walked over. Gu Dao Yu. Gulawu turned around and glanced at her.
He recognized her.
Wei Dao Yu.
His voice was flat, but there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. His brother had been missing for at least 7 days and everyone looked like a suspect to him. I saw you bought elixirs at the last exchange meeting. I am also an alchemist, Wei Zisu said. I am planning to open a new batch of gathering spirit pills. I wonder if Gu Dao Yu is interested.
Gulau's brows twitched slightly.
Gathering spirit pills were precisely what was needed for the foundation establishment period. When will the transaction take place? The materials have just been gathered. I can refine them tonight and we can trade here tomorrow at noon.
That works, Gulawu replied. Wei Zisu nodded and turned to leave. She didn't drink a single sip of the spiritual tea at Baichao Pavilion.
Returning to Qixia Peak, she relayed the news to Chen An.
Tomorrow at noon the transaction will be at the market. Chen An stood at the cave entrance looking towards the distant Qian Peak. He turned and walked towards the secret chamber.
Pushing open the secret door, the stone steps led downward.
An empty stone chamber. Nothing at all.
He closed the door and returned to the cave, taking out the formation disc talismans and spirit stones from his storage bag, arranging them one by one.
Trapping formation. Qingmu spike. Binding talismans. Flame talismans. Thunder talismans. Mid-foundation establishment stronger than Gulauda by a notch.
But Gulauda is also a mid-foundation establishment.
Qian Peak.
In the cave, Gulawu sat at the stone table holding a note just delivered by Lu San.
The master of Qixia Peak, Chen An. Mid-foundation establishment moved in June, opening order. No sect, no master. A talisman master by trade reputed to excel at intermediate talismans. He read it 3 times. Mid-foundation establishment. No sect. Talisman master.
A mid-foundation establishment, loose cultivator occupying Qixia Peak right next to Qian Peak. The time his brother went missing coincided perfectly with this person opening up the area nearby.
Gulawu folded the note and tucked it into his sleeve. He walked to the door of the cave, looking in the direction of Qixia Peak.
The spiritual energy was calm. Nothing seemed out of place. But that alchemist named Wei Zisu also resides in Qixia Peak.
Coincidence? He didn't believe in coincidences. Tomorrow he would probe Wei Zisu for information. Night.
At the fire pit, Wei Zisu sat cross-legged before the Dan furnace, enveloping the ground fire with her spiritual power. The spiritual herbs entered the furnace.
The medicinal properties intertwined, coalescing into a pill. 3 gathering spirit pills in the furnace of decent quality.
She stored the pills in a jade bottle and extinguished the ground fire.
In the cave, Lu Qingyue was already asleep. Chen An sat by the stone bed and she turned over, holding his hand. The spiritual power of the couple intertwined. A panel appeared. Dual cultivation points 80.
Adding the remaining 135 points, there were a total of 215 dual cultivation points.
The next day, Chen An rode the wind away from Qixia Peak, heading west.
Yishhuiling was 50 miles west of Lingyun Square, a necessary route for returning to the Gu family. The ridge was high with dense forests on both sides. Gulawu would certainly fly back to the Gu family from here. He found a flat piece of ground on the ridge and buried a killing formation 3 inches underground, powered by 3 mid-grade spirit stones. The formation patterns were drawn with spiritual ink in the crevices of the stone, covered with dead leaves and gravel, imperceptible to the naked eye, undetectable even with divine scent sweeping the ground. A thunder talisman was buried on each side of the formation, connected to the formation disc. Spiritual power lines activated simultaneously when the formation was triggered. Finally, he took out a communication jade slip from his storage bag. It was from Gulauda. The communication jade slip extracted from his storage bag, when infused with spiritual power, would definitely be sensed within a 30-mile radius, prompting further investigation. Placed at the center of the formation, a stone pressed down on it. He retreated to the dense forest 50 zhan away, using the breath-holding illusion technique to sit and wait. Noon. In Lingyun Square at the Baichao Pavilion. Wei Zisu sat in a corner, 3 gathering spirit pills laid on the table. The pills were smooth with a rich herbal fragrance. After foundation establishment, her spiritual power was abundant and the success rate of pill refinement was significantly higher than during the qi refining period.
Gulawu arrived on time.
Dressed in a gray robe with a short beard and a shallow scar between his eyebrows. He sat down, probing the pills with his spiritual power. The medicinal properties were pure with very few impurities.
1,200 spirit stones.
He took out the spirit stones from his storage bag.
3 gathering spirit pills, 400 each. Quite fair.
Wei Zisu accepted the spirit stones and stood up.
Good Daoyo, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first.
Gulawu opened his mouth, wanting to ask about Qixia Peak and inquire about his elder brother. But Wei Zisu had already turned to leave. He watched her figure disappear through the side door.
Tomorrow he would personally go to Qixia Peak. Gulawu exited the Baichao Pavilion, following the stone path west. Returning home. Yishhuiling. Dense forest. Chen An's divine sense spread outwards within a 30-mile range.
At 1:15 a flying boat was coming from the direction of the square.
It was Gulawu. Just as he was about to fly into Yishhuiling, the communication jade slip at his waist vibrated. He quickly pressed it down. The spiritual power sensing it was nearby. Less than 20 miles. A signal from his elder brother.
Missing for 13 days. The communication stone had sunk into the sea. Now, it had reappeared.
He swept his divine sense ahead. In the dense forest, the spiritual energy was calm without any abnormalities.
But the communication jade slip could not lie. The spiritual power sensing paired with the jade slip was natural and could not be forged. His elder brother was nearby. Was he still alive? Gulaowu stored the flying boat and flew faster with his sword rushing toward the signal.
100 zhang. 20 zhang. A flash of spiritual light appeared beneath his feet.
The killing formation activated. Golden formation patterns erupted from the ground, sealing off a 10 zhang radius in an instant.
The operation of spiritual power was suppressed by 20%. Gulaowu reacted extremely quickly.
In the moment the formation activated, his right hand had already reached for his storage bag and upper-tier spirit sword was drawn, the emerald green blade glimmering with azure light.
But the thunder talisman exploded instantly. 2 purple arcs of electricity exploded from both sides, striking directly at Gulaowu.
The protective spiritual light of mid-foundation establishment automatically activated, blocking most of the lightning, yet the paralyzing effect penetrated the spiritual light, piercing into Gulaowu's body. He paused for half a breath.
Just half a breath. 3 binding talismans were layered and activated.
Golden chains materialized from the void, wrapping around his arms and waist.
Mastery level, precisely locking onto the spiritual power node, sealing off the flow of spiritual energy. Gulaowu grunted, his spiritual power locked at 30%.
With thick spiritual power from mid-foundation establishment, the 3 binding talismans could not seal it all.
But it was enough. 10 fiery talismans.
The dark azure flames exploded, the temperature so high that the air distorted. The protective spiritual light struggled to operate under the binding talisman, showing cracks.
Gulaowu roared in anger.
With his left hand he slapped his storage bag, releasing a defensive tortoise shell shield. The shell condensed on the surface of his body, blocking most of the burning. His right hand urged the wooden sword. 3 vine spikes shot out from the sword tip.
Chen An instantly activated the spell green with spike. Spiritual power infused into the ground. 2 green spikes erupted from beneath Gulaowu's feet. Wood elemental cultivators have an innate sensitivity to wood-type spells, and he leaped up to dodge. But he did not evade. 1 spike pierced through his right leg. Another grazed his side deep enough to see the bone. Blood splattered on the gravel.
His right leg was incapacitated, yet he still stood.
Gulaowu urged the spell's vines even more fiercely.
6 vines came swirling from all directions.
1 wrapped around the blind spot of the Vajra talisman's spiritual light, striking Chen An's left rib. Crack! 1 rib broke.
Chen An groaned, retreating 2 steps.
A metallic sweetness surged in his mouth, which he swallowed back. He could not delay any longer. Another 10 fiery talismans were thrown toward Gulaowu. The tortoise shell shield could finally not withstand it, exploding, and the remaining fiery talismans ultimately slammed into Gulaowu.
Flames consumed him instantly, turning him to ash, leaving only a storage bag behind. Chen An withdrew his hand. His left rib, a fractured bone, throbbed with pain, and his calf wound was bleeding. None were fatal injuries.
Spiritual power was depleted. He squatted down and removed Gulaowu's storage bag, wiping away the residual marks with his spiritual power securing it. Then he proceeded to clean up.
The formation disc was dug out and the spirit stones were collected. The formation cleaning talisman was applied 3 times, erasing all traces of spiritual ink. The cleaning talisman was applied 3 times. The depression in the ground was filled with gravel.
Half a stick of incense later, Yishwiling returned to its original appearance.
No bloodstains, no scorch marks, no residual spiritual energy. Only the sound of the pine wind and the stream.
Chen An leaned against the pine rock and took a breath.
His left rib still ached. He needed to return to the cave and use the rejuvenation talisman to heal his wounds. Riding the wind he departed.
At Qixia Peak in the cave. Chen An landed at the cave entrance, staggering as he touched down.
A jolt to his left rib caused him to grunt softly. Lu Qingyue was sitting on a stone platform studying a spiritual herb guide when she heard the noise and looked up. Her expression changed.
Husband.
She rushed over, her hand reaching up only to retract, unsure of where to touch. Blood-stained Chen An's robe on the left side and his pant leg was torn, dried blood blackened. There was a burnt smell, residue from a flame talisman.
Just external injuries, Chen An said. Lu Qingyue didn't believe him.
Her hands trembled, her fingertips cold. Wei Zissou emerged from the fire pit, glanced at him but asked nothing.
Turning back into the cave, she retrieved a rejuvenation pill. Sit down. Chen An took a seat on the stone chair.
Wei Zissou tore open his pant leg, 2 stab wounds not deep but the flesh was torn. The bleeding had stopped but the edges of the wounds were purple from the toxin of the thorn. A few ribs broken.
1 rib, Chen An replied. Wei Zissou nodded slightly, not asking further.
She crushed the rejuvenation pill and the spiritual energy transformed into a semi-transparent paste, applying it to the wound on his calf. The spiritual energy seeped into the flesh and the edges of the wound began to close. The thorn toxin was forced out by the spiritual energy, the surrounding purple gradually fading. She couldn't reach where his rib was broken.
Chen An took a rejuvenation talisman, activated it with spiritual energy and placed it on his left rib.
A warm sensation penetrated his bones, aligning the broken ends, painful but bearable. The bone seams fused and the spiritual energy urged the bones to heal, taking at least 3 days to fully recover.
Wei Zissou took out a cleansing talisman and placed it on Chen An's robe. Blood scorch marks dust, like a flash of spiritual light it became spotless.
In the cultivation world these things never required washing with water.
Don't move for 3 days.
Wei Zissou said the bone hasn't healed solidly if you exert yourself. It'll crack. Be careful with the flow of spiritual energy, a shot can open the seams. Lu Qingyue stood by, her lips pressed together. Her eyes were slightly red but no tears fell.
Chen An glanced at her. It's fine. Lu Qingyue nodded. She didn't cry.
She squatted down, carefully tearing away the remnants of fabric on Chen An's calf, her movements gentle, afraid to touch the wound.
Wei Zissou sat opposite him.
On the stone table lay Gulao's storage bag. The seal had been erased on Yishwiling.
Chen An opened the bag and poured its contents out. Spirit stones, 320 low-grade, 12 mid-grade.
Pills, 6 spirit gathering pills, 3 chi condensing pills.
The quality was decent. Wei Zissou glanced at them, above average.
After a pause, the corners of her mouth moved slightly. The pills I refined came back after a round.
There are 3 more than before. A second-tier upper-grade spirit sword, its green blade was for wood spiritual root cultivators. Chen An infused his spiritual energy and the sword hummed, glowing green.
Not bad, it was 2 grades better than the first-tier spirit sword he was currently using. Although he couldn't utilize the sword's full potential, its sharpness and spiritual energy conduction were sufficient. A turtle shell shield, damaged. The high temperature of the flame talisman had cracked most of it. The spiritual patterns on the shell shattered into fragments, leaking spiritual energy, leaving only a trace of residual warmth in his hand.
Useless. He tossed it aside.
A communication jade slip, 2 matching pieces. One was placed at the center of the formation by Chen An to lure Gulao, and the other was taken from Gulao.
Keep it might be useful in the future.
Chen An stored the communication jade slips at the bottom of his storage bag.
How much is it worth? Chen An, keep it might be useful in the future.
Chen An stored the communication jade slips at the bottom of his storage bag.
How much is it worth? Chen An asked.
Spirit stones plus pills less than 10000 spirit stones. Wei Zissou replied, if the spirit sword is sold it could add nearly 10000 more. Chen An put the spirit sword into his storage bag.
He wouldn't sell it. He would keep it for use.
He should have replaced his first-tier spirit sword long ago.
What about the aftermath? Chen An said.
Wei Zissou looked at him, waiting for him to continue.
The Gu family will not be extinguished. Chen An continued, with 3 people they won't be able to hold on to Qian Peak. With Gulada missing and Gulawu gone, the other branches will fight over the family assets. Let them create their own chaos.
Once they start, who will have the mind to investigate how the oldest brother and second brother disappeared?
Wei Zissou nodded.
This was within her expectations.
She understood Chen An's logic, safety first, profit second. Destroying the Gu family would pose more risk than reward. What about Lu San? Chen An fell silent for 2 breaths. I recruited him.
Wei Zissou raised her eyebrows slightly.
A message dealer.
He knows how much I am involved. You know better than anyone.
Chen An said he sold my information to Gulawu, my name, cultivation level, and time of residence. Now that Gulawu is missing, the Gu family will eventually trace it back to Lu San. He was the last person to contact Gulawu. So you're saving him? Not saving. It's collecting him.
Chen An explained. Lu San, a loose cultivator in the Qi condensation stage, has mingled in the market for over a decade, familiar with all kinds of people and their backgrounds. Knowing who is plotting what in Lingyun Market and who is targeting Qixia Peak, having someone keeping watch is better than anything else.
Wei Zisu thought for a moment.
What is his monthly payment? 150 low-grade spirit stones.
Won't he think it's too little?
When the Gu family comes knocking, he will know how much 150 spirit stones plus a foundation establishment backing is worth.
Wei Zisu contemplated and did not refute.
She had seen people like Lu San slipping through the market like an eel going where the benefits were greatest.
But he also knows who he can offend and who he cannot.
If the Gu family pursues him as a loose cultivator in the qi condensation stage, he won't even be able to run.
Give him a backing and he will be more loyal than anyone.
Wei Zisu did not speak further. She organized the spirit stones on the table, low-grade stacked together, mid-grade set aside. The pills were bottled and labeled.
The Gu family's matter is settled, she stated. What comes next?
Chen An looked at her. The cave was very quiet. The firelight from the pit flickered against the stone wall, casting uncertain shadows.
Lu Qingyue was arranging herbs in the inner room with faint sounds coming through. I will marry you.
Wei Zisu paused. She raised her head. Her gaze showed no fluctuations, but her fingertips tightened slightly.
Have you thought it through? Chen An said you are not a concubine. Alongside Qingyue, equal in status. We will wed together, just the three of us. No outsiders invited.
Wei Zisu was silent for 3 breaths. After this long and dual cultivation, she had always been nameless. She didn't speak but knew in her heart. Living at Qixia Peak, refining pills for him, gathering news for him, what did that resemble?
Like a Tao partner, yet not quite.
Without that ceremony there was less certainty.
Now he spoke of it. A wedding. Not a Tao partner but a wife.
The corners of Wei Zisu's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't quite a smile, but her eyes glistened.
All right.
Lu Qingyue emerged from the inner room hearing the last words.
She looked at Chen and then at Wei Zisu.
She said nothing and nodded gently.
The night was deep. In the cave, Lu Qingyue leaned on Chen An's shoulder, her fingers unconsciously fiddling with the hem of his robe. Husband.
Whom?
Sister Zisu. Will be happy.
Her voice was soft. She may not say it, but it's lonely for her here alone.
I can see that. Chen An did not reply. He wrapped his arm around Lu Qingyue's shoulder.
Her hair brushed against his chin, slightly cool. His left rib still ached faintly.
The bone seams had closed, but the spiritual energy urging the bones needed time. He had no thoughts of dual cultivation. Wei Zisu had said if the spiritual energy was disturbed, the seams would open. Sleep now. Tomorrow we will go to the market to find Lu San. Then return to hold the wedding.